Blay, halo Sen, halo. Pegang siapa nih Sen? Fanatik lawan kru. Wah susah cuy, dua-dua jago cuy asli. Dua-dua jago cuy. Master X Mansen gitu, iya dong. Gue izin Blay. Sentinel kapan? Sentinel besok. Gokil ya thumbnailnya ya. Sayang sekali masih jadi KSU. Iya Blay, nggak bisa Blay. Di venue-nya nggak bisa nerima media. Kalau nggak dateng gue Blay, buset. Gue tau gue Blay. Sentinel nobar gak? Nobar Blay, nobar Blay. Santai Blay, relax Blay, relax. Nih belum mulai nih Blay, kita tontonnya ntar nih. Fanatik lawan kru. Coba gue liat ya. Fanatik itu EU kan ya? Kayak Fanatik EU bareng Liquid dia lolosnya. Senobar mesti izin ya? Iya Yor. Langsung ke riotnya. Extend atau Fanatik bang? Gue pengen tim saya kayak lolos sampai final sih. Gue kalau bisa juara sih. Gue pengen sih tim saya. Jadi itu nanti tim-tim saya tuh bakal dapat slot banyak cuy. Kan sekarang cuma dapat 1 slot kan. Kalau juara mungkin bakal dapat slot 2, slot 3 nggak tahu kan. Halo Bang Mansen, halo. Kru Karawang United goblok. Lu udah izin Blay. Set. Kalau nggak izin mah nggak bakal gua kelarin cuy. Nggak bakal gue streamingin. Kalau lebar gitu nggak bisa. Kayak nggak bisa deh Yor. Ya terserah lu sih. Maksudnya kayak kalau lu streamingin mah ya kayaknya sih paling cuma ditegur doang. Cuma ya gue kan nggak enak, gue kan streamer, jadi kayak lebih manusiawi aja. Karena ada ribet juga soalnya yang sekarang, karena turnilan kali ya, karena di turnin besar kali ya. Tadi di sini juga lumayan ribet. Lihat jadwalnya di mana? Di Liquidpedia. Nih, kalau siapapun yang menang ini kayaknya lawan Sentinel nih. Siapapun yang menang ini lawannya Sentinel. ...19 menit lagi, 2 jam lagi, 5 jam lagi, 1 hari lagi, 1 hari 2 jam lagi. Gokil sih. Gue penasaran sih gimana nih turnya. Lo megang siapa Blay selain saya? Enggak. Gue gak megang siapa-siapa. Gue pengen lihat game seru aja. Kru region mana? Kru tuh Amerika Latin kalau nggak salah. Iya, kru Amerika Latin. Betul, kru Amerika Latin. Tandingin di Iceland kah? Betul. Kru Latam lah punya Guero. Oh, Argentina berarti. Kalau lu pada, lu megang siapa, Blay? Kalau lu pada, lu megang siapa, Blay? Official luar kalau stream di mana? Nih, di Twitch ada, di YouTube juga ada. Mana sih? Nih, ini yang YouTube. Jamnya masih jam luar kali. Kalau jam Indonya, jam 11 nanti Fanatic versus Crew. Jam 2 V1 versus Crazy Raccoon. Jam 5 paginya tim Vikings versus Extend. Gue udah gak ngerti lagi sih, berarti gue live sampai jam berapa tahu gue kagak ngerti nih. Gue gak ngerti sih. Kayak bisa jadi ketiduran sih gue. Banyak yang megang Fanatic ya. Liquid. Yang caster Indo ada, Blay. Di Liquidpedia sih nggak ada ya. Ada ding Indonesia nih. Nih Valorant Esports. Ini juga sama di Facebook. Gue nggak ada Facebook tapi. Buset, di Korea banyak banget, Blay. 4 biji no. Di Thailand 3. Korea ini Jepang goblok. Ini Korea. Afrika TV kalau Korea. Kalau Jepang nih apa nih? Riot Games, Open Rec TV sama Mildom.com. Apaan tuh?
Finally, the time has come, the first international LAN. The biggest nerds in Valorant are gathered with their clan. They've
jadi ada average Jonas banget.
That nobody understands.
Blay, suara cukup ya? Ada mamang sofa anjing.
Welcome to Iceland, I hope you enjoy your stay. Guys, there's volcanoes and a hot
abang-abangan sofa nongol tuh. Wah, anjing Iceland cuy.
Fighting for glory is how you become the best. Pretty soon a champion rise. A champion
bagus suara asli.
rise above the rest. There are many opinions. What region has the biggest chance? In a week from now to lift the trophy in their hands. NA aim or EU brain or a mixture of the two. Best of luck to all the teams, let's see who makes it through. Welcome to Iceland, I hope you enjoy your stay. Guys,
wah, bagus banget Blay, Iceland Blay.
Semoga
suatu saat gue bisa ke sana, Blay.
Pretty soon a champion will rise. A champion will rise above the best. One last time, welcome to Iceland. I hope you enjoy your stay. Guys, there's volcanoes and a hot tub made of clay. Fighting for glory is how we become the best. Pretty soon a champion will rise. A champion will rise above the rest. Good luck, everybody.
Mukanya meme banget bangsat. Beuh. Mulai Blay. Turnilan pertama Blay Valorant. Game kesayangan kita Blay.
Hello and welcome to the opening day of Masters 2, our first
Kawan
global
main besok.
Valorant Championship Tour tournament. 10 teams from around the world have traveled to Reykjavík, Iceland to ballot it out for the chance to be crowned the Masters 2
Harusnya gue kesana nih.
champions. Hello everyone and welcome to the studio here in Los Angeles. I'm Golden Boy. It's a pleasure to be back with you all once again. And I got my analysts here standing by with me from around the globe. We got North America's Veli, Korea's Achilleos, EU's Lothar. Gentlemen, are you ready for the day? Veli, how you feeling, brother? And I like the shirt, by the way.
Thank you, man. I gotta rep the best region, but I'm excited, and I'm actually excited that all of us came here together for this week from Masters 2 to watch NA just run through it all. But seriously, I'm excited for our very first international land. I can't wait to see who comes out on top, man.
KR udah langsung kemarin. Iya. PCT-nya Korea kemarin landing.
Yeah, we have. It's been a little while though, so it's good to catch up with you.
Matiin facecam dulu.
How's DJ doing?
Gue nggak tahu sebenarnya boleh sambil nyebat apa nggak, jadi gue matiin facecam dulu ntar.
He's doing fantastic.
Menghargai
How are you doing,
rules.
buddy?
Good.
Good.
Oh, I'm
Biarpun
doing well.
gua
Just hanging
bisa
out here. It's
pura-pura nggak tahu.
almost midnight in
Cuma gue nggak
Korea.
enaknya nggak tahu
That's
kenapa
fine.
ini.
I have the energy of these
Soalnya
matches
baik banget
carry me
orang
through
riot
the
tuh gue.
evening, so I'm ready to see who's going to be coming out on top today.
And Lothar, I've waited so long to finally get to work with you on something, and here we are. How you doing, buddy? All the way in Europe.
I'm so good, man. Who would have thought we're gonna work together at Valorant, right? It's insane how, the Titan and so on. But I cannot wait. We're like in secret level, right? We're in waterfall.
Yeah.
Caster bukan
You guys are in the
ayam.
waterfall. I got all this smoke around me and stuff. It's gonna be a wild day. I can't wait. But we have a lot of interesting storylines as we enter into our first
Iceland
day
bagus
of competition. Now,
banget.
Achilleos, what are you
Tahu
looking
parah
forward
banget.
to
Kita
the
kayak harus
most?
kesana dah.
I don't think I'm
Kemarin
alone
kan
in
udah
this, but
sampai
seeing
itu
how Korea
nyariin
is going to be an international,
penginapan.
there's been so
Iya,
much
iya.
talk about the Korean region since they started getting involved in Valorant. Obviously, everyone is expecting Vision Strikers to be the representatives here, but it's in
Coba
fact
ngomong,
NUTURN who are the better team at the end of the day.
Hah?
They plowed their way through here,
Aku
and
masih
now we
lapar
get to
lagi
see how
Discord.
Korea is going to compete
Coba ngomong
against
lagi.
the West, against the other Asian teams that we have here, as well as
Udah,
America,
udah.
etc. A lot of it is on the back of Solo, this guy on your screen right now. He is an absolute veteran, 33 years old, one of the oldest players out there in just about any esport at this stage. He's the IGL. He's a veteran, comes from CS on teams like MVP, has beaten teams like SK, Fnatic, Mouse in CSGO. He is the foundation of NUTURN. He rallies the squad when they're behind. He tempers their expectations when they're
Cuma
ahead, make sure that they don't get complacent and can stay focused on the game.
kualifikasi
Yeah,
saya-nya.
it's very exciting to
Boom
see
sama NXL.
not just what NUTURN can do, but obviously all of
Terus
the
yang
Korean esports
berangkat,
attack
yang menang
FPS is
extend.
something that I think we're all
Tim
very
saya-nya.
excited for. But one region, Lothar, that has always stood above
Makanya nih,
the rest
semoga
in
tim
this
saya-nya
particular
mainnya
genre of
bagus,
FPS has been
nyampe
EU.
semifinal
What
lah
do you bring
minimal.
to the table here
Nanti
today
saya bisa dapat
at
2
Valorant
slot, cuy.
Masters 2?
Years bringing humbleness,
Sebenarnya
Yeah.
Probably not. But
tim Indo tuh nggak
we're known
kalah
as the
anjir sama
region that
Extend.
sets up the metagame,
Boom
right?
NXL tuh bisa
People
banget
always making
menang lawan
fun of
Extend.
the no duelist compositions coming from
Cuma mereka
EU,
lebih
but
rapih aja, lebih
somehow the changes coming from EU are always adapted by the other regions, and I'm
Lebih
gonna
bagus.
anticipate
Ya,
this
kalau
is
nggak
something
lebih
that we're
bagus,
gonna see in this tournament.
nggak mungkin menang dong
We
ya.
had almost a month
Wah, anjir itu
for Fnatic and Liquid to
kelasnya
prepare
Jumpy yang
something
tadi
new
bagus
for
banget
this
asli.
tournament, and something that maybe other teams will not see coming at all. I anticipate a lot of maybe not even duelist, like duelist less compositions, maybe just one duelist,
Saya
and
dapat
maybe
2
some
kok
sky
VCT 3.
composition
Beuh,
vibe.
mantap
This
cuy.
is something that I'm anticipating. The stylistic differences between the regions is something that is gonna shine today.
Yeah, for sure. And, EU, what better region to do so? Now, Veli, North America, we've been struggle city in a lot of different esports for the last few days now. What are we expecting here from our region, North America? What should we be looking out for?
Nothing but dominance, but like Lothar said, NA is looking to shine right now. It is not just about Sentinels. I'm gonna have to give a big shout out to version 1. I have to show them love. But you know what? You have to expect the unexpected. Jammies is gonna be in for Whippy, and like Vanity was talking about yesterday, there is such a big difference in playstyles. Even the agents. We're talking about a duelist compared to basically someone that runs the board on Viper.
Akhirnya another
See the level of
turnilan.
adaptation to see if version 1 and Sentinels, along with these other teams, can rise to the top. That's what I'm looking for. It's going to be the clash of the meta.
You know what I'm looking forward to most, fellas? That we are, representing all these different regions, and everyone's going to approach this with no bias, right, Achilles? No, everyone's going to be totally fair in their judgment of these teams, correct?
Dia nggak dapat slot, nggak tahu kenapa.
Yes.
Yes.
Gue kecilin suara casternya nggak bisa, cuy. Gila. Gimana caranya?
I'll try to keep it within some constraints, obviously. I'm hoping that NUTURN can show up. But that's mostly for the region. Like even if they don't go far, I just want the Korean region to be taken seriously, and I want people to see that they are going to be able to perform and attack FPS.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We'll be tuning in with them in a little bit. But not only do we have a $600,000 prize pool for Masters 2, we actually have a whole lot of circuit points that are going to be awarded to the 10 teams competing this week, with first place collecting 400 points. That is a fair amount, if I don't say so myself. And the action starts in the upper bracket today. First up is Europe's LATAM's Crew Esports,
kalau nonton yang Indo bisa dari itu tuh Valorant Esports Indo. Kalau mau nonton yang Indo, silakan.
We end the day with a banger. Brazil's YNG Sharks will be taking on NUTURN.
Ini mainnya di stage ya, terus ada penonton. Mainnya di stage tapi nggak ada penonton.
Some amazing games are going to be
Nggak boleh ada penonton.
Nggak boleh ada penonton.
Dan media tuh cuman yang dari Iceland.
Iya.
Dari luar Iceland nggak boleh.
Jadi kalau ada media misalnya dari luar Iceland, lu punya company di luar Iceland, lu nyari itunya pekerja orang Iceland berarti.
Watching the final against Liquid, they lost in split basically, right? They didn't have the split prepared. They basically played like a free duelist composition then, and that's something that Boser explained, that they didn't just have time to prepare, right? That fifth map. But now, 22 days of, well, I would say off time, right? But it's not an off time for Fnatic. They worked hard, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
They prepared all the maps. They go in here prepared with the huge map pool, something that Crew might be struggling with. And, Fnatic actually made a lot of changes to the lineup in the beginning, so they're coming in hot, right? They got 2 new players at the beginning of
Major
April.
buat global champion kan, betul.
2 new players at the end of March. So very similar timelines.
Orangnya ngomong dipantatin ya.
Iya juga ya.
Setting up metas, when they made basically
kayak yang film Wrath of Man kemarin.
Kenapa
harus di Iceland, Blay? Waduh. Kenapa ya? Nanti coba gue tanya kali, Blay.
Fnatic is one of those teams that is always prepared, always. And this is
Lampu
why I
belakangnya
feel like
dinyalain
will have a hard time against that.
Now, Veli, over to you, though. Want to get your thoughts on Fnatic and the kind of play we should be expecting from this line.
Ganteng dah, Blay, ya. Ganteng, Blay.
I love Fnatic. I think that they're going to be one of the best teams here when it comes to adaptability. And it's because they bring a plethora of different play styles, right? You take a look at Magnum Sky.
Lu kapan ke Iceland, Son?
And on maps
Berlin
like
ntar Berlin, Blay. Yang Berlin ntar ya, doain aja, Blay. Siapa tahu kan dikasih tiket gratis sama Riot.
Jerman.
Iya.
Jerman Berlin ya?
Iya.
It is so smart, but the thing is,
tapi mahal banget sih, tapi
they can flip the switch.
Jerman.
They can slow down the pace as well. Mystic on Viper you see it on the screen right now. He can slow down attacks like no other, and I really want to see if they can deal with Latin America's really fast and aggressive playstyle.
Yeah. Now, looking at the other side of the field, we got Crew from Latin America, who are the final team to qualify for this tournament. As we look at their roster, what are the expectations that we should have for this lineup, Achilles?
It's really tough to say. I think that a lot of people are coming into watching this event with very low expectations.
Mansen go to Berlin. Amin.
Of a team with just like the history of a region in a genre of esports. You know, granted, you know, Korea with TAC, FPS, that kind of stuff. I think that Crew is going to be a lot better than a lot of people might have anticipated. They clearly have their fundamentals down. They do study a lot of the
butuh berapa duit ya ke Berlin ya? 50 juta kayaknya deh.
Clash of styles here on the maps. We'll have to see what they've developed in the downtime getting ready
Be
for this event.
ke Iceland sama ke Berlin mahalan
A
mana?
little bit of a dark horse coming
Makan lebih mahal harusnya di Berlin. Berlin kota mahal banget kan. Kayak London dah.
Really exceed people's expectations and
Ya masak deh.
you know, the comfortable top
Iya, borendang ya. Borendang yang banyak ya.
Rendang abon, emang boleh?
Ya boleh lah.
Bawa rendang?
Boleh lah.
Bukan nggak boleh ya?
Boleh.
Bawa makanan yang berbau?
Boleh rendang. Papaku kemana-mana selalu bawa rendang aja.
Very young players coming from Crew Esports, right? They are all bit, if I'm not mistaken.
Ini kalah pulang apa poin? Ada lower bracketnya.
Playing on LAN already in Valorant, that's a huge advantage. Maybe something that Fnatic will not have, but at the same time,
Source Google
Abon
Jakarta
tahu,
Berlin 7 juta.
abon.
it's a very well balanced team in my eyes, but they're probably too easy to read for Fnatic. So they're gonna have a hard time because they only had 12 days of off
Tuh,
time
abon
to
sama
travel
nasi.
also to Iceland.
Ada
after
nasi ya
the
di Berlin.
finals against Infinity. So they might not have enough time to be
Nasi kayak nggak ada deh,
against
Nat.
Fnatic, and they start
Ada
over
sih,
such a
pasti
big
ada
match,
sih.
right?
Pasti
So
ada
this is
restoran
gonna
Indo,
be
cuma
a
susah dicari
big,
kayak.
big test ahead of
Dan
them.
pasti mahal banget.
And I
Restoran
hope
Indo
they're
tuh di luar
gonna
negeri
change up a
mahal-mahal
little
banget.
bit their
Buset.
pace that they were playing in the past, because they are a little bit on the slower side.
Kru dari
Fnatic is
Argentina
one
yang
of
punya
those
si Kun
teams that
Aguero.
preys
Betul.
on those teams that give them space.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a very unique approach play style wise here for
Kru jago banget cuy. Gue sempet nonton kemarin. Nonton dari ini loh, yang highlight.
That's looking to really put EU
Nggak, tapi Latam jago-jago banget cuy, asli.
at the start of Masters 2.
Well, the thing is, I think the biggest issue for Crew is the simple fact that they don't spread around the map much like you see with a lot of European teams. And Fnatic, they could funnel in and take advantage of that, right?
Tapi kayak jarang kedengeran ya
What I
Latam.
see what they do on Haven, which is Fnatic's
Ya karena
best map.
kita di sini.
There's a lot of utility synergy that we have. And it's going to be all about Delzik and his Astra. You can see those gravity wells try to
Oh, saya kayak NA tuh masih masih kedengeran gitu.
But they're gonna have to make sure
Latam
that
nih
Delzik
kayak
stay alive, because if Delzik
jarang
dies,
banget
that's a
diomongin.
big part
Ya
of the
sih.
utility game plan,
Correct, yeah.
and he's gonna have to bring it every single round.
Karena emang
We're going to see that
dikit
in a
aja sih
moment
kayak
here,
yang
folks. But be
ngomongin
sure to
Latam.
join in on the fun using the hashtag Verizon 5G All Chat, and we'll feature your tweets throughout today's broadcast. Should be a good time. Make sure you get out there and you're talking about the games. Speaking of socials, we had a poll on Valorant Esports, and fans believe that Fnatic will win today's matchup by 83%. Now it's time for our trusted analysts.
83% cuy.
Veli, we'll start with you. Let's just go down the line because I know we want to get into the matches. Who do you got winning this
Okay.
one?
Oh, Fnatic 2-0, no doubt about it, GB.
Wow. Okay, spice coming out of Veli.
Fnatic
Helios.
2-0.
I have to agree. I think this is
Daud
going to be
katanya
a 2-0. I
Fnatic.
think depending on what the map draft looks like, it might be a 2-1, but either way, Fnatic taking the win.
Okay, and Lothar, finally for you.
Well, if we would have 5 analysts here on the desk,
Guys, kalau kalian milih Crew apa Fnatic, Blay?
I'm gonna say Fnatic.
Sama skornya.
Sama skornya berapa?
All right, well, it's
2-0,
going to be some great
2-1.
games without a doubt, folks. But that is it.
Wah,
Are
gila,
you
soal
ready?
pilih
Because the
Fnatic.
games begin in
Crew mainnya
Reykjavík
agresif
right
banget asli.
now.
Dia YOLO banget Crew mainnya. Fnatic 2-0 Crew. Fnatic lah 2-1. Wih, ini apa nih? Oh, Riot Games. Udah pernah lihat gue. Gokil cuy, dibikinnya bagus banget. Stage-nya dong, gue pengen lihat stage-nya. Fnatic 2-0, banyak banget Fnatic semua. Ya udah, gue milih Crew deh. Nggak, gue seperti biasa, Blay. Kalau gue nobarin, gue milih map 3, ya nggak, Nanat? Please banget nih.
Iya, tapi map 3-nya terus siapa yang menang? Prediksi dong. Dari analisa kamu selama ini melihat Fnatic dan Crew.
Fnatic. Menurut
Berarti
juga
Fnatic
sih.
2-1.
2-1. Aku berharap ada 3 map,
Oke,
tapi
aku-
menurut aku Fnatic menang.
Aku juga berharap 3 map, Tapi aku megang kru 21.
Oke.
Ya, masa mau 22? Bagus banget kayak visualnya.
Bagus banget. Opening konten begini auto 1 miliar subs anjing.
Iya, tapi openingnya doang ditonton, kontennya kagak. Gila, keren banget.
Finalnya BO5. Ya. Lihat bracketnya di mana? Di Liquidpedia ada? Liquidpedia.
Visual. Iya, tapi dia invest di tempat yang benar ya sih?
Iya sih.
Itu something yang viewers bakal appreciate banget. Jadi worth it lah buat dia.
Merinding anjing gue ngeliatnya ini. Dibikin hype banget. Liquipedia bang, nggak ada D-nya. Oh iya ya. Ini ada babang scream. Anjay, dibikinin beginian loh per timnya. Mana nih yang bocah sea, bocah sea? Gokil.
Keren ya, nggak cuma foto doang ya.
Iya. Dibikinin video. Rezi Rekun.
NUTURN.
Tens ada nggak? Besok.
Sharks.
Version 1. Set. Nggak, tapi V1 sih Vanity-nya jago banget, buset. Vanity mah Zelsis udah nggak ada otak.
Ya?
Yang kalau nggak pakai race sama yang pakai Astra, buset jago banget, nggak ngotak asli. Version 1. Set.
Ini stage-nya. Anjir.
Anjay.
Wah.
Buset.
Merinding cu.
Stage-nya sih bagus banget. Merinding, goblok.
Merinding anjir. Ya, bayang kalau nonton di sana sehisteris apa ya?
Crew to kick things off. I can't imagine a better way to test out the global talent coming into this tournament. Fnatic, of course, deemed as the mad scientists of Europe, constantly evolving that meta, pushing boundaries, changing it up, and crew. I've not heard the word dark horse thrown around since 2013 Katy Perry. These boys are the real deal, and we've got to see what they can bring to the stage. And of course,
gila, Riot sih bener-bener totalitasnya gokil.
The map veto. What do these two teams
sampai subuh ini sampai pagi cuy. Di jadwalnya
jam 8.
Akhir jam 8.
Bangkunya sama tuh bangku.
You know, if you're playing Fnatic, you might want to take out Bind, but I'm of course not alone in bringing you
this. Gue juga punya, nggak usah tengil lo tapi itu secret lab yang buat master itu, lihat dah.
Iya, orang.
Gokil.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be a very exciting match.
Mau dong bang
kali. Riot nggak bisa custom.
Ya kan secret lab yang masuk ke Riot ya.
The improvements overall.
Ya kan minta dulu lo masuk sini tapi bikinin gue custom gitu.
The team really, there you go. No surprises. Straight away comes through. Is there
Iya,
permaban?
lantainya sih
Not
enak.
gonna see it all today, Lon.
As part to expectation, whether or not they've worked on that
Secret Lab Valorant. Ih, mau dong.
Crew gonna take away bind. A very good veto to start with so far. I think the
bagus
safest
banget
beginning.
bangkunya.
But this now leaves it up to crew to set the pace.
Riot, kalau nonton ini mau satu ya. Sumpah.
Yeah, and that's actually a more interesting one.
Gue jilat logo Valorantnya.
Fnatic come through and select here next.
Gila bang, gue bagus banget, goblok.
Actually gonna go ahead and pick attack on Haven as well. That's
not too unexpected, but it's okay. It's
Itu veto map berarti nggak boleh dipilih sama kru.
It does indeed. As again, expectations
Di band.
the map pool. Icebox coming through is an interesting one.
Fnatic nge-ban split. Kru nge-ban bind. Fnatic nge-pick itu. Nge-pick Icebox. Kru nge-pick Haven.
No slouches at all on that map, but definitely makes it interesting. I think Fnatic potentially
bagus banget, cuy bang gue.
open to expect the 2-0 closeout, Lauren, honestly.
Yeah, if it goes all
Dan lu nggak ngeliat nih, gue pakai baju Valorant, Blay, buset. Kurang sayang apa gue Valorant? Ini ngape, weh? Ngape dia ngaca ini?
Most aware that there was some faults, there were some flaws, and yes, in a best of 5 grand final,
Red Bull
you could see
keluarin,
them
Blay.
being
Nggak,
pushed. However, best of 3 to begin
ini
with,
dah.
they should be able to
Master
operate
nggak
comfortably.
Red Bull
But
ya?
again, for the people out there who
Red
depend too
Bull
much on
itu tadi
statistics,
ada
for example,
Red Bull juga.
they'll look at Icebox, they'll look at Crew and go,
Ada kulkas
they've
Red
got
Bull.
it sewn up in the bag, but it's only
Ada
3 played
kulkas.
games. Yes, they were
Wah,
good
Red Bull
games,
gue habis,
but
Blay. Gue
again,
habis
that's
mandi
within
Red
a
Bull
region
tadi
you
siang.
don't get to see too often, and this is the chance to actually see, are they
Mejanya gede banget ya.
what is that level of competition?
Ya kan ini.
These are all questions we can start reiterating once we
COVID.
get into the game. There's no point over hashing it. I know everyone's been out there kind of dedicated to the crumb trail. They've been trying to hoover up of both these teams. Oh, what's going to happen? But there is a real threat with Crew. I think Achilles said low expectations, and I almost disagree. I think they've actually got some quite high expectations from not only their region, but a lot of the analysts out there. I mean, you've got your plat chatters out there, you know, a couple of pieces and a couple of people.
Blay, sebelum game mulai, like dulu, Blay. Let's go, Blay. Like dulu, Blay, yang banyak. Lu share ke grup keluarga, ke Instagram, ke semuanya, Blay. Let's go.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? In terms of expectations.
Akhirnya ada turnilan Valorant, guys.
Effectively put the region on the map, right?
Bagus banget lantainya, buset.
Big kind of
Lantai rumah gue bisa nggak bikin kayak gitu?
Right word, to be drawn up against Fnatic as well. Like you said, we're taking inspiration.
Di dinding bisa nggak sih begitu?
From strategies, compositions, but this really is the real test. It's like, you know, can they do it better than Fnatic?
Di dinding bisa begitu nggak sih?
Isn't that just the quandary
Ya
on
bisa
most of
kalau
our
kamu
minds?
punya
And of
lampu
course, the players
sorotnya.
settle in. We will start looking towards the agent select.
Kan pakai lampu sorot. Ada programnya gitu setahu aku kalau pakai lampu sorot
Like,
ya.
can we be honest here? Like, I know we're doing the whole like hype thing, it's Masters, but like we're on land.
Bukan
We get to see
lantainya yang
regions
begitu,
now playing
enggak.
each other that
Itu lampu
can we-
sorotnya
you
di
can theory
programnya
craft and you
begitu.
can analyze, you can pour over the replays and you can
Lantainya
read
lantai
into what
biasa ya,
the
terus
will
itu
of
lampu
the
sorot yang dari
atas
atas
tuh.
ya?
real litmus test of okay, are Fnatic going to be able to get over those
Tuh yang
humps?
ungu-ungu lihat
Okay,
ya
it's a
lihat.
big point
Iya,
for
iya,
Nah
iya.
itu yang ke
They made
bawah.
big roster changes and it
buat
was
Tapi lampunya
bawah.
harus banyak
at
berarti ya?
least get to hit. But now they're on the stage, they're young guns. They brought in new firepower. It was a bit of a plug and play. As
tahu
Bosa
aku.
did say, it wasn't a super hard change up in that aspect, but still, it is
Wih,
new
kok dia pakai
players,
tulisan
new
Jepang?
environment. And well, they already said on the desk that Crew, they've already kind of, you know, I
Dia
guess had their mettle
ganti
tested
kart
in
dulu.
a LAN environment, and hey, they won the thing. So
Niat
this is
juga
going to be
dia.
a little bit of a telling sign as to what to expect in the bigger picture. And from what I've heard, Fnatic haven't been showing too much off here. They've been trying to keep a little bit of
Weh,
their practice
apaan tuh?
quiet when it comes to scrimming other teams at Iceland.
I think it's no secret that Fnatic are going to play their cards very close to their chest in this arc. But again, game one, day one, do we see Fnatic really dig deep in the playbook, bring out some of the, you know, that's Summon FC geekiness, right? That was initially what put them on the map.
Bikin kali Blay di
Whether or
kamar
not
ya?
we'll see it early on, I mean, really depends
Begituan
whether
ya?
or not Crew can test them.
Spek PC-nya
my
jelek,
honest opinion.
sejelek-jeleknya juga semuanya sama, Blay. Spek PC-nya begitu. Enaknya turnilan tuh begitu, Blay.
It's gonna be
Kagak lu delay, Blay, streamnya.
to
Gue delay,
decide
Blay.
between the two, and I don't envy
8 juta.
the analysts having to make predictions. So
Second.
I'm gonna just
Enggak lah, Blay.
not do it.
Kan bukan gue yang main.
So, you know, I'll just say I'm excited to see how it goes. But I'm trying to think of agent select here when it comes down to these maps. Now, of course, Fnatic were one of the teams that did bring the new meta into effect. They were one of the first to kind of highlight what can be used. However, they do shy a little away from
mereka di sana sempat buat
utilize her when needed. But constantly, it's a little bit of a here and there thing. For example, Brimstone gets brought in instead, and even said that they feel it's a little more viable in what they want to do with it. Do we think we're going to see any big meta changes on the agent
Kau bakal gadai kursi itu nggak buat kursi Secret Lab Valorant?
Kursi yang kamu kasih. Nggak aku gade lah, gila kali lah. VCT Master berapa total hadiahnya? Bisa beli pulau kayak Black kalau di Indonesia. Prize poolnya juara pertama $200.000, juara 2 $100.000, juara 3 $80.000, juara 4 $60.000, 5, 6 $40.000, 7, 8 $25.000, 9, 10 $15.000. Tapi itu lu dapat poin buat ke championship yang akhir tahun nanti.
Yes.
Any space at all in the early round, we know how quick Fnatic are to punish that.
$600.000 udah 7 miliar ya?
It seems as though they are just going to get themselves set up here. May take a second or two, but this does mean that you guys at home can start telling me your predictions. I always want to hear it. Use the hashtag, of course, get on Twitter. I want to know who you guys are predicting this. And don't just give me a name.
Berarti kalau 200.000
Give me a little reason as to why. Give me a little bit of a... See, look at this guy. See, you want to vote against him?
Banyak dah.
The moves.
49 bener.
There is something to be said about having someone like Boaster to lighten the mood for the team. These are young players, and we've said time and time again, we'll have to constantly go over because it is a big point.
Gubuk lu ya.
At this point, you do need someone who's going to be that emotional lift. And I think a couple of people were surprised seeing like Yampy, for example, it was like the vlogs that Liquid were doing, being such a huge element of a mood.
Juara satunya 200.000 cuy. 200.000 juara satunya. Totalnya entah berapa dah tuh. Tuh tambah-tambahin dah. 600.000 kayaknya total. Totalnya 600.000 ya bener. Juara satunya $200.000.
You gotta hope for Boast's sake they're all in the right place and the mindsets are right because it's gonna be hard to lift them back up if they do.
Gua Google kali ya biar lu pada ini ya, biar lu pada puas ya.
They have the structure and that's something we can't say enough. And I've got to say it,
$2.868.610.000 guys.
Phenomenal when it comes to that. They have that kind of surround to them. They have
nih ya, source-nya dari Google. 200.000 United States dollar equals to 2.868.610.000 Indonesian rupiah, guys.
We start talking kind of concerns or win conditions, right, Lauren? It's whether or not crew can really find value from some of these more unorthodox rounds. I mean, some of the biggest losses we've seen from Fnatic regionally have been versus teams that are able to really embrace the chaos of playing
yang champion kayak bisa jutaan dah.
Constantly round by round. Now for crew, they need to be able to nail those rounds consistently.
Yeah.
Nggak keganti layarnya, emang tidak mengganti.
Okay, so let's then talk about win conditions.
Itu yang hadiah master doang.
Hadiah master doang.
Don't worry, we know it as well. We're here with you, but it does mean we can
buat hadiah ini yang
more nonsense. Now, win conditions for, let's start with Fnatic, right? It's the easier go-to. We've seen them a lot, especially as we are more predominantly EU casters. So, in your mind, let's set the bar, right? Let's talk about those win conditions that get them this game, and then we'll flip the switch and talk about crew as well. What do you see being, let's say, 2 or 3 just very key components that would create that avenue for them to collect this victory?
I mean, honestly, the win conditions for Fnatic are being able to really nail those choreographed rounds. I think
masalah aku nggak nongol di ini dah.
Very, very difficult for a team to adapt
di live yang kategori Valorant.
We know the playbook is so deep for Fnatic.
Kalau dari HP aku ya nggak nongol.
From what I just mentioned, it's some of those unorthodox rounds.
Juara satu dibagi 5 lumayan sih, iyalah belum bonus-bonusnya lagi cuy. Dari tim, dari sponsor tim mereka. Tapi kan ada potongan ini juga.
Because they're so eager to try and condition the enemy team into doing certain things. If that doesn't happen, then it's almost like actually in terms of being versatile and adapting to those things, Fnatic have struggled in the past.
Okay. So then we'll take that as a starting point. Let's flip it to crew. Let's talk about what you see being potentially their gateway into this, because I think the map pool definitely caught your eye in that regard.
Yeah, particularly on Haven, it's going to rely a lot on crew finding value from kind of their default setup, because there's not a lot of contingency plans in crew's gameplay, right? It's very slow, it's very methodical, but they play very, very deep and they respond to any information they're given, right? But it's not usually, you know, 2 or 3 players coming in. There's not really any secondary layer to that default, right? As soon as they find contact, it's usually a 1-for-1 trade or a 2-for-1 trade. And actually, more often than not, when that doesn't go in their favor, it's very difficult for them to recover rounds.
Okay, so we'll keep our eyes on it.
tegang.
And I think this is something that could be a misconception for potentially some
Kagak, ini
people
pasti
who
dingin banget,
maybe
cuy.
overwatched
Gue
previous
yakin
games,
banget ini
previous
dingin
FPS
banget.
titles, especially, you know, the likes of CS. When you think LATAM, when you think of these sort of regions, you think hyper-aggression. However, I don't think crew necessarily play to that. They play a very considered game style. Now, for me, when I think about this, I also then consider, well, how often do they get tested in that region? How often does someone know what they're doing, have a counter to it, and potentially run it themselves? I'd say Fnatic play very much a similar aspect of game as their opponents do.
Jagoin siapa lah di VCT Islandia ini lah?
Mismatch of playstyle.
Enggak ngejagoin siapa-siapa. Gue pengen lihat game-game seru.
And that's my big point that I'm going to be looking for is when things either get worked out, get considered, get maybe even countered, where's that next step going to come from?
And also,
emang stage-nya juga nggak dibikin buat ada ini
really going to be tested
penonton.
We know once, you know, Fnatic are able to set the pace and take rounds on their terms, then they just continue to punish. They could put you in a stranglehold and things really, really spiral out of control. So, you know, Fnatic are playing confidently.
Lihat dong facecam-nya aja di cable management
on their defensive half.
And expectation-wise, let's kind of drill it in on map 1, which would be Haven, if I'm not mistaken. Where do you see this? Let's talk about kind of expected favor of map, right? Like, let's just kind of, I guess, take account for results and kind of ignore the fact of potentially the different regions having varying results. One may look a little stronger and one may look a little weaker potentially if they have better opponents, for example. However, would you say this map is favorable heavily towards one side? Do you expect to win there, or do you think this could be?
Wah, gue nggak ngerti lagi sih kalau kesana.
I think Haven will be.
Gue lagi cemen banget sama dingin, nggak tahu kenapa.
I think that comes down to just the way in which they're able to improvise in the early round. And again,
asli suhu biasa aja masih
dingin on defense. The fact that they're starting on attack, actually, I think is more of a concern for crew, right? Because they play very, very deep. They play very, very reactively. Which with a team like Fnatic, you give them an inch, they will take a mile, and they will continue to push and exploit those gaps.
No, I'm with you on that. And the results say somewhat the same. I mean, take what you want from that game against Liquid. It was a good look for Fnatic.
Para TSM gue bilang, TSM qualifiernya aja kagak masuk, cuy.
I've watched bits and pieces of crews.
Kagak lolos TSM.
We've all poured over the same old, I guess, footage, right? We've all seen the game against Infinity, especially, and it was a good game. Their Astra looked solid. I liked what they did with the utility on Killjoy, for example. I'm curious to see what roster they bring out. I don't know how many times they've run that Astra kind of Killjoy look that they brought in that Infinity game. However, it could be time to now see them refining that, for example, because yes, the boys didn't mention on the desk, they haven't had as much time to maybe acclimate to these opponents or maybe kind of work out and flesh out more of that idea, but they seem to play it very well. They really understood the theory. I do want to know how deep their understanding can go now.
Yeah, I think really, that's it. And coming back to the map pool briefly, obviously, I mean, crew didn't actually play Icebox across challenges, at least the final stages. It's like, actually, some good news there. Somebody's got into game there, Lauren.
We do like to see that. It does mean that Agent Select won't be too far away, or at least we'll get to have confirmation on what they went for, hopefully any second now, and there we go. So right into Agent Select, of course, brought to you by Prime Gaming. Now, anything standing out to you here? I'm going to leave this one to you. Just briefly run me through anything that catches your eye.
Nothing actually standing out too much. I mean, expectations-wise, potentially, yeah. It's a slight adjustment on the side of crew from maybe what we're expecting. And actually on the side of Fnatic, a little bit of switch up as well. Potentially.
Apa ini map pertama tadi?
Looking to pull something out of the bag here. I mean, I said I wouldn't expect it in game 1, but it might actually be on the cards here for Fnatic. Is just about to get game 1 underway.
Mulai coy.
All right, deep breaths. We are about to dive into game 1
Killjoy
of Masters.
Killjoy pakai Killjoy.
Facing off against the EMEA the European side, of course, of Fnatic here, going to kick things off, and it'll be Crew on the defensive side and Fnatic on the attack. And you've got to keep your eyes on those young guns coming in. You've got your Durka, you've got Magnum. These two are heavy hitters. And it looks like a quick piece to begin with. Already Durka just going to put his body on the line, fly right in towards the site.
Actually come through, yeah. It's 2 for 1 in favor of Crew, actually, and BNJ actually going to find another one, and we'll find the third. Doma falls now down to just Magnum as he comes up short. He'll come through, try and swing on. We'll get that headshot through. Tag down to about 70 HP. A lot left to do, and Klaus actually going to close that one out. And actually, like you said, a very fast piece coming through towards A side, but well handled by Crew, in particular BNJ.
Fnatic, did you just try and go quickly against a LATAM team? Fnatic? Hey? No. Don't be doing that. Don't be hold your horses here. But a great start, and I think that just proves the firepower that we know is with this region specifically. But we have to now see what they can keep doing down the line. This will bring the economy favorably, and of course we get to see the new UI as well. Look how cool this looks. You get to see everything. This is great, but also huge shout out as we are going to be seeing a bit of a lighter investment, no armor to supplement the Sheriff, some bits and pieces for Fnatic, whereas Crew, of course, going on the full-on SMG buy-up. Unless Fnatic start to turn some of this, we can kind of give a big shout-out to our observers as well. Prius, Sapphire, and Yeti bringing you all the action live from in-game, and you gotta love your observers. They're the ones that make it look damn good. Exactly, right? Like, can't mess around with that. But into the game we go. Looking at the utility usage, this looks very similar to what I came to expect, at least watching Crew's previous games coming into this tournament, especially Delzik being such an integral piece playing in towards Garage, and I'm sure Fnatic have looked over the same things, but Doma going to claim a quick kill out of nowhere. BNJ, the danger man from the last round, is now down.
It's on the back of actually a lot of presence shown on the side of Crew. I mean, BNJ and Axa actually showing their face to everyone. Hey, Delzik now just anticipating Magnum drifting through.
Apa facecam gue mau pindahin kanan sini ya?
Contact on A.
Yeah.
If they just go subtle now, yes, Nexa does find one, but they're going to lose position on long. This is where they could maybe overwhelm, but no! Out of nowhere, the huge deny, shut down. There was so much opportunity for maybe a spike plant, get a little bit of a punish, maybe take away some of that economy, but now it's just in tatters. Magnum, great player, but this one, way out of check.
Gila, enak banget sih tapi ini Crew. Dia
nice
defender.
From Crew. And I love actually just in the early round.
Agentnya, agent nge-hold semua cuy.
The fact that Fnatic are going to come in, try and take close contact in sewers, just throwing the wall down, just to put the brakes on. We know obviously
suaranya cukup kan?
Fnatic like to get early round control in terms of forward to this. Lines up perfectly here, and the last comes through.
Suaranya cukup gak? Apa kurang gede?
Able to trade that one out. That's a little weapon switch onto the classic for the last. A really nice round from Nagzat.
Okay, so we do have the rifles. Now we do at least have the, what we like to call the bonus round for Crew, so they will be sticking on the lighter purchase.
Gila, ada skin-skinnya kelihatan gitu juga.
Should be, this should be a Fnatic round, but let's see what damage could be done by Crew here. So far,
kekecilan. Ini gue gedein dikit.
Release the shoulder peek towards long, and that's going to get Durka at least on notice, but they are still holding a default for Fnatic.
Mungkin buat adik-adik yang congenya masih banyak ya, ini aku gedein sedikit.
Di kamu warnanya kayak rada abu-abu gitu nggak sih?
Anticipating them trying to convert these weapons.
Enggak, dia aku normal.
Nggak se-vibrant kalau kita main.
Dari sananya ini dari Twitch.
Information nonetheless through sewers.
Rada abu-abu ya.
That's going to force a drift away from a science aggression elsewhere.
Warnanya nggak terlalu terang gitu ya.
Iya, nggak vibrant.
Komentatornya matiin, Blay. Buset, di penjara nanti gue, Blay. Gila lu ya.
Boaster starting to build towards, at least indicating the hit may be coming through. You can see the utility put towards A. He's facilitating that. Maybe a quick flank for him. BNJ, though, going to get all the information. And the dash does come out from Durka. He's on the side. The snap comes in. No damage done yet for Crew. And here comes that lurk from Boaster. Lovely work from him. Good read on these rotations. Going to be outnumbered now. Needs to keep that rifle if they want to keep this clean.
Yeah, Klaus comes through, pinched perfectly, so we get one upgrade here.
Biasa nggak bisa.
Consider coming through and finding, or trying to find a little more damage. You creep through A-Link, but the wall down
dari sananya begini, dari streamingannya. Nikmatin ya, Blay.
To make it a little harder for them to come through and find it here. Maybe just try and keep some of Fnatic on the site to die to the spike, but I don't think anybody's really going to make any moves here, Lauren.
No, this is... Klaus can keep that rifle. Delzik, if he could get an exit or two, that's kind of the game plan. Not gonna be able to get any Fnatic out of there. Actually does get a little closer. Nah, no one to be found. Gonna just opt for the spikes way out, and Klaus can at least bring that through to the next round. I guess this is a tick in the box for Fnatic. They did do a nice clean round. They kept 4 rifles up. They convert and get themselves on the board. Crew did a little bit of damage. I'm sure they'd have liked a little bit more out of that.
Yeah.
You know, if they could have cost them a couple more rifles, that
Di
could have been
Valorant
huge
Indo
for the
normal
economy.
warnanya.
But
Kagak ini
this
gue
is as we expected. Now we get to the fun
Sama
part,
kayak
right?
gitu
This
juga
is
kan?
where it gets a little bit more interesting. Is this first real buy round coming in?
Silakan Blay kalau
And
mau
what does
nonton di
Crew
sana
look
nggak apa-apa
like
kok.
in these? Because we know what
Kalau
Fnatic
emang
look
warna
like. We've
lebih
seen a
bagus.
little bit more of them. It's kind of been tried and tested to an extent, but
Ada tim
Crew
liquid,
are a
ada.
little less of a known quantity.
Bayangan gotak-atik nih.
Indeed, it's
Burungnya
straight
nggak
out sky
hijau.
flashes at least on A here.
Yang di
Next,
sana juga
once
sama.
again, set up to greet this aggression. I'm sure actually doubled up with
Buset.
Hellblazer. Durka will find it.
Yeah, Dirk is looking pretty loose here. That's great for him as well.
Berani
Just that
banget itu main
confidence is
jetnya.
key. Young players starting off really well, building up confidence could be massive. So that's a big work for him. The Seekers, as you highlighted, going to come through, and it doesn't give too much really at this point. Sky is left to isolate and kind of hold A on their own. And you can see the kind of causation and the effect now of just being that player down. And Fnatic looking elsewhere for that next step. Delzik could be on the chopping block, but he's solid at holding this.
Wih, warnanya begini banget
Other
ya,
than the first
coklat.
blood, I was gonna say, other than the
Papa,
first blood, it's a big
nikmatin
win
aja,
there
Blay.
for Fnatic. They could drift away with the Seekers invested also.
Grafiknya jadi kelihatan lebih real. Ini
From
kayak
Crew
Ini
actually going to come over.
Boaster.
B&J and now trying to tuck in towards
All the timing.
sandbags.
Booster crosshairnya hitam ya?
Yeah, timing works out so perfectly for
Buset,
Fnatic.
itu
They're gonna
Jet
get everything
jago
going for
amat.
themselves. And once again, that constant pressure now in the back of their minds, that mid lurk coming out from Boaster, but Klaus with a really good shot towards Durka denies that quick start. Now it's going to at least kind of slow them down for a second, cause a little bit of a pause for thought, but the rest of the site's going to be swarmed, but Klaus denies! A huge 3K from him. Those 2 kills were integral, and now Boaster feels like a mile
Ini udah
away.
benar-benar-
The spike's now going to be lost. Boaster has to pick up the pieces. Finding Delzik is the first step. Klaus a little less than ideal on HP. Big work from Boaster. This is scrappy, and somehow Fnatic pull it back.
ini dia Blay kelas
Great
dunia.
recovery. On that, Klaus does absolutely fantastic to find all those kills over on A, but somehow, I mean, I thought Boaster was potentially going to be lost in that lurk. There was a moment where, again, the situation comes through where they're able to potentially pinch him in B, but he somehow finds both of them through A link.
Serem banget, cuy.
That's kind of a miracle, a blessing for Fnatic to close that round out with how things went down on A side, because they lost the spike as well, Lauren. It was deep on the site.
I thought that was done for, but yeah, Boaster pulling it out of nowhere for this, and that's a huge bonus for these boys, having your IGL not only operating on that sort of level, but also bringing it through in the game as well. So, already dug
Ini nih enak nih ditonton nih Blay.
that economy looking healthy for him. Going to depend on the knives out for this one. Of course, on the other side, we do have Sheriff's a little bit of armor around it as well. Klaus and Nagzek going to at least opt for light armor and the rifle in the hands of Mazzino.
Playing much deeper this time around, and Fnatic kind of leaning towards Garage initially. I guess just trying to
Ya
get a
ini
feel
first
for
map
whether or
dan
not
first
there's a
match.
stack anywhere,
Game pertama
lesser weapons,
dan map
trying to
pertama.
close the distance and get the most value out of them. But 50 seconds left and no real moves made by Fnatic as they now look to creep towards the entry of B. Now there is an alarm bot there, so Crew are going to have an opportunity to recover, should they? But Klaus actually going to spot both members out outside B. A little bit of damage goes through, but no kill.
5-5-5-5 tuh.
Yeah, the Viper will
Kena
at
dua
least
orang.
temper what could have potentially built off that Sage wall, but there's
Dia
Magnum
nge-wall
still
B,
fighting.
tapi
The
masuknya
Danger
cik
Man who did have the rifle, that won't be
gokil.
able to be filtered back.
Ketarik
Now
orang
look at
Garage-nya.
potentially the damage to the economy, and at the moment they're not finding too many chances. Dirk is going to slowly fall away from this, get himself the rifle that was lost, so at least going to keep everything tickety-boo for them. And the last 3 still just looking for a chance to do some damage here, and really Fnatic aren't giving them many opportunities.
Sampai jam berapa nggak tahu.
Now find
Sekuatnya.
themselves a 3v5 retake here, and not an awful lot left to do. Once again, I just looking to get some damage on both the catches. Tags inside. Garage Durka comes through. The pinch is
Nggak ada, nggak ada
perfect.
tim Indo, nggak
Magnum
ada.
close things out. Delsic falls and
Ada tim sehat tapi
flawless
extend.
round there from Fnatic.
Tim Indo kemarin ada
Really,
Nexel
really
sama
well
Bungee.
ya?
done. Once again, like
Iya, cuma
taking
satu.
all the time
Udah masuk
that it needs
SEA
to
qualifier tapi.
in mid,
Udah bagus banget.
anticipating that aggression from Crew, and it never actually came through. It's only really Klaus taking contact on B that, on both sides of the coin there was the turning factor. As soon as that comes through, Fnatic lean back in towards Garage. They know that nobody's holding close there. It leaves C wide open.
Rapi banget asli Fnatic mainnya.
Double stack on short.
Lihat dah. Skin-skinnya ada cuy sekarang. Gokil, keren banget.
See if they maybe get a little bit aggressive. It's going to be Durka on the other side as well. So
kemarin nggak ada, cuma Vandal biasa aja.
Durka is on today, and he's going to double down on it as well. Massive entry work from Durka. And you can see the pace he's going to work with. He knows the two that have been playing the site. Yes, Klaus does lean over here, but with it being so quick and so successful, they've got it all. This is a wrap in my mind. They're already backing away towards this.
Yeah, 30 seconds in, you see already crew have gone all the way back towards C site. Just going to give this one up. Maximum progress. Actually, I'm just going to retrieve the orb as well. They know they've got the time and the space to do so.
I mean, I wonder how good's Fnatic's money at this point? Could they go for a chase to get some of these guns away?
I think at least 3 of them, are going to have the opportunity to come, but whether or not Fnatic want to punish this. I mean, Doma's now 1 away from the res. Durka 3 out of 6 on the Blade Storm as well. Could potentially come through and get a little more ult progress, and like you said, punish the economy of crew even further. And utility-wise as well, if you look at crew, other than the 2 snake bites, see, going to be a little bit of a repurchase here. Fnatic do creep towards Garage. Might just take a little poke. I don't think they'll try and commit to this.
Yeah, you can see Delzig desperately trying to hold on to this. Doesn't want to lose these rifles. 3, you can kind of spread the wealth around and kind of drop out the rifles, maybe try and build up a bit of a buy around it, but we're also going to highlight Mazino and Delzik off to a bit of a quiet start. Mystic the same, but again, if you're facilitating the pieces of Sky, I don't mind too
Viper,
much.
Astra, Sky, Sage, Killjoy.
The hits haven't really been coming their way.
Viper towards that di sini masih 50, berkurangnya udah 30 ya?
A little bit of a half buy towards C, but still, I'd like to see them both finding a little bit of form just to see the full power of crew. Because right now, Fnatic are starting to look comfy. Like, the money's getting a little bit too comfortable for me. You've got 8.4, 6.3, 7.7. They're starting to get all of it building their way. So hopefully they can maybe find an answer to this. And I don't know how you shut down someone like Durka, who's just already off to a belting start. Yeah. The man is just flying through this.
And I mean, the big thing is economy-wise now, Fnatic can start taking a few more risks, right? They now have a little bit of freedom to play around with things on the attack. As I assume we do have a little bit of a tactical pause coming through.
Kalau bisa streamingin ini, izin cuy ke rakyatnya. Lo kalau mau izin, kalau mau streamingin izinnya dulu.
Again, look towards the new guys for Fnatic. Yes, we can talk about LAN experience.
Sebenarnya bisa-bisa aja sih lo nggak izin, cuma
but for me it's a huge positive because I was saying to see Durka, you know, put on
kita izin aja
together a couple of kills
dokumen
earlier. I guess regionally would have been the concerns, right?
Pakai tanda tangan. Ini lebih ribet izinnya daripada yang nontonin
transition from the roster changes.
Buat yang Indo sama yang saya kemarin.
Now, the thing that comes to my mind as well, and this is something that I guess you can talk about when it comes to younger players especially, is
sebenarnya ya lo tinggal izin
a
aja
couple
sih.
of good rounds can make.
Nggak
That
ribet.
confidence that, oh no, I'm good. Like I've got that hot hand today, everything feels fine, like I'm smooth, I'm feeling the game out. And for Durka to have a good beginning, that's just a huge confidence boost for him. That means that suddenly all that pressure that maybe he was feeling, just going to be alleviated instantly. Just going to be feeling out the game. If he keeps that up, fantastic for him. That's a really big tick in the box for Fnatic. Now for crew on the other side, I think I want to see what answers they come up with here. I want to see how they try and deny these stunning entries from Durka. I mean, the guy's found form early and it's hard to deal with. We've seen other teams having the same problem. Trying to shut down
taktikal ya,
big boys on
pada
the
jalan
entry,
semua.
right? It's not an easy thing to instantly counter. There's something about it. You know, you've got Yampy doing something similar as well.
Bedanya apa?
Kalau teknikal biasanya ada masalah gitu loh.
And the problem is the other side of what we just saw with that little bit of aggression into sewers.
Tactical lagi. Tactical tuh kalau nggak salah dapat 1 deh, 1 kali pause, 1 tim. Ya buat taktik.
10.000 dari SenTP 46. Pesan Senhari. Ini yang main berapa tim?
Hari ini main berapa tim? Ada 3 match, 6 tim berarti. Muka lu ngalangin Blay, silakan tonton di tempat lain Blay. Kalau nggak mau ada muka gua.
How quick and how well rehearsed.
Banyak kok itu yang nobarin izin gak izin, nobarin dari rakyatnya langsung, silakan.
Again, they don't even need to rely on that. They just need to rely on Durka kind of going in and bread and butter playing entry.
Kalau turnilan sama online ada perbedaan yang signifikan kah? Set, jauh banget cuy perbedaannya. Kayak
thank you observer. He's just Yeti's like no, we're going up.
Kayak gimana buset jauh banget dah.
But
yang lu lihat jago turni online di LAN itu bisa goblok.
Tactical. So yeah, I was like, well, this is a long one, but hopefully it all gets resolved nice and quick. Again, I'd rather have these players at 100% than anything less. So we can kind of maybe take a step back, and I'm gonna be honest. The start of this, the first couple of pistols are like, oh my, these boys built different. They've got some wild aim, and they did. And Fnatic coming in with that mad aggression on the pistol, I was getting a little nervous if I'm honest with you, but it seems to have kind of fallen into the right place. At least with Durka, but yeah, I'm looking to see if Crew to maybe get some. It's hard to find an answer though. Like we talk about, okay,
justru tuh 1000 orang di sini mau liatin Mansennya doang aja.
Against Durka, you're going to be met by sheer force, and it seems
like
so we're about on the rest of the map. But bear in mind, Fnatic are holding a good throughout this, so it's going to be tricky for them to find that kind of avenue of approach. You could sit deep on the site potentially, make Fnatic take side control, but these boys are solid at executions. They have really good set pieces. This is where I think we were always constantly going to ask the question, we highlighted at the start,
extend bisa sih sebenarnya jadi kuda hitam.
When it comes to being pushed out of their comfort zone, because we
kalau nggak tim Korea, soalnya tim Korea udah biasa turnilan.
But if they start being pressured, how deep is that answer? Do they have that strat book, that little bit of kind of maybe a go-to that they could maybe look towards?
Oh, yang kualifikasinya Korea itu ya, LAN ya?
Again, I was call it a criticism if you like, but talking about Crew not having kind of a contingency plan behind their default, just a small thing like Magnum always playing that flank control, always having the turret outside, garage double doors and being there. The thing is, Fnatic are always ready to react on that. Every time they fight for this A lobby control or A long control,
sama gearnya worse. Ya semuanya juga begitu Blay, alasan mulu tuh bocah.
And actually just
dari zaman CS
as soon as they then don't fight for A lobby control, you got the problem with then it's potentially 3 or 4 players stacked up outside garage.
Kalau turnilan cacat anjing fans. Lo tonton dah turnilan CSGO dia. Sama lo tontonin kalau dia turni online bucet jauh banget. Makanya gue nggak se-hype orang-orang yang bilang kayak Sentinel bakal jago banget di Iceland. Soalnya ini turnilan cuy. Dan tumpuan Sentinel kan fans ya. Nah fans tuh banyak banget historinya cuy dari zaman CSGO.
Unfair, unfortunate. I just get my little sippy
cups. Turnilan gitu bisa sambil nyebat nggak bisa dong bang.
At this point we do have to talk bigger picture because
nggak bisa dong.
Nah itu tuh perbedaan signifikannya.
Itu perbedaan signifikan. Fans online-nya Blarian bilang
gitu. 25.000 dari Imangki pesan Blay. Ini pro player bisa bawa apa aja? Keyboard, mouse, PC disediain ya. 50.000 dari Magong pesan bisa punya pacar lucu kayak Nanat gitu, apa resepnya Blay?
Resepnya sperma berkualitas Blay. Lu terlahir tampan dari sperma berkualitas, bisa lu dapat cewek lucu kayak Nanat. Oh, kalau turni ya, dari pengalaman gue nih ya, turni di Thailand waktu itu, gue bawa keyboard, mouse, headset, mousepad, udah PC disediain.
He puts on a show, you know, the dance moves. There's so much to go through.
Sama apa turnilan?
As said, I think for me when I look bigger picture now,
apalagi kalau
if Fnatic can deliver in this, I think at least we know.
Bangun jangan telat.
Iya, sama kalau turnilan bangun jangan telat, Blay. Gara-gara telat gue nggak jadi ke Thailand bawa nama tim gue, bawanya buat tim nama orang lain.
It was pretty dicey before that, but it does seem as though we're back underway, so I will shut the hell up and start talking about the game in front of us, because yes, there's the timer. Look, I wait until you see the timer go down and like, alright, no worries, here we go.
Nggak kelihatan apa tulisannya, Blay.
4-2 here.
Secret Lab, Blay.
It's hard to bring myself back
sama
in.
Blay, kayak PC Master ini, Blay.
Adaptation from Crew. Their money is in a little bit of a spot of bother. They have 2 SMGs now to supplement those 3 rifles.
Pesan buat ngejin ke Thailand, tetap jadi tapi cuy, cuma nggak bawa nama ini, nggak bawa nama tim gua. Itu wall sage gua tuh dari kemarin main di HP.
Boaster showing a little bit of presence over towards C now.
Jauh
That's
banget.
going to bring one player in the form of Delzik over towards site. Doma actually.
Kata Tens dia nggak boleh ganti mouse di sana. Ya kalau dia nggak boleh berarti yang lain juga nggak boleh. Ya udah terima aja buset. Manja bet Tens.
Well. So this is really interesting here.
Onliner anjing Tens.
Now don't look as if they have a good read on the setup. And nobody from crew really overstepping the mark, leaving an opening.
You can see the information wanted to be garnered by BNJ.
Soalnya dari di CSG ini ya, buset, Tens online-nya jago banget Blay, buset. Pas ngelan ya Allah.
So this is pressure across the board. Now look at this misplay, look at this misread, potentially coming out from crew. Yeah, they're committing to these rotations towards B, but that spike is slowly creeping up through A long. This is sick work. Now they need Durka to at least be the kind of tip of the spear in this. Now look at that perfect bait and switch. Put all that attention towards C.
Gila, Fnatic mainnya
coy. Up towards A. That's stunning, but there is a chance of a retake here for crew.
And Boaster way deep still on C
long.
Lo
megang mana? Gue megang Fnatic tapi gue mau ada map 3 tapi.
Be the front man, like you said, the tip of the spear, the Sage Wall, and actually counter lockdowns on both sides, both invested here, so it's going to be chaos on the side. Boaster got to come through, potentially shut down that lockdown, Lauren.
You got 5 seconds. One's been shut down, the other's still going 2-on-1. So that does mean crew's gonna have to get out of there. Detained. 2 players now caught up in this. Fnatic re-aggressed. You can see a Magnum just takes the ball by the horns. Huge work from Fnatic. Denies the retake with a perfect execution. Every analyst, every fan of the thinking man's Valorant will adore what we just saw.
Yeah, beautiful. And actually in the early round,
again, defense
like I said, Fnatic didn't look as if they'd got a good read on the setup from crew, but they run it out long enough. They show presence on both sides. And actually utility invested now. The Astra
ngebuang skill, ngebuang ultinya Astra. Terus cuma modal Sage sama Jet doang tadi ke gaming banget, buset.
Keren, dia mikirnya gila udah di ulti, pasti kesana. Ulti anjir yang dibuang.
Gaming buset.
Oh, that was gorgeous. I could watch that time and time again. Durka gonna be
ini nggak usah pakai Yoru, udah kena trust issue.
Looking like a glass cannon, but he'll be just fine with that op. So the first time we're gonna see the op coming out for him. A bit of a hybrid when it comes to it. We kind of highlight it on the likes of Icebox, which I'm sure we'll talk about, how varied he can be in that approach. But for now, the first time we get to see it here, so look and see if he can maybe punish, but it was a little dicey when you're playing it up against the...
Ini cuma kalau udah begini, gue udah nggak bisa pakai alasan ini, buset anjing, musuh gue gaming buat gaming. Ya emang udah di turn ya, udah pasti gaming. Gue udah nggak bisa ngebacot begini nih, Blay. Kalau gue main di sini.
Fnatic still have about a minute to play with, so Durka's still happy to be the first one forward. And Delzik trying to find the timing just right, but Magnum's the timing. That could have been bad, but it wasn't. We're fine.
Bisa crosshair item.
This sort of thing I was talking about here. Magnum having complete control outside double doors makes it so difficult for any aggression. As I say that, Nag's going to find 2 on the way in. Doma and Boaster actually trade back, but damage done on the side of crew as Fnatic try and bully their way onto B site.
There's a little bit of danger in this. BNJ does at least have light armor in that, but now he's gone. It's done
nice
for
try.
Doma. Gonna find Delzik and
gua ambil ini dulu. Bentar. Ngambil minuman segar bentar, Anak.
Doesn't look as though it will be. For now, across the board, there was a little bit of danger, sure, but it was dealt with immediately. The trade did come back in eventually after that nice little 2-play pickup, but at 6-2, we can't be looking at bits and pieces anymore. You can't be looking at, but that was a nice shot. No, we got to see a little bit more than just that. As you can see, that was Doma just shutting it down at the end. All the contingencies in place. But at 6-2, as said, we can't look at those small wins for the economy. Yeah, this is getting a little bit rough. Oh, and Durka's got so much room. Coupled with that Astra utility, he can just start building up on this one. Going to try and back away a touch, get the utility work down before he has to get involved here. Sky going to at least slow down the progress, but Magnum's got his back, and in we go already. Fnatic just bullying their way through. This is just brazen aggression, and crew don't know what to do with it.
And the problem here, I mean, this is the sort of pace change we talk about with Fnatic, where they sit in the default for so many rounds and they show little bits of presence here and there that they'll just stack up as 5 and, like I said, just bully their way onto A site here. Isolating Nags perfectly on long. BNJ, nothing really to do there with 2 players stacked up in sewer as well. It's beautiful from Fnatic. Magnum actually. Oh, there's pants down in the window there. Got to respect it with 10 HP now.
He's fine. Boaster, help me out, dude. I don't want that fight. Actually, tell a lie, he's gone. Oh,
he's still challenged.
He had 10 HP, dude. He had 10 HP. What's going on?
But this is the sort of thing I was talking about, right? You can put this under the banner of, you know, unless you're set up to deal with just how many different looks Fnatic have, it's so difficult to find, you know, map control in the early round. And, you know, early on, the things that I kind of like to see was this wall on contact in sewers, right? I mean, we haven't even talked about Mazzino's setup here. The default with the Viper wall coming all the way across B entry, covering sewers, and then also A long. It should give them a lot more control than they're getting. They're not really finding anything from that. So I do want to see a little bit of an adaptation, a little bit of a switch up.
Ada apa tadi,
Because
Nanat?
it looks as if Fnatic have got a couple of different ways to address this formation from Crew, and I'll be honest, right now Crew don't look as if they have enough in the playbook to stop Fnatic.
No, and this was the worry that I think we came into this with, was they seem to understand some of the concept. They run very similar compositions, but how deep is that knowledge of actually executing those ideas? And Fnatic are just flexing on them now. This is a big display from the boys, and it should be a bit of a call to the rest of the tournament saying, well, no, Fnatic are very much the real deal. They look solid. Delta can be forced away from Garage for now. Magnum can start progressing through if desired. You can see the Sky Flash to help out. Boaster be the first man forward, and Delzik does get spotted, but Boaster doesn't look phased by this at this point.
It's just anticipating somebody peeking through from window, but nothing. Actually, Delzik and Mazzino, they come through, try and clear through Garage.
Ya, harusnya mah gampang ya di
solo, so
Iya.
Just catch Boaster, he does indeed. Seekers come through, so got to back away now. But the damage is done. First blood in favor of Crew.
Yeah, brilliant timing on that, but there's that mid low coming out from Durka this time rather than Boaster. It does get shut down by Nagzit, but there's the res on both sides now invested. Back up to a 5v4. Durka still lost, of course, but Boaster still looking to try and progress through. Garage finds Delzik this time, double down on it, looking for the trouble on it. Boaster is a madman right now. Insane work from him. And Mazzino is a mile away from trying to deny this. Maybe he can find one of them, but can he deny the plant? No, Magnum's got the back, and there it is. Fnatic just flexing now.
Boaster. That was beautiful. But also, just talk about it a little bit earlier on than that. Delzik kind of being isolated in Garage. The Seekers get invested, and as soon as that presence is shown, Fnatic try and lean away. They see the two Seekers go directly towards C site. They try and isolate that one player on B. This first peek here, beautiful shot.
Ini map
itunya siapa sih?
As well, mapnya siapa? Crew apa Fnatic?
Fnatic starting to feel themselves, Lauren.
Yep. The confidence is looking sky high. They're starting to just, it's like everyone's just having that on game here. They've started, it was a little bit of a shaky start. They lost the first two, but by that point, once those rifles came out on deck, it has been pretty much flawless at this point. And we do have the op back out.
Ini Crew kan? Aku juga ingatnya ini Crew.
With this, it does seem as though, yep, Viper going to invest in towards C, just going to lock that down. Pretty standard at this point.
Yang nggak boleh bawa mouse cuma 10 sama semua player, nggak mungkin cuma 10 doang dong.
We're 10 rounds in and we haven't seen Crew kind of dip their toes any further than the top of shore.
Bener kan Crew Heaven, Fnatic Icebox.
And it's the only area of the map. I mean, yes, you could say, Garage and C.
Maybe attacker duluan.
Double stack. Might find one actually. Yeah, Magnum good for the trade though.
Karena kayaknya dia jago defense.
The spacing's okay. A little bit of a shame to lose both like that, but Durka's going to be just fine finding Klaus. You can see Mazzino, yeah, you can check C long, but that's not where the problem really lies at the moment. And Fnatic have good map control. BNJ still going to be dedicated towards long.
Esports main.
Chance to maybe find one on this, the shoulder peak, and then the rear breast is going to force him off the angle. But Fnatic keeping the opponents guessing. They show towards A. They've now hit towards B potentially. This is still very much up in the air. It looks like that commitment towards B now comes in. Durka up on top, but Nagzit does finally have a good read on this. Getting a little bit trickier, but Doma going to at least keep the site safe. Spike going to go down. A 3v2 post plant.
And BNJ actually spotted out here. Maybe isolated in window. Mazzino got to get something done to draw the pressure away from BNJ. Will actually find Magnum off screen somewhere. Mazzino comes through, going to clear all the sides. So They should know that. Actually, they've got a decent pinch opportunity.
Yeah, these are scary times now. Fnatic back to the wall, both of them there. Now Mazzino's gonna be the first one out. Spots one. Might have heard the secondary gunfire. BNJ needs to come around, can't do it. Mazzino! Oh, tried to dig deep enough for it, but Doma denies. And Fnatic just going from strength to strength now.
Yeah, comes down to the final round, and again, I gotta say it. We've gone this long without seeing Crew dip their toes and fighting for any of this territory in the early round. Yes, ultimate invested there from Mazzino, and he's able to explore C long, but that's it, right? Explore, and it's solo. So,
They'll take him at this point.
Really cheeky kill actually on the window there. But yeah, I gotta say it's
Discord trap.
Just way too passive from Crew. You cannot give Fnatic this much space to operate in.
Yeah, we said it stylistically. This isn't a mismatch. This is actually a pretty close matchup in that regard. But Fnatic are known as one of the best at it. They're the ones who kind of set a lot of this concept towards meta. And for now, they're just styling on it. That's gonna be the first pickup towards A long. Now, yes, Klaus does hit those rotations early, but they've now been conditioned to worry about that flank. Or at least they should be, because already Boaster is right there. Peeking through on the divide, though. Mazzino gonna do the best he can. He does catch the rotation. That's one bonus found for them this round.
They're going to wait out this wall. BNJ actually nearly caught off guard, but we'll still find something with the guard.
Masuk dulu, gue nggak bisa ngasih roll-nya kalau belum masuk.
Magnum going to invest the lockdown in sewers here, so they've got to respect this and back away from sight for the time being. The flash actually to force them off that angle as well. Going to give them complete sight control here. An opportunity to set up in this post plant. Dome already, it's that wall down. It's going to be able to reinforce with plenty of time left.
Nice post plants coming out. Mystic finding Klaus to begin with. We do see the divide coming in. The last flash put through by Mystic. CT. The retake going to start coming through though. You can see the utility trying to divide it, but Mystic's having none of it. Doma's still there. This retake is going nowhere. Fnatic just holding perfect post plants. They are making Crew just feel so uncomfortable in every turn. And for a start, let's real talk. This 10-2 is a huge scoreline.
Twitch.
Discord lo
yeah, it is, especially when
lu stream ke Discord lo ya
Fnatic's win condition on this map in particular is having a good attacking half. We know how punishing they can be on defense, how proactive they can be. I mean, their defensive executions here are just absolutely relentless. It's every single round, Lauren. And really, this is the map. Yes, you can talk about Bayern being their strongest. This is the map that I think actually, playstyle-wise, they can flex the hardest on. It really plays to their strength in being able to be versatile and capitalize off that early round information.
Tapi Fnatic mainnya bener-bener gaming, cuy. Ini musuh-musuh yang begini nih, Rap, kalau kita lagi main Kope, buset nih musuh gaming banget.
Iya. Mazzino gonna start progress up towards C long. Keep your eyes across the map though. We do have work towards
bener-bener sabar-sabaran keluarin util sih.
Iya. Terus gue ngeluarin itu bener-bener kayak gue ngeluarin buat ini, gue ngeluarin buat ini.
Iya. So again, expect a little bit of a considered piece.
Bukan yang cuma ngeluarin doang kan.
Brilliance from Mazzino, waiting so well. Yes, he took damage for it, but gonna claim 2 and force rotations. You can see it. Sky's on the way over. Killjoy's already on the way over.
Susah, tapi nggak ada duelist di attacker sekarang.
Doma on an island.
Harusnya dia ngambil poin di defending dari tadi nih.
Itu aja udah kalah.
Defendingnya juga kebantai.
Cuma berdua.
Menyerang siapa yang mau masuk anjing? Tabrakan aja kan? Main nabrak aja gitu.
Stacked up here. He's actually going to dip back in. We'll find the second as well. Doma, he's gone huge for Fnatic here, leaving them in a 2v3 retake.
He's just made that possible. I don't know how he got away with it. He looked like he was dead. He was a dead man walking, but still. The post-plant positioning should be somewhat okay, but there's still utility. That's going to be a bit of an issue. Magnum going to try and work back in, decides to just go for it, gun out here. Delzik, though, going to agree him with a smile. That's Mystic gone, now just in the hands of Magnum. A 1v3, not going to happen, and Crew convert the first. It's exactly what they need to build back into this game. As they need everything
Baru dapat poin lagi nih, Crew.
Abis ini siapa lawan siapa?
Yeah, they do.
Abis
at
ini...
this point, I mean, with this round deficit, you know, plays like that from Doma that...
Version 1 lawan Crazy Raccoon. Version 1 jago banget. Lu lihat yang main pakai Astra, kalau nggak pakai Res, buset jago banget, Rap.
Again, Fnatic, they have rounds to play with. They can do things like this to catch Crew off guard.
Still can't believe Doma got away with that.
Sentinel kapan main besok?
That was absolutely nuts. We do have the scout.
Jam berapa?
Looking, you know, we've got the kind of classic
Sentinel.
purchase to come through.
Sentinel tuh besok jam
I'm not sure if I love that from Durka
belum keluar
and
jamnya.
This is
Masih nunggu
I'm not
salah satu game ini.
sold on the Marshall at this point, if I'm honest.
Baru nongol
But you
jamnya.
can see it's done
Harusnya
absolutely
jam
nothing. And it's gonna be a quick lean towards A. Yeah,
kan
the chase
ini
is on,
game
but
ketiganya
at this point,
berarti jam
Bulldog
5 pagi.
recovered. That's gonna be for Mystic.
Ngentot.
Still left with very little.
Ini sampai jam 8 pagi, Rap.
Mazzino's down, but that's about it.
Sehari 4 game.
And let's look for them to
Panitia sama Zelsis. Itu dua-duanya cuy jago banget. Nggak ngotak.
especially in these early rounds here to kind of
Siapa?
stop that
Yang
momentum.
kemarin kita nonton
Again, it's
comeback yang Vanity ya.
the big thing crew are looking for here. They're
Bikin
clean round
comeback.
wins, right?
Sama Danan jagoan siapa?
As much as they can going through, not having to worry about.
Dia manggil Danan mah udah pakai abang kan sekarang.
There to deal with both. But Mystic, I expect actually with that Marshall potentially to save this through. Okay, he's actually going to come through and try and dive to the spike as well. Maybe keep somebody on the site. Yeah, he tries to send out a sound cue to make him believe.
Tadi gue ada petir gede banget langsung mati anjing.
Iya ya, tadi kasih tau Danan gua.
Goblok
Satu
banget.
komplek ya kena ya.
Not too much damage done.
Tapi sini lu nggak ada berapa?
Enggak. Terus internet mati. Aneh banget anjing.
Fair enough. But I guess why not try it? Like, I'm normally such a proponent of people trying to kind of switch things up a little bit and actually go for, you know, unique.
Tapi cepet juga lu, Rap. Viewernya 88.000 lu bayangin.
Iya,
Ini
coy.
gede ini gede ini.
Gede lah.
Bakal jadi bakal jadi gede banget ini Valorant.
Mystic just still able enough
still
to convert
found,
at least
Udah
kill,
menjanjikan
yeah,
banget.
Ini belum turni terbesar ya
No
lu Clara.
worries. But rifles
Turun
are
terbesar
out
apa sih?
completely for Fnatic
Champion.
now. This is where
Akhir
if
tahun.
there is
Apa?
going to be a comeback, it has to start now. There's no two
kita main.
other ways about it. It has to be now.
Ya kalau
and
ada tim
prove
Indo yang
it
lolos,
to stick on what they've
main.
got. They don't have many other
Enggak,
options.
kita
it
gua
seems
malu.
as though. So
udah
this is a
pasti lah
huge
gila
win
lu.
through if they have a
Gila.
chance at least in
Itu
that
dude, cewek Mansen dulu duduk
Okay,
manis saya kita
instantly walking mid,
turnamen
and
dulu.
As soon as he gets to the bottom, Fnatic know they can lean towards A. Again, they got the
Kita
kill
menangin
set
dulu
up
ntar
from
dia tinggal
set up
cium
over
piala
C.
aja deh.
You can sit in
Gue pengen
garage
nonton
and
turnilannya sih.
Dulu dah Mansen
Fnatic now
dah,
can put a lot
baru
of emphasis if
ngomongin
there's
cium
any
piala.
presence shown. Actually,
Apa lawan Mansen by one? Ya elah.
Enggak, lu
pretty much
bangunin
only A
Mansen
long.
dulu buat latihan
the
dah.
crew can make a play on for
Oh,
the top.
Rap,
Banguninnya dulu.
gua turni aja Rap ya. Udah masuk turnilan nih yang kayak udah finalnya. Gua kagak bangun Rap.
Going to be in a good position to greet crew on the way in here.
Gua nggak main satu game, gara-gara satu game itu gua nggak jadi ngebawa tim gua ke Thailand.
Dipecat dong lu.
Lu meragukan Aim dah, bangunin
Orang-orang
aja.
satu tim dia kagak ada yang bangun.
Itu tim apa sekolah anjing?
Nggak ada manajemen.
And Fnatic deny, they keep two standing, and they get to 11.
Ini kayak
Crew needed
ngeles
that, and it
anjing.
just fell to pieces.
Jago banget buset
Actually,
nih.
timing-wise, that
Fanatic
played
mainnya
in Crew's favour,
gaming
'cause I
banget.
think Boaster actually drifted back into A linker. I guess to reset and
Lu
put that
besok
star
gue
over
by one
short
nabrak
wing.
sama itu dong.
I guess the information
Iya.
relayed
Sama
from
VCT
BenQ,
dong.
you know, yeah, actually nobody's pushing through yet.
Tinggal ngaruh lah.
Side yet.
Buat seorang lu mah.
Actually finds two on the
Goblok.
way in. Doma will find the third as well. And
Pelagi
again,
habis
just a
ngeluarin
really
video
well
klip kan lah.
considered round for Fnatic off the back of just
Mata lu.
Ayo
walking
banget sih
mid.
Rap.
Honestly, Durka
Itu
walks
gua
down
akuin tuh,
mid
guys, Rap.
and they know they can lean
Gue
away.
jarang-jarang
and
anjing
sign them
bisa bilang bagus.
They don't care about
Goblok.
the turret. They're just going to instantly
Sumpah.
start this.
Mansen
Magnum
gak
takes
tau
the
latih,
fight.
Rap.
They are playing like the
Anjing.
favored team here. And I
Lu
like that,
percaya.
the confidence to come in and play to your level rather
Tadi
than the
lu
opponent's.
ngomong,
Klaus is
anjing.
down. Durka's still pushing up here, looking for another fight. Finds it. Walks away, says, I've done some damage, I don't mind anymore. But they did
Gua mau
lose
main,
Durka in the
tapi ada
meantime.
ginian,
Now, that's
gimana
actually
ya?
something that could cause
Nonton
Fnatic
ini
some
dulu
struggles.
lah. Udah
Yang
lihat
pinjem
ini
HP.
cara mainnya.
Coming into this match, I mean, the one thing Fnatic are known for.
Tapi
is
ini
defensive
harusnya rehatnya
executions.
lumayan lama sih, kayak per game-nya. Soalnya kan
We'll find
turnilan.
Boaster.
Sejam.
Oh, ini LAN.
Like I was
Ini
saying,
LAN cuy yang di
being
Iceland.
extremely proactive like this, if
Oh, ada
they can keep
itunya,
finding success,
videonya.
they will just dismantle the default from crew.
Video merekanya maksudnya.
Wah,
Ooh, okay, actually,
nggak di shoot ya.
An
Karena
opportunity
dari
to
tadi
line
tuh ada
you up
di
there.
shoot stage-nya.
As you
Gua agak
find
bingung
that
dah.
Magnum,
Sen.
gonna catch the audio
Apa?
cue,
Ya, tadi
though.
gue liat
He's gonna be in a
mereka ya.
perfect position to
Mereka
get
tuh
coming
responnya
out.
lama. Apa ya? Nggak cepet responnya gitu. Jadi musuh keluar.
Kalau
Jarak
nggak
dari
salah sih
musuh
katanya misinya nggak terlalu bagus.
Oh.
Kemarin ada yang bilang, cuma ya semuanya kayak dapat begitu juga cuy, sama.
Iya sih.
But I don't think
Enggak,
we've
cuma
seen a
penasaran
normal
kayak
Fnatic round. We've had Durka
musuhnya
walk in
kalau
mid,
jarak
we've
dari
had
musuh
this
keluar sama
madness,
mereka
that re-aggress
aim
constantly.
gitu
They
tuh
are
lama,
just pushing
termasuk lama.
through now every
Nggak
single
secepat
time.
yang di klip-klip gitu loh.
Iya.
The other thing is and usually we would see Fnatic
Itu kalau
just
kelihatan
throw
dikit
everything on the
udah
line.
Tuh,
kalah,
kayak telat
anjing.
kan gini.
And
Iya,
usually,
kayak telat responnya.
to hold
Dingin,
down
Rap,
mid
di sana,
garage
Rap.
and C in
Bener,
the first 15 to
Iceland,
20
bener.
seconds in order to achieve that.
Gak
Here,
tahu
actually, you
hubungannya
see a
apa deh.
switch up and
Yang penting ada ice-nya deh. Icebox
I
juga
guess that's
dingin,
what
icebox.
expecting. Crew set up a lot more than I was anticipating. Dirk actually going to find Nags here
Ini
very
kru,
early on. The wall gets
ya
contested.
Allah. Ya. Main Genshin Impact aja bilang.
Jago anjing, kru.
11-5
There's a little bit of
anjing.
danger to this round. Looking at the armor with Doma.
Dingin,
looking at a
Rap.
little bit of light armor.
Mungkin
Bener.
orang-orang
There is
Latam
a
nggak
likely
biasa
Dirk
kedinginan.
push HP.
Iya. Ini tim dari mana? Dari oh iya.
Dari Eropa sama dari Amerika
I
Latin.
guess you don't have much to lose. You want to try and
Yeah.
thread the needle, find that
Iceland kan
timing. But
deket
Bruce is
BSD.
so aware of the possibility.
Goblok.
Klaus is going to be on red alert after those last couple of
Dingin
rounds.
deh.
Nah, tapi SBSD juga dingin banget sih sama demi Allah.
Ya, makanya.
Gue berat turunnya di sana dingin banget, buset.
As well. So as crew do progress towards A, there is going to be that little bit of a notion in the back of their minds going, okay, maybe there's a time limit.
Lu nggak ada niatan ini, Rap, pengen nonton turnilannya?
Nggak ada waktu, anjing.
Ya sih.
Actually,
Lu bocah sibuk.
of the ult, but with the slow towards
Mau
short and
ngapain
quick
ngentot
progress
turnilan? Kalau di
here,
Indo ada
Fnatic
mau.
straight at the back of site.
Tapi kalau gue nggak main nggak mau.
Tucked in hell makes it really difficult for crew. They've got to come through and deal with these players.
Crosshair
They don't have
titik.
sight control just yet.
Literally
Dirk
titik,
going
crosshair
as well.
titik,
The third
literally
on the round for
titik.
crew.
Ini jago banget Rap dari tadi, sumpah.
Iya.
How on earth has he been allowed to get away with
Dirk.
this? Fnatic turn it to 12. And in
Sama lah sama jet
essence of
gua.
Crew, just for a second having a lapse in
Sama ada,
judgment,
Rap, iya, Rap.
Fnatic punish
Nah,
him.
itu.
Brings Durka,
Itu yang gua tunggu,
finding the
support
space
dari
to
seorang
operate,
teman.
and he really should have
Iyalah.
been able to.
Nanat nggak mau support juga,
And I
Nanat.
mean, with the lockdown being invested, all they need to
Dulu
do
belum
is
jadi
have
teman.
somebody come up
Oh iya bener.
and they spot that out. They spot that there's going to be two players in hell.
Agak berat bebannya gitu.
Yeah, really, really strange.
Lu kagak bowot pacaran sama Mansen.
But against away with murder, you
Udah
got to say
lewat
it.
masa
Finding
bobot.
Udah lewat ya? Sekarang pasrah.
Invested as well.
Mau mulai.
Balik gitu.
Akhirnya.
That point, and he's got
Terus
two
lu temen lu
kills.
ya?
He's
Iya
on
iya.
fire right now, and he wants to keep going, but Klaus denies it, extinguishing the flames, so they're starting to build through
GG.
mid. Domino on the push as well. This is dominance from Fnatic at 30
Jago
to 5.
banget, buset.
Map 1 is a wrap.
Ada pembayaran nih.
I would have expected early
Ntar
on
map
from
2
Fnatic,
kru
right?
comeback
Again,
nih
you
biar
give
ada
them an
3
inch, they take
map
them
kan.
out. Those are the sorts of rounds.
First impressionnya udah seru.
Ini siapa sih ini dari tadi, Bang?
Most,
Ini sama ya.
that one.
Dari
Very,
tadi
very
lo dia
happy with
mainin
that one.
kamera
A
mulu.
Brilliant performance on map 1 to open the series here. This was
Tapi kok ada facecamnya nggak
for me the
dipakai ya?
perfect map for Fnatic to
Nggak
get the
tahu.
ball
Ntar,
rolling on Lauren.
ntar gue tanyain ya.
All right, I need to take a second to get my thoughts together. I'm sure Fnatic want to get all of the
Itu kalau
considerations
gitu
in
keyboard
place
mouse
for
bawa
map
sendiri apa
2, but before we get
beli di
there,
tempat?
we'll be heading to a
Bawa
very
sendiri,
short
kalau nggak
break,
biasanya
and
di-
when we're
kalau
back,
udah turun
let's
besar
see if Crew can
disiapin
double
sih.
down and bring this one back
Dulu
to a
sih gua bawa
third,
sendiri
because
ya.
they're gonna have
Ya,
to
Bikin
try
main
and
volley.
deliver here. It's all on the
Gue
line
juga
now.
turi-turi
I don't
Indo
know which
bawa
way this is
sendiri.
going, but Fnatic have turned up and made
Tapi feeling gue
hell of a statement in map 1.
Ini-
So
ini
guys,
hype
stay
kok
tuned.
ngapain diem
We'll be
doang?
back in a moment's time with
Oh,
map
enggak.
2.
facecam error ya.
Udah delaynya lama nih anjing. Sempet nih.
Next time
Facebook
nih
dulu.
Saya upright. Itu booster, oh itu booster.
Ini yang merengket kita susahan Mansen.
Wah, ranked kita sih udah nggak ada otak cuy. Kalau main malu madanan musuh gua 7 anjing bukan 5. Ke Thailand bawa sendiri Thailand.
Ini tim Asia ada yang lolos gak?
Itu extend
Dari mana itu? Ciledug,
Thailand.
Thailand. Indo
Thailand,
kenapa nggak lolos
Filipina.
Indo kalah sama siapa kemarin?
Indo kalau nggak salah awal-awal ya. Sabar, coba gue lihat.
Satu awal-awal sih Bum masih lanjut.
Oh iya, Bu masih
Semifinal ya
lanjut.
kalau nggak salah.
Sabar.
Tim baik apa panel waktu itu?
Itu sampai barbar turnamen. Barbar turnamen loh. Nggak, tapi extend bener-bener jago banget sih Rap di saya.
Extend ini.
Ya, yang representatif saya jago banget kemarin pas dia turni online-nya ya. Gua nggak tahu. Kan kalau orang luar kan mentalnya kan emang hidupnya udah berat biasanya ya.
Iya.
Mentalnya udah mantep.
Mereka nggak ada kayak kita Sen. Ada chat dari bini dibalas dulu, nggak ada tuh.
Mereka mikirnya game doang Rap, belum mikirin.
Iya, ada tuh kayak
belum
kita
mikirin besok makan apa, masih disuapin mamanya anjing.
Iya, nggak ada kayak kita tuh. Apa anjing nih mau beli kartu Pokemon nih, nggak.
Kalau itu kayak cewek gua lebih kepikiran sih Rap daripada gua.
Ih, lu berdua tuh love hate relationship ya?
Ya dong.
Bagus. Itu yang biasanya lama kalau break.
Gue kira
lama pacarannya gitu ya. Gue ini orang sih anjing.
Lama kalau break.
Kita pernah break nggak sih Nanat? Nggak pernah kan ya?
Pernah.
Berapa jam?
Lu dateng ke rumah gua.
Iyalah.
Iya, yang harus gitu. Cowok lah yang nyamperin. Kalau di gua Wendy yang nyamperin. Kalau gua Wendy yang nyamperin. Gua kagak ada otak buat nyamperin gue.
Sekali-kalinya itu doang. Sekali per 3 tahun.
Bagus lah, nggak apa-apa. Cowok tuh gitu emang. Egonya gede, otaknya kecil kita.
Ini kok gue serasa kayak lagi diceramain sama bapak gue ya?
Nah, ceramahnya disudutkan aja.
Sempit banget di kamar gue lihat-lihat.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters 2. We just wrapped up Map 1
masuk.
with Fnatic
Sen.
versus Crew Esports.
Masuk
And,
apa?
let me tell you, Fnatic, they look pretty darn good. I'm Golden Boy, joined once again by my esteemed colleagues here. We got Achilles along with Belly and Lothar. And gentlemen, I mean, you know, let's just call it a spade. You know, Belly, that was lacking.
Gajinya gua gaji pakai kartu Pokemon, cewek lu pasti setuju.
Yeah, no, they looked great, okay? Especially starting off the entire game. Crew pops off and they win the first 2 rounds. And that's like just, 4K to kick things off. I was saying to myself, no, I asked Lothar actually, I said, Lothar, how would you feel if Fnatic was the first team that got upset? He said, Belly, it's not gonna happen. And I was like, okay, and everybody picked it up. Crew, Fnatic did their homework. They were able to counter-strat Crew.
Jangan weekend tapi.
And Crew, if they win a chance in this, they're gonna have to bring some variety to the map too.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a problem, right, Lothar? Because that has been something that we needed to see from them. They struggle with just changing it up. Clearly.
Abis lu Sen, gua streaming demi Tuhan.
Didn't change.
Abis lu Sen.
Defense every single round was basically the same defense.
Bayawannya beda game berapa lo?
Beda.
Was absolutely beautiful.
Beda itu ya, beda. Beda. Ngerti gue.
Seen on the tapes and in
Gak
the game.
apa-apa. Santai aja.
Ngerti lah lo ya.
Gua mah. Masa kagak ngerti?
And Crew was just clueless.
Aduh.
That was a beautiful execution by somebody talked in pre-show that they will be prepared. They will read everything.
Aduh, nggak ada nih di bawah meja nih. Ya Allah.
So, question is, what can they do to not be caught off guard on Icebox?
Bocil-bocil udah pada tidur lah ya jam segini ya.
I believe what they played a great.
Papa, mama juga kayak udah nggak nonton sih.
3 times.
If I'm correct,
they've won every single time.
Nah, bacot juga ya.
But 3 times is not a good number of times they've played a map to have any
punya ID baru sekarang anjing.
Especially when it's a smaller, unproven region. I really have to worry for Crew. And I'm also just kind of confused. I was concerned when I saw the map draft coming in. I assumed that they would have selected Ascent given that, you know, they had split banned away from them. They banned, of course, Bind away from Fnatic. I thought they would have went to Ascent where they have more playtime, where they have a higher win percentage. and it's still a good map for Fnatic, but it's not as good as Haven has been for them historically. So they tried to change things up, going against my expectations as far as the map draft is concerned, but it clearly just didn't work out, and we're not really willing to change any strategies at all throughout the duration.
Yeah, well, here are
cuma tahu doang, cuma nggak pernah tim sama sekali gua.
I do want to get your thoughts on this because
dibilang gua kagak pernah belajar gameplay, ya gua nggak pernah ngeliatin siapa. Orang AI muda bagus. Puji dong.
Udah bagus, Rap. Tapi kan lu ini, kalau kata netizen kan,
where does Delzik play every single time? We all know it's garage, but this is a thing.
Lulusannya next gen.
Exactly. The stars are so expensive, so they're valuable. You can't waste them.
Mansen
What does
ngentot
Delzik
banget
do?
mulut
He
demi
wants
Allah.
to well into the nanoswarm into the corner of garage.
Mulut lu kontol bener-bener.
Footsteps and just any type of distraction.
Dia megang muka-muka lo di Instagram.
Precious utility.
Ngentot.
They're not a retake team. They like to funnel in and force those
Kenal
fights.
kagak,
The fact that
siapa
the utility
anjing?
wasn't working and the retakes weren't there.
Jadi jagoan next gen apa Arab nih, guys?
That just wasn't in his favor. But on the other end, Durkee and the rest of his team, they popped off. They knew exactly what the rotation was going to be open. And Durka, as the only duelist in the lobby, on top, you love to see.
Cuma jago sendiri kan dia.
Yeah, and it's a stark contrast between the Astros, right? We have seen Bolster do something that I mentioned when we were recording content for VCT EU about Astra. Astra is the perfect agent for lurking, and Bolster actually brought that. You know, when she's going into the astral form, she cannot trade. She's not Brimstone. You know, she's not Omen who can be with the team and support them.
Nah, tapi setelah lu ganti crosshair, lu jago sih Rap sekarang, Rap. Nembak lu jago sih.
Trade or with the
ngentot nih orang tiba-tiba muji ngentot.
Nggak, beneran.
Astra is a little bit slower.
Semenjak lu pakai firing error dah.
Perfect to lurk because when she's
lah emang itu dari zaman CS gua begitu.
The setups, the stuns, the pulls.
Nggak, tapi kan pertama kali kita main Valorant lu kagak pakai.
She's waiting for the rotations and Bolster was doing exactly that.
Bahkan gua nggak tahu crosshair bisa diganti anjing.
Such a stark contrast between the playstyles between those two teams, and Bolster made so many impact kills. Like you
next Jack versus YB nggak sih, Mbak? Gue tonton asli.
But every single one of them was an impact kill.
Yeah.
Satu
maksud gue gak ada isu sama orang, cuma gue malas aja. Pasti baca netizen yang lu ngerti gak sih?
Ngerti.
Ya mendingan udah baik-baik aja antara gue sama dia udah gak ada apa-apa, udah kita malas.
Ya lagi emang bener kagak ada apa-apaan kan?
Iya emang gak ada apa-apa anjing.
Kayak netizennya aja.
Iya ntar kalau misalnya
next Jack.
Ntar kalau misalnya gue yang menang dihujat, next-nya gue kalah, guanya hancur.
Kind of the rock for the squad. He was regularly coming up with multi-kills and whatnot, but this was very much just a runaway victory for Fnatic. I mean, 5 rounds in total. They win the pistol, they get the follow-up, they win one more round in the second half after that.
Masih dibahas.
Kalau dia mah bisa buy one weekday juga, Nanat.
Together to really get the snowball going when they had weapon advantage. They would just lose out.
Can you guys find a fucking room like now? Get the fuck out from this fucking Discord, bro. Let's start.
It's just utter domination at the hands of the Fnatic players.
Go get a fucking room on my freaking butt.
Like that is the best possible phrase I could use there, because they look so good. They do be slapping, and I'm expecting that they could be slapping some more on Icebox, but we'll talk about that. Although, you know, there's one thing that we highlighted. We're watching the game. We're talking about it. There seems to be this just reliance on the specific setups that Crew has, and Fnatic just walked all over them.
Yes, I honestly believe that's going to be the biggest issue come Icebox. If you take a look at what Fnatic does, especially that green wall, you're going to see is going to cut off half of the site.
Sen, tapi aim gue bagus gak sih Sen? Sebenernya ngakuin Sen tai.
So pengen belajar lebih masih bisa menang kan lawan Brody, jago lah.
And try to hold back the onslaught that Fnatic is going to bring. That's not going to work. They're going to have to learn to back up. They're going to have to learn to play as a team.
Lah Brody tuh sakit loh, cuma dia nggak pede sayangnya.
Lah kan Brody acewok kal. Lalu bukan apa-apa. Lu masih bisa menang. Ya jago lah. Gue serot.
Rather than forcing their gameplay against one of Europe's finest.
And you know, when it comes to Icebox, we have seen a lot of innovation when it comes to Viper on this map. And the question is how much we'll see that from Crew as well. the way I think about Viper in general on every single map, but especially on Icebox, she's basically a sentinel that has nanoswarms, but coincidentally they just cover vision at the same time. So it's not exactly a smoke. Like the toxin cloud, the orb can be put out on a default spot on the side to stop a plant.
Gue semenjak pakai firing error, gue jadi nggak nge-spam. Ngerti gak?
Just taking control of B side on attack, and then what do? You don't have enough utility to.
Dan nembak lu juga lebih rapi, kelihatan banget.
I'm sure that Fnatic will have a concise.
Gua nggak ngerti sih rapi itu gimana. Sebelum nembak dilipat dulu apa gimana anjing?
Agak biar recoil lu tuh lebih bisa karena lu pakai firing error.
It's gonna be very tough on Icebox when we only have seen one.
Gue di CS juga pakai firing error. Gue lagi nyabun juga gue nyalain kok firing error gue.
Siapa yang nggak? Gue bingung sama orang yang nggak pakai firing error anjing. No offense, maksud
yeah, I hope that we see some more fluidity. Just overall, it seems like they're playing way too stiff. They're just trying to go for the same setups, same plays when they're on an attack. I think that they need to get out of their comfort zone a little bit more. Comfort zone's probably feeling pretty damn uncomfortable at the moment. The answer especially, I hope that they change it up because they need to do something.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you know what, folks, as the teams are going to get ready to go and starting for Mat 2, let's go ahead and two of my favorite people.
Iya mau ngapain juga Sen kalau nggak di kalau kecil juga mau ngapain anjing.
What a treat it is to always say Golden Boy. I love it. You
know,
the analyst desk. I mean, well, there's a little bit of NA bias out there. I don't know, Valley. That shirt. Yeah, true. All right.
Bagusan set Mobile Legends.
But for now, we do need to start talking about map 2. And of course, you can't hate Belly. He's too adorable. But we have to talk about Icebox now. We have to talk about what's coming up in this agent select and the potential opportunities here for Crew to maybe even bring this game back. Now, statistically, I guess at a quick glance, 100%, that's pretty tasty. Yeah, out of 3 games played, it's certainly not within their comfort picks, I guess. It's just, it's a map they have played occasionally, but it's not a pretty one.
Like I said, actually, maybe this is Fnatic kind of playing the long game, right? If this does go to the side or whatever, but Icebox not played at all throughout the challenges.
Itu ini dah, yang bikin tangan anget nggak sih?
Reading into that, are they reading potential weakness here? Because one thing, they made a fantastic.
Yang bikin tangan anget apa selip di pantat anjing?
It's Fnatic's ability with a composition like this to control both aspects of pace changes, right?
Ada hit pack. Biasanya kalau orang touring gitu.
Ada ya teknologi gitu ya.
Ada. Biar kagak kedinginan tangan lu.
Gotta be honest, massive positive for a map like Icebox.
Biasa gue kalau nggak kedinginan slip di paha anjing.
I think we're going to see that throughout this tournament. You know, as much as yes, you can see Durka, yes, then you can imagine Scream or Yampi, but then throw in the likes of Thames.
Tapi gue nggak pernah tuh ramen tangan dingin.
So many of these players in varying regions that will be able to consistently.
Selalu
nggak pernah.
There are a lot of heavy-hitting players in this tournament, so it's lovely to see Durka being one of those to find the form first and foremost. But it's also a point for Crew that when I looked into them statistically, there wasn't that like one pop-off player. They had a couple that did very well, but it wasn't just like, oh, here's your main man, right? Here's your guy to watch. So it was like every one of them was good. I guess welcome to the benefit of having someone like your Ten, like your Scream, like your Durka, whoever it may be. What a lovely bonus that is.
Dota sih yang paling gila sih di dulu gue ikut WCG
but I think if we look a little deeper at map 1, another Des touched on this as well, that
prestasi terbaik gue.
It's the adaptation. There's the problem for that. Yes, you can have a couple of players performing consistently or solidly.
Untuk orang se-egois gue ya.
You know, the amount of success they found with BNJ and Nags over on A site, for example. It's the fact that actually the other half of the team elsewhere weren't finding the same control, the same value, and there just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough of a switch up from Crew. They weren't able to react on finding that success over on A and really capitalize on those early first bloods and control ultimately.
Udah mulai belum sih, Sen?
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill struggle for Crew. I think we all know that coming into this, and there's a reason we looked out to them as maybe a dark horse, but we had to see a little more. And Fnatic, I feel, have not necessarily over-delivered, but they've definitely answered a couple of critics who might have said, well, land pressure, well, young players, they're just playing to, they were quick on the meta. No, they look like the real deal.
Dan,
and of course,
Danan suruh ke
we are
Discord
sitting here
Plus,
waiting to start the game.
Mana
I've got the
dianya?
start game button on my
Invite
desk.
dia.
I'm not gonna hit it
Mana
yet.
gue invite?
Yeah, I've got it. You got it in the next couple of days. I've got it right now.
Chat director all towards Pansy today. I heard actually the more you at her in chat, the more likely it is to push the button.
Makanya kemarin gua kan Bayon berarti udah berapa kali tuh? 3 kali kan. TP.
Of course, you got the spams going. And the one
Rodi
bonus
sama
about this entire event
siapa?
is that
Asteris.
between the breaks, maybe
Ya,
I'm
Asteris.
checking out
Asteris.
some co-stream.
Gua getarnya pas Asteris.
What's old
Pas
Jonas up to?
Beda
itu.
lah, dia kan udah yang kayak turni mulu gitu, Rap.
Iya bukan maksudnya gua getarnya pas Asteris itu juga cuma pas Martial aja. Sisanya gua nggak ada yang getar gua.
Yeah, but I love the fact that all the community is enjoying this. I think you might even get a treat of Sean joining some of the streams. So
Lonteri seneng, Lonteri seneng.
it's one thing I do genuinely.
Are you teasing right now?
Look, I've been on the Twitters. I've been on the
Terison juga
socials.
sekarang
I've been looking
mulai
around.
sakit loh.
I'm gonna
Akhirnya
steal my
Iya,
opinions
iya,
from
iya.
somewhere.
Enggak, dia gameplaynya
but
bagus banget,
genuinely,
sumpah. Sumpah.
It's cool to see it being. It feels like a big community.
Waktu itu
event, you know
pernah
what I mean?
Jetnya
Like,
dipakai
yes,
dia kan.
We're in
Anjing, gua liat
Reykjavík,
gokil,
we're in
gokil.
Iceland, and it is a
Kok
big
enggak, tapi
land,
kok
but it does
lu
feel
menang
like
turni
we're
mulu
getting
sih,
to
Rap?
see this for the first time together.
Bayar
Getting
lu
to
ya?
enjoy a real historical moment
Mata
for
lu
Valorant
rapi tai
overall.
gua mainnya.
The fact that these players,
kira lu
some of them
bayar.
brand new to land, some others more
Terus anak-anak udah tahu gua karena gua nggak bisa gameplay kan. Gua kan bego gameplay kan.
Game like this, maybe coming off the back of a previous
Udah,
career, not quite
terserah
finding
gua,
that
Mai.
success, but here, after that hot start,
Gua nggak
maybe a chance
diatur.
for redemption for some of
Terserah
those.
gua.
There's plenty of
Jadi,
storylines.
Lo
to
dikasih
follow.
role yang bebas ya?
Yeah, so far it's been
Iya, gua
pretty
cuma nembak
solid.
orang
I
doang
mean,
anjing
I'd
ya
probably be a
enak.
little bit more sad if Fnatic were down, but it feels good to be right.
Cuma
Once
Jot
in a
sekarang
while,
jago
broken
banget
clock. Have you heard that
nembaknya.
phrase?
Is it right twice a day or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Pet Danan itu Danan Discord.
Once the players are ready, we'll be jumping into Agent Select, of
DM
course,
dia
and we'll let you know what they're going to be running with. Do you think there's... I'm trying to think if there's anything that would catch us off guard at this point. I don't think it's... Look,
main,
Fnatic have
nonton
brought
lah.
out some weird
Nonton,
comps when they
nonton dulu.
felt like... they're not necessarily in the bag, but if they're very confident,
Itu
sometimes
Nanat,
they do
cewek
bring
gua,
out some mad
Nanat itu
compositions.
Danan.
I just don't think
Orang
we're
nggak
going to see
penting.
it now.
Tapi
I think
dia
it's too
dia
much
ngaku-ngaku
on the
dia
line.
jago banget pakai killjoy, Nanat.
And that's
Nggak
the
ngerti.
other
Bisa,
side of that.
bisa.
Danan,
I don't
Danan,
think we're going to
buset.
see crew actually.
Oh,
We
iya,
might
iya.
see on map
Lah,
I
iya
don't
juga
think
ya.
we're going to see them make
Nanat,
a
Danan.
massive adjustment
Nanat,
here.
Danan.
And play very
Kebalikannya.
fast and loose. We know actually historically, at least back in EMEA and
Nggak
in
bisa,
the European
maaf,
region,
Danan,
Fnac have been
tetap.
caught off guard by a few teams just
Ah.
going
Jigat.
all out, just like pug, just
Apa?
hard puggy play style. Now we haven't seen
Nan,
actually
Nan.
this roster with Dirk and Magnum. be
Mansen
tested in
nanya,
that
kenapa
regard.
kita menang turnamen
But I'm
mulu?
thinking back to
Astaga,
teams like
harus
Ascend
jawab ya?
in EMEA, the list stuff, the
tahu
other
dulu.
one that stands out in Fnatic's match
Lu aja
history.
ngomong lah. Aduh, gimana ya?
Just waiting on it to come up. You can see the
Kayak enak
coaching there.
rasanya,
Fnatic have brought out everyone apparently. Just again,
Sen
you need
lurus ya,
fillers,
Sen. Gue
Jonas.
capek
If
Sen
you need
ngomong
a
sama dia, Sen.
million coaches,
Emang
Fnatic.
nggak ada otaknya dia.
But
Capek ngomong sama
wave
dia.
this up and here we go right into Agent Select.
Udah pure
Reminder
blood gitu
brought to you
tuh.
by Prime Gaming. Let's see
Kan
if there's any
mulai.
surprises.
Orang mah
anything
kasih
standing out
tahu
to you, 'cause this looks
progresnya tim Bae itu apa. Jadi dia
Actually, the
Lu
only
dikit-dikit
real
serius dikit
difference
lah
is,
ngomong.
Actually, no, apologies. Yeah, Mazzino is on the vibe here, and again, the composition.
Gimana, kenapa Nan?
It's
Wih,
going to be
jenis sama
difficult
nih.
really to make any sort
Yang
of
pertama
expectations
emang
on the
udah
side of
kayak
crew,
intro aja, kita
because
udah
obviously
belum
not having any
main bareng.
fresh data to
Ya
go
sih,
off
lu udah
finals
kebentuk
at
ya
least, but
chemistry-nya ya.
Main
no
bareng.
surprises on the
Maka
side of
lu
Fnatic.
sering main
The
bareng.
last few
Main
times we've
bareng.
seen them play Icebox, it's been
Kapan kita main bareng anjing?
things, right?
Keren dulu
And
anjing.
actually, Shower as well, Dome
belum
reflects
ada-
onto the stage.
juga
You
ya.
know, actually, that's
Nanat dibalik
more of a recent
Danan.
change from
Serem
Fnatic, and
juga
this
lu.
looks really, really good for them.
Okay, so a little bit of a mirror matchup. Quite like that. I guess you get
Terus
to
banyak
see.
kayaknya apa
the-
sih?
I guess
Anak-anak
it's not the
nggak
agent that
diatur.
makes the difference, it's the player
Banyak yang
behind it,
mau-
which is always a nice
ini apa,
concept to
gua suruh
keep
ini,
in
itu
mind. And
mau.
it does look as though we are
Cuma
almost
gua
ready
doang yang nggak bisa
to
itu.
get this
Nggak
one
bisa,
started
ya.
up.
Lu udah bukannya
Now,
stuck duelis
all
dah.
eyes
gitu.
turn towards
Lu
crew
gua lock,
to try and
duelis
bring
lu
this
udah.
one back.
Cukup.
Now, keep in mind,
Gue
this
cuma
is
butuh lu dash,
Fnatic's
kill,
choice
kill,
coming
dah.
into it, and
Tuh
I
kan?
think that we all said if it goes to a third map, that's when
Gitu.
maybe those win
Gitu,
conditions
Sen.
for crew could kick in,
Ya, yang
but they
penting
need
mah
to close
work,
this down.
Blay.
Fnatic going to be kicking things off on the attacking
Mau
side,
gimana
and
pun mah, yang
crew
penting
on the
work.
defensive side.
That's the
Gue
early
tau
on.
aim dia sakit soalnya.
You
Jadi
know,
gue
and
bilang, yaudah lu
Delta
masuk
gets it,
aja.
Delta
Lu
gonna
kill
wall up and
1-2 aja.
Potentially get onto the top of the green here, but at least
Biar ini apa,
the
biar
time being
boleh
is
nih. ngewall begini.
The double wall on B lane going to give them lots
Udah mulai.
of control.
Udah.
Delzik actually going to opt to play close
Kok nggak
contact
ngasih tahu?
with Zeno.
I mean,
Baru
it's a
nih, baru
well
mulai
done
tuh.
figure.
Tuh,
Check
kill
down, but
satu.
Mazino straight up and over finds
Mazino.
Boaster. That's a little bit of a shocker. Boaster's probably not happy with that. Gonna have to peel
Yang
away.
main satu itu pure kalau
And
drama.
that Viper wall's doing wonders for them.
Yeah.
Magnum, yes, can keep patrolling on this, make sure there's no aggression on the other side, but at this point, Fnatic are looking for their first step in. Zeno spotted again, but this plays well for Delzik. Just being kept quiet in the cubby. Straight up Harry Potter here under the stairs. And Magnum's slow progress, but now going to be noted.
Dari tadi juga Kru jago pistol masih. Iya, dia menang pistol round 2 kali.
Way back, say gotta respect it for the time being. Fnatic actually gonna send a spike over towards A site now, and I think they've identified at least the weaker side of this setup from Crew in terms of numbers.
Iya, Viper doang, cuy.
Map besar mah nggak usah. Map besar mah nggak usah di smoke.
Crew on these pistols have been pretty solid. The vast majority of their rounds. Delzik though does lose out to Mystic, who's keeping this one in check, but Mazzino's also doubled down.
Yeah, buffer gua.
Yeah, and I don't.
Nice.
They're kind of checking on it, but they haven't noted him at all. Dirk is still here as well. And look at Doma just keeping himself quiet, surrounded by Crew players. Naxid's going to find Dirk. Zeno does find Mystic, but keep your eyes on Doma. What can he do from here? Now going to be feeling the burn. Has to try and do something. Naxid denies. Now Magnum left. In a 1v4 denial would be difficult. Does get the first cleanly, but the defuse is coming in. Whether he wants it or not, he can't do anything about it. And Crew going to keep that pistol record high at least.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Mazzino just slipped through, and I think Max was picked up, and the timing was actually really unfortunate for Fnatic. Right? They find that kill and they think, oh,
dia ngewall di longnya, ngewall yang jauh banget gitu loh. Icebox buat ngambil or.
See right here, does get it off, but unfortunately.
Kayaknya cuma buat awal round doang deh. Soalnya kalau udah
langsung hancur kan.
So right down to the wire there, but well played nonetheless on the double flank.
Kok dari tadi agent picknya mirip-mirip ya, pas di Haven beda banget cuy. Di Haven kagak ada duelis.
Iya ngapain anjing? Mereka mikirnya gara-gara defense duluan. Iya tapi itu aja kalahin. Soalnya pas defense kalah.
Tag is going to be a little bit of a problem. Naxid can back away, try and get that HP back up, but now getting put on notice. They know something's strange.
Menurut gua pribadi riskan sih kalau nggak bawa duelis ya, atau ya nggak ngangkat gitu.
You can see the dividing line playing out.
At least satu. At least satu yang M-star aja sih.
Now into the post plan, this is where Fnatic can become an exceedingly strong team.
You can see them reset back now, rely on the strength of this post plant utility. Let's see. He'll come through initially. Nanoswarm gonna force them off that initial diffuse tap, and Crew have got to come through and clear this here, Lauren.
Yeah, they have to get aggressive. You can't sit back on this. We know these post plants. You got to fight them. There's no two ways about it. Now Boaster and Dirk are the last two alive here. And the flank from Boaster could be big. He does just about see the cape, but as the player taps away so gently, gets him off the spike defuse, but it is on halfway. And now all three start flooding through. There's nothing he can do.
Oh, bisa nih Crew nih, bisa nih. Ini map 3. Tadi di Haven juga gitu sih. Menang pistol round, menang second round, habis itu nggak menang sampai GH. Tadi begitu sih di Haven. 10-2 nih.
Right there, I mean, Crew are able to, I guess, damage control wise, back up, respect it initially, and then come through and use the numbers to their advantage. Just, I guess, take the fight with the right players early on.
Poison's gone. Voiceover lines in slow-mo just really bring me like, poison's gone. For now though, back on the together purchase. Durka may be opting to try and kind of keep his economy working in the right direction. He is one of those hybrid. Obviously does not heavily depend on the on this map, especially it's only run a rifle. There's been a couple of really nice statistic pieces done about him and
orangnya gampang kemotivasi gitu anjing.
On the other side,
seru banget pakai Sage, entah kenapa.
Spectres out, Sheriff and Mazzino and Bulldog for BenQ to try and deal with this.
Sage tempur cuy.
Now for now it does just come down to Mazzino on this corner.
Jalan di belakang duelis kan, ngejagain duelis mati, langsung jadi duelis.
And just slows down the push if Fnatic try to maybe springboard off the back.
Cuma dia masih ragu pakai Sage.
Siapa? Lu Rap. Enak banget Rap sumpah pakai Sage.
Soalnya kan dia nggak mau jalan orang pertama kan.
Still only Nags and Zeno over here. And only one member of Fnatic noted, so I guess that's why they're keeping 1 mid and 2 on A. But Boaster swings out, finds the freebie, and straight away they're going to go for this plant.
The rotations weren't raining early. They were pretty far back. Now Boaster wants to take space and he gets it. That's huge work from Boaster. Now he can infiltrate enemy lines. He is behind the line of defense they'd love to work back in from. Now 3 on the play back through. BNJ just received attack. That sets up Boaster. He just needs one of these shots to come through. He can't make it work for towards Nagzed, but now that's the first line of defense broken through. This retake still got some time on it. This is not going to be easy. Durka happy to take fights. Information found for BNJ. But now we are down to the 3 that did only have those sheriffs and the utilities there, but Nags is trying to get aggressive. He knows how to fight these post plants. He's doing whatever he can for it. Magnum needs to face this. The defuse is on halfway. Takes a second, and they're running out of time. Magnum tries to buy it. I think the round is all wrapped up. They somehow turn this around.
Ya Allah. Itu kan udah setengah tadi ya.
Really well timed utility usage. Again, we know
Kenapa
exactly
nggak satu
what
aja yang
Fnatic
ngejar?
are going to do
Kenapa
in a
harus dua-duanya?
situation like this. They're going to reset back the lane. Couple of players take close contact and try and run the clock down on yellow, and they do just that. I mean, Doma gets picked up for free, basically from the top rope, right? And actually on the back of that, Nags pops the Blade Storm, I guess, to take full control of lane, but at that point the damage is already done, right? They have these snake bites. It's got like a 4 or 5 second hang time, and right there, just mathematically, it becomes impossible for Crew to recover this round, regardless of what they can get down on lane.
I'm surprised they didn't sit the defuse. If I'm honest,
warnanya udah bener ya?
play back in. They got it halfway, sure, maybe I missed something there.
Rada
I don't think they can stick the half.
Tadi jawabannya coklat gitu, cuy. Abu-abu coklat.
I don't actually think they had the HP.
Mana gue nonton nih sekarang. Icebox ya.
Icebox every day of the week. They're more than happy. And now you can see the economy has been kind of shaken up a little bit here. Crew going to be working with a little less
Ada
than
line up
ideal.
Snakebite Vipers yang dari itu kan bawah belt. Sama di sini nih. Oh iya ada. Oh tadi di spike-nya ya ada line up. Ada line up Viper bener. Makanya nggak bisa di diffuse.
A bit of info found, not too much though. And it will be waiting on the other side.
Nggak cukup juga soalnya tadi darahnya.
Maybe here in the spike plant, can't deny it though.
Gue benci banget kalau di Icebox, kalau di yellow. Wah, pusing banget gua.
Again, Fnatic gonna get that clean plant. No damage down on the way in. They're gonna be able to sit very deep now. Once again, expect Durka and Doma to try and run the clock down here. Force Crew to push all the way behind yellow. And actually, Durka comes through. Doma as well. They're gonna find 3 kills.
Anjing.
Doma when he has rounds like that.
Doma
just goes full does not need support, does not need help, just goes straight to clutching out. Easily done for some. Doma making it look so simple there. All lining up for him, and he just makes it look easy. 2-2 now. Fnatic finding a little bit of that form, and I want to watch this back. So this was just off the back of that trade coming in, just straight up man moding this.
Crosshairnya enak banget.
Iya anjir. Kayak santai banget gitu nembaknya gila.
The beauty of this setup is you have 2 players like Durka and Doma, the ones that are like, well, yeah, we'll put them on yellow. If they find some kills, it will kill some time. But actually, they just come through and absolutely destroy Crew before they even get that retake going.
Tapi nggak masalahnya Jetnya operator tadi Rap nggak bisa maju bareng dia tadi, harus dia nyolong duluan. Gue baru tahu nih Jet bisa ngepick begitu. Double updraft.
Now again, they are up against pistols and only light armor on BNJ, so not too much of a threat, but it's clean. Durka gonna at least win the angle now and start building up, but you could probably see a quick flank from those 2 pushing up in mid. But even then,
Sumpah enak banget Sage tuh rasa dueling gitu.
I was gonna say, yeah, they need to find something on this mid push or come across and back up Mazzino, because he's going to get overwhelmed very quickly. And actually Mazzino able to escape effectively. Delzik now not able to escape. It's tagged on the Aldo. Durka there to punish him.
Iya.
Durka's just taken so much map control, so much space is his. He's such a nuisance. Yeah, he loses his life, but by now, this is where you have to see if Crew can find some more. They've maybe cracked open the first step. That's big though. Doma goes down. Now the last 3. Let's look at these positions that they currently hold. They're not ideal, but Magnum, there's that mid lurk from him coming in.
Gue seneng banget kalau pakai stage kayak kemarin tuh yang run terakhir inget ya.
Crew are doing everything they can.
Enak banget anjing.
Didn't need to go for it.
Top frag banget. Enak
on them in the end. The defuse is getting safe regardless. The utility's still in play, but Mystic just making it look stylish, even though Crew did get close.
Right, so the big thing to note here, and I was just about to say, they need to find something from that mid push because again, here's another round where they've not been able to pressure this deep setup.
Kalau lu jadi attacker, lu bisa buat nahan kayak angle gitu kan. Tapi kalau lu ngikut lari bareng duelis, lu bisa buat ngepick juga Rap. Enaknya di situ anjing Sage.
Lari bareng duelis tuh gimana ya?
Lu di belakang duelis lu parah, jadi kalau duelis lu mati, lu yang refrag itu enak banget Rap pakai Sage.
Kenapa mesti gitu? Kenapa mesti gua? Kenapa mesti Sage?
Iya. Siapa lagi?
Bisa jadi second entry.
Iya, bisa jadi secondary entry dia. Lu nge-slow or nge-wall. Second entry banget sih, parah.
Yeah.
Kayak entry temen lu udah masuk nih, udah bener. Lu bisa nge-wall langsung satu side mana gitu. Lu bisa nge-slow or.
On B, over default, Hunter's Fury also invested from Monster. Going to allow this plant to come through. And once again now, I want to see somebody flanking. They need to come through and pressure the back line.
Yeah, but by now Dirk is already finding frags. You could have maybe seen that flank coming out from Mazzino, maybe, but even then, look at them, they're just funneled in. Both Killjoys investing. This is messy as anything. So many ults online right now, but Bones doesn't care. Neither does Durka. This is going to be crew having to back away. They have nothing to work out of this one. They can maybe make it costly, but that's not the win that you want here. Yeah, it's time to get out of there, but you could already see the hunt starting to begin. Mystic's happy to try and take some of these rifles away if they can get to them in time, but so much was just invested in that round. And it still works out at a 4v2, and it's going to be down to just one rifle remaining for Delzik, and Magnum's closing in as well.
This is brutal. And the problem right there is you invest a lockdown on B, it only gives you control of sight. Now, knowing that Fnatic are playing on lane, that lockdown in lane is always going to yield a better result, because they have to come through and push. And especially if they get planted, you know, a 1 second offset, it's always the attacker's lockdown that's going to last longer.
Straight above the ult. Durka just...
Aimnya bangsat banget nih,
Dari tadi anjing, dari di Haven.
No, it wasn't. It was on lane.
Responnya cepat banget.
So the mini map actually on rotation there caught me off guard. I was like, they actually put the lockdown on yellow for a second there.
4-2, and we need to see crew break the trend of the rifle rounds just not being their friend. We really need to see them get a rifle round on the board here, and it looks like Mazzino wants to take matters into his own hands, gonna try and get aggressive and lose his life.
Udah pasar dah mereka. Maju-maju gitu kan. Oh, Raniko.
Trying to do this at range against rifle. Lovely from BNJ, but it doesn't make for much at this point. Nags are gonna have to fall away from this too.
Tuh, Nanat, no, lihat gak lo? Dia naruh turret di sana, Nanat.
Not particularly that impressive at this point.
Biasanya lu taruh di belakang banget.
The fact that the first time we see a crew really explore in the early round territory is on a round like this with this purchase is kind of unfortunate to see. Yes, it's a big risk on a buy round, but they have to.
Itu Xbox bisa di wallbang ya, by the way. Itu boxnya barusan.
Giving up the plants.
Bisa di wallin terus. Di wall sama
It's a Fnatic's hands. They're actually going to
land. Xbox bisa harus bawa set itu sebenarnya buat itu doang.
Remove one weapon off the table at least. Magnum there to greet Klaus in mid. He actually got the armor here, so could potentially go around like this. Okay, not gonna matter at all.
Domus says no. Here's the thing, right? Like here's the actual kind of scary part to me is that Fnatic haven't been doing anything wild. We've seen a solid B-Tech so far with a little bit of a late mid hold coming out from
Look at the numbers, Lauren. Look at the numbers. Like there's not a lot of this in terms of actual kills. These are going back and forth. It's the fact that, like I said, clean rounds come through. Fnatic don't even need to fight in the post plant.
Tapi menurut gue ini karena icebox juga nggak sih? Lu susah banget nge-spray di icebox. Soalnya map itu jauh, gunfight, long range semua.
Ya main aim.
Iya. Makanya gue juga kalau di icebox gue pasti buat pakai Vandal. Susah cuy pakai Phantom di icebox.
Gue udah gak pernah pakai Phantom lagi.
It's time to go for the switch up here, and Dogo does it. What? He just peeks it up. Nags just got deleted. The body bag's just being zipped up as we speak. That's nasty from Dirk.
That's the first time somebody's played on top of yellow as well. So Dirk has literally just full.
Gara-gara danan kan.
Oh my word.
Unreal stuff. Must be nice to have someone like him, but now Klaus. Again, we haven't seen too many of these rifle rounds leaning towards his A site, so crew are going to be sitting a little deeper. They've lost part of the side control enough of the extent that they'll probably give up the plant, but Fnatic taking a pause for thought here, clearing utility as they go, not in a massive hurry just yet.
Antara speed dari cuy. Ferrari pick.
I was going to say, I think they're playing deep enough to allow the Hunter's Fury to come through, but no tag on the plant here, and BNJ will find the second and third, and the res comes through. So,
Mystic is still alive. Keep your eye on this post plant. This is where things start becoming a problem. They do have the extra body to put down to at least try and pull this retake off. BNJ could be the first one forward. Trade does comes in. Delzik stays alive. Mazzino does find Magnum is on Durka now. Diffuse could be toyed with, not just yet. Durka just checks on it for a second. Goes back, dives out. Work from Durka again. He starts the round with a bang and he closes it. Just shuts the book on them.
Gak ngerti gue emang kayaknya emang bener aja.
What a round from him. Like you said, opens it up with an insane headshot over on B lane, closes things out. The Red Bull clutch coming from Durka here. The Blade Storm absolutely on peak.
Oh,
it's
no!
Beautiful.
Unbearably good. Durka has had a performance.
Holy
shit! Boys, girls. This is something else. Truly, this is Durka saying, yeah, no worries, boys, I got you, we got this. And crew, yeah, they can get aggressive right now. We see them do this in their kind of half buys, their force buys, but they need this to land, and Durka's just on one. Everything's just feeling right for him. We do see the Vipers pushed up in the form of Mazzino, taking a little bit of space, but keep in mind, they've got the SMGs, they've got Sheriffs, they've got Frenzies. It ain't much to play with, even with this slightly above average position. This could be nice. No, Durka just turns on him. This guy is having a series now. He's just feeling it. He wants to just go in, and they might as well here. They've got the numbers. So, a 4v3 towards the site.
So, Delzik and Nags are actually pretty close already. On default here. Durka goes exploring. We'll find another one. He spots one out coming through from Kitchen. Klaus. Not much longer for this world, I think, if Durka decides to swing once again. Actually, as I say that, we'll find a Sheriff headshot, but all the meanwhile, Magnum got himself a beautiful lurk all the way into Kitchen here, going to be able to cut off his This information plays into Fnatic's favor. They have control of A site, get the plant down for free, and Magnum can just play deathmatch here.
And look, if you're new to Fnatic, if you maybe hadn't watched too much EU Valorant, hey, look, I don't blame you. I get it. NA's exciting. They have all the flashiness, but you got players like Durka out here, right? Now, these were the firepower upgrades that Fnatic invested into. Durka and Magnum, they brought them on at a really risky time. This was a huge investment of them to try and bring this firepower. Now, Klaus does very nicely. But very unlikely the round goes anywhere other than expected, of course. So at this point,
yeah,
just checking. I just wanted to make sure I could hear the sound then. I'm like, oh no. I've seen weirder things. It's not gonna happen. Don't worry about it. But once again, this was Fnatic investing in two not unknown players, but not, you know, metal-tested players. You think about some of the other names out there. Exactly. Unproven players, and they were young guns coming in who definitely caught the attention of other EU teams, but
0-20
at this point, they are worth their weight in gold. We've already seen that come through. So the big moves from Fnatic at the right time, the plug-and-play players, these guys just looking fantastic. Look at that snap. And now, again, we asked the question, crew in these rifle rounds, where have they been?
Well, once again, Mazzino goes exploring B lane with a Spectre. I want to see a little more of a setup. Now, the problem is, the one time they've tried to make an adjustment, Nags got absolutely destroyed with that operator. Again, you're going to see him post up deep on B. But again, I don't think it really addresses the problem at hand, right? Which is Fnatic getting so much control front side on B.
Ceritanya udah kayak Sanggul Sage.
Run the clock out. They're able to just reset. They're able to just basically wait for crew to make a move, and every single time it's this kind of
cuci tangan.
There's no real utility investment. It's just a couple of swings out on the back of Mazzino's ball. If he's still up, there's no real challenge towards the back line of Fnatic.
No, they're not displacing any of it. It's
cepet itu Yoru. Hah, emang itu Yoru?
To the extent they're challenging the post plants, but even then, I want it to be
Yoru. I see.
Exactly.
They need a little more to it, a little bit more of a fire burning underneath them.
The thing is, Mazzino's happy to give up B side, which I like. Again, it's not as if he's dying and leaving it wide open, but the fact that he's backing away and then everybody comes through mid, they're all stacking up in kitchen, they're stacking up towards Snowman. There's nobody coming through to challenge Magnum on that lurk, and he has so much information.
Itu Yoru
so
evolusi.
much information, and at that point,
Pokemon evolusi.
Don't need to move at all. The fact that Durka and Doma keep just, I'll say it, overstepping on yellow and finding a lot of value doing it. Don't get me wrong.
Stage 2 dong. Kan stage 1 basic.
Again, it comes down to the fact that crew just peek one by one in the retakes. and they're peeking with the wrong
Emang ada
players.
season
Durka and Doma, which
Gini
don't
nih
matter
buka
at all when
kartu
you
nggak
think bigger
pernah
picture.
kartu nih.
Yeah, and they're happy to be frontline players.
Demi
They'll take
komunitas,
that hit.
bos.
That's absolutely fine. They'll just try and, as I said, put body on the line to protect Mystic. But at 7-2, the tactical timeout does finally dissipate. Crew, hopefully they've come up with an idea. We've got to see what they change up, what they do in this, because they have been overrun. We need to see a stop to the rot. 7 rounds sitting in the pocket of Fnatic, 2 towards Crew.
885.
It looks like they are trying to show a lot of presence towards long here. They're looking for those early fights. Maybe this is a switch up.
Jatuh kayaknya dah. Harusnya berkurang 15 dari mana tapi jatuhnya.
Finally, Mazzino gets it. The double down from Mazzino's big. That's map control. Fought for and won.
Iya juga
He's
ya.
going to hear all this. He knows the player's coming his way, and now there's a time limit on it. What does he do? He looked lost.
Jatuh harusnya kurang 15.
I don't know how Boaster gets away with it, 1, and how 2, Klaus just looked like he wasn't ready for it. At this point, now we're down to 2, BNJ and Mazzino. Magnum spots him out on the flank. Fnatic, they're all encompassing right now. As finally Mazzino wins that fight on long, the instant flex on the push towards A.
Sofa dapat nih.
It's
Kagak,
beautiful to
sama
watch.
mati begini lagi nih, lagi megang pisau sama kayak Sofa tadi.
The contingencies in place from Fnatic, it's
Jago
actually
banget
crazy.
Fnatic ini.
Again, in another scenario, Durka finds value there and finds the kill onto Mazzino, finds the opening on B. Yes, Delzik comes through, and actually repeating what they did in the pistol round, right, to try and contest control of top green, and Mazzino puts down actually a snakebite on there, and Delzik comes through to try and challenge inside the cloudburst. Somehow, again, through all that, Durka still wins the 1v1. Again, that's a different story. They find that Mazzino comes through, finds 2 kills, and they're set up to then just completely collapse onto A.
Okay, we go again. Let's see if this can maybe change something up here. Ult now invested as well. Several ults invested into this one as best they can. Crew are going to throw everything that they can into this. However, no early victory off the back of it. They're a little bit of that B lane control, but
yang main,
at this point,
anjing, ada yang
we have
main.
to wait and see where Fnatic take themselves to. The first time they've been kind of
Oh,
pulled away
Valorant.
from the
Lu
extremities.
ngapain nggak dapat?
Enggak, ngeliat friendly sepi banget.
We see the same adjustment here with Mazzino over towards A side with the Viper's
Turnilan pertama Valorant ini.
garner some territory control.
Sama ini sih gue bilang itu
That's
penentuan buat
why the
saya
alarm bot inside.
kalau
That's
extend
getting
dibantai-bantai
doubled as
udah no
well.
ops ya.
Players of Fnatic stacked up outside.
Tapi kan tetap udah pasti dapat ini dia. 2 slot saya.
Mystic and
Buat
Durka.
yang VCT 3 Berlin.
Siapa?
Behind the
Iya,
wall.
saya maksudnya bukan slot, maksud gue ini apa? Jompang skillnya. Kalau bisa extend masih bisa bersaing, berarti ya saya masih bisa berarti.
I mean, this is a whole other thing as well. We haven't seen a mid piece coming out.
Nah,
from
udah ada
Fnatic.
nih
Maybe
facecamnya
Crew
sekarang.
addressed the issues in previous rounds,
Dari
but
tadi nggak ada
let's see how much
net ya.
space they get here.
Rusak katanya tadi.
Iya.
Oh no, Delzik gets caught in the middle of it. Klaus and BNJ still going to do well though. Klaus playing so well, trying to make up for all the problems that they've had here. Nagset just with the pistol in his hand, just trying to buy the time. 15 seconds. Where is that spike? It is with Mystic right now, on towards the site itself. Tries to get a quick plant through, and it looks like so he's going to get it. Klaus is right on by. Nagset by his side. There's a 3v2 now. Play back in.
Oh, yang tengil itu dari tadi itu si
Trying
Magnum.
to keep this one in check, and you can see the
Booster.
it's a little unique here.
Yeah.
Emang iya
I
bukan
mean,
ya?
I hate to
Booster,
say it, but
booster.
this Viper's bit is actually pretty
Oh,
toxic.
Mystic. Oh,
So awkwardly
they can't
set
get
up.
on it. This is horrible, and Doma is just being such a problem. He doesn't
Iya,
need to
yang
repeat this. He's
ke
just
kamera mulu.
biding time, keeping the pressure away from Mystic again.
Gue bingung cara
You see
ngelawan
Mystic
Viper
don't
gimana
need
sih?
no help. He's fine. Nagset goes down. Klaus
Sekali
going
dia
down to
ngebunuh
1
SWAT
HP.
seorang dalam
Just, yeah, there's nothing to be
ultinya,
done. This is
yang
one of
lain
those
harus
strats, one of
nge-reflect
those little
ngejar-ngejar
pieces,
cuy.
those pocket pieces from Fnatic that
Nggak
just
bisa
for the
dibiarin
right
nih,
teams
kalau
and
nggak
for
dia
the
ganti
right
posisi lagi,
reasons.
susah lagi
This was a
dicari ya.
switch up. This was a bit of a different look. We'd seen those pieces run through towards B.
Wah gila, masa
constantly,
10-2
they'll switch up towards
lagi
the A
anjir.
hit, but then
Bener-bener
that
dikasih
mid look coming
2
out, the
awal
setup
doang.
coming through. Mystic, again, great
Pistol
play on the
sama bonus
Viper.
doang.
Iya.
Yeah, it is. And the big thing here is Fnatic showing versatility versus Crew that are just unable to really show us. I mean, yes, comparison to Haven, they're showing a few different setups here on defense, but it's their inability to adapt to what's going on. Yes, they can find these kills, but like I said, it comes back to the contingencies. Fnatic are so well set up to deal with any variable that doesn't even go in their favor. They still
Ya
recover the
udah nan
round.
aing Secia. Masih belum tentu itu. Kayaknya Lucet juga itu kayaknya cuma di map Heaven deh.
And I don't think we need to
Icebox lah.
sugarcoat the pill on this one. This has not been a good
Icebox,
display yet from
Bind.
Crew. So they're running out of options and time and
Bain
rounds.
enak tahu
At
ada
9-2.
Sage asli.
Andai kata ada bind, gua pasti jet. Gua udah apal setengah mati gua. Split gua sage.
And it's going to be Delzik to find Doma. So into the first one we go. Let's see if they can disrupt this. First layer of utility now toyed with. Klaus did find Doma in the meantime. Now there's going to be further layers of this Mystic. Invests his piece of utility. Zeno needs to get involved in this now.
Look, comes through though. Magnum perfectly positioned and actually going to be able to put the turret on the top. Mystic.
Wah, bener dong 10-2 lagi cuy.
It's just so beautifully considered.
Dapat nih
Again, Magnum peels all the way away from that execute. And the entire time, nobody from crew, nobody once again comes to challenge Mystic.
Lu ajakin lah itu tim kru buat ini turni barbar lu itu.
Tapi gue berharap gue seenggaknya dapetin juara 2 gitu di turnamen gede, pengen banget.
Bisa lah.
High diligence in that, and I think it's a skill that may not be rewarded enough, but I want to highlight here that Magnum's been playing his role very well. Now on the other side we know crew are pistol gods apparently.
Tahu gak lu? Yang paling susah siapa di tim baik? Georgie mentalnya kalau udah down banget.
Downnya gimana? Maksudnya mainnya jadi aneh.
Big
Masuk gak bisa main.
Nggak bisa main.
Ya belum ada ini kali, belum ada pengalaman turni. Dia turni nggak sih sebelumnya?
Jadi mereka itu dulu awal itu kayak emang sering turni bertiga gitu, duanya itu kayaknya teman-temannya mereka. Cuman timnya itu kayak nggak cocok gitu, kayak disuruh ini tuh kayak susah gitu. Jadi kayak yaudah main ini aja nembak.
Tuh kan? Kru menang pistol lagi cuy.
We're all good. No threats came through, no problems came around. Everyone was kept in line. I get scared when I see like
nggak usah beli senjata aja.
No problem.
Pistol orang mungkin dia menang dah.
I'm like, hold on, no. It's all good. It's all gravy. We're all gravy here. But it was scrappy for a little bit of time. But again, crew and the pistols are great.
Pistol, they are great.
Again, there's not an awful lot Fnatic can really do to react to that. Again, they kind of just have to scrap, right? They just have to take that brawl over the execute. See, this time around, no, actually a bit of a different force up, but Sheriff's got a shorty on the side of Mystic actually.
Ngentot langsung pandal. Oh bukan, Bulldog.
Again, one thing to keep an eye on here, Lauren, will be how Fnatic deal with B lane. You can see here, again on the back of no contact shown. Actually, Mazzino playing very deep.
Pasti dapat ini 4.
Deal with any threat coming through, but especially on
terus kelarnya 13-5 dah.
Keep an eye on how Fnatic deal with this B lane control on defense.
Clean.
Bulldog lucu juga.
Work so far from crew here, coming up with 2 good kills. Spike's slowly working through, and yeah, Mazzino very aware that they might be trying to get a little bit cheeky with this, but not going to be going for much of it. And waiting down below, there is Mystic with an interesting choice of weapon. Nagzet will be tilted off the face of the earth. The off the back of that. You don't love to see it unless you're a Fnatic fan. Tries to dive back in for more, but not going to get it. And now Boaster. Last one here. Does get Mazzino, but okay, 2 kills. It's not enough to really make me worried for Cruiser. Though should be okay going forward. No spike plant to really write home about, but at this point we can't talk small picture. You have to talk big picture when you've only got 4 rounds,
lagi
right? Like that's the
Kagak lah goblok.
Like, yeah, we can talk about the economy, kind of the effect of it, trying to have to work out how to balance out the rifles you're going to be investing into. When do you invest into them? Because again,
ada yang dibayar-bayar nih.
You've got to be all in as soon as possible. And this is technically your bonus round, but you really need this one.
Masukin bolongan gitu ntar turunnya pas di off gitu rap. Nah. Oke. Kalau Soba juga bisa ledakin situ tuh. Pas di bolongan situ. Reconnya. Gue liat siapa kemarin ya turnya. Soba mecahin reconnya di situ.
Jadi abu entot nih langsung. Round pistol beneran jadi ARan itu rifle jadi abu aja.
3 kills on the round already. Klaus and BNJ got it back up, but the spike's already lost.
It's deep into enemy territory, and the back's already covered. Yeah, the turret's there, but it doesn't matter. That whole retreat is covered off.
Ini kill juga sama Zowo udah pusing banget nih asli. Dia mau balik turretnya bersabda di belakang. Mau maju masih banyak banget orang, spike-nya drop pula.
Doma right, waiting. Mystic tucked in on the corner. And well, BNJ gonna have to just face the music here. Flawless round coming through. Prime Gaming. Flawless round at that as well, but that's the.
Nah ini kalau nih menang nih ya 11-5 terus jadi 13-5, gue udah gak ngerti lagi sih. Dejavu sih kalau begitu.
Disaster in front of you, which is Fnatic at full force with 11 rounds by their side, and you not having the bonus of at least a couple of rifles to bring through.
Buset itu Mystic. Jago banget.
Yeah, this is when it gets really tricky. Crew because effectively
abis ini V1 lawan Crazy Raccoon.
a buy on this one. Only ultimate available on the side of
Main dulu yuk.
No decent progress elsewhere.
Sambil nunggu.
Iya.
Again, look at it here.
Ayo boleh lihat.
Gonna lean away with
kalau lama ya.
DP gets on top of green, and actually now Doma can drift all the way away from B side. Especially now with Durka finding Mazzino in backline.
Well, Mazzino was playing small
Apa?
again.
Udah mau mulai apa belum?
Durka well aware of the previous rounds, and he's happy to be this best. He can be the nuisance. He can keep them constantly paranoid about the back lines. What could be happening in middle through tube potentially.
Lu pick dulu langsung otolok tapi ntar ada danan.
To reclear this if they do want to go back towards B.
Gak mau, sumpah malah gue seneng kalau ada orang yang pakai sentinel. Seneng banget kalau ada orang bisa pakai sentinel.
Will be Durka. He does have as well as Doma by his side, so the D&D combo. But no, pull the other way, kind of re-aggress towards A, maybe feeling as though they've pulled enough of a rotation. Magnum did go towards B, so they do get at least now a favorable fight towards the A site.
Still got the wall, so potentially can run through and try and brute force this plant. Say that, Mystic actually going to fall off the rip here. Klaus finds that one, the wall will be invested on backside. Both are actually able to poke a hole in it. It's an awkward plant actually by Delzik. It's tucked in the corner, so they can't.
Dia nggak ada nafsu-nafsunya nunggu temennya pada datang, cuy.
Fury going to come through, nearly actually catching 3 members of crew there, but elsewhere Magnum, Durka, Doma all firing kills. Delzik, last man up now.
2v1.
He has to just stand and fight. That's all he's got left. And Boaster outdoes him. It's going to be 12 on the board for Fnatic. And bear in mind, this ain't just map point. This is now going to be match point coming through. Crew, this is going to be heartbreaking in a round's time if they can't find an answer soon. As Fnatic have looked formidable thus far. There were question marks. We definitely theoried maybe a little bit of nerves could come into play. Some of these younger players, would it hinder them, would it hamper them? But no, none of that has happened. They have looked exemplary so far.
Yang udah YOLO gitu ya. Terus mainnya jadi lepas, dapat poin 1.
Iya, abis itu kan udah besar kepala kan. Bisa di comeback anjir.
Lost that discipline factor. And right here, everything's so well considered. Like I said, the contingencies in place for everything they're doing, even if they lose 1 or 2 members.
Oh, Durka. He's pushing up. Keeps himself at least unchecked for now. If you crest that corner, he knows that they're right around there. He's seeing a pixel out of place in this man.
Double draft dari awal.
Sees one, that's gonna be the start. The
second ini orang jago banget.
Durka just like a guillotine right now, slicing through crew, but Delzik at least puts up a fight back here. But you can see it just looks like right now Fnatic are just going to take this from them, rip it out of their hands. Magnum happy to take the fight as Nagza is the last one alive. And Fnatic destroy crew in the first game.
It's just simply outclassed. That's the only way to describe that. Crew not showing complete inability to deal with what Fnatic bring to this game.
Simply outclassed.
Icebox was one that potentially, yes, you could consider it.
Beda kelas banget cuy cara mainnya. Fnatic belum rapi banget mainnya.
The weirdest winners celebration I've seen.
Sama baik.
Boasters at the center.
Ya udah pasti baik lah, udahlah.
You gotta love him. They put on a show in the game and outside of the game. It's hard to not love the Fnatic side, as they've looked incredible here. I think it's definitely answered a lot of questions people may have had about them or any doubts that could have been brought through, but they have looked exemplary in the entirety of this run, and no better way to close it.
Gila, ini Derke.
Downfall of the opponent.
Crosshair titik apa ya?
And just the support there with his side. Brilliant.
Yang paling jago di turnilan ini nih Blintar nih ya. Gue ikutin Crosshair asli.
Oh bangsat. Gak ada hubungannya anjing.
Kan kalau online kan buset, ten sudah kagak ada lawan lah ya kalau online. Udah paling sakit deh itu bocah kalau online. Nah kita lihat nih kalau di LAN dia masih sakit udah nggak ada otak udah berarti. Fanatic versus Sentinel besok. Kita lihat pembuktian jauh NA.
I think we have to account for the fact that the vast majority of cruise rounds came through pistols, and again, this is what could happen. We said this is the first time we get to see that global scale here, right? This is when it's out of just those in the region leagues, and you finally get to see how it matches up.
Paling gede dia.
Udah sama kayak di Indo anjing.
When it came down to it, when it really came to the fight, Fnatic were heads and shoulders above them, and I now question how that bodes for the other regions going further forward, because we
ya karena yang belum tentu doyan nonton Valorant bisa nonton Shroud. Terus yang doyan nonton Valorant bisa nonton di Shroud.
Before we get there, of course, we are going to have to head to I believe a short commercial break, and when we're back, I'm sure Des will be breaking down everything we just saw. So guys, do stick around. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
Main nggak?
Ayo bisa kayak ini game mah.
Berapa lama aja? Bentar gue lagi deathmatch. Nggak bisa goblok.
Setengah jam baru bacotan ya. Baru bacotan mulai kayak tim ini bakal tanding bla bla bla, terus pada masuk, duduk dulu, technical pause dulu.
Ayo.
Jadi kayak satu game kayak cukup sih.
Itu mereka bawa epic masing-masing nggak ya? Enggak ya?
Nggak tahu gue, tergantung organizer turnya deh. Tapi selama ini yang tur-tur yang pernah gue mainin sih bawa sendiri-sendiri ya.
Apa bisa request kayak misalnya kayak ntar enak dibeliin sama itu organizernya?
Ya mungkin kalau udah kejuaraan dunia begini tau dah.
Kayak lu bakal pakai apa gitu. Kali beli.
Sekering nanti ya.
Terus kamu bisa detail tau
caranya.
Tadi iklannya nggak lihat loh.
Mentok Nanat.
Hah? Detail?
Oh, ke depan ya?
Dimiringin gitu.
Gimana caranya?
Miring ngekngok kayak apa? Kayak 4DX-nya CGV.
Nan.
Hah?
Ini gue makin gak masuk akal aja.
By one mulu aja. By one.
Lihat aja ngentot. Orang sampai marah anjing di deathmatch.
Kursi gue lihat baru tuh, Blay.
Iya, kado ultah.
Enak nggak Blay?
Apa?
Enak nggak Blay? Empuk nggak bawahnya?
Enak, empuk. Bukan yang ini,
Gila.
punya gue bukan yang apa? Bukan yang kulit.
Kado ultah ya.
Iya bang.
Orangnya nyuprot banget dia, ceweknya Mansen.
Parah ya.
Iya.
Ya lah
Tahun
kursinya.
pacaran kado gue selamat ulang tahun doang anjing.
Ceweknya Danan nggak support.
Udah, diam, jangan.
Habis ini soal NUTURN, bukannya ini.
Malah jadi terapis.
Habis ini version 1 lawan Crazy Raccoon.
Dulu gue bangga banget sama M gue, bangsat.
Nih, abis ini V1 lawan Crazy Raccoon, abis itu Sharks lawan NUTURN.
Abis itu Mansen versus Yeberap.
Minggu depan.
Minggu depan.
Oh, enggak ding, abis Sharks sama NUTURN udah 3 game doang. Vikings lawan extendnya 21 jam lagi.
Makanya sampai pagi.
Besok.
Iya, besok 21 jam lagi. Ini ada yang ngirim ke gue jam 5 pagi.
Iya,
Vikings lawan extend.
Emang nggak ada bracket aslinya ya?
Enggak, bener deh. Pokoknya abis ini masih ada 2 game lagi, V1 lawan Crazy Raccoon sama Sharks lawan NUTURN. Vikings extendnya besok 21 jam lagi. Terus Liquid berarti ketemu yang menang lawan version 1 sama Crazy Raccoon.
V1 sih.
V1 sih, asli V1 jago banget.
Berarti tebakannya si Feli nih.
2-0 ya?
Iya. 2-0 definitely fanatik.
Gue lupa pasang.
No doubt kata.
Danan, kamu berjudi Danan.
Aduh, keceplosan.
Pasang di mana sih?
Ntar gue kirimin linknya.
Itu stiker yang dipakai Lothar yang dari ini ya, influencer box ya?
Iya, yang Viper.
Iya, yang Viper.
Nan, main gak lo? Nat, kamu main gak?
Enggak. Kalau aku main, kamu nggak ada akun.
Ada.
Kan kamu udah bayar sewa sama aku.
Goblok.
Ya udah gue sekalian live ya.
Sekalian lah.
Radian dah akun gue.
Si jauh kok
Ya,
yang
open
Radian.
bid guys.
Ayo Nan.
Open bid. Gue jual.
Open bid. Akun klub.
Gak bisa gue mainin anjing akun gue.
Kenapa?
Momen unrated juga susah, Rap.
Kenapa?
Musuhnya kan
jago-jago. Ini berarti dari yang pertama kali kamu pakai nih bronze Nanat ya pertama kali ya? Iya nggak sih?
Lo masih silver 2.
Silver 2 ya?
Silver 2 terus kamu pakai main kan sama Apip gitu kan. Jadi gold. Jadi gold udah dah. Lu strike abis itu dah. Tahu-tahu gue deathmatch udah nggak bisa lihat orang aja, mati ya.
Makanya main pakai PC.
Emang dia main pakai apa?
Laptop.
Laptop mah nggak usah main Valorant, main Feeding Frenzy aja anjing.
Nah gue main Overcooked disuruh Mansen main Valorant.
Gimana?
V1 pakai stand-in. Hah? Serius loh? Siapa yang
match found?
Krim di tim mana? Liquid. Mana live-nya Bang Arab? Itu dia live.
Heaven nih ya, gue pakai Sage nih ya.
Pakai rap.
Gue pakai nih. Lo, iya dia oning gue.
Gue pakai Omen lah.
Langsung orangnya gampang kemotivasi gitu kentut semuanya nih.
Apa anjing tadi kan kagak yang pakai omen bangsat. Motivasinya sama siapa?
Dia ngeliat VCT anjing.
Kagak ada tadi yang pakai omen anjing.
Orangnya gampang kayak nonton Power Ranger pengen jadi Power Ranger.
Lah cuma dulu kecil-kecil berebutan anjing. Siapa yang mau jadi Power Ranger merah kalau nggak biru? Berebutan anjing kecil-kecil. Pokoknya aku Power Ranger merah.
Kalau gua dulu di sekolah pas TK SD gitu udah pasti jadi Power Ranger hitam anjing. Gue sekolah Cina gitu.
Disuruh pilihnya itu. Udah
yang pantu gue doang anjing.
Udah ramu hitam aja.
Yang fankui gue doang bangsat.
Fankui.
Ini obrolan apa nih bangsat?
Mending fankui nggak fanpo.
Yang fankui gue doang pada saat itu.
Arah bangsat.
Udah lu jadi yang hitam aja Rap. Panggilnya Arab pakai B dulu.
Dipaksa lu ya, nggak boleh punya pilihan.
Nggak boleh. Jaga itu nan, gue jaga sini.
Shadows traveling. Ikutin kayak tadi lah, wall ini ya lah. Wall swordnya. Rame-rame. Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, C.
Kalau nggak silong di grass depan gua. Silong.
Hit dua-dua ya.
Buset, takut amat bang. Jadi tuh lo nggak nge-schedule gitu sih, Rap? Nggak langsung ya?
Nggak tau.
Nah, lu ke atas wall ini nih. Anjay, kayak
tadi, Rap. Kayak di VCT.
Apaan? Di mana?
Di short. Tapi wallnya lurus.
Lurus wallnya.
Tuh. Terus apa lagi? Udah cuma ngewall aja bangsa.
Agak ada lanjutannya.
Apa serunya?
Dia pengen sih diterusin dulu anaknya buset.
Apa serunya tai?
Itu biar dia kalau masuk surtnya susah, lama.
Kayak lu wall garage. Iya dawat.
Wall tube dia.
Nggak usah jaga di situ dong.
Balik mereka. Dukung siapa VCT? Tim baik gua.
Kayak ada di kanan deh, Rap.
Gak ada. Bohong lu anjing.
Wah ini di short anjing, ini di belakang wall lu, Rap.
Wall udah hancur ya?
Ya itu pakai gue smoke. Planting nggak?
Spike planted.
Nan, masukin gravity nan. I flash gravity. 1, 2, 3 go.
One enemy remaining.
What the fuck are they doing? Mereka wall sini ngentot banget.
Bot lo gak bisa lewat anjing.
Anyone have any spins? I may have downed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Si Boster di ini lagi.
Apa Nat?
Di interview.
Yang tengil di face cam dari
Iya.
tadi.
Iya.
Abangnya Danan.
Abang gue itu kalau turnamen gue paling tengil.
Turret out.
Mantap. In 3, 2, 1. Nggak jadi.
Cover going out.
Gue semua kerap hilang lah. Ngerap, one tap ngerap. Nah. Tuh.
Oke. Gue main masih nyendersen, santai dulu.
Shadows traveling.
Ini orang mid yang tadi ya?
Nah. Itu 78 ya. Itu 78. Enjoy.
Planting ya.
Spike planted.
Blinding. Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Duh, Mansen beban banget.
Hunting them down.
Work hard.
Sage cannot protect them all.
Telepon, bagi dong telepon.
Tuh.
Bagi dong.
Mending gue beliin lo Vandal. Nevermind.
Dulu. Enggak.
Kalau tadi gak usah pada rotate ke C anjir.
Halo.
Gue mau ngambil senjata dong tadi.
Cover going out. Cover going out.
Watch this.
Watch them run.
Tibes balik ke arah grass.
Aduh anjing.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Blinding.
Depan window.
Last player standing.
You will not kill my ally.
Udah ketahuan gue sih.
You're going to scatter from my stuff.
Joget
Super easy to pick off.
Siapa booster?
Iya.
Joget-joget ya. Bocah nggak bisa diem. Iya bro, Iko bro. Itu nomor sampai habis, iya kayak dah.
Shadows traveling.
Rame.
Cialong mas.
The hunt begins.
Apa dia naik?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Cover going out.
Clutch Pepesen.
Iya, masalahnya gue mau nge-save aja. Gua antep ya.
Ya. Oh, lo harus ngeker gitu ya?
Kalau jauh ya? Kalau jauh lebih enak gitu.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Lemes amat. Ya beginilah namanya hidup.
Kadang terus di atas dan terus di atas.
Kadang hidup, kadang harus di atas. Turun-turun. Lupa.
Cover going
Ini
out.
maybe go back, bro. Like go to mid or C long.
Ada dua.
I will catch them right here.
Shadows traveling.
Nice.
Mak.
Bilang apa lu?
Shadows traveling.
Apa namanya?
Di garis ya, Bang?
Nggak ada.
Ada.
Nggak ada. Nggak ada. Ini gue B. B or A.
30 seconds left.
Di A ya?
Iya.
Cover going out.
Planting.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
What?
No, you don't deserve my attention. No, you don't deserve
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Gue kira tadi di A loh, gue ke A.
Sentinel mainnya lusa apa hari ini, Blay? Besok.
Sentinel jam berapa besok, San?
Kayak jam 2-an dah.
2 pagi.
Iya.
Nah, kita Discord bareng aja. Gue nonton di kasur.
Short. Dia dashing short.
You should run.
Stealing sight.
Gua nggak tahu mana.
Short satu rap.
One down.
Last player standing.
Last long.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike down
Oh,
A.
di atas. Gak keburu.
Nggak apa-apa, santai.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Untung gue kena variable damage.
Apa?
Net window.
I will find you, Omen.
Mendo.
Get out of my way.
Ada.
Duh, gue lupa kalau gue bukan jet. Allahu Akbar. Gue lupa kalau bukan jet. Begonya. Biasaan anjing. Bego banget anjing.
Flash ya. Dia blind.
Enggak blind jujurnya.
Last player standing.
Cover going out.
Spike planted.
Lupa banget gue malah pencet dash. Kok nggak ngedash?
Malah ngeluarin bola ya.
Iya, anjing bego banget.
Jauh nih berarti. Backside.
Udah AWP ya, Sen, mereka hati-hati.
COC.
Platform paling. Kiri lu. What? Where are they to be exact?
Platform sama wood. Udah mau mulai, Blay. Ntar abis game ini gua ngabarin lagi.
Look at me. I know
Belum
that
kok,
I am by
masih
your
banget.
side.
Oh.
Bohong mulu lu.
Au lu. Mau dapat AP lu hidup bohong mulu.
Nan, sini nan. Lu by Vandal kan, sini gumpanin nyawa gua.
Lu ngumpanin nyawa lu ya.
Iya, lu itu
Quick peeks now.
Ngepik kanan. Gue jagain win dulu.
Semua anjir.
Kaget gua. Satu deket rap. Nan.
Jahil kalau mau. Nggak ada ya, udah deh.
Ke Tibes 1. Sama satu depan danan.
One enemy remaining.
Mati sisa orang Tibes.
Spike down A.
For you. Placing sentry. Satchel out. Say goodnight.
Cara fanatik ya, nge-push ya.
Stock back up.
Ada minta nggak?
Danan.
Tuh kenapa ya Sen? Gue kalau lagi main kayak gini nih, bawaannya males gitu Sen.
Kenapa?
Tapi kalau lagi nggak main, pengen main.
Oh, bosen rap ya rap.
Wifi yang nggak ada.
Apa?
Wifi.
Ngentot banget dah. Terus tadi main. Mati mulu.
You will not kill my allies.
Yeah, are they rotate or what?
No charges. Cover going out.
Can you kill the under?
Spike planted.
That's done.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot semua kena kepala gue.
Thank you. This fight is diffused.
Main tanpa di left coba rap. Tadi main.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
I can revive. Tapi gue selalu mati di awal. Hahaha.
It's called support.
Enggak.
Turret out.
Yeah, can you pick along?
You should run.
Oh man, low one is short.
For you.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Long.
Last player standing.
3-2.
Bisa lu bet tuh pakai revive.
Your duty is not over.
Lompat gitu tuh. Lompat gitu tuh.
Nggak tahu gue. Celeng.
Iya, ini bahaya banget anjing.
Kayaknya ngebug dah.
Kalau nggak musuh ini scroll kayak gue.
Mungkin nggak tahu. Yeah man, I have no idea man. I think it's bugging something.
Net.
Buy me race.
Can I have op?
Thank you. Good work. Don't screw it up.
HD play.
Apa? Udah mulai Nanet?
Masuk stage.
Oh, masuk.
Belum lah.
Pas dah kan.
Gua anjing.
Get out of my way.
Cover going out.
Last player
Gak
standing.
mati lu 120.
Aduh, bentar.
Jepang ya?
Switching sides.
Ya, Crazy Raccoon Jepang.
We won't lose.
V1 NE.
Satu orang doang yang orang.
Di belah tengah.
V1 waktu itu comeback lawan apa Nanet yang kita tonton ya?
Lupa aku.
Di split kan tapi?
Di split.
Gue nggak tahu di split. VCT udah mulai belum cuy? Baru masuk stage. Relax, habis game ini.
I am everywhere.
P1 nge-ban bind. Raccoon nge-ban split.
Blocking sight.
Shadows traveling.
Grounded.
Ya, di ban split ya.
One enemy remaining.
Ada tapi gua nggak mau pakai.
Brengsek juga kamu ya.
Mapnya Artisan Icebox.
Gila Icebox gue dipakai mulu ya.
Soalnya banyak gimana ya? Itu map itu belum basi.
Map 3 Haven.
Kalau Ascen udah basi banget soalnya.
Artisan soalnya defender silent banget nih.
Iya, udah bener-bener udah semua orang udah tahu, udah banyak tahu counter-counterannya. Kalau Haven cuma tinggal potong-potongan siapa yang kulit satu tinggal rotate.
Oke.
Lo tuh mouse-nya beda-beda.
Shadows traveling.
Wall race.
Stealing sight.
Dalam smoke satu nih.
One enemy remaining.
Anjing nih orang. Nggak dapet banget.
Yo menangin. Itu nonton. Bang manggung di Padang lagi. Tunggu nggak ada corona. What? Ghost? Oh.
Come on, let's go. Bomb buddy out.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Bisa dibawa ke.
Turret out.
Jepang ada yang pakai headset kucing-kucing dong.
Headsetnya emang boleh.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Apa itu? Absar.
Cover going out.
Aduh, goblok banget main gua.
Last player standing.
Udah agent select.
Nah, akhirnya lah.
Sama-sama dua duelis.
Sama-sama dua duelis.
30 seconds left.
Jet sama Race.
Mapnya apa? Map pertama?
Vanity pakai Astra. Mansen.
Vanity jago banget.
V1 defense.
I'm sorry, what the fuck is happening?
Udah mulai guys.
Oke.
Nah. Drop.
Thank you.
Salah. Stress. Ras.
You're about to watch VCT, let's go.
Jet, smoke.
Shadows traveling. Blinding.
Men, gue bener-bener lemes banget, men, anjing. Pojok, box.
Pelanan. Satu Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Heaven last.
Cover going out.
Nonton VCT. Ini ntar abis ini mau ngasih.
Untuk nggak jadi kerjanya.
Gue tabrak-tabraknya musuhnya.
Ya.
V1 1-0.
Telepon minta.
Nah.
Thank you.
Gila, gue live report aja.
Masih.
Let's make some chaos.
Artisan, gue slow backside.
Itu bukan gua bangsa.
Oh, iya bukan lo ya.
Spike down, C.
Stealing sight. Shadows traveling.
Ambil rotet.
Dapat banyak, pelan.
One enemy remaining.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
Itu ulti nih. Mana ya? Ulti.
Wah, ya. Mid. Selalu dulu. Lu dapat izin nonton dari siapa, Sen?
Riot. Request gitu, Rap.
Jadi gue PM.
Nan.
Jetnya backside
Spike
105.
down mid. Last player standing.
Untung lu malah pada apa?
V1 2-0.
V1 tuh dari mana?
NA kan?
Iya, V1 NA. Yang lolos Sentinel sama V1.
One down.
Satu lagi, Nan. Bawah window lu.
Wah. Gokil tuh orang.
Paint, check. Charges,
Check.
Brakes.
Beresin deh.
Nan, boleh, Nan.
Thank you.
Killjoy main C apa A sih? Main A tadi ya? Tadi kita kecing ada Killjoy ya, Rena.
Gue udah nguap mulu atau gue udah banget.
Cover going out.
Get out of my way.
Wah, insane.
Wah. Gue hidupin dulu tapi jauh.
Gak usah, Rap.
Level drone.
Satchel out. Barrier created.
Ini cover.
Dropped. Turret out. Placing bomb grenade. Alarm bot out.
One enemy remaining.
Race-nya. Sama, kiri nyarap nih harusnya.
Your tactics failed. No charges left.
Match point.
I know how this will end.
Gue mau balas dendam sama Rena. Gue ngeslin dibantai tadi sama dia.
1 point.
Oh kan gue kan belum dapat izin dari siapa.
Terus?
Dia gue nontonnya dari lu. Kalau dari lu ngizinin gue gak?
Gue ngizinin lah.
Ya udah. Gue nontonnya dari channel lu.
Terus kita nggak bareng.
Dibutor.
Kita nontonnya, nggak apa-apa sih Rap. Kayaknya kalau lu nggak tahu sih.
Nggak tahu, gue ngantuk sen.
Paling ya ditegor-tegor dikit doang, tanyain. Nggak sih kayak Rap. Nonton aja dari Twitch.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So,
Let's just.
Yes, boys. I want to watch Master. Let's go. Smoke cross jet.
Apa di semua sih?
bomb buddy out.
Gak apa-apa.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out. Light.
P1 31.
Keluar dia keluar.
Last player standing. Spike down.
Aduh, ngantuk banget. Ayo weh.
No one beats my firepower. I got
Phoenix-nya sih gaming banget.
Ya harus Iko deh.
Iya sih Iko dulu sih. Apa Nat gaming banget? Vanity jago ya?
Phoenix, Zelis.
Zelsis. Iya, Vanity masih Zelsis jago.
Zelsis. Lempar itunya apinya dari
Molinya.
Tuhan Yesus Kristus hidupnya.
bomb buddy out.
Wah, ini di Free Fire gua. Terus kena gua nggak tuh?
Spike down mid.
Ini gua nggak bisa tidur masalahnya, gua syuting pagi.
Mid mantek AWP.
Terminated.
Player standing.
Di atas wall sisi kanan.
Udah maju. Bismillah ya.
1v1, kelasnya operator. Tapi dia tahu lu 5 HP.
Dipantek itu udah anjing. Pasang dulu ya turret.
Placing sentry.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Empat satu. V1.
Recalling my bot.
V1-nya defender dulu ya?
Iya.
V1 dari mana?
10 seconds left.
NA. North America.
Initiated. Placing sentry.
Lu harus mati garage sih. Nah.
Pas banget. Kenapa dia harus lewat garage, Sen?
Ya kayak 80% cuma di situ doang harusnya.
Iya. Cing tuh gitu ke Selo anjing. Enggak headshot lagi, 40 doang kena badan. Ya weh.
Remember, the weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Duh, gue syuting pagi lagi anjing. Kalau tidur bablas. Gak tidur gak tau mau ngapain. Mau main celeng.
Pakai babi celeng.
Tuhan. Gila, gue bingung banget mau ngapain ya. Aduh.
Cover going out.
Your duty is not over.
Coverin dong. Keluar dia.
Nah.
Stealing sight.
Oke.
Aduh, pas banget terus. Kanan bom.
Shadows traveling.
Heaven semua bagaimana sih? Wallnya nggak dihancurin.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
AFK ya? Oh iya bener.
Clutch.
GG.
Attackers win.
Lagi.
Nonton Sen.
Let's go.
Mau nonton dari Mansen ya. Lu lagi live kan, Son?
Lagi.
So that same set piece.
Tapi lu sama gue ntar ngomonginnya beda, Rat.
Ngapa gitu? Lu emang delay berapa lama?
Nggak ada delay, cuma nggak real life kan.
Ya gini aja. Lu tampilin view-nya Mansen, tapi lu nontonnya itu apa?
Nah, iya, lu pakai window capture gitu. Lu buka dua Google Chrome. Ribet sih, apalagi nih orang udah teler.
Gimana?
Ya udahlah deh.
Ya udahlah, bukanya titik.
Iyalah, mental.
Iya.
Buat tegur balik.
Goblok dan
lu mau sepi lu community lu gitu.
Walau gila sih Dan.
Ini lo tegur duluan sebelum ditegur.
Iya nanti.
Mana ini?
They will at least hold the advantage towards a site, but it will be
down to
he was sitting pretty deep towards
Bang izin restream gitu.
Interesting slightly here. I'm wondering if he's looking for information on this. He might get a little bit more than he'd want to, but yeah, it can be a burst.
No verified lagi gua tuh.
Of the players now coming through. Zephyr's going to be the one
Ada centangnya Bang izin
the
restream.
way in. Effie's Playing a little deeper on the site, Spam does connect a touch, but the site will go towards the Crazy Raccoons for now. Unless Penny can grab a quick kill on the way.
1-4 ya. V1 dari mana?
NE.
This should be a bit
Dari mana?
NE.
North America.
Oke.
V1
CR
really see a fully fledged retake.
JP no, di atasnya no, di atasnya no. Di atas CR JP, di atas
Oh iya,
V1 NA.
Oh iya, Jepang.
Maaf.
Ada yang belah tengah lucu banget tuh mukanya.
Kerennya JT ya.
Buset. Lu lihat tadi dia cuma kedip doang pas masukin smoke.
Iya. Udah tahu kan sebelumnya udah ada step ya?
Iya.
Satu nih. Pas sini tuh mereka udah tahu tuh, mereka udah nembak tuh.
Genuinely thought that was going to be the first time we really saw the Crazy Raccoons take part in this. Take a piece of this. But I could watch this all day. Give me this replay right now. The first I'm like, yeah, that's not bad.
Apaan sih nowhere to run-nya jadi gitu suara.
Budgets do this in my games. Penny, dude. This guy is absolutely sick.
Kayaknya saya dibantah.
Belum tentu sih. Kalau menurutku kalau Aim jago juga ya extend. Terus rapi juga extend. Tahu?
Extend siapa?
Thailand. Representatif region gitu cuy.
Mereka tahu baik nggak ya?
Tahu lah.
Tahu lah kan.
Oh, you take the fight.
Yang menang barbar Esports.
Always that next phase coming out. This is brilliant from V1. They look solid. Absolutely solid.
I mean, at this rate, any more drops, and I think the map.
Lu nonton sekarang berapa nih detik ya?
Apa?
Detik.
Mana gua tahu? Oh, 21, 20, 19.
Udah sama.
Get some analysis in while you can before your internet dies again. Quickly.
CR yang jago tuh.
Well, it's 6-1. There you go.
Zapper. Nice, thank you. You really helped me with that.
Zapper sering diomongin gitu di saya jago.
Don't need to talk about Mitchman already.
Sama baik.
6-1 ops out.
Masih ditanya loh. Yang menang barbar turnamen.
Yang gua kesal lah cuma satu. Kenapa VS nggak lolos?
Falls away though eventually. Gives up middle control. First time.
Gua cuma pengen lihat gimana kalau NA dikasih jet bridge udah itu doang.
Taken it without a loss of life.
Yeah, that's it. See Penny gonna after showing early presence on short with the operator.
Nggak mungkin bisa ini sih kayak kalau dia rapi banget man. Terus jaganya kalau diem udah diem.
Nggak ini ya.
Zephyr's position will be revealed. At least noted he's come deep enough towards pizza. And Penny once again could reset and play even deeper this time around. Zelsis now going to swing on, spy out Munchkin on short. Those little hot hands and the gravity well combo.
Harus teamwork banget sih kalau udah kelas kayak gini.
Raccoon's opportunity to reset. You can see the spike making its way back to his spawn now, Lauren.
Parah, teamwork banget, tim baik, makanya menang barbar turnamen.
Alongside Munchkin actually.
Yeah, off the back of that control that's gonna be garnered by Zephyr.
Aduh, gua sampai ketawanya telat. Gua ngejokes lu masuknya lama gitu di kepala gua bangsat.
Swing from Jammies, who's gonna stay alive, and this one swings out again, catching even more. Jammies with great work here, biding time and bringing this back to maybe manageable situation. Was at least Munchkin finding Penny there, kind of surprising. But Munchkin now ult out, needs to kind of find place for this. Does want to clear the back of Boathouse, but decides to go for it himself. Might just send that through towards CT. Spike does need to be planted. It goes down now.
Tapi saya ada
satu. No Penny on the retake, but still Zelsis, Effys, and Vanity still have utility too, as they're finding out. Nothing feels safe as Zelsis already going to lead the way in. Effys holding that swing as well. There it is, just down to Munchkin. A 1v2 required. Take a little bit of damage on that. The tag comes in. Incy deals with Zelsis. Maybe there's still some hope here. Munchkin on the reload though has to bide the time. Trying to play it on the clock. He gets the tag, not the frag.
Nice banget.
Munchkin brings some pride for the Crazy Raccoons.
Oh, gameplay kompetitifnya masih nyangkut tuh. Nembak-nembakin box.
Really relying on a player like Munchkin to step up and pop off and close out some of these rounds that you got to argue they should be winning, right? But Munchkin plays this beautifully.
Oh yeah.
It's one by one. Paint Shell has there enough time to take this clean repeat actually. Right here, I thought he was actually going to get the tap onto the Phoenix reset as well.
6-2 now.
Dia mainnya gepeng ya?
alarm bots hanging out together. And Penny, similar positioning before, but actually committing on this one.
Kayak gue tadi racer mainnya ya, Sen. Parah.
If anything, maybe solidifying what Penny saw earlier on.
Gue bener-bener udah air mata gue keluar.
Actually, this is tricky here. Munchkin actually almost catching jammies off, and he will do on lane. With a 3-man stack over towards A. Effie's got to respect this for the time being. Send out a shock dart or two, maybe try and find a little bit of chip damage before this retake comes through. Fantastic opening there from Zephyr with the Blade Storm.
Yeah, it must be nice. We'll take him. Munchkin a little low, but that's just fine. This retake's not looking likely, and that op in hand might make this a bit too costly. I'm seeing Penny already backing out of this one. So this might be a bit of a save on this for now. Trying to play it back in, sure they could, but Penny wants to keep that op up, and I'm not sure what the money's like at this point, but I'm sure it's going to be at least kept somewhat humble, because I think you had to rebuy this, so yeah, I think this one's going to be a bit of a save on this.
Dia udah punya pisau temporal. Ini buat yang di master dong. Udah kebuka buat dia, buat mereka.
Ini lagi match antar region apa gimana? Enggak, antar RT. RT suka maju di Bandung. Lawan RT Bobatu Kalau Bobatu kagak di Bandung, Bobatu nggak di Bandung, gua Solo.
Iya dong, itu si Riz nggak main 1920 ya, Gpeng ya?
He can find a lot
Ini juga
of
warnanya
I mean, the previous round he set one shot out and rotated.
Oh, berarti tergantung ininya ya.
If he can identify it.
Tergantung PC mereka masing-masing ya. Iya, anjing gokil juga.
Maybe the mid flank that they could have exploited. So this looks like to be their answer. You can see the turret going to be dealt with. And maybe just post.
Gokil juga dia main kayak gitu ya. Itu warnanya ya, Bang.
Proactive.
Yang mana sih warna apa sih?
Lu kan gak bisa.
Yang mana?
Lu kan gak bisa bedain.
Iya, yang mana?
Iya, lu nanya juga percuma, Rap.
Enggak, siapa ya? Kasih tau hero-nya. Jet siapa?
Jet si Zephyr. Zephyr gak sih? Zephyr.
Coba ya gue lihat ya.
Enggak, ini mah masih observer ini.
Terus lihatnya dari mana?
Tadi waktu diganti ke layarnya dia.
Pas lagi replay.
Oh iya udah, gue tungguin.
Iya, bocah buta warna ya.
Seemingly clear at this point, yeah. Spike on
Warna dana langsung ngesit banget, lu kan gak bisa bedain.
I've got to say it, they've started to actually find some good side takes, been able to kind of not overly commit to those retake time for V1. They did do well before in these, but they need to clear short pretty deep to get past this safely. You're gonna have to Killjoy invested, and Zep's still happy to just try and dodge bullets, going full Neo mode here. He's not unchecked, but that's gonna be a huge pick. Yeah, Zephyr gets it for free, tries to dip back around. Effie's punishes from short, but by now there's a trade out. That deep hold from short we were talking about is gonna be hard to clear, and it was. Medusa gonna play towards hell, and there's no way out of this. Suddenly, the crazy raccoons have worked it out.
Fantastic setup in the post lane. He said, Munchkin playing so deep.
I mean, that's the
clock.
Kalau lu ini ya tapi work di defender.
Really, I think it's just a single glance
from two members of version 1.
Defender. Even a full clearance there, and Munchkin absolutely punishes them for it. The timing so unfortunate there for was it Zephyr in heaven that caught Vanity? Just as that smoke drops, and again still got that dash, so he gets away scot-free with it.
I'm glad to see them pull the timeout here as well for V1. It's not many rounds.
Kenapa kamera nunjukin gituan? Oh ini dia nih, oh Gpeng ya dia. Ini Gpeng gue tahu nih.
Gpeng nih. Ya ini kan Gpeng warna kagak berubah bos.
I love the way we go to 100% digital.
Oh yeah, mana?
Kagak ada.
Ntar, kagak ada. Terus si Zephyr. Ntar lo kesel gue.
Iya.
You gotta love it. But I'm glad to see it turn up to B1 because you don't want to get run over.
Sama aja. Oh tadi ya ada nggak di YouTube pesan ada kan? Lu bisa mundurin kan?
Is now been able to be replicated. It's not just a one-off. These side takes have been good.
Mundurin nih.
To play around.
Yang Zepper ada tadi.
He's not been able to be in the right place at the right time. The retakes have been read well. They haven't been able to deal with these side takes.
No, they haven't. I think actually.
Right,
at this point,
dua round sebelum ini tadi, Rap. Dua round sebelum ini.
Stop the bleeding, so to say, because a couple of these rounds really, KRAKEN have done a really good job in the early round of at least taking some of the tools away from version 1. And some of that
dua round sebelum ini.
Actually, when it comes
berarti
towards the mid round, things like Medusa and Zephyr exploring very deep towards market, and it's making version 1 re-explore all of this kind of close territory towards both sides really and mid.
Sama aja.
KRAKEN
ya kan percuma emang kasih tahu lu.
Completely uncontested, like I said, right there, Jammies. So
much pas replay. Pas replay. Gue liatin nih.
Initial dry peek up onto tree. But then when they can stack behind that, I mean, that information gets relayed. They can stack up behind and 3 or 4 players come through. There's no logic to Jammies then kind of peeking that.
Nemu nih gue.
Habis potong rambut dia aja.
Nemu nih.
Nah itu warnanya kan beda tuh.
Nah iya itu Rap. Warnanya beda gak di lu?
But at this point, I mean, it's a long tactical if it is. It's just getting back on the way. I feel as though
apa bedanya?
Up soon. No, it is. There we go. But I want to see what V1 do now. Like, I want to see what their answer is, because they did post up Penny towards main, and it looks like they're going to go for it again, potentially, but still, it feels like trying to get Penny in the right place at the right time here.
Yeah, it is. But, I mean, credit where credit's due. KRAKEN seem to have found an answer, at least, to find some success and consistent success, because it's
bedanya apa
kind
sih?
of repeating the same process once again. It's
main
STRIX.
Nggak tahu lebih nyaman tau.
Nggak, tadi warna apa sih?
Warna terang banget itu digital vibrance-nya 100% kayaknya anjing itu.
I think you're right though.
80 sampai 90 kayaknya.
Iya itu 80 ke atas itu. Gue nggak gue takatin ini kasihan mata gue.
That was close. I don't know if Neff had any idea just how close it was. Luckily he was posted up still watching this, but
asli.
Now I'm going to put the turret down and...
But I love this counter utility just to make it really uncomfortable for Penny. I mean, we talk about this when it comes to other maps like, you know, shower control and the kind of back and forth of utility use. I love the fact we're seeing it here. It's kind of really keeping Penny working for it. And you saw the impact he had when
mereka dapat FPS berapa ya?
They are going to go back towards that lean towards A. Bit of a good start. He comes out and catches Medusa in a big way. Down to, what, no HP? Yeah.
Lu tadi sempat ping mereka nggak berapa? 1 anjing.
Lan cuy, dibikinin server LAN udah pasti.
Iya, pingnya 1 bang.
Enak banget nembak kan. Nggak ada delay.
Medusa actually trying to reset from that. Now Munchkin got to get away from this spot, but he will do one headshot as well. Effie's with the shock dart also.
Yeah, but this is still game on. Neff, what can you do with this? No! Just darted across from short, maybe been able to get in there in time.
Temannya berantem di dia karena tahu ada orang satu di short, dia benar-benar masih nahan di situ loh. Coba kita nih buset, lu ngebet banget mulai. Wah elah. Nggak mabar lagi tuh besok tuh kalau temen kita yang begitu.
Nggak, tim Bae nggak gitu, tim Bae. Tim Bae mah tetap dia stay. Iya mesti nyerang A, stay di B.
Sure who ended up being, but
main ini ya nge-retake bareng-bareng terus ya?
Enggak, satu aja ketinggalan, nggak mau senjata jatuh. Itu yang namanya baik.
Kan motonya kalau orang lain bisa, kenapa harus gua?
Itu moto tim baik tuh. Kalau orang bisa, kenapa dipaksa ke gue?
Real close. Sight hits not come through just yet.
Itu moto kita banget itu. Ada bumbot nih lewat, nggak ditembak, nggak. Tanya nih, kan tanya, kenapa nggak ditembak? Lah,
Lu kan bisa nembak.
Kalau lu bisa kenapa harus gua tuh?
Dia moto baik, hati lah.
Now a man advantage for Elsis. Also, ultimate available. He's actually gonna pop that. Come through.
Timnya jujur banget.
He will find Zephyr behind Jen.
Jujur egois, kontol itu.
Kalau nggak jujur nggak menang, barbar.
Iya, nah tuh.
Munchkin trying to play the time, trying not give it away. Medusa's
gonna reset here.
I love this. I love the.
Lu tahu hashtag kita nggak Sen?
There's nothing they can do on this. They have to try and push it.
Hashtag bye headshot.
Just in time, and they do clear it, but not in time to B1.
Dapat 5 dia. Ini telat dong deadnya. Yang kanan masih 4 loh.
Really good readjustment there actually. From
Medusa, bisa soal sama Jet
comes up, he's able to
hashtagnya bye headshot lu sekarang, hati-hati lu.
A deeper position and make use of that Hunter's Fury. Effie's frantically trying to chase him down with the Odin, but at that point, round all but concluded.
Moto yang tadi hashtag yang barusan tuh, lu orang ingetin mendingan.
Ingetin lah dari sekarang.
Kalau lu bisa kenapa harus gue?
Bukan untuk menyemangati diri sendiri.
Bukan. Kita nggak mau nyemangatin orang, diri sendiri enggak. Enggak.
Ada itu kalau orang lain bisa kita harus bisa tuh enggak.
Kunci sukses di barbar turnamen tuh ya.
I'm glad that V1 decided to speed up the kind of play back in through short, taking that control a little quicker, but still we are going to be heading into
record itu enggak ada.
Maybe not the second half yet.
Back in towards something, yes.
Yeah, like British education is poor, but I can realize that one is not meant to be where that ends. So we'll have to wait and see what the updates are on this one.
Sampai lemes.
Maybe just gonna wait this out for a second or two. Hopefully everything's sorted.
Bukan kalau lu bisa, kalau orang lain bisa, kenapa harus gua? Nah,
to the
itu.
second half now, 5-7. The UI has pulled up.
Balikannya.
Nice work, Cod. Shout out to you.
Anjing itu di postnya di detik 1.
Coming through any raid bosses. I'm waiting to see like the the Yampy like frenzy with white armor or anything like that. But for now, it looks pretty normal.
See, actually 3 frenzies on the side, version 1 at least.
Tim kita terlalu genius, baik. Ada satu orang ngentot.
So expect him to try and play a little distant.
Recon, apa shock dart mulu ngentot.
Tapi lu nonton turnamen itu 2 kali berturut-turut ya?
Iya.
Gila. Udah kayak OG lu ya.
Santai ya, orang ini namanya lagi ini kita lagi rising star. Iya. Kita lagi rising star kita.
Bedanya kalau OG kan TI nih ya, lu barbar turnamen ya. Barbar 12 tuh sama TI itu.
Iya, sama kita. Bedanya di mental aja sama di moto.
Besok cewek gue main sama gue udah beda nih gameplaynya nih. Makan nih mau omongan ini nih.
Pasti kemakan bos, pasti.
Biasanya kan langsung jangan maju dulu, ini nggak apa-apa, maju aja.
Mana tembakin dong rekonnya, ikan kamu bisa nembak. Nggak lama hubungan gue kayak dikit lagi kalau gue main Valorant tiap hari begitu.
Nggak ada tuh cover-coveran tuh nggak ada.
Nggak ada.
Kadang 4 maju, ini Killjoy tolol nih kadang ngelerker.
Killjoy-nya, lu tahu kan kalau main Monopoly kan semua satu arah, dia muter.
A little tricky here, and again, coming back to some of the discussions we were having before this game went live,
sampai C,
in terms of like
walking anjing,
executions and things like that. That's really
takut
where the
bangunin
biggest question comes out.
apa
Yes,
sih
V1
cowok?
looked very comfortable on defense, but
Gue merasa
some of those
tergampar.
synergy issues might become more and more apparent on attack.
Dia udah bisa memakai itu pistol itu ya?
Udah. Mereka ini udah berbisa.
Pistol apa?
Berarti dia pakai klien beda, ini klien beda dia.
Iya, ini klien beda cuy.
Pistol apa?
VCT juga kliennya beda.
Apa?
Pistol yang baru.
Pistol yang ada 2 biji.
Mana?
Tadi dipakai sama siapa tadi?
Banyak kok tadi yang pakai.
Drawn out in terms of utility. Nami's in a position to greet any I guess, aggression on the other side of the map should it come through. Neth just going to be playing behind his utility. Also got Medusa there to back him up.
Bear in mind, V1 have put a fair amount of investment behind this round. They've got the armor, they've got some upgraded weaponry. They've not come into this completely lightly. So again,
tim baik emang tim paling kontol
pushed around a little here is far from ideal for them. Medusa
dia tahu nih nggak bisa masuk ke A nih, tabrak aja lah gitu.
You're not expecting this much. Yeah, V1's about to slice right between them here. Medusa more focused towards the site itself.
Aduh, Medusa.
That's so well done by V1. Just completely isolates the player. Now it's the rep towards the side. Zephyr.
Buset, itu susah lu nembak klik kanan Spectre begitu.
What?
Iya, dari jauh.
Vanity died there. There is no way. What has just happened? Effie's is now in a 1v4 and I have no idea how this has gone wrong. I was so expectant of V1 to convert off the back of that lovely pinch, but this is all gone to nothing.
Wah, padahal tadi sofanya Crazy Raccoon udah fatal banget tuh.
The fact that they recovered that round, and again the timing is
Ini map pertama ya?
heartbreaking for Medusa. He gets a ping on the recon bow, and that's when he's like, oh yeah, actually they're in B main. As soon as that ping comes through, V1 timed that peak so well.
Nih Rap, nih ada bedanya nih Rap.
I don't know how Rion
terang.
In
Spawn. Oh iya, ini terang doang, warnanya nggak beda.
To worse. I mean, Neff finds another 2 kills. I guess on the back of 2 individual peaks.
Oh, kayaknya gue tahu gue main Valorant di black and white biar gue bisa lihat warna ya.
Yes, 100%. Now, think about what this does to the money. This kind of offsets how the round should go technically. As we're back all even, this buy is substantially favorable towards the Crazy Raccoons, but V1 could still do some damage here. However,
Ini orang-orang jago banget pakai Spectre.
Generally considered a favorable map for the Crazy Raccoons.
Iya anjing Spectre.
As to why Ryan is just
Spectre lurus ya? Lurus ya?
Iya anjing itu klik kanan bangsat Spectre.
But at this point, we kind of came to this going, okay, V1 this isn't the best map for them historically, but
ada tuh tim baik yang kayak gitu pakai Spectre jago. Frodi namanya.
Crazy Raccoons, we don't know what to make of that region yet. So again,
di one tap ya.
This could be a really telling
Frodi
sign
deh.
of where this map sits.
Jago banget deh.
A good map for Crazy Raccoons, middle map for V1, but looking at the scoreline, this looks like the Crazy Raccoons have a great approach to it so far. Now,
bisa menang sini Crazy Raccoon.
So let's not get too
dapat 5 aja dia attacker.
Jammy's going to take some free space here. If he gets this could open up so much room for rotation.
Padahal Spectre ya?
He's going to hear the steps towards CT. He's done his job here to maybe allow some room short, but Munchkin says
30 seconds left.
Nah ini nih Rap, Mel yang ini nih, yang dipakai Marion nih, Rion.
As many bodies off A as possible.
Cuma satu.
Nggak di-upgrade sama dia. Nggak di-upgrade.
Crazy Raccoons actually pull ahead here.
Kalau di-upgrade jadi ada 2.
Ourselves in an 8-7 situation
ini
here.
warnanya beda banget nih Rap nih ya. Rion.
When you start getting a little bit worried.
I'm a little excited if you like upsets, and that's something I'm always down for.
Kalau orang buta warna tuh bisa sembuh nggak? Bisa sembuh sih?
These guys can go now. And the purchase here is going to be kind of that elongated bonus round, I guess. It's a little bit deeper into where it should be technically.
Bukan ada kacamata yang buat lihat warna ya?
Crazy Raccoons in the lead now.
Ya masa gue pakai kacamata gituan? Buat apa?
Tapi kalau Bangsa cuma ini apa parsial ya?
Iya parsial.
Pure pound for pound firepower should have a good shot at this.
Oh kalau gitu kok gitu aja yang mode apa Tritanopia itu.
Oh iya. Tritanopia.
Maybe find angles that work against these rifles.
Jelas yang penting emang kalau warna beda kepala orang jadi gede kan kagak anjing.
Iya sih.
Sama aja anjing.
Lu kalau ngeliat musuh sama teman
kan beda warnanya.
Kan dia kagak bisa ngeliat warna.
Bisa, cuma warnanya jadi beda.
Oh.
Yang harusnya kita lihat merah, dia lihatnya putih.
Oh beda warna ya?
Beda, bukan. Enggak kalau musuh sama temen.
Iya emang beda ya, baru tahu.
Kalau musuh merah bangsat.
Oh.
So still isolated after the reset on his ultimate. Might actually get caught out here.
Baru tahu gua.
So much pressure on just one man. That is a
Ini
but I guess
Spectre nggak ada otak lu.
pin a little bit more pressure towards Vanity. That would be
Mereka 3
impressive.
round nggak upgrade anjing.
I want to see what they try and do with
Ya orang
this.
menang mulu,
Crazy
masih
Raccoons
bonus lah buat dia.
are really hammering this one in, but it's going to be that final push towards the site that's going to be tough against the
Coba
rifles.
retake-nya pakai
Vanity's still going to
Spectre
be a
gimana
problem to
nih?
get past as well. They're going to try and at least put some utility down to dissuade the vision, but as it stands, as soon as that drops, he's going to have full sight on all of them who just suddenly start pouring back through. There he is, actually plays through it and gives himself up for the trade. It's a 3v3. Time going to be to
Tapi udah cuan anjing ini.
No, not like this.
Ini game walaupun dia kalah cuan anjir.
What is going on here?
Iya cuy, dia mati 3. Tinggal nyari kill doang ini dia.
No more of this nonsense. We're keeping this clean. Can we keep his rifles up? Absolutely we
Wah,
can.
gila. Nggak ada duit lagi cuy.
But you do get the round, but you keep one of those rifles.
Yeah, it cost
Wah,
them
doa
nearly
nih.
everything. We already said that
P1.
was on the back of really
Doa
just
mereka
Spectres
pakai pistol air
coming
nih.
through from the Crazy Raccoons in that round. So we'll say yes, the round win goes in V1's favor, but that's a big win for Crazy Raccoons. Yeah, I'd say a nice closeout from Jammies actually. It's a couple of confidence builders there for him to get on the board. A nice 3-piece to close it out. 8-8 the scoreline now. Couple of ultimates coming online actually. Crazy Raccoons here. Penny gonna pop his Blade Storm off the rip as well.
And this is the thing. After the previous round, the amount of damage that the Crazy Raccoons did was incredibly impressive. They have rifles down, they've got the op-out, they actually have, I'd say, the lead in the economy, but we have to see what they can do now on the buy. Zeltz is going to come in and find Ryan, but the quick trade out for Zephyr. The spike is going to go down. You see Penny just on full guard duty here. This is a really fast side take coming out from V1. This retake, though, we've got to see what the Crazy Raccoons look like when they're going to be forced to...
Oh no. Kalau bisa hancur itu.
Again, that paint shell could have given them so much time to get this retake started nice and early. To Fury now in response. Again, Effie's knows that they're going to be re-entering back through heaven. Again, very late in the day here. Crazy Raccoon's got to move quick and find some kills fast if they want to get this going.
They've got time on this. I think V1 knows as well. The Crazy Raccoon's going to drop down. Neth going to give himself up for the trade. Yeah, Penny's just making light work for him. Medusa does well, but by now this is wrapped up. Medusa just gonna have to get out with the rifle himself. A lovely sight take from V1, very well handled, and no opportunity for that play back in. Or excuse me, the retake from Crazy Raccoons never really got started. They were never able to get back in. The combination of the utility was too good there from V1, but and again, that nade didn't help, obviously.
Yeah, I was gonna say the paint shell not going through just meant
Buset, nih lu lihat nih tuh. Warnanya apaan tuh anjing? Gue ngeliat bentarnya sakit mata gue tuh.
Well played by Penny actually all the way from.
Tadi kalau Reza jaga A menang anjing.
In hell the first two to drop down.
Harusnya Killjoy tinggalin berduanya sama
It's too late in the day for Crazy Raccoons to get anything going. But I mean, didn't invest anything. Net one away from his ultimate. Munchkin one off the showstopper, and Rion, Medusa, and Zephyr all got their ultimates available as well. Zephyr's actually going to pop his Blade Storm at the start of the round. Aldrone going to come through now. No teammate there to deal with it. Somehow still crosses amidst all the spam that comes through from V1. 4 members of V1 actually in mid, posted on the archway.
It's like a hunting pack of players. They're just staying as 4. Off the back of the flash from Zelst is going to take short, but waiting on the other side. You're going to have 2 players here. Munchkin's going to be one of them. Couldn't quite convert it. Effie's out.
Itu kejelekan orang. Itu kejelekan orang tuh. Itu yang udah gue ilangin. Udah gue ilangin itu kejelekannya itu tuh. Dan. Ini habis game.
Ryan could have done some real damage. You see Zephyr just chomping at the bit, trying to get involved in this.
Kalau gue udah hilang kejelekannya itu udah hilang gue. Makanya gue aman banget. Kalau ngeras.
So we're going to do it to you. You like that late kind of short play coming out? Yeah, feels bad, doesn't it? And now what do the last 2 players do? Neth and Zephyr.
V1 udah nabrak-nabrak doang, aman banget kayak.
Just swinging off the back of contact here should at least give them the round. There's the trade, and now you got the numbers. Unless Zephyr does something unthinkable. Oh, he's been caught in the heels, spammed down. Effie's with a big round there.
Yeah, really, really well played from him. And again, on the back of Rion, able to slip into a position where ultimately he could have punished that entire push through. I think actually did a lot of damage to Effie's.
Tadi si siapa yang di situ tuh? Nih, Jet ya. Oh, itu kan Jet. Bukan. Yang di belakang. Bukan, yang di belakang itu berapa? Nah, dia kan nembak si Phoenix kan? Ya kan, dia nembak Phoenix. Tapi dia tahu si Jetnya udah masuk ke dalam juga. Dia belum kelar nembak si Phoenix, dia udah ganti apa namanya, ganti target. Ganti target. Nah itu tuh. Gue dulu begitu. Kalau sekarang kagak, harus mati anjing.
Harus mati dulu satu orang at least ya.
Iya, harus mati.
Dapat.
That's massive impact. That does set up for a potential chance of some more damage. Neth waiting patiently, just hoping that maybe a lapse in judgment gives him a chance to get some damage done. But Jammy's on the other side.
Apalagi yang barusan si Phoenix-nya tuh nggak ngeliat kan. Nggak tahu posisi di mana kan. Itu harusnya mati duluan itu. Itu gue untung udah nggak gitu sih.
Yet to be checked on. Boombot comes out. Again, nothing wild just yet. But you're gonna see a little bit of a second of consideration from V1 now, backing away from this.
You're gonna drift towards shore, which is where Zephyr's actually posted up with a shorty right now. Rion a little further behind him with the sheriff now.
I like it.
30 seconds.
Let's go.
Seksi banget, dapat 2 anjing.
Timingnya dia baju pas banget ya.
Asia shotgun.
And a massive round for the Crazy
Raccoons. Pas banget anjing.
What on earth did they just pull
off? cuy.
Itu gue diajarin sama si itu kan, sama si siapa, Asterik. Kalau shotgun kayak gitu, ya itu ngambil, bukan kita yang majuin.
Oh iya emang.
Musuh yang nyamperin itu, keren sih.
One I missed at the start. Again, just something simple, playing off the turret's contact here. Jammies.
Tidak dapat 2, dia asli bete banget sih.
Shorty lagi ya. Senjata 200 perak anjing.
That is so good.
Senjata 200 perak bikin menang.
9-10. Game back on for the Crazy Raccoons. They've got to keep this up though. They've broken the back of the money from V1 on this. Their economy's in pieces. That's great work. They've been able to just kind of filter up all those rifles they've collected. Oh, amazing stuff. Zephyr just holding a bit of a dirty angle to try and play with. Gonna have to force his way out of this, but V1 will at least get towards taking the site here actually.
Ya, salah banget tadi pakai. Ketarik. Paling masih bisa ngepick dong, bunuh satu, cabut.
On short. No damage done on the way through. Now, Crazy Raccoons have a lot to work with on this retake if they want to invest.
There we go. There's the first big investment in here. We go. Everyone's flying in now. You can see Munchkin just spinning around. Malphite, that's 3 in a row. These guys just popped off on the retake. In the space of a second, they destroy so many, but Jammies is still doing damage. Even the turret finds Munchkin, but the spike Jammies doesn't check on.
Lihat gak yang dia flick ke James?
Iya.
Itu ngentok anjing.
Yang habis ulti ya. Buset. Munchkin lagi engas nih bos.
And like you said, so quickly, they destroy 3 members of version 1, and that post plant holds.
Wah, Vanity.
Wide open.
Jaol nih kayak Jaol.
Give me the slow.
Di kemarin turni online jago banget.
It's beautiful, the second kill.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I missed the first kill. It literally, How are these guys so good? This is so sick. 10-10. This is all tied up, all even. Back on the buy now. Crazy Raccoons are turning up here. I don't think we put them as being like maybe upset potential, sure, but like. This is scary now. And of course we do have Zephyr this time on the op.
Alarm rembutnya nggak di set up sama dia.
But utility gonna hinder vision, so has to back away.
Oh iya juga nih.
Looks like a default from V1 to begin with. Not
too much of a lean either way. Mana itu dipakai sama dia? Dalam B-man. Sama Jamis.
Oh, di itu tuh mid. Di mid anjir, kok B-man.
Oh, CT-nya.
No presence shown anywhere from version 1. And there's Aldo coming through and actually only spotting 1 member. I don't think it noted Neth, who was playing very, very close in market. On the back of that, V1 actually
Lihat gak? Lihat gak lu?
Anjing, dikasih yang begitu-begitu.
Lihat gak lu? Itulah Danan yang kemarin gue bilang di grup. Indisiplin anjing.
Didn't find target, has to fall away to a deeper angle. No,
Yeah.
sticks around and gets punished for that. Jammy's not going to let him get away with it. And now 3v3, Spike is going down, can't be denied. Now let's look at these post plants. You're going to have one tucked towards hell, one towards May. Actually, no, two in hell. Okay.
You should run.
Actually, yeah, Jammy's going to invest the lockdown as well. That's going to run the clock down in favor of actually the Zelsis gets a lot of pressure here, but have to respect him for the time being. Zelsis, can he find that second?
Random shoot
just yet, but Zelsis still able to run the clock down. Finds the third on the round now, just down to Neth.
Yeah, Neth's not going to way around as Zelsis just playing those 1v1 so perfectly. Able to slice and dice them up into just manageable scenarios. Really well done to Zelsis in that, to stay cool under pressure.
Wah, ini game sih seru sih.
I was surprised they didn't go for more of an effective trade, but they seem super paranoid about the main player as well, which is pretty reasonable, but very well done to Zelsis.
Again, like you said, and actually the double peak is perfect for version 1, but fortunately just line up and Real's in the right spot at the right time to greet both of them. And you said it, I mean, dealing with Real and Shore has been a real issue for version 1. He's able to play so deep, and again, it's not on the back of anything really put together on the side of Crazy Raccoons. It's Real just being on point with his shots and timing things perfectly.
Okay, tactical timeout time. And again, money-wise, you got to make this one count, right? Like that's the thing. Now Zephyr, yeah, he can get his ult and just play with that, but they're sitting now on what 2.6.
Bikin pedang itu Rat. Kata Realms.
The investment, so
2 hari lagi tuh.
They can't really be handling much of a loss on this. Both teams.
Tapi mereka ini yang turun udah bisa make anjir.
V1, yeah, they're on 11, but this is pressure time.
Apa nih?
Indeed, and again,
coach.
It's a positive to take away here from Crazy Raccoons. I mean, I'm with you. They've stepped up in a big way, and
guys, lu santai dulu, santai, tenang, reset,
really for them
jangan emosi, tenang.
I guess stamp their impression on Masters too, right? What do they bring to the table here? So far, I'm very impressed. Munchkin has been an absolute delight to watch so far.
Yeah, he's the one who stood out in. If you watched over their games,
abis match ini lanjut Sentinel, biar abis match ini tuh ada
pretty notable. My literal note is Munchkin nuts on Sky.
NUTURN.
So the guy
NUTURN lawan
has
Esports.
a great deal of ability, but just seeing the whole collective come through for the Crazy Raccoons is massive. But the thing is that as much as I'm just worried it's going to get to the end here.
Rizky Budi, thank you Rizky Budi.
If they convert this round,
thank you bro,
you know, the scoreline, people forget how close this game potentially was because this has been a real push from a side that I don't think many people would have imagined would have been able to go this far already. Like the way they've approached this is phenomenal. So I just want to see more from them. So I almost hope they convert this round just so we have a further pushed game. So already Munchkin could be the one to be trying to get that first contact over towards A, but falls away from this. That was an all-in piece. They do send Vanity back to kind of maybe check on if there's any nonsense going on elsewhere.
Kayaknya besok pertama di sini dong. Enggak, besok yang pertama itu Vikings lawan Extend. Habis itu tim Liquid lawan siapa yang menang ini. Habis itu Sentinel lawan Fnatic.
Phoenix dapat 1 udah enak banget kalau ulti sumpah.
Yeah, his ability to stay alive
menang banyak ya.
Iya. Beda banget sama Jet gitu loh. Kalau Phoenix ulti dapat 1 tuh wah cuan banget.
Now Vanity gonna watch as one dashes on through, but Zelsis finds Neth, and already we're down to the 2. This is gonna be Zephyr having to be put under pressure, and this is not exactly ideal. Having to fight it, no. Effie's big denial, good trade though. That's huge work.
Dibalikin gak lu?
Too much as the conversion in the end comes from Zelsis in great positioning, working his way around to secure the round, and it is now 12 on the board. In the final throws, it looks like maybe just the Crazy Raccoons have run out of steam.
Zelsisnya ngaceng bus.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Vanity-nya ora. Tapi emang dari kemarin Zelsis Vanity mulu ini. Sakit
things turning back in Crazy Raccoon's favor, right? Both kills on site go to them.
Ayo dong. Ote. Biar seru nih.
Actually, not as good as I was expecting. I mean, 2 judges on the board, no ultimates available. Munchkin one off the showstopper.
Nggak peduli siapa yang menang VOT.
Milih tim kagak. Yang penting game seru nih kayak begini-begini nih. Enak banget nontonnya.
Dapat satu loh.
The Hunter's Fury from deep gonna find the kill to open things up.
GG sini. Posisi jelek banget.
Makes it all fall to pieces, and Zelsis has been a constant thorn in the side, and Munchkin can try as he might. He needs to truly dig deep on this one. Does at least bail out towards Penny, but now look at what they're left with.
Dua lawan dua. Dua lawan dua.
Nah, sekarang lawan dua.
Vanity. And Munchkin's heard this. Oh no! Get the frag. Jammy's outdoes him. And now Neff with it all to do in the 1v2.
Tadi masih ada kesempatan. Sekarang udah nggak ada lagi dong.
But the time being bought here. Neff knows he's up against it, just trying to find the first. This is just cruelty, but no, punished in the end, and Neff now has to get rid of
Jammy's is so low, look at
Jammy's is super low HP. The turret ain't gonna do anything at this point. You gotta deal with it. Oh, my word, Neff! Saves the day, and we go again.
Turretnya nggak nyampe angle-nya buat ke situ ya.
Iya, nggak nyampe.
Kayaknya lubang deh.
Oh, enggak. Ketutup.
Kena tembok ya.
Kena tembok.
Iya.
That was so back and forth there. I mean, it's heartbreaking.
Ini lu lihat dari dia deh. POV dia harusnya ya. Nih.
Luckily,
mana ya?
deals with that.
Belum.
A crazy round back.
Gila nih Munchkin.
Finds this first one as soon as the showstopper's online. Happy to throw this in the mix. 13 HP and loses out 1v1 versus Jammys. He was ready, he was anticipating that lurk. But Neff
udah kayak di belakangnya ini loh. Udah berapa ya? Di bawah 180 derajat.
Tapi itu kayaknya mau ini deh. Yang mana?
Two bulldogs. A judge there for Neff.
Setelah yang dipakai sama Vion mau gue curi kayaknya. Bagus kan ini sepertinya. Kalau Sofanya ada ulti, invest 2 di short, terus pas shortnya mau masuk di ulti shortnya. Nanti diusir jadinya. Jadi kalau bisa dapat hoki, kalau nggak yang penting jadi clear masuknya.
Iya, shortnya tadi ya. Sebelum dia sama Phoenix-nya.
Tim baik gitu.
Bagus stratnya anjir.
Tapi perkara dia kayak gitu, sekarang Killjoy punya ulti, nggak ada yang bisa ngensel. Gimana?
Gambling tadi tekanannya.
Iya, tadi gambling cuy.
Soalnya Killjoy muter doang sih.
Make recon tadi kan.
Trying to get something done off this utility in B main.
Kalau Killjoy stay di shot kan.
That's just going to retrieve a little bit of damage coming through, but nothing noteworthy.
I thought that'd be substantially more.
Otesi.
Munchkin's gonna make it worse towards Penny. That's gonna be the first pick up this round. And they're gonna peel from this. They're backing.
This 20 seconds.
20 detik masih ada Killjoy no di Garden.
Killjoy-nya nggak goyang.
With utility.
Oh no, Neth's gonna buy the time. This could be a huge deal. He just buys the time. Vanity does get past him. Munchkin on the side just wants to try and deny the spike. No, Effie's through him. Is this how it goes down? Really? A 2v3 post plant now. And you got Medusa and Zeph up against Jammy, Zelsis and Effies. This is a fight for OT for the Crazy Raccoons, or the victory on map 1 for V1. And Zephyr flashed up, forced to back away, scared of maybe some pressure coming off the back of it, but no, Medusa now opens up the way through on shore. Just trying to build on in. First fight comes in, gets it. Effie's now down. Zelsis looking a little dicey on the side, but he does manage to deliver towards Zephyr, and now the 1v2 feels almost impossible. Medusa doing everything he can to try and find a way forward. Gets down Zelsis, he needs to 1v1, Jammy's is low again. Surely not this time. He's gonna get it to halfway. No. Jammy's peek it. Jammy's. No! Jammy's peeks the corner and gets them through on map 1.
Deg-degan ya?
Nggak kelihatan dong berapa 0, berapa.
Finish.
Sama Killjoy dihitung gitu, sama Killjoy dihitung.
I honestly thought it was going to come through. Once again, Jammy's so low on HP. He's got to respect the position.
Detik-detik terakhir nggak ada lagi suara diffuse.
That he's put in there.
Tipis banget sih asli.
Massively impressing me here. That final round net is so much. It's the one agent you want in that position that can slow down that rotation from version 1. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's got the lockdown. If anything, I'd say play a little deeper. Wait for that. As Jammys comes through, catches sight of it being stuck there. Manages to full swing onto it, but version 1.
Nice try sih tapi Crazy Raccoon.
Langsung pesan Starbucks tuh.
Very hard for map 1 here on Ascent.
That was a great map 1.
Tuh diomelin coachnya tuh.
Version 1, if I'm them, that's a sigh of relief to get out of that game with a win.
Ya dimarahin ini lah nih kerja akun anjing tadi tuh udah nggak mungkin banget kalah anjing.
Iya, udah nggak mungkin.
But the crazy raccoons are the real deal, it looks like.
Tapi jago sih.
Now this opens up things towards Icebox potentially, which would be map 2 in just a moment time. We'll get there, but this was meant to be the telling sign of the difference in skill, right? This is meant to be statistically quite a good
Siapa nih? Kerja akun mau baik.
Not necessarily a middle map version 1, but a
nggak usah ditanya lah kalau udah menang barbar turnamen, udah menang satu dunia anjing.
Yeah, and I think actually coming to this match in terms of what we were expecting and which way we're really going to call this, Crazy Raccoons have
itu mulu ngentot.
For me, you know, version 1 especially in early on in this series, if it
sambil
does go
nunggu
the
ya guys.
distance,
Lu masih lanjut nonton kan Sen?
Masih.
Themselves on the board, get the ball rolling. In terms of the problems
Jam
they've
2
had to deal with now coming away from qualification into this event, and that right there is not at all how you'd want version 1 to be closing it out. But a win's a win nonetheless. Put that behind them, mental reset coming into map 2.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to head to in a moment, just after the break. So guys, do stick around, don't go too far away. Icebox will be on the horizon. We'll be seeing you in just a moment's time for that.
Kan boleh watch party nggak ada permission, Boy. Gua ada permissionnya.
Itu dia lewat jalur pembayaran. Bayaran.
Fancy caster CSGO. Iya deh, dari caster CSGO Ci ke Valorant. Ya gimana Ci? Udah mati dia nah CSGO.
Semuanya tadi gara-gara Valo.
Iya.
Paper yang pindah.
Orang-orang yang nggak mau pindah gue udah nggak ngerti lagi tuh.
Kalau yang nggak mau pindah gaji masih gede.
Bukan nggak mau pindah karena ego maksud gua.
Kalau ego nggak ada sih. Yang di Indo hampir semuanya udah pada pindah semua.
Itu kalau tadi OT sih gokil sih.
Kalau OT menang CR katanya.
Iya sih, kalau tadi OT feeling gue menang CR sih.
Iya, anjing sayang banget anjing.
Itu kalau Killjoy matiin Vanity ya.
Duar aja gitu dong.
Iya, itu sekali duar, udah ketahan langsung gitu yang belakang.
Padahal dia hold ini aja, anjing gak usah nge-pick, kenapa dia nge-pick ya hold angle aja.
Karena dia nggak mau ngasih orang masuk.
Iya, itu sayangnya.
Iya, dia keburu-buru kayak wah anjing tinggal dikit lagi nih, gua harus nge-pick. Sama kayak Jet tadi di Heaven.
Ada tapi bom swarmnya dia tadi ngalangin padahal.
Iya.
Anjing, bagus banget.
Dinyalain nggak iklannya sama adminnya?
Apa sih?
Bangsat juga admin Valorant.
Iklan apa?
Iklannya ini apa diklik? Kalau di Twitch kan bisa diklik gitu kan?
Oh.
Kayak ads gitu. Dinyalain sama dia bangsat. Nyari cuan juga dia dari iklan.
Aku menang prediction.
Kamu mau predik di mana? Di Twitch.
Prediction Twitch.
Dapat apaan?
Aku dapat apa? VCT channel point.
Oh, biar
tadi nge-vote aja ternyata betting. Tahu buat apa nih point?
Gosong gua tadi masak.
Di channel point ini bisa dapat apaan nih channel point ini?
Tahu.
Indo ada nggak Blay? Indo nggak lolos sampai Iceland, tapi masuk ini kok. masuk yang saya qualifier NXL sama Boom.
Welcome back.
Hey guys.
Masters 2 from beautiful Reykjavík.
Masih lanjut nonton gue, santai.
Highly suggest to do
Lu nggak mau tidur kan? Lanjutin lah, sampai kelar.
Goblok.
Lah katanya takut bablas tadi.
Iya, cuma nggak gitu caranya anjing.
Lothar, let's start with
rebahan
every
ya.
Valorant game starts with
Iya,
the pistol round, because I mean, if there's one thing that we could take away from this competition so far, Lothar, is that these pistol rounds have given us a lot to discuss, whether it's, you know, good like in the first series or I should say bad in the first series or good in this instance.
Yeah, this pistol round was actually very interesting to watch because at the beginning of it, you could see version 1 have a setup with a killjoy turret watching the B garage while the Sova was just trying to shock dart 4 people coming in, which was a massive damage coming into that pistol round. And Crazy Raccoons actually started a little, you know, like jittery in that pistol round because we have seen Munchkin taking a solo approach to mid, which did cost them a lot of space, and they had to like just go together into one space, and that brought them back to that shock dart. So it feels like a cascading effect of something that they played in the beginning of the round. But in general, I was impressed with the small setups that they did. But I have to say, this is a match that looked like
analisnya
a little bit nervous at the beginning.
Diterbangin ke ini ya.
But one player, Veli, that certainly did not seem nervous was Munchkin, because Munchkin was the talk of the town, undoubtedly.
Yo, Munchkin was an animal, and it was all about the retake on round 19, and we all just screamed like little girls when we saw it. If you look at the utility on the end as well, you have a boombot that goes out. He jumps out with the showstopper, gets a kill, flicks, gets another one, and that allows the rest of his team to come in and get those types of executes in order to get the retake and the win. But the thing is, impact kills like that happen round and round again in order for CR to mount a comeback. Take the other round with that, you have Medusa with the judging garage, and then after that, you have Zephyr getting the 2K near tree. Rounds like that led us almost to an overtime, and I hope map 2 takes us there.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, I want a map 3. I want these guys to just go the distance. 13-11
match MVP-nya yang kalah tuh
in favor of V1, and you know they had a little bit of that squeaky bum time because it got to the distance. They were worried, but they were able to clutch out the win there. And Achilleos, you can see some of the stats. I mean, we were praising Munchkin, and we were definitely praising Celsius. But real quick though, let's actually jump into our map highlights presented by Gaming.
Sama Medusa.
What stood out to you the most?
Tim Jepang ada 2 orang Koreanya, Medusa sama Munchkin.
I can't even put my finger on a single thing that stood out.
Medusa sama Munchkin orang Korea.
You know, having a feather toy played with, I'm just like whipping my head back and forth. I don't know what the hell to look at because there's so much action going on constantly in every single round. We knew that Crazy Raccoons was going to come out. We knew that they were going to just up the pace of the game, especially compared to the first series.
Yang nggak punya coach cuma Sentinel cuy. Sentinel nggak ada coach. Crew punya 2 coach. Crazy Raccoon punya 2 coach. Extend punya 2 coach. Yang lainnya punya 1. Sentinel doang nggak ada coach.
Baik juga nggak ada.
I am ready for more of this. Please,
just
3 maps. I don't give a damn who wins this series.
Tapi
I just
menang.
want more of it.
Yeah, when we thought about what international stage Valorant do and what we would be expecting, this is exactly what we wanted to see. You know, continental rivalries be
roller coaster banget ini game.
With different play styles, players who haven't interacted with each other before, whether they come from different games or they come from, you know, Counter-Strike or Overwatch or whatever, right? League of Legends, like it's so incredible, Lothar, to see how this is all played out.
Yang NE dapat 1 slot, NE dapat 2 slot. EU juga dapat 2 slot, Lapang 2 slot juga deh. Lapang.
We had an absolutely amazing also display from the Phoenix. Like Celsius was just absolute playmaker here.
Lapang 1.
They were playing
Brazil cuy dapat 2 slot.
Heavy control of orbs. In the pistol round they took 2. The map is just made.
Brazil 2 slot, Latam 1, Jepang 1, Korea 1, saya 1.
Map highlights. Oh boy, I can't wait to jump into the next map, which will be Icebox in a moment here. But before we do that, though, I do want to let everyone know to join Riot and the LGBT plus community in celebrating Pride Month. Inclusive games means a better experience for everyone. And while we can't march this year, we can certainly celebrate in-game. So all of the games that Riot offers, including League of Legends and Valorant, will have Pride content such as emotes, player cards, and more. So equip your content and show your support for LGBT plus players everywhere. Go out there and do so. All this stuff looks really, really awesome. And I'm kind of mad that I'm in studio.
Kebalik dia ngomongnya tadi.
Go ahead, check it all out. Incredible stuff.
Gue lagi denger serius-serius lah. LGTB nih.
Nothing but appreciative. And of course, yeah, go out and support a fantastic cause. That said, though, I mean, folks,
bilangnya support, ternyata tidak support.
Just down the line, do you think we're going to see a map 3?
I thought Crazy Raccoons were going to win that map. We're going to go to a map 3. I believe in the boys from Japan.
He believes. Achilles, do you believe?
LGBTQ+.
Yeah, I'm a believer. Let's do it all the way.
All right, Lothar, you a believer?
Yeah, I got actually turned. Really.
I like that.
Wasn't expecting Crazy Raccoons to perform like this.
Yeah, well, if
they
you
want to
can get
see
Lothar,
lose, Golden Boy, that's why.
If you can get Lothar to believe, anyone can believe. All right, folks, now with that, let's hand it over to Pansy and Hypoc for Game 2. Pansy, you definitely need a promotion.
Coming up, Icebox.
Do you want to be my agent? Call him up. Honestly,
yang milih Icebox siapa, Nanet?
But no, yeah, we've got an interesting situation on our hands.
Bisa nih.
This is now gone from let's see to it actually almost.
Harusnya iya ya, soalnya tadi dia absen, dia attacker dulu kan.
Now it did go V1's way.
Pokoknya semuanya milih defense.
As I guess you could quote unquote expect they should.
Kalau dia tadi attacker dulu,
I am still thoroughly impressed with the
ini map picknya V1 berarti.
Yeah, they're really stepped up.
Siapa nih anjing gue ini? Siapa yang defense? Pokoknya dia milih.
Coming away. Again, we talk about this being very difficult.
Tadi semua milih defense.
This series, I think actually Crazy Raccoons have made the best impression possible. I mean,
biasanya soalnya yang milih map tuh kan dia dapat pilih attack atau defense. Dia pasti milih defense dulu.
Iyalah, semua orang pasti milih defense dulu.
Actually, they deserve to come away with that.
Yeah, it's how it goes though. You can't, as much as we can sit here and go, oh, but what if, buts and maybes, we're now into map 2, which will be Icebox. Bit of a different situation across the board on this one. If I'm not mistaken, this is V1's choice as well. Where do we put this? Where do you feel this favors? I mean, map 1 was a very close affair, so it's very hard to say, you know, power difference.
Nyala gitu nggak puyeng apa tuh?
A huge game-changing, I guess, overcome for either side, or do you think this is going to be another close affair?
Did I just get?
I think this will be. I mean, Ascent and Icebox across the Challengers final stages were actually Crazy Raccoon's strongest maps, so I think, again, we're probably going to see a fairly unexpected performance from Crazy Raccoons. Now, how far they're able to really carry the momentum through from map 1, that's the next question, really. Version 1, again, it's a difficult one to place, and I'm really talking about agent composition. I think actually on map 1 they handled some of the concerns that I'd initially put forward very well. But Icebox is a different kettle of fish, I think.
It could be. And if someone would like to make a cat jam emote with just Vanity's face on it, would make me very happy, because it'd kind of, you know, hit 2 points. Really work across the board. But no, I'm with you. I think we've already had a good look at what Icebox can be when it's one-sided in the previous game, but I don't think we're going to see that here. I want to see what these two teams bring out. I mean, V1, yeah, they had a couple of their heavy hitters turn up, right? Zelsis had a great performance. Penny, I'd say, was definitely one of the players I'd put up there as well, but can't look past Munchkin. The guy had a series, and we can already see the danger. When he's alive, he can bring. I mean, the amount of times the clutches almost came through. There's so many moments towards it. But of course, before we get there, we have to now start talking about Agent Select. So is there anything you're expecting to be maybe to keep our eyes on? Is there any differences we might see region-wise? Or is this kind of just going to be more of a standard Agent Select at this point?
I think so, yeah. I think with what we saw on map 1, I don't think version 1 have kind of
untuk match ini.
Shied away from playing something a little more experimental that way. With obviously Jammy stepping into this, you put him in an interesting role as the emergency sub here, but I think he absolutely delivered on the Killjoy in map 1. Certainly being, you know, kind of the anchor, not so much apparent on attack on those lurks, but definitely a factor on defense. So, and again, Viper's got to be the talking point for version 1, right? And I think actually Icebox probably leans more into a position where they can kind of leave that player out on an island, right? And kind of work as a core 4 and a kind of separate unit altogether, and really allow a player to kind of, you know, thrive in that scenario of just playing solo, right? I mean, we saw earlier a completely different look actually of Viper being in play for Fnatic in the first series of the day, but I think this one, if version 1 choose to lean on that, it's definitely a big opportunity for them.
See what they go for. Agent select now just moments away.
VCT udah kan nih masih map lagi, mau lanjut map 2.
Exactly what I want to be seeing.
Santai. Itu di mana sih?
At this point, players just get themselves ready.
Gua ambil minuman segar lagi ya.
And I think we've got our expectations somewhat managed to not see any crazy new meta starting to form through this, and this will be the agent select here brought to you by Gaming. And let's have a look across the board. Any surprises that we're seeing?
Minuman segar tuh apa?
Again, Jammy's flexing onto the Viper is kind of what I wanted to see, and obviously typically they would run the Omen alongside this as well. So no real surprises here for me, at least on the side of Crazy Raccoons. Just double check it. Actually, yeah, this is pretty much as we would expect coming in here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I was seeing if maybe they dabble in something new, but this is the thing. Do you bring out any new looks now? I mean, you've just had one of the closest games. I feel as though you've got to kind of play to your strength at this point, and it does seem as though the teams are already locked on in, and we can start now looking towards map 2 and what this is going to entail. I'm going to push you for it. I hate doing it to you, but prediction-wise, are you on board with Crazy Raccoons potentially taking this, or are you saying it's a close 2-0? Because I'm going close 2-0. I do think V1's going to probably convert this, but I think it's going to be close.
I thought it would be 2-0. I thought it would be comfortable. I'm actually kind of with you, but there is definitely the possibility.
I love that. The little delay to allow the orb to be picked up and they back away. I love these little, like... I love utility being used with intention. I think it's a great look for this, and it does mean that V1 have to clear a little bit more meticulously, but Penny connects out of nowhere. Munchkin just lost his head.
Buset.
This is the second trying to play Zelsis, pinches perfectly as Zephyr tries to back away. Medusa will respond, but kind of isolated inside the nest here, and Vanity there to greet him on the way out of that smoke. That's now the last one on site, but
nggak bawa Omen, nggak ada flash makanya mereka pakai Omen.
Hit the brakes on this for the time being as Jammy's, like I said, in that role, able to lurk through mid here, find a huge gap on the back of that rotation coming through. Going to catch the audio cue also on Rion rotating.
Nice.
We'll find the kill as well.
Feels a little rough. And now Neff. The 1v3, there is a little bit of damage done. Vanity 40, Jammies 70.
Not him back on A.
Oh.
Yeah,
this feels bad, man.
Yeah, this is the problem with finding so much value. And I'm talking about just the information alone from that lurk from Jammies. They're able to just run rings around Crazy Raccoons in the pistol round.
Yep. And now the post bond's so strong. They've got such good positioning. Neff gonna have to just hope for a freebie through the smoke. Maybe Vanity denies. And round 1 goes V1's way, but again. I think we started to see the real impact from the Crazy Raccoons really kicked in on those gun rounds. That was the more impressive part to me. So again, I'm not so fussed just yet. I want to see what they look like once they get those rifles beside them. But this is the start, and I'm wondering where that... Okay, fair enough. Must be nice to have that sort of aim, but just absolutely punishing at this point, and lovely progress towards the site. Very, very meticulously done so far.
There was a point there as well. I thought potentially Jamie's going to get caught off guard, but like I said, the audio cue comes through.
Anjing, gua udah challenge nih, gimana
nih?
You
can relay the information, and V1 decides to actually just swing back.
Yeah, habis game ini.
Actually, that's going to spot out some info with the turret, but he's the only one here for Crazy.
Ayo prediksi ayo. Gua bilang CR menang.
Now that the owl drone comes through, V1 will be given site control.
don't mind people going for a stack in a round like this. Keep in mind that the Crazy Raccoons, their economy is going to be pretty poor in this round, so why not try and do something a little out of the box? Stack towards B long, didn't work out this time. B1 are going to be in on the site. See if they can keep it clean. Looks like it so far. Rion going to find one, but that's about it. And nice aim.
Buset itu Penny, iya bang.
Before we get to the buy, of course, I do want to
Palanya keras banget.
thanks again to the observers.
Habis ngedes, nembak Sheriff 2 biji, dar, buset.
Big shout out to those lovely humans bringing us all the action from England.
Ini last team kan ya di hari ini. Kagak, abis ini masih ada satu lagi. Ini siapa? Sharks versus NUTURN.
He did in the previous game and just carried on. He was able
Sharks dari Brazil jago banget rap, sumpah.
I'm just waiting for the Crazy Raccoons
orang-orang NA juga bilangnya kayaknya paling jago orang-orang Brazil.
We get to see suddenly maybe that dangerous side that we saw in that previous map.
Yeah, it looks like an all-in. Rion actually catches a headshot on the way up there, but Vanity able to get that trade from the top of, actually trade the damage back and find the kill. That's an early man advantage here for V1, but rotation's already come through. If the Crazy Raccoons can stop this plant coming.
Dia nggak bawa sage ya? Mereka nggak ada yang bawa sage ya? Nggak ada.
Stalling it.
Dua timnya kagak ada.
Yeah, the time being bought here is fantastic. I'm keeping my eyes on if Penny potentially does try and maybe locate some space towards A, because this is an all-in rotation, because with Rion down, they can't really hedge their bets. They have to kind of overcommit to the rotations, which could be punished. Now there's been a bit
kalau orang mau kalau teman mau cross, cara jaganya itu tembak aja. Jadi teman bisa nge-cross.
Now Neth does punish that, so we're already going to be back down to this 4v4, but look at the progress that Penny has made. Zephyr's already over here though, but it is just one player. That spike plant could come in now. Audio queue going to be made, so they know that there's now problems on the other front.
Actually going to be Zelsis sent forward to plant. There's Munchkin will find Penny actually. He's thread the needle all the way from behind.
Rapper orang Indo udah di push tuh.
Online, so
iya.
Nggak nungguin temen itu udah di push itu.
Iya.
Mau jadi pahlawan dia langsung.
And Jammy's going to get himself up into a position where he can play the post. Finds the first.
Zelsis really good for that one. You can see Medusa pushing up for this one. They have to try and disrupt that Viper in these post plants. We know it by now. We've been telling this story the entire time, and Jammies has gone down. This opens up the chance. Great work from Medusa and Neth there to keep an arm's length, and Effie's trying to do everything he can to deny the spike diffuser. Now back on it. Can Effie's deny it? I don't think he can. No time on it. Munchkin keeping him safe. And the perfect beginning back into this for the Crazy Raccoons after a good read from Penny to try and utilize that rotation for the Crazy Raccoons.
Belum tentu dia kan orang Korea, bacanya gimana ya?
Whether or not Munchkin just caught that angle.
Dia orang Korea, bacanya gimana?
Miskin.
Actually threads the needle, as I said. A beautiful shot.
Munchkin pakai resolusi berapa sih ya?
Ntar gua tanyain Sen.
1280 kayaknya.
1280 760 deh.
Bit of a readjustment on the plant or the lineup wasn't right.
A lot of faith put towards the one Omen, locking down B for now. Rion going to be left with it all to do, and not necessarily a poor read at this point either. The mid presence going to be splitting through. I wonder how much damage they can do. This could be a problem if...
Anjing tembus sampai situ goblok. Lihat gak? Viper.
Caught with the pants down. This is a beautiful split.
Maksudnya nggak sadar ya, padahal udah jelas smoke-nya dia itu buat ini menutupin ini robotnya.
Vanity posted up to catch this rotation. Lovely work. V1 have just done a clinic on this round already. I love this, but now the three remaining. Can they put together the last picture of the pieces? No. Mid has been infiltrated. There's no way back in for it.
Just fantastic work from version 1.
Abis flash nggak dimasukin.
Neth has
itu bukan gue tuh. Bukan gue tuh, bukan gaya main gue tuh. Gue kayak flash ghost dapat satu ya pokoknya.
So deep and for free basically.
Lu lihat noh, jaga Medusa.
Potentially a second here again, just looking to do a little damage, make it costly for version 1.
Ih, nggak dapet tuh.
Zephyr no.
Vanity cleans up.
You omennya stay
over on the other side, but yeah, I love that little kitchen piece. From version 1. That's on the back of, I think actually it was in round 2 where they spotted out the Killjoy setup, and
Really
good way to tackle that. Now Neth's got to be a little more diligent. He can't play this deep and
pinggang gue, badan gue remuk.
On this utility to give him the information.
Okay. No.
Do you want to kind of
Thank you, Sen.
Yo,
and
berkabar, Sen.
around like this.
Sabi.
Very well done. Now again, we have to see the answer
Thank
gets
you,
made by the Crazy Raccoons starters, but it won't be in this one because they're going to be, well, on a lighter purchase, whichever way you want to cut it, sitting around, what, 2K, 4 Zephyr, but that's about it. So again, this might be time just to almost take this round to discuss the theories and then going further forward as we get to check back in on the rather nice-looking stage.
Technical.
Nice to have just a little caster podium up the top there, wouldn't it?
Nah, dude, I don't leave the house anymore. What do you mean? I'm happy here.
Gila, mukanya serius banget nih Zelsis. Wow.
Let's take a look at it again. I do think we have a technical issue coming through, so we'll get that sorted as quickly as possible.
Mukanya serius banget Nanat ya.
I mean, yes,
kayak udah bener-bener lagi serius banget, serius.
And that right there, I think the previous example really on that retake on A side. I love the fact that they can just kind of throw things in. They have to respect Zelsis on the ultimate, and yes, it creates a little bit of space, finds a kill, but straight away the response is there. They come through, they challenge the post plant, they know there's going to be a reliance on that utility to do the work for them, and actually just one by one, they break that down. They take away the tools from version 1.
Maybe the admins need to inspect the cat ears. Not sure if they're tournament ready. So do they give you some sort of superpowers? We might need to inspect them. I don't know. Hopefully we get back underway as quickly as possible between these two. And yeah, I want to see what the gun rounds really look like for the Crazy Raccoons. I mean, the punish on mid was just, again, these small pieces that V1 have are nice to see them be able to kind of lean towards when needed, but
itu kagak susah apa ya main pakai masker. Kagak ada cuy pemain yang pakai masker.
Just yet. But again, there's been some moments where we've seen V1 have
itu cuma ini doang kayak adminnya gitu-gitu, coachnya kalau lagi nggak ngomong pakai masker tadi.
Crazy Raccoon.
Ada Crazy Raccoon yang pakai masker.
Ada yang rambutnya merah sih.
Ada
pakai masker satu pokoknya.
Kenapa dia ya? Dia
takut aja kan.
And seeing kind of V1 make moves based off those early kind of fact-finding rounds, again, kind of figuring out the killjoy setup, but actually identifying that there's a huge gap there that they can almost kind of abused, right? I mean, you see Neth is literally knifing the back of Boiler. He's completely reliant on the fact that his utility is going to do the work for him. I want to see Crazy Raccoons now actually respond in the same way. Counter that, pivot back towards actually, yes, we're going to lead you into a false sense of security and capitalize on that on the early round, because V1 are playing things out in such a way in these buy rounds that I want to see Crazy Raccoons get a little proactive actually on the defense. Things like on the A there, where they send Munchkin out walking. Yes, Fancy's there to kind of greet him, but the round's already kind of lost with the amount of control that they get on B, just on the back of that one smoke.
Dadananat kebalik.
For most like NA teams, the bar has been set pretty high for defensive side aggression. That entire region plays
selama ini main Dadan kagak gitu.
So I mean, if they're going to be hyper aware of how to deal with that, it's going to be hard, I'd say, for Crazy Raccoons to find that space, but maybe they can. I mean, if Munchkin's on point, right? If he's able to turret that one out, just straight up man mode it, then fair enough. But it's gonna be hard to find that room, as we do get glorious close-ups. Everyone seems happy. Oh, what a nice time. When were you last happy? Were you that happy last time?
I guess when everything worked as intended.
So never.
Yeah, basically never.
Super X tuh ya?
It's been a while.
Super light ya?
Oh ini dia nih.
Just white people happy, dude. Having a great time.
Iya kan?
But
kamera.
yeah, my serious fill's gonna start to really get towards the bottom part where I just start saying like Pepe's at this point just to kind of appease chat. And people at home. So hopefully we get back underway soon. You don't want me to go to that level. You don't want it.
Plus kan dia?
I'm trying to help you guys.
Nggak mungkin lah ya plus.
I can drop out again if you want.
Please don't
take over. And...
Please, no. We don't need that. We don't need that at all, do we?
Enggak lah, kan masuk sini dites semua.
Do you?
Berapa kali dites anjir?
Atau dia recovery? Kayak sebelumnya pernah.
Enggak. Paling WG ada jerawat ditutupin aja gitu biar nggak kelihatan.
Bisa jadi sih kalau nggak ada ini ada kecoa nempel mau dipakein aja di situ. Kenapa jauh-jauhan gitu ya? Karena social distancing. Mereka aja tuh nyampe tuh dari tanggal berapa ya di Iceland?
Di karantina
ya? Karantina berapa hari, Nanet? Kemarin pas kita nanya juga 6 hari ya? 6 hari kalau nggak salah karantina Iceland.
But Sentinels Fnatic, hot take on that one.
2 orang lu sekarang yang pakai.
How much are we reading into Fnatic's dominance in the upper round here?
A lot. I think there would have been kind of, yes, they come out and win the first series, but to win it in the fashion they did, and especially with a couple of big factors for them, which obviously you look towards some of the newcomers, some of the less experienced LAN players there, to really look comfortable, and I think that those are definitely all ticks in the boxes for Fnatic. So that for me, as an EU fanboy and a little bit of bias, which I wasn't going to reveal on day one, makes me feel a lot better about the rest of the event.
Oh yeah, what have you been casting? EU? Sus. No, I mean...
Bangsat kata Faiz apa Nenet? Lupa gosok gigi.
Look, I actually don't think... So here's the thing. I think Sentinels will win the upper round game of that. I think they'll beat Fnatic. Fnatic will go through lowers pretty comfortably though. Genuinely. I think Sentinels will be better prepared overall than Fnatic will be potentially for that one. But I'd still say Fnatic do the lower run. Not necessarily super comfortably, but they'll make it through that. But I'm down to be proven wrong, like, I'm down for it. But I would say Sentinels pick that one up. But I don't think you get to beat Fnatic twice without them being prepared. But let's go on to what? Vikings X10? Do you think Vikings are going to live up to the hype? Genuinely? Because like, there's a lot of hype around them. Like, all the teams, you know, Scrimbucks are an all-time high.
Wait, you put me on the spot earlier, and then you didn't even give your opinion on Scrimbucks. You were just like, oh, what do you think? Oh, move it on.
No, you don't get to do that. I am more of the host out of two of us. So, you know, I'm the one who gets to do it. But I've got an update. Now, I know you guys at home were thoroughly enjoying the impromptu podcast that I was going to start with Hypewalk. And once again, I get out of answering whether I believe in Scrimbucks or not. Because if I'm not mistaken, we are going to have a little bit of a break to get the game back up and all ready to go. So this will take a little bit of time. So why don't we all get to know version 1 a little bit better?
Aduh, apa yang di Jawa Tengah? Yang bisa ini juga bisa saljuan juga kadang-kadang. Aduh, kok gue lupa sih namanya.
For some reason, it feels like people don't really always believe we locked out or something. Like it's never because we're good.
Wah,
so making it to Iceland
is punya cerita. Gue ke Dieng, Blay naik bus dari Jakarta ke Dieng nih. Pas nyampe di Dieng, gue numpang mobil bak, Blay, buset dinginnya. Wah gila, gue udah nggak ngerti lagi situ. Gue numpang di mobil bak, Blay, sama temen gue cuma berdua doang dari Jakarta ke Dieng. Gue mau nonton ini festival Dieng. Tahun berapa ya? 2014 ya? 2013-2014.
But we're just trying to play as much as we can. I think everybody's like, most of the team is like streaming like almost 12 hours a day. Like, they're just playing Valorant 12 hours a day.
Papua Kilimanjaro paling dingin, Blay.
The player I want to play the most is Scream because he's dominating in Europe, and I want to see if he's actually that good, or if it's just that people he's playing don't shoot back.
Masih ada RT 1, RT sampai 10 gitu loh, Blay. Pemukiman Kilimanjaro kan nggak ada pemukiman.
Best Phoenix in NA, so now I have to go Phoenix to the best EU.
I guess Scream's the obvious answer.
I just want to beat the UK people because I beat them when I was playing, and there's no way we lose them, surely.
What do you want to say to your fans back in North America?
I still feel like there's a lot of doubt around this, and those who actually think we deserve to be there, actually the real ones. I appreciate it, and I think that means a lot to me at least.
gue tuh niatnya tuh yang udah bener-bener gembel-gembelan banget kan ya. Gue niatnya pengen tidur di masjid Dieng nih, Blay. Gue naik mobil bak udah dingin banget nih, Blay. Gue nyampe tuh masjid, gue nginjak lantainya, Blay. Buset, udah kayak nginjak es batu, asli dingin banget. Lama banget.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to Masters 2 from Reykjavík, Iceland. I'm Golden Boy. Alongside my analysts here, of course, we have Veli, Lothar, and Achilleos. And, you know, that video was actually quite interesting, Veli, because Effys was saying how he felt like a lot of people have been, you know, doubting them and feel like this isn't, you know, like maybe they should be here. And so on. Take a look at what happened in game 1, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Crazy Raccoon, but you know, you're playing North America,
100.000 apa
first time,
kalau nggak salah per orang.
international stage, huge opportunity, and everyone's expecting you to dominate the competition, Vel, but that did not happen. Crazy Raccoon are here to play. They're here to stay.
Well, the funny thing about that is, with Effie saying that, there was actually an interview that I had with Vanity on Valoranting where Vanity said, we don't even have expectations for this team. That was before their run into playoffs. So the fact that they were able to beat Cloud9 Blue and all of these other teams and was able to come up and be top 2 with Sentinels, this isn't what any of us expected. So the expectations are not really there. I hope version 1 does well. I really hope that map 1 was pretty much a wake-up call because we saw some really bad habits to where, listen, they were just letting those opportunities go away from dry peaks, ego peaks, whatever you might want to call it. Yeah. They have to be more careful. And on a map like Icebox, there's a lot of places to hide. I'm pretty sure Crazy Raccoons have a lot of good strats up their sleeve. Like I said, this map should go to overtime too.
Yeah, I mean, it could very well potentially do so. And
online
of course, you see the shots there from Reykjavík, Iceland, we are currently in a technical pause. I'm sure everyone over there working diligently to go ahead and sort that out. But Lothar, you know, you are the encyclopedia of knowledge for us here. You know, I know there's a lot that we could talk about with you, my friend, because
pembuktian kedua kalinya nih buat Tans nih.
Crazy Raccoon off of the incredible plays that we saw from Munchkin, this mixed roster of Korean and Japanese players, which is something that isn't really touched on all that often, by the way.
Siang-siang jam 12 aja gue kesana, lantai masjid ini udah kayak es batu, Blay. Gue nyampe sana jam 2 malam, cuy. Jam 2 malam. Perkara tuh dari stasiun, dari terminal apa gitu, ke terminal apa, bisnya mogok. Nah, terus dari terminal apa ke sampai perempatan Dieng itu udah nggak ada bis, udah nggak ada angkutan umum. Akhirnya gue numpang mobil bak.
Right, they are playing with a sub right now. Jammy's is
mobil pickup.
Shouldn't have been here, right? You know, we should have a different player in his place, and this I feel like
Buset,
that's
itu dinginnya ya Allah, ya Allah.
A little bit. But it's not the most important aspect. I feel like Crazy Raccoon.
Ini Master Valo pertama kali ini, Master Valo stage 2. Pertama turnilan Valorant official.
In the crucial moment after the rotation, they just took 2 unnecessary fights instead of playing.
Ini sini cuma match hari 1 atau sampai VCT Master selesai lah. Gua izin sampai selesai.
And they got crushed because of the whiffs, you know. But in general, I feel like they actually play well on the fundamentals. They do have the traits, like let's say set up. We didn't see that in Ascent for the first 6 rounds, but then suddenly something snapped. And they started playing
dari Wonosobo, dari Wonosobo. Dari Wonosobo tuh gue jam udah malam, pokoknya itu udah malam.
Maybe the communication wasn't there, but then they got consolidated and they played.
Pokoknya ini gue berangkat dari terminal Lebak Bulus ke terminal AP gitu ya, gue lupa.
Because so far,
apa namanya? Itu bisnya pokoknya mogok ya. Nah terus dari terminal itu,
they consistently attack A. Like
ke Wonosobo ya kalau nggak salah. Apa dari Wonosobo ke
so when they're gonna be playing on attack
ke Dieng itu yang nggak ada.
Bursty composition, right? They go for raise.
Halo, kamu manasin makan apa?
So far, so they have limited amount of utility that can be used over time, so they don't have that longevity in those attack rounds. So this might be something that will cost them the map, right? And then we're gonna see a 2-0 from version 1.
Ini Starbucks.
Might be the scenario here.
Yeah, it's looking increasingly possible for sure. Yeah, go on.
Buset, enak makanan lu. Kapan beli?
But yeah, it's looking increasingly possible that this could be a 2-0, which is disappointing after the way that things started. So I think that they really need to up the pace. That's, you know, particularly difficult. It becomes more difficult when you are in the middle of a pause like this, kind of jump back into the game and then, you know, suddenly just push the pace, go
Nah,
from
ya
0 to
terminal
100
Mandolo
in
kalau
3
nggak salah dah.
seconds.
Mandolo apa
I
Mendolo
think
gitu,
that
gue lupa.
a good amount of it also had to do with, you know,
Terminal
version 1's
Purwokerto
finally
terus
getting in the
begini
lobby.
dah.
Like, they can study the tape as much as
Kayak
they
gue
want against Crazy
Purwokerto dah.
Raccoon, but when you finally get up and you play against them, you know, they play a much different style. They play a much different pace.
Motoran lah
They go
ke
buck
dia.
wild. They just run out
Lu
there.
doang
They
anjing
take these peaks,
motoran.
and they just kind of
Rata
push their aim.
pantat.
Munchkin in particular.
Dari
Very much
Jogja
plays
ya.
like that. And that can catch you off
Berapa
guard.
jam
So
ya?
I think that there's a decent amount
Ah,
of
lupa.
offset provided from that style of play.
Nggak
That
kerasa
Dan
ya.
masalahnya
made
bukan
it more difficult
duduknya,
for version 1 to be able to get
Dingin
the
ya.
bawa
It's still good showing. I
carriernya.
just hope
Iya.
that as we come out of this pause, that
Di motor
Crazy
nahan
Raccoon can kind of
pakai
get back into that
pantat.
pace and then try to, you know, make this a bit closer. Because right now, Icebox is looking very one-sided.
Achilles, I'm happy you brought that up because there's actually a similarity, at least in my opinion, when you talk about Crazy Raccoons and teams
Aing
from
orang
the
PWT,
Korean
nggak
region
ada
that
yang
you
tanya si
represent,
PWT
right?
man.
The simple fact is, Crazy Raccoons were able to mount a really good comeback because of the fact that, unlike NA and some other
Sentinel kapan
regions,
main?
they don't make a
Besok
lot of
jam 2
utility in the
malam.
beginning, and being able to come back with this lineup, forever.
Motoran gue tunggu di
retakes,
Jogja sen gue
especially on a
skip
map like
blay.
Icebox. I see
Dari
the
sini ke
versatility
Jogja
starting
naik
to come
motor
through.
Nanat.
I can see versatility start to come through for Crazy Raccoons because
Udah.
version 1.
Gue kena kipas angin yang di kamar gue udah mau mati blay kemarin.
They love to group together. They love to play together, which is
Gimana
why
gue kena
their
angin
trades
naik
are
motor
so
dari
well,
Jakarta
right?
ke
I
Jogja
want to
anjing.
see that creativity. I want to see what Crazy Raccoons really has planned for them.
Main-main Semarang. Itu gue dari Dieng gue ke Semarang blay.
I'm not sold on
Gue ke Semarang naik bis terakhir jam 11 malaman. Dari Dieng gue langsung ke Semarang. Nyampe Semarang subuh. Gue tidur di rumah saudara gue. Terus baru ke penginapan yang di Masjid Semarang itu loh. Masjid Semarang yang gede banget. Bagus banget masjidnya, buset.
What I wanted to point out is the utility, the ultimates. The thing is they have way cheaper ultimates to pull out.
ASU itu pro player Valorant juga bukan. ASU pro player
when you have easy access to the
game
orbs, and I know
anjing
it's
otak
not
gue
as
goblok
easy
nih.
on Icebox as an example as Sen, but you can still push out
Tetris,
get that orb pretty easily, and you
Apex,
just
Apex,
rack it up, right? And when you rack it
goblok
up, you
Apex
have
cuma
also
udah stop
possibility
deh.
of planting on B without the sage wall because you have run it back that can be used for a plant, and we have seen that V1
Iya,
is just
guys.
trying to fuel that with the plants. There was
Mansen
a
bisa
moment
bohong
in one of
dengan
the
nada
rounds
seserius
when
itu.
they
Gimana
actually
gua
were
nggak
trading
trust
the
you
spike.
anjing.
Who gets the plan? Who gets the plan?
Yang
Who gets the
mana?
plan to get additional orbs? And that was most of the time Phoenix. So that's another aspect that we are not gonna see from Crazy Raccoon because they play more
Nggak ada yang
expensive
mencium aroma
ultimates, and that
kebohongan.
might be a problem when it comes
Yang mana
to
bohongnya?
just setting up tempo in the upcoming rounds. But this is something that on the side of V1 is in my perspective.
Yeah, we actually had a great discussion in between games when we were looking at that Ascent matchup about value ultimates, right? And I think it was Pansy and Hypoc. They said, like, you know, it's just it was them. They were commentating, lol. But it was the reverse Sage, right? Where it's like, you know, you get the ability to, you know, go in, challenge a fight, especially for Zelsis, for the Phoenix. You get in there, you cause a ruckus, you create opportunity, you open the field up. And that is something that, because I know North America likes to run it. You don't really see it all that much, Achilles, into different regions, right? Seeing the emphasis of Phoenix and what that particular agent brings to the table. And then in some instances, it has created a bit of a rupture in Crazy Raccoon's defense, having to actually deal with that agent, the flashes and the oppression that comes with it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a major shift compared to playing against, you know, especially out here in Korea, like what is considered stock standard. But if you're, you know,
Main
even just trying
kemana aja
to
lo
pilot
Dieng?
it is
Gue
also
cuma ini
something
doang
that, you know,
datang ke
requires a big shift in the way
festival
that your
geng
team
itu.
plays. We saw Vision Strikers
Jadi,
in the last series
iya,
versus NUTURN trying to run the Phoenix. They threw stacks onto
festival
that instead
musik
of the
yang ada
sky,
lampionnya itu,
and it didn't
yang
really
tiap bulan
work out
Agustus
super
kalau
well.
nggak
Like,
salah.
stacks were still clicking heads, but they weren't fully playing around the Phoenix.
Jadi itu
that we're seeing
tiket
version
online
1
itu
for
habis.
years. So, like, V1,
Harga tiket
they have
online
this
ini
down
ya kalau
pat.
mau
They
beli
know
tuh kalau nggak
exactly how
salah
to
tuh paling
funnel,
murahnya tuh
get these
200.000 ya.
ultimates online, and then
Gua
you can just
datang ke
very
Dieng
clearly see
tanpa ada
the amount of
tiket,
zone control
bayar di
the running
sana
backs are netting themselves. Even back on
2.500
a
blay.
set,
Buset,
just kind of,
pedih banget gue anjing. Wih, tahu
the
gitu.
enemy around the
Ngapain
point
gue
over
beli-beli
at A,
tiket online
forcing
anjing?
him into awkward
Mending gue langsung
positions
datang.
where they
Bedanya
are gonna
kalau
be line
online lu
of sight
dapat
of, you know,
lampion,
a
gue
second
kagak.
peek coming in from your teammate. It's just been really good stuff overall from them with this pickup. So yeah, I think Crazy Raccoons, they definitely need to figure out how to start denying these ult orb takes away to make sure that they don't have these run it backs available, so they can't get that really cheap, easy entry onto a point, if not come up with multiple kills.
Yeah. Now, you know, you're Crazy Raccoon, Lothar, in this instance. You're the coach. Let's go ahead and theory craft for a minute. No doubt in my mind, you'll probably end up being a coach.
Role play
for a team. Yeah, we can role play.
Culture,
imagine if Lothar was a coach of a Japanese Valorant team. That'd actually be pretty pog, not gonna front. Anyway, but
I already see an manga and anime adaptation of this, you know?
I'm down with it. Someone make it happen right now. If you're a Japanese Valorant team, hit your boy
on the script.
Okay, so, but you are the coach, Lothar, of Crazy Raccoon here. You got this long pause, but most importantly, you lost a heartbreaker of a game on Ascent.
Kan tadinya udah panas, dingin lagi ya.
California.
Right? How do they
yang kayak udah ke build up gitu ya. Adrenalinnya. Wah, turun lagi.
Thus far, but now there's this time that they have. So, what can they do here? What can come out of this for Crazy Raccoon that could give them that leg up over North America's, version 1?
Yeah, if I would have been put on the spot and I have to say something, I would probably say you have to battle aggression with aggression. It will probably only work for a few rounds. You're gonna play with your aggressive smokes to cut off like the angles to take map control on defense, right? So you basically switch sides. You on defense, you want to be the aggressor to get map control, play on one side with a retake, on the other side you're gonna go aggressive. So in case you hit the spot where the opponents will be gathering up, you get that let's say stack against them. In other case, you just play the retake and the flank. But at the same time, this will only work for maybe 2 rounds, because then the opponent will do the reverse. They will hold you. They're gonna play defaults. They're gonna see the angles like
topiknya.
Just hold it because
kalau gue jadi host, gue udah diem doang nih, Blay. Diem, nyebat, paling nyebat.
Play for the Phoenix with the orbs and so on. Bilang,
so it's like, in general, I feel kayaknya mau hujan ya cuacanya.
Kalau nggak ini, Blay, gue belum makan apa ya, Blay ya?
You need to come up.
Sumpah itu mulu kan yang gue tanya ya.
Aku tahu ngomong-ngomongnya
This is why I love Valorant, because
satu-satu nih.
Bang
Feli, punya pacar nggak?
Goblok, Bang Feli umur berapa gitu? Udah berapa lama Bang Feli pacarannya? Udah pernah cipokan belum, Bang?
That's why I'm very excited about the future of Valorant, because you know every 3 months we get a new agent, then every half a year we get a new map, and everything works in tandem. Even an older agent might suddenly become more playable just because of the fact that the new agent works as a duo with him. So in the future, I feel like a team without a proper coaching staff on
tapi
live
somehow
events,
ya kalau
right,
lagi
with an
kepepet
analyst, with a
begini tuh
coach,
pasti
that
otak
they
kamu
will
kayak
just
jalan
gather
aja
up all
gitu.
the small informations that the players might be missing during the match, and they will give those
kalau
informations
ada,
to the players during
kalau
the technical
nggak ada
breaks,
sih susah juga ya.
the tactical pauses.
Kadang otak gue ada, kadang kagak sih.
Winning down the line when we're gonna have more LAN events.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Golden Boy, could assistant coach of Ellie have a word as well, man?
Go for it. Go for it.
I'm going to be honest. So I'm looking at the combine as well for Crazy Raccoons. Now, when you think about Ascent, all right, their comebacks were mounted off of those close plays.
Yang kamu mending mana? Mending Ace.
You know that one play with Jet at
Tree. Di satu round. Pokoknya ada satu round signifikan nih. Kamu mendingan Ace atau kamu mendingan kalah tapi mendingan kamu nggak nge-kill tapi roundnya menang.
Ya mending roundnya menang lah. Nggak nge-kill.
Ya.
Tujuannya kan untuk menang.
Tapi kamu jadi nggak keren. Padahal kamu lagi di shot gitu.
Ya tergantung nih. Gue lagi tour nih Valorant apa gue lagi streamingan nih. Kalau lagi streamingan bodo amat menang kalah.
Tapi kalau lagi tour nih
harus beda dong.
Kalau menang apapun yang terjadi gitu.
Iya, beda dong kalau itu. Nggak perlu keren-kerenan.
I would love to see them be aggressive. They have to get in version 1's face for the simple fact that the judge worked, because when version 1 attacks, they're always grouped up together. Go on Google and type in Rat King. That's basically them whenever they run into a site. So if you have a shotgun that's automatic, it's game over, man.
I actually am going to do that.
Just tangled up together.
I'm going to do that.
You don't want to do it, trust me.
Well, we'll see.
Don't actually Google.
Kamu kalau misalkan
menang ya kan
kemarin
lu jadi defender, bomnya meledak, lu baru dapat ace. Nggak selalu ace langsung
like aspect to this, right? Veli, you were a competitor for a few years. I mean, I think all of us at some point in time competed, but you know, not in Valorant, obviously.
Kalau kamu dibolehin ke Iceland nih, nonton di stage, kamu bakalan berdiri di mana nih sekarang?
In Iceland, which is not a place that you would normally find yourself playing a video game tournament.
Iya pasti ada tempat bangkunya sih, Nanat. Nggak mungkin gua sendiri doang ya. Karena nggak ada yang dibolehin.
Kira-kira kamu bakalan berdiri di mana nih? Kan stage-nya benar-benar nggak ada kursi penonton gitu kan?
Gue bebas.
Nggak ada tribun gitu kan?
Iya, gue bebas. Tapi gue bebas. Gue boleh kemana aja.
Iya, di mana aja.
Gue muterin lah, gue liatin satu-satu ya kan. Tangan di belakang ya kan, gue liatin satu-satu. Anjay.
This is the first time, I mean, not even the players. I'm on the desk right now with someone in Europe and Korea.
Ini tangot kenapa ya? Technical pause nggak tahu kenapa. Technical pause tuh jarang banget disebut kenapa. Soalnya berarti dari eventnya ada sesuatu yang error. Kan nggak mungkin kan lo ngasih tahu kejelekan event lo. Lagi ada apanya. Maka disitulah hostnya sekarang harus kebacot.
You're hearing the voice right now of your host Golden Boy alongside with Veli representing North America, Achilleos for the Korean region, and Lothar for the EMEA European region out there. We've had a first series take place.
Kalau kamu boleh ke stage, terus kamu harus pakai jersey salah satu dari tim yang tanding. Kamu pakai jersey apa? Harus.
Extend. Karena gue dari saya.
She doesn't pull the ire of Twitter on her timeline. But you know,
ada aja kan topik gue kan.
Since we got some time, this is a
kasih pertanyaan gue lagi dong.
What I'm sure a lot of people are expecting. And no chat, I do not have the ability to start the game.
Di Champions Tour nanti warnanya apa?
So I don't have the ability.
Oren kayaknya. Enggak sih kayak merah deh, kayak merah deh.
I'm sorry. You know, you ask questions all day long, Golden Boy. So it's only right that we ask you a question too. So you ask us, predictions, what we think about, brackets, whatnot.
Okay.
Which region do you think is going to come out on top here for Masters 2?
Honestly, I've given this a lot of thought.
Ini dia nih, yang lagi ngomong nih, hostnya, yang di studio pakai sepatu, pakai sendal.
But I have thought. But the thing is, I really feel good about Sentinels. They have been one of the most consistent teams from the release of the game. Maybe not like exactly the release of the game and their debut tournament. They kind of, shuffled around a little bit, but they've been very good ever since. And that consistency has remained. The team is very focused. And I think Sentinels are actually in a prime position to
itu asapnya bohongan apa beneran? Kayak beneran sih. Kalau studio buat syuting ini harusnya asap kayak gini gampang bikinnya.
Bohongan gimana maksudnya?
Green screen kali maksud dia ya. Kalau yang belakang tuh green screen tuh.
And every player that's there, you heard it in the video, Lothar. Who's the player they want to play? Scream. Scream. What is it about this guy that everyone is just drawn to?
Bookmaker yang kayak kompresor.
This guy is just a legend, Everyone knows him for the action machine, and it's kind of
beneran itu ada kebakaran TKP.
He became a way more let's say an important player.
Tapi sumpah dulu kan pas nonton konser-konser gitu kan ada asapnya ya. Aku kira tuh beneran kayak di bawah panggungnya tuh ada yang ngebakar gitu biar asapnya keluar.
Kagak dong bang.
Sumpah dulu pas kecil aku ngira begitu. Tapi baru aku mikir kan pas gedean dikit. Lah, ngap ya anjir kalau dibakar beneran.
Insane player, that's about it. But also a very known celebrity, right? The guy is just lovable. Whenever I met him on LAN, I was just having fun with the guy because he's so funny. He's just he's like a machine, and this is why he's also so loved when it comes to strings, right?
Itu sebenarnya di samping itu lagi ada ini, lagi ada lomba trik vape. Ada vape 10 biji itu di situ.
To Valorant, I think it's needed to have some star players.
Dorong asapnya.
This is just 1 year into the scene, right? We're gonna build up those storylines. We're gonna build up those players. But right now, Scream is the #1 guy that everyone wants to play against.
Yeah, Everyone wants to play against him. Everyone wants to
Kalau
walk
kebelet
away
boker
as
masuknya
the winner
technical
of
pause atau
Masters 2, but there
technical
can only
pause.
be one. And now for those of you guys who are at
Technical
home,
lah.
which are, you know, honestly, like everyone, make sure you follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports for the latest news, highlights,
Kalau
memes. That's in the
dia
script.
bisa
And most
mikir
importantly,
taktiknya
the
pas
chance to
boker.
participate in our daily predictions.
Wah, tapi aku
Clearly,
yang
you
pas
guys can never
tur ini di Thailand aku kebelet
we are
boker
getting
tuh Nanet,
very
asli.
close to starting the game, so I'm going to send it over to
Gua sampai kan kalau lu mati kan lu belum boleh cabut nih ya dari bootnya. Gue cabut anjing bodo amat asli. Wah itu gue udah kebelet banget sumpah demi apapun.
So, we have been promised.
Jadi tuh lu boleh ke WC nih ya kalau pas turni PUBG waktu itu yang di Thailand. Biarpun lu mati lu nggak boleh ke toilet dulu sampai gamenya kelar. Soalnya kan kalau temen lu belum mati, lu kan bisa ngeliat ke layar tuh di belakang. Nah itu nggak boleh tuh. Cuma buset ya gimana Blay daripada gua pirit kan. Tapi pokoknya gua nggak boleh balik ke boot gua dulu sampai gamenya kelar.
The one thing I do see is headsets are on, right?
Yeah.
Players are towards the desk. No, don't lean back. Don't lean back.
No,
you lean.
put your hands back down.
Kalau ada pilihan di match map Haven harus pakai sandal, lu pakai agent siapa sih?
I'm trying to like just work out the posture. It's
Killjoy.
game time. It's when I see them wheel
Kalau
back
Killjoy
and like the chair seat goes down. You know when they go for the full recline? You're in trouble then.
Yeah,
Nah, angin mulus ya, Blay. Enggak, Mansen kebanyakan lihat itu. Cewek-cewek Thailand ya.
Apologies for the wait, guys.
Kenapa gue ngeliat cewek Thailand jadi pengen boker?
We got some filler music this time. Oh
Kan kamu mulus kalau lihat cewek lain
Monitor
selain
adjust
aku.
is always a good sign.
Wow.
Put them the elevator
Selipannya boleh-boleh lu ya.
Funny. Who's done that? Welcome to your holiday abroad. Today we'll be taking you on a beautiful tour around
Kenapa Killjoy
very
Blay?
luxurious
Bisa jaga dua side.
Icebox. Yeah, I was really
Bisa jaga B sama jaga C, bisa jaga A sama B. Bisa jaga garage sama C.
That's a scene setter right there.
Mum's doing, what is it, like, you know they do like the aerobics thing but in the pool, and you know that none of your family have ever cared about any sort of athleticism prior to this, but it's a big thing now. Dad's at the bar, getting his beers in with a little token.
Pas turnamen boleh nonton YouTube nggak misalnya lu mati. Kalau turnilan nggak boleh lah.
The game to start again. We are back on camera, so hi. Production are lashing out. I got it. Fair enough. Got it. No more fun. Putting the fun away. Putting the fun in the box. But as soon as the game is ready, we will be hopping back in.
PC buat turnamen gini minimal spek waret apa spek streamer ya? Harusnya tergantung IO-nya sih. PC-nya kayak gimana? Turni PUBG di Indo nih ya. Wah, PC jelek banget. Jelek banget yang udah di main stage saya nih. Jelek banget PC-nya.
I did find myself recently apologizing to a door handle when I like knocked into it. Oh, sorry. You ever do that?
Soalnya tuh kalau aku lihat ya, kalau turni di Indo tuh misalnya turnilan, dia tuh nyari sponsor, cari brand baru, brandnya ngasih. Yang gue mau kasih ini bukan dia nyebar apa, nyebar tender gitu. Gue butuhnya monitor ini speknya kayak gini, siapa yang bisa provide, kayak gitu. Dia brandnya dulu, brandnya terus bisa provide apa, makanya kayak gitu. Speknya ya ada ini gitu.
Always an option. We could open up to Twitter, where obviously the best thoughts are made. Truly,
lo menanet manggil nama.
I'll start reading
comments. Aku panggil nama.
We're ready for it. I'm down for it. But for now, we can go back to talking potentially about the bracket. There we go. We'll go back to almost being on top.
Gue ingat turnamen PUBG Indo di Malta katanya FPS cuma 30 Blay. Iya. Parah banget. Tapi emang PUBG berat banget ya. PUBG tuh game paling berat kayaknya.
How are we feeling about that next matchup that would be waiting? The Liquid
Gue juga nggak ngerti lagi.
or Crazy Raccoon matchup that could come out of this.
Makanya turnilan PUBG PC nggak sukses tuh karena susah banget, Blay. Lu buat bikin turni nih, buset, 100 PC kayaknya ada. Kan turni 64 player nih ya. Berapa tim sih? 16 ya berarti. Ya 16. 16 tim, 64 player, belum observer, belum admin, belum bla bla bla, 100 lah ada kayaknya.
In their game one, regardless of who it is.
I see production starting to sweat.
Sen gimana biar langgeng? Segini Blay.
I'm gonna hold you to this.
Kalau segini langgeng.
One day at an event, just gonna drag you guys on.
Ya ngapain segitu kok nggak dipakai ya?
You know we do it for finals. Let's do it for the first round. But no, I'm kind of with you on the.
Ada satu panggilan yang Nanat nggak bolehin Mansen bilang itu ke siapapun. Maksudnya nggak boleh manggil orang lain dengan sebutan itu.
Both these teams have shown they've got some real.
Dia bisa tebak nggak apa?
Whoever makes it through, you know, whether it be like a Munchkin matchup would be fantastic.
Gue rasa Mansen nggak lupa.
You know, your Zelsis or any, like whoever it may be. I think it'd be a really fun game to watch.
Nyo kan belakangnya Nyo.
It just reminds me of like homes in. Was it like homes in the sun or something where it was like Dave and Barbara have lived together in Somerset all their lives.
Sampai sekarang
in Benidorm.
Ya udah cuma nggak dipakai ke orang lain aja, tapi nggak dipakai ke gue juga.
Dave works part time, giving out milk to children, and then Barbara sells buttons. They've got a budget of £3 million. I'm like, where have they got this from?
It's more of a you kind of do a big other accent.
Shit, dia orang nggak bisa diem banget ini ya. Udah sis dari tadi.
Outside of that, then we can't talk about the Vikings X10 matchup, which would be kind of on the top side of the bracket as such. And I think we're both on
panggilannya.
Right? If Scrimbucks mean anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's probably one of the easier ones to call actually, especially out of the early stages.
Munyenyo, serem amat manggil pacar lu munyenyo.
Especially with everybody's got this adjustment period to being out there.
If you are Mansen yang awal-awal pasti tahu.
All those other factors, but
nggak ada yang tahu. Gue nyebutnya cuma berapa kali doang.
Actually, you can lean a little heavier on the
disebut.
Okay, fair enough.
Makanya buat tag tuh satu. Nggak pernah sebut lagi.
Looks good, so I'm kind of fair enough on that. Now, Shark's NUTURN. How do you feel about this one? Because
nyerah nggak?
For me to look at and
kalau nyerah ketik satu.
Coming up there between those two, at least in my eyes when I look at NUTURN.
Berarti kalau dalam smoke nge-lag banget, sumpah kalau udah circle terakhir tim masih banyak, udah nggak ngerti lagi sih. Itu nggak bisa gerak anjir.
Lu kalau streamingan kalau masuk smoke juga patah-patah ya.
Itu karena OBS-nya, aku mainnya nggak patah-patah.
And really, I think as well. I mean, I know the Des was talking about Achilles in particular, talking about this is a huge opportunity.
Buset, langsung pada ngerang lah tuh satu semua.
Jawabannya apa Mansen?
Carino.
Okay, no, I actually feel that. I think that's actually a really reasonable take. Who'd have thought it? Maybe Golden Boy against Reddit's.
Gue pertama tahu Carino itu gara-gara
at this point, though,
saudara gue kan bule.
Hey guys at home.
Bule Spanyol. Manggil adik gue yang cewek itu Carino. Kesayangan.
Congratulations. You win the prize.
Sayang Carino.
Your thoughts read out on
Carino.
as an impromptu segment that I'm creating
to get in touch with me
because I'm running out of filler content. So
tranquilo.
Sekarang
Kisera. I think it's Valorant Masters. Yeah, Valorant Masters.
Selama ada whole sim.
No, right down the lens. I'm here for you guys. So what you're gonna do is get on Twitter and just tweet me your thoughts on the matchup in front of us. I want to know your thoughts on Crazy Raccoons for one. Have they overperformed, or has maybe V1 performed accordingly because they've got a stand-in? Is this always meant to be a close game? I just want your thoughts on this matchup in front of us. If you have good analysis, I'm going to read it out. I even say your name. I'll butcher it, but I'll say it. So you're welcome.
Nana lagi ini, Blay.
Because then I can steal most of your opinions.
Lagi les bahasa, anjing.
The problem is I can't quite
listen. Word for word.
Yeah, no, that's literally what I'm mostly doing.
Ntar jadi pada ngikutin.
It does seem as though we're very close to getting started. I know we've said this about 1 million times, but apparently we're getting there. So,
I'm pretty sure this. I was sure last time. Now I'm pretty sure that we're close to getting back into game.
Yeah. Again, so just give us a shout. I'm always down to have a little listen. Someone just likes the poster behind me. Fantastic. Good taste in movies. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. You guys are not helping me with your thoughts. Don't need to be nice to me. I love praise, of course. Who doesn't? I'm a commentator. It's just narcissism. But give me your thoughts. We like that. We listen to that. But beyond that, I have heard we are almost there.
Ini
Now,
mau
whether or not that means we're going to be in game soon, I think the UI might be a bit funky, so we'll make sure we clarify that for you once we're ready to go into game. Until that point,
lapar gara-gara tadi makan es krim.
down below. There you go, you can use
Satu
that.
kotak
Iya,
habis
kamu
dari
lapar dari
Read out by
kapan
me, you
gitu?
can just be seen.
Gue makan tadi malam gila sebelum live.
Oh, kirain
Is it
dari
time?
itu sampai sekarang.
Is it real?
Gak makan.
Tapi nih isi real.
So,
Nobody
scoreline.
move. Don't
Scoreline.
touch anything.
I need to write this
Oh,
down.
ini,
Oh, no.
mulai.
Scoreline is 2-1, apparently.
Mulai.
So, I need to catch up on this. Hypok, you have a cast.
Udah nggak hujan juga.
Okay, sure. Yeah, V1 leaning heavily towards A here. Actually, Vanity going to find Zephyr trying to get a little bit of aggressive. Penny as well will do some damage onto Neth. He's got to back up towards backside. Down to 27 HP now. Initially, a lot of control gained by V1. Now, still got to get the spike down. The Nano Swarm going to force that off default for the time being. Give Medusa an opportunity potentially to find this, but he's going to owl drone through. We'll spot out Effie's. Actually, doesn't actually opt to spam through there. I guess conscious of another player playing close enough. Now he comes through though. A little bit of damage done, but no kill.
Okay. So the 4v4
Tiba-tiba 31 emang ada. Emang tadi sebelum technical pause berapa?
Enough audio cues to maybe work with, but Vanity already finding Munchkin is going to make that a problem. Medusa, that's filthy work. Vanity and Penny going to be reeling off the back of that. The Zephy's and Jammy's going to be called upon, but now look, Viper post plant. You better be ready for this one. You can already see the damage gets done, and V1 do close it through. So the scoreline now will actually update what it's meant to be, so I don't have to count. I got real nervous that I had to get like an abacus out, that I was about to be doing some on-air math, which is never good. But scoreline is now sorted, hopefully, and everything is back underway. So we're good, right?
Error ya.
We're good.
Yeah, almost like it never happened. This time around, again, Snakebite does do its job.
Menang
with
gini
it.
2-1.
Actually, I think Neth was down to
Lah 2-1 sekarang.
HP
Apa sih?
initially, but
2-1 harusnya tadi salah kayak salah
Snakebite
ngetiknya.
dealing with it. Closing things
Oh
out.
tadi 1
stopping
sama.
that diffuse coming through
Pas di
now.
pause.
V1 once again.
1-0.
heavy lean on towards A.
Lah dari 1-0 sekarang 2-1 harusnya dari 1 sama dong.
Raccoons did try and stack
Atau
over
2-0.
B there to greet.
Tadi kan 1-0 terus kan di play jadi. Nah itu ada miss 1 round berarti ya.
See if he gets anything out of that. Zelsis.
Iya berapapun ini dah. Main dah yang penting udah main dah.
Pretty brazen fight. Now Penny's going to be the next on the chopping block potentially, and look at them falling like
No
flies.
way.
How is this
Medusa.
getting turned? These are the rounds that somehow the crazy raccoons make look so deadly. Munchkin sends it, doesn't quite find Vanity, but as the smoke dissipates, he's left standing, no burst left to play with, and now Effie's called upon to try and deal with the sudden mess that's coming out of nowhere. No spike plant to be worked with. He knows where Munchkin is. Can he clear it for free? 23 HP makes it much more comfortable to work with, and there it is. Effie's clears. Now, Rion was noted earlier, but he could have easily moved by this point.
He could have repositioned down to 45 HP though. Still only a sheriff in hand. He's not been able to upgrade it. Effie's comes through a huge red ball clutch for him there to turn that round back in their favor. Again, Munchkin, unfortunately, I guess not anticipating Effie's having that second shock dart available, but literally dug out from backside there with relative ease. And I gotta say, initially, Crazy Raccoons finding so much value early on in that round, just finding a couple of really weird kills back to back. Vanity does great work to, I guess, put the first kill on the board, but shout out Effie's, man. What a round from him.
Yeah, super, super clutch. Red Bull clutch, you might say. And Munchkin wanting a bit of that himself, but yeah, just baited out by the utility. Out of nowhere, V1 find 2 big entries, and look at the pace in which Vanity's going to take space. Medusa just on the other side like, yes, I will sit here. This is perfectly fine. Now the spike is on towards the site, and now Zephyr can't see that. You've got all the utility kind of keeping him somewhat safe, and the spam's going to at least deny the spike plant for now.
Hunter Fury popped. A couple of warning shots sent out, at least to zone off version 1 for the time being. But meanwhile, Zelsis has actually slipped up inside tube here. He's going to get himself into a really good position to apply some pressure to the back line of Crazy Raccoons here. Actually, Neth completely unaware. He was trying to spot mid now. Damage comes through onto Snowman. Zephyr will fall. Zelsis spotted the second one as well. Look at that. Digs Neth out. Medusa trades it, but the damage is already done.
That's impeccable. Just hitting the brakes for a second to allow him to work. Medusa needs to go full clutch on this one. 30 HP. Still some utility to work with, but pretty tricky to dig these players out of these positions. Jammy's on the swing, yeah. Not even going to depend on the utility if required, but just happy to take the fight. Medusa falls. V1 looking solid here. Ultimates now all coming up as well. They've got plenty to play with, and it's a collective effort. It's not just that one-man show. We saw, Zels is having a great game before Penny, but this is all of them. Everyone delivering now.
Esports. Yeah, actually, the break doing wonders for version 1 in terms of coming back into this.
Brazil.
Again, though, Zelsis just times this out and literally threads all the way through. And again, I love the decision making there, not to backstab Neth, but also prioritize that kill onto Snowman more so. It gives his team the opportunity to move up onto site. He can come back, reset perfectly with that flash, and deal with Neth's second ball.
Ace of this, yeah, straight through against the pistols. You do have only like what, a Sheriff Frenzy, a little bit of so it's not like a completely neutered purchase. Still got a little bit of danger to it, but Munchkin can at least find one. That's Jammy's now found. Quick.
Buset, reflect buat nge-satchel cepet banget.
Get it. There we go. Got himself a rifle, not for long. Gets it for a second. Oh, and Zephyr's just eaten that flash. The double down. Zephyr tries to work with this, doing the best he can, but he's being swarmed. Players just about everywhere, but the aim is crisp. But it doesn't really make for much here. Be a miracle to get a valiant attempt, but Effie's to find strikes through the map now. It looks like coming out of this break, the V1 have just kept the pace up, and the Crazy Raccoons look a little shaken here.
This was clean though, and especially with the classic as well. Finds the first. It's
dua-duanya klik kanan
free gun, by the way. Absolutely free. 6-1 now. And this is the point really, and I was talking about this.
Enggak, aku betting berapa match ini?
In the first few rounds, I want to see Crazy Raccoons
300
really make an adjustment here and
point.
Fight for this early round control.
VCT point.
This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Munchkin actually going to force Penny off that top spot. Vanity will find Munchkin though. Penny comes through. First 2 kills going in favor of V1 once again. And look how quick this piece is.
It's brutal. They are just flying through this site. Yeah, they're given so much. Crazy Raccoons are almost giving up way too much of the space. Yeah, they can play for the retake, but you're playing that against a Viper, like a good Viper. It's something that I said about V1 that I liked through their qualification route is how well they played with that Viper in the post plants. Especially with Effie's as well, and the Sova too, like it's super deadly. That even that's before you even address the fact you got
keluarnya turretnya cepat terus nanamnya cepat ya.
Kan lu main di laptop makanya kerasa lama bang.
Lama banget keluarnya.
Yeah. So it's really just trying to keep that op in play for Zephyr, but they're gonna hunt him down. They've got players to spare. Yeah, Zelsis happy to claim it. Vanity will lose life, but they can reinvest. And the Raccoons have not got an answer right now. They need to invest a lot more into these early rounds and kind of try and potentially fight for that space because the retake ain't working. They aren't getting those fast flanks on. They're not getting that pressure through mid. Remember how we were praising the likes of Magnum, for example, from Fnatic for controlling that mid pressure that could have been coming out. There hasn't even been time for that against V1.
It really hasn't. The problem being now, again, in this kind of position in terms of the economy, V1 can just keep coming out of this, right? They can just brute force their way into these entries.
Cuci muka dulu coba Blastio, cuci muka Blastio. Negara mana versus negara mana nih, Blay? Ini Blay. Nih di atas V1 NE, di atas KRJP. NE lawan Jepang.
Actually going to try and pressure Jammies here. He will get picked off. Look at it. On the back of all this pressure, V1 straight away going to regress onto A site, and this time around, Neth will back away. Lockdown available, so he's not going to sit in back sight.
No, and they are on Sheriffs, and yes, they have the light armor with it, and at one point you have to kind of stop trying to play for the economy and play for the round win, which sounds obviously very obvious, but you can see Effie's just striding through them. These guys are on V1. Looking like they never really stopped on this. And look at that spike plant as well. This is all going to line up pretty nicely. Neth's going to struggle. Can't even get it to halfway just yet. Here it is, sends down another, buying the time just so perfectly. Vanity could have done with hitting that, but time being bought here. It doesn't really matter. Airfees and Vanity in combination making this too difficult for the Crazy Raccoons, who've just fallen by the wayside. Where's this team gone?
I think really had the wind knocked out of their sails, especially from map 1. Again, with things ramping up towards the end of Ascent. This is getting tough to watch now. FE's great flank control here.
Lu nggak mau coba nonton Iron Only Turnamen, Blay?
Again, that's on the back of Rion actually finding the first kill on the way in. Again, finds those kills. Hunter's Fury comes online, and it's another tool at their disposal in the post plant. Makes it very, very difficult. This time around, the buy round, there's going to be 3 members over on B, and nobody there on the side of version 1 to greet him. Now, the recon dart actually going to give away a lot of information here. It's going to pull Zephyr and Munchkin to hit this rotate. All ultimates available for Crazy Raccoons. They have everything to throw at this round to get their second on the board and actually get themselves back on the board after that break.
Okay, Zelts is going to lead the way, take so much space. Look at this push. He's just going to take so much room. Here's everything. No one's there to stop it. Oh no, Zelsis has done him dirty. Great work on Neth. And that site control garnered. That's enough for a spike plant. Munchkin's going to try and play back in at this point. Pretty good timing on it too. Ult comes in, does deliver. Great work there from Munchkin. Still plenty of ults available if they want them. Penny though going to play the edge. Oh no, Penny! Gets by Medusa. The Smoke Criminal just coming on through. Does not care for a second. And a 3v2.
By Medusa.
No post farm for Jammies to thrive in either.
Viper's Pit invested. Try and regain some control of default at least. The Aldrone comes through, clear some of these angles. Actually, Rion's there to greet him as Jammies tries to slip in behind it. Vanity now last man standing and a 1v3 operator in hand. 20 seconds left. Yeah, just wants to deny the operator. I get something done, but again, wants to run this down as long as possible. Rion will pick it up. Crazy Raccoons.
Kalau senjatanya keambil tuh kayaknya bisa deh bunuh 1-2.
Back in their favor. That's on the back of Nef being the first to fall. Again, Zelsis creates so much space with that ultimate. They have to
keburu keluar aja.
Iya. Dia juga nge-throw bangsat.
Depan dia itu kan.
Iya, dia juga nge-throw tadi anjing. Attacker tadi beli operator. Aston Omen pula.
To turn that round back in their favor, and a double operator coming out here. Munchkin and Zephyr.
Fanatic Sentinel megang mana, Blay?
On in the first half.
Megang
pull this out.
Ada map 3 dah.
Okay.
Asli gue pegang terus map 3.
It works in CS for way varying reasons. It's rare that I get behind it in this, but the burst through middle is going to make it worse as well. That's going to slice them right down and going to isolate the player, which is going to be Zephyr probably if they pour through towards B. Yeah, and they're right in amongst them. Even if they just considered one-up being here, they're going to try and play through middle and just keep it looking so neutered, not working on the extremity. Zephyr, they're not even going to open up the blocker. He can do nothing. He feels just like a chocolate teapot at this point. Absolutely useless. And yeah, this is
Iron Only Turnamen.
Whether or not they read that just one op would be in play, but let alone two, they just absolutely dominated it. And now these two have to instantly go to a save.
Bisa aku ke lawan Iron.
This is such a huge investment to lose. This purchase, especially this round
deficit.
Again, I'm all for switching things up, but right here, V1, I don't even want to say have a good read here. It's just the stars align and the way they approach this round.
Ini lower bracket nih. Ada.
Jammies on the second peak.
Yang kalah turun ke lower bracket ini.
They come through, try and shut this down. It's
panic.
Huge loss actually for him. It's
tapi nanti semua bakal dapat poin gitu kan.
Like I said,
terus nanti di rank kayak poinnya siapa yang
that is a tough round to lose. Yes, you could say round-wise, grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. But
champions.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Did they save the other op? I can't remember if that was that'd be a weird investment. I'm not sure. Maybe they saved it from.
They saved one operator,
I just
but
don't know if they had two.
Purchased.
Yeah, maybe. Look, surprising to me, but a great read from V1. Even if it was just in regard to one of those ops being in play, they just sliced through middle again, completely exploiting that initial problem we had in the very early rounds. Roll your mind back way earlier. So again, if they're still finding these issues, now Neth on the op instead, this is going to be interesting, really varying this. Now Munchkin going to get a little bit further.
Ini yang kalah nggak langsung pulang, Blay. Masuk lower bracket dulu.
Neth with a nice snap towards Penny. Good start for them, and Munchkin back away now. They've got that first
boleh
pick.
Tuh, klik operator. Udah kayak Mansen, Bang.
You can lean back
a little bit of advantage. Munchkin actually goes exploring. It's going to be the spike that he finds on the back of Vanity. Boombot goes through, going to give some more information. There's another player to deal with, and Neth will find Effies as he swings around the other side. Lockdown invested now, looking to try and close this round out very quickly. Jammy's all the way back at the top of spawn.
Refleksnya cepet banget ya ngindarin flash ya.
Actually, still a lot of control of mid here.
Banting mouse-nya keluar.
All that value on A.
Ini mereka
tadi tuh siapa gitu yang di
Hisense.
Maintain a lot of map control.
Pokoknya beda itu kalau Hisense tuh lo nggak susah buat nge-spray dah.
Kayak di Along yang kena flashbang berapa kali tuh, banting lagi. Mansen kecengklak dari tangan.
Enggak lah, bukan Hisense. Gue lebih gampang buat
kamu jadi dia.
Kalau gue pakai Losense, gue pasrah sih.
Kalau kamu jadi dia tadi pakai Losense terus di flash sama Skyrim berapa kali?
Iya sih, kecengklak sih gue.
Banting lagi, aduh. Oke.
Kalau disuruh milih mending TSM atau 100 TIF. Kenapa tuh alasannya? 100 TIF jauh, TSM mainnya egois individual, nggak teamwork.
Again, we talk about routes. Oh, nice little. I didn't even catch that one actually. It's the first time around. Nice opener there from Seth. But round score wise, this is really tough. I mean, pistol and conversion, it's 11 rounds. It's almost, dare I say it, looking kind of mathematically improbable for Crazy Raccoons here. Now, we can also come back to points we were making before this series got underway. But this is actually one of the maps that you'd expect Crazy Raccoons to really make moves on.
Soalnya omennya masih bisa naik no. Dia beli sheriff, nggak bisa beli TP kan. Dia masih bisa rob jump.
Thoroughly impressed, it seemed like a general consensus of this has been not only maybe it's been a good performance from V1. I think they look good, but it seems like most of you are taking into account stand in and you know you're kind of expecting to not look as smooth. But you guys are saying maybe a little bit of a surprise, but also like happily impressed with the Crazy Raccoons. So hopefully that keeps up going forward. I mean, I think that's the main thing to take away here is that you know, a lot of people are saying again, I'm glad that I got your opinions at home. If I'm completely honest, that people saying believe V1 is a great matchup.
Kita nggak lanjutin Who Killed Sarah ya.
Crazy Raccoons are excelling today. So I'm glad
bener tuh harusnya kemarin dikelarin.
Concept of a matchup as well. Now this I'd say is a little unfortunate for the Raccoons that
aku lupa aku belum tahu kan hari ini VCT.
People may forget how close map 1 was, and if they'd converted map 1, this would be map 3 time. You know, it would just open up that next opportunity. That's not the way the cookie crumbles. V1 do hold currently of course map 1 in their pockets. And this being map 2 here,
prediksi juara nggak bisa gue prediksi soalnya turnilan pertama cuy. Kalau based on online performance, Sentinel anjing, Sentinel jago banget anjing online-nya. Cuma kan dua player Sentinel kan udah kelihatan ini banget. Onliner banget. Ya mungkin mati nggak? Sampai baru nggak bisa rob jam. Kalau bisa aja.
Bilang Munchkinnya mati kayak kucingnya mati.
Iya juga ya.
This is going to be scary. Zelsis needs to be able to keep himself alive, and he does. That's 2 big kills, but there's Zephyr on the counter push. I thought Zelsis could have mopped them all up. I was a bit worried about the timing on the flash, but Zephyr finds it just right in the end.
Udah nggak bisa rob jam. Untung Mansen udah lulus ya.
Bukan, iya gue udah lulus anjing kemarin. Sekarang nggak bisa lagi nih lewat sana.
Iya.
Shazam cuy, Shazam sama Tens.
Shazam rambutnya putih.
Exactly what we want to see. Coming back through and actually playing that very, very confidently. A very quick piece coming out from Crazy Raccoons on the back of.
Jauh sinetron apa Tens? Kalau online Tens kayak udah raja terakhir anjing.
Tens pas yang update IG story di pesawat ya persis kamu banget ini.
Ngapain?
Pakai masker naik-naiknya, pakai hoodie, pakai kacamata udah hilang tuh pokoknya tenggelam dulu.
where it's like
settingan
it's
orang tidur ya.
one-dimensional to an extent that if it doesn't go that way, then yeah, it can kind of suck. But you're clutching at straws in these rounds anyway. So I kind of like the idea of giving it a little bit of a unique approach. Now with no early contact elsewhere, it looks like they're all going to kind of pile around.
Nah, bedanya Sinatra sama Tens nih. Sinatra tuh di game sebelum dia Overwatch, dia turnilannya jago banget. Tens tuh nggak pernah jago cuy turnilan di CSGO.
And no real opportunities for jammies and vanity here.
Tens pernah turnamen offline CSGO kan, beberapa kali habis itu langsung di bench. Udah gitu, gitu dah. Dia rada toxic ke teammate anjir. Zaman CSGO.
Mungkin sekarang sudah berubah seiring bertambah dewasa dan memiliki pacar kan.
Ya, udah dewasa.
Dewasa.
I was ready for it to be just like 2 line up for him there on the open, gets ahead of the recon vault, but it's tough. But early on, I mean, if you want to start believing, these are the sorts of rounds you want to see Crazy Raccoons pick up.
Yes. And keep in mind that being a primary cause, this does build up the money. They had rifles out. This could have been costly if they did lose them. That's actually a pretty good round to keep that clean. So glad to see them at least trying to build that.
Tapi ini skin yang apa? Toy Story ini. Iya, kayak rada lambat gitu nggak sih pelurunya keluarnya? Apa sama aja apa?
Sama aja anjir.
Perasaan dong. Kayak berat gitu lah keluarnya sih. Kalau Prime kan kayak licin banget kan, ini tuh kayak jedok
yang paling licin ini lah apa? Yang Siong sama lu.
Glitch pop.
Glitch pop. Glitch pop cepet banget asli.
Yeah, again, this is the second time now we see Muskin really force his way up tube with the absence of anyone playing there. Zephyr, speaking of forcing his way on, comes all the way on. It's a battle of the judges.
Sense tuh cuma ini cuy, cuma dipinjam sama Sentinel di loan doang dia sampai turni master ini kelar.
Medusa as well on the Sova, so maybe it's still going to be a bit of a problem, but V1 on the play back in. Zelta's going to lead the way, unafraid, going to be the first one forward, try to be as bold as he can, get as far as he can, gets a tag on Medusa, but the kills ain't coming in clean. Vanity desperate for this to work, he does get it, but he loses his life for it. Neff there on the trade. And now Munchkin and Neff have to make this work in a 2v3. Now Spike yet to be toyed with. Oh, Neff out of nowhere.
Wait, did he just play?
Wait, no. Effy's is on it.
What is going on?
Effy's on the Spike. He's still gonna get one now. He's got to know where Neff is. He just got the kills on his teammates. Effy's off the Spike.
Kelamaan anjing.
He falls back to the Spike. And I don't know if he's got the time on this, but we're gonna find out he does. V1 with the clutch.
Oh, gila.
Effy's once again with the Red Bull clutch, man. It's the second time here on Icebox, and it's to put V1 back in control, back in the driver's seat.
Kalau misalnya cocok sama Sentinel gimana tuh? Buyoutnya mahal banget.
Raccoons unable to convert that, and everything was going their way early on. It took so long for version 1 to deal with
pinter
Medusa
itu dia ngambil Tens.
I thought they had that one.
Kontraknya mahal banget.
Ih, coba tadi Killjoy nembak-nembak doang ya. Sofa nggak jadi nge-defuse nih.
Okay, that's it. I was gonna say version 1 now addressing the fact that Munchkin's got in
undetected. Ini tinggal kita lihat aja ntar nih. Sentinel, Tens jago nggak nih main Dilan? Dia dari kemarin aja nih belum turni mulai nih ya. Dia udah bilang PC itu nggak enak ini. Udah bilang PC nggak enak. Udah banyak banget pokoknya dah. ABCDEFG-nya.
He's got to back away and respect it.
Kalau mainnya jelek, nggak mungkin di buyout. Pasti Sinatra anjing yang ditahan. Soal Sinatra tuh Overwatch-nya lannya jago banget anjir.
Zelsis though could be that player to make a difference. We'll see. Munchkin gets the timing, gets the shot. Jammies is now gone, and that's a problem they have to address to an extent. Whether or not they rotate off this.
No. Hello, internet?
We're yet to see because as it stands, the Crazy Raccoons were postured towards A. They were ready to go for this one, but now information may be limited. If they peel away from this, there could be a punish through mid. Zelsis is going to see this cross. That's one, that's two. This is huge information relayed. 3 players now noted, crossing back on over. They do know that Munchkin is already somewhere on the site, but by now they get such an early read.
You should run.
Actually, Killjoy investing the lockdown here. B-Lane's not going to allow version 1 back onto site now. 12 seconds left. The car going to come through. Effie sets up with a shock dart, but Munchkin there ready to punish him on that lineup.
I like that from Munchkin. Just trying to use the space that he garnered earlier after that pick towards Jammies. Now Penny wants back in though.
Senator bukan nggak boleh main ya? Kan 6 bulan.
Work there. Good combination, but good trade out for Zephyr. They're not letting these untradeable kills come in at all. They're all going to have an answer for him.
6 bulan dari bulan apa tuh
feeling
kemarin?
a little left to rot out here. Yeah, Real's already found Zelsis and Vanity. He can try as he might, but so many players to try and deal with. They're all just spamming away. They know where he's at. Tries to thread the needle. Not going to happen. And the Crazy Raccoons are right back into this now.
It is great response there. I love the readjustment as well from Reon's TP all the way into mid, just under boiler there. Allows us to play 3 very, very wide split. You know, actually,
Bukan
let's take a
9
look
bulan.
at
6 bulan.
again overall the economy.
6 bulan dari bulan Maret kalau nggak salah deh.
They're going to be right back down to
Maret apa April ya?
scrappy
Maret
purchases.
deh kalau salah.
Shorty, a Bucky. It was like 2020 somewhere along the way, but nothing on the side.
Masalahnya apaan tuh? Bocah lewat engas belah.
I get something. Actually, no, it was Zephyr. They both popped, yeah.
Both went for it. Yeah, Zephyr being toyed with by Zelsis, but Medusa's going to find Vanity. This is all looking like it's going well. But once again, the Crazy Raccoons outnumbered in the end. There was like a 2-player face there. They couldn't deal with that, but Effie has to move, and there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Penny from up on top, though, going to find Medusa. Looks for more. He needs more as well. Keep in mind the buy is pretty poor coming out from V1. Oh no, they're all bunched up. That could have been huge, but it's not. Munchkin gets the gun out in time, but Penny punishes. The trade out for Reon is big, but now the 1v2. Jammies can get this kill. The timing's everything. I don't think he saw him. Jammies definitely did.
No! Gua mati. 13 HP.
HP on Reon. I was going to say the range a little awkward for him there. Oh no. I mean, if he'd have got that, he had a perfect opportunity to get a clean reset. There was no chance of a counter peak coming on to trade Reon if he falls in that scenario. This is so unfortunate.
10 to
3
7
rounds now.
Yep. Look at this.
Skin baru udah keluar belum? Di kita 2 hari lagi. Ini mereka udah duluan.
Normally I don't talk about comebacks until you get to like double digits towards that end, but V1 have gone quiet. Now they have at least got the money to bring out the op. Now Penny's back on the full buy here. Everyone's sitting light armor here and there, but it's not the end of the world. Investment of the ult as well. Jammy's going to commit to this side, and Zelsis helps him out while he's here. Trying to clear him out of this one. That's a good idea. Jammy's going to be forced away. Touches Munchkin, going to try and take the space towards the side.
Apa?
Jammies?
What? Jammies? They're
bisa lah.
They're everywhere.
Turret bisa.
But Zelsis still going to fill the gap. Apparently it's fine. Reon's now in trouble. Yeah, this is the weirdest shutdown. Munchkin's going to have to go super clutch in this one. Sprays away, doesn't quite find Jammies, and I don't know how he lived through all of that.
I have no idea how Medusa and Munchkin are able to just take the zipline again, just paying no respect whatsoever to the Viper spin. I think Jammy's ultimately was like, yeah, there's no way that's going to happen, but V1 respond. The Prime Gaming flawless round victory here. Put V1 on 11 rounds. Again, we asked the question with these rounds trading back and forth like this, what it looks like for the economy. You see coming through here, it's, Zelsis is like, okay, yeah, there's somebody on site, and then there's a peek that comes through onto Nest. It's like, yeah, there's 2 people here. Really, really weird round to watch back.
Very backwards. Very, very backwards. Me and you during tech pause.
Yeah, that's how I felt earlier.
But quick piece from mid coming out from Munchkin. Hold on, Effie's on the other side of this, and Munchkin waiting for that time. Yeah, gets it so good. Munchkin is he's a nasty player, man. Munchkin is someone to watch. I don't care how the result goes at the end of the day. This guy is solid. Needs to back away though. Zelsis definitely caught a glimpse of him now.
He's just so slippery, and time again, he's able to
look at him. Look at him.
Get in here and hit.
Gila, ini orang bebas banget.
Again.
Udah YOLO banget.
Find Vanity. Penny now with it all to do from behind yellow. Will line up the first, and nearly actually connects 2.
Dapat 2 ya pasti dapat 2.
Oh, this could be huge for Penny. I want to see what he does with this one now. But he's going to see that they backed away. This is big information they can relay. Now Munchkin's the problem though. He can catch every one of these rotations. Him just piercing through middle was a massive play, but Penny looking more like Kenny in this one. Spots out another pixel out of the place he could have done with that, but he'll take it for now by just staying alive. Jammy's in the right place at the right time as well, leaving just Neth and Medusa alive. And you can see the spike now being toyed with towards the side, but they should be in a good position to play retake on this. I want to see what positions they go for. Neth gonna try and cover off at least the short wrap on this one. Zelsis there going up towards heaven. Penny heading on around as well.
Medusa actually has Hunter's Fury, but he's stuck on site for the time being. No real opportunity for him to reset. Yeah.
This is where this has to come down to Neth, and he's gonna double down on it too. He's gonna need more now. Zelsis can put the wall up if he wants, and he does. But it doesn't stop the bullets, but he's going to send it towards halfway. He's not stopping. This is a full defuse. He's not getting off the spike.
No way.
He's not getting off the spike.
No way.
Pros never fake.
Zelsis just giving no respect whatsoever. He knows Neth is low HP. Throws up the wall. Oh my word. That's what takes us to match point here. Version 1.
Pros
on the
never
brink of
fake.
Closing things out on Icebox.
My heart breaks for him a little, I've got to say it, but the balls of steel coming out from Zelsis, man.
As I said, it's so awkward for Neth to actually take that wide swing, right?
Yeah, of course. Are they walking mid? V1 are walking mid. They're just straight up walking mid. Welcome to Deathmatch, ladies and gents. V1 just want to get this one started. They're going to have to read. This is surely an A piece now. All players can be in the right place. They can leave Jammies as just kind of a fallback plan on B if required, but they've got 4 players now waiting for these guys to make it through. Ultimates are plenty as well. Effie's there, Vanity's got his. On the other side, yes, Medusa did have his, but he was locked to sight. As we noted last round, Plant gonna come in, tries to be denied. Spike does go down regardless. Zephyr in the meantime did catch Zelsis, so that's gonna be a player advantage at least in this post plant.
Yeah, and actually I think Effie's got 2 tags with the Hunter's Fury there, so 2 players very low HP, and actually Zephyr once again finds the kill. Vanity falls, and now Munchkin comes through with a judge, try and do some more damage, pile on the pressure. Jammies will find one, but Rion in a position to trade. Crazy Raccoons put another one on the board, stay alive for the time being. And right there again, you can see version 1 as 3 walk mid to make sure Munchkin can't do the same thing again. Actually, it's the perfect readjustment on the back of nobody showing on B. They come across and they fully invest on trying to stop the plant coming through, but unfortunately at that point, I mean, positionally the damage is done.
Iya, udah sama-sama YOLO.
Munchkin getting so close already behind default.
Kalau yang tadi kan masih rada nunggu-nunggu ya, pakai nge-fake kan.
Broken the money for V1. So this is actually
kind of
scary. Penny's gonna invest onto the ult. But beyond that, they have 2 marshals. They have a sheriff, the classic on Effie's, but then it's gonna be Penny on the ult. So full armor on Penny too. So he's your danger man this round. Zelsis tasked to keep control in middle just in case, but it's gonna be this A piece again. It looks like.
A couple of things here. Medusa going to try and find a tag with the Owl Drone, I think, and maybe put that Hunter's Fury to use here. If not, actually not going to opt to do it here, so probably going to save that for a post plant. See Penny, we're up on rafters here.
Penny closer
now, can he find something on the way in? Zephyr gets one in, gets straight out there, and actually no trade comes through. Munchkin with the double on the showstopper. Brings this to a 2v5 now for version 1.
All the dangers just suddenly been quelled from this round. You're down to Jammies and Effies, who were there to cause a little bit of a problem, but they weren't meant to pack a punch like Penny was. And now, as we can see, Neth's going to clear up Effies, and this is going to be 9 on the board for the Crazy Raccoons. Now, keep in mind, they were tearing through this. It's been a couple of clean rounds short from V1. But don't forget how dangerous they were looking. Jammies just being toyed with. Neth there, going to shut him down, and it's going to be 9 on the board for the Raccoons, and they're starting to look scary. I mean, the economy is broken from V1. They should be able to get a buyback soon, I think, but again, this is a build potential here.
I guess the other thing in terms of damage control, not an awful lot. I mean, actually, the showstopper, yes, but I mean, in these other rounds where they can just let Munchkin kind of off the leash and do his own thing, he's able to thread his way through and find value. Now, we have to wait and see if version 1 doesn't look like they're going to try and greet him with this mid presence here. Actually, Crazy Raccoon's spread a little thin.
Oh no. Oh no, don't let Penny start like that. A free pick towards A. There's no response. There's nothing they can do with that. That's just the site now gone. They've lost full information on it. Yeah, they've got, what, like a turret there, I guess, but...
Well,
British one.
The other thing is now they can lead away from A. You can see straight away 2 players come towards Boiler. One in Kitchen. Now Munchkin will respond. Finds Jammies over on Snowman. But...
Oh, look at this bait. Medusa, wait and see if anyone would dare to.
Suara cewek, suara cowok.
Does go for it. Yeah, and you're right, there are 2 players here now. Vanity's over this side. You have Zelsis here. Both have ults.
Iya, namanya Pansy.
If he wants to try and persuade
yes.
a little more, but Munchkin finds Vanity so easy. It felt like they lost track of him a little there. Zelsis can't do anything.
The paint shell on point as well.
Anything.
Come through as
man
advantage for Crazy Raccoons here in the post plant. Not an awful lot of utility, but like I said, the Hunter's Fury still.
Jauh banget tuh shock.
Munchkin, I imagine, knowing that he's down to 36 HP, but the double peak.
Diliatin lagi kemarin.
Lockdown in response here. V1 still trying to force the issue.
For white though, for blind, Medusa's gone down. Zelsis needs to make the most of this. Tries to clear out as best he can. He couldn't quite get it, and it's still going to be going through. It finally gets destroyed. Now Penny up with Zelsis in a 1v2. Neff needs to clutch out this time. Backs away, and now Neff double dips. Tries to keep them off the spike. Has to check that time. No full diffusers going down here, and it will be another on the board for the Crazy Raccoons.
Ini round barusan berantakan banget, buset Messi banget.
Stu Neff with the Red Bull clutch here to keep Crazy Raccoons alive once again. 2 rounds now. Again,
ini baru kelar nih ini. 12-10.
Kagak, ini harusnya V1 nggak banyak duit ini.
Things shaping up very similar to what we saw on Ascent. Crazy Raccoons actually building a lot of momentum. Once again, Medusa, Hunter's Fury still available, not invested yet. So they have that at their disposal, but Penny with the operator, 1 Spectre is scrapped around for V1.
Money's tight. Penny though has to make the most of this. Sets up Zelsis into play potentially. This could be huge.
Tapi kok ini Rakun menang lagi bisa otek kan?
Iya, emang bisa kalau ini Rakun
menang lagi. Tadi kan dia kaya banget.
Kalah. Lo lihat Zelsis mainnya, udah nggak ada otak-otaknya.
With the perfect pick to begin it. Now we're down to 2. Medusa and Rion have to clutch out again. A 2v5. Ult invested. Everything being poured onto them now. You can see the push coming out from Penny as well. On the back, just flanking this through. They are being boxed in, closed in. There ain't nowhere to go now.
Both of them now creeping up towards Vanity. Low HP behind Yellow. If they can isolate this, they might have an opportunity to turn the tides on this round. Jammies. Jiggle peek in the edge, but actually potentially going to get backstabbed, and he does. He's left wide open here.
Bisa sini menang
from Yellow.
But look who's waiting. Vanity. Say hello to Zowie. The second evades, but now a 1v3. Still looking rough. But Rion wants to fight. They're just on the other side of that smoke. All 3 players are here. Rion, how much can you do? Nothing at all. V1, just stop before it starts. Version 1.
Berarti V1 lawan?
At the very end, I felt that comeback could have happened, but no, they just completely stomp it down off the back of some brilliant work from Penny.
What a fantastic series. I mean, for me, version 1 ultimately being
besok Sentinel lawan Fanatic, version 1 lawan Liquid, sekarang Shark Esports lawan NUTURN Gaming.
The end of both maps. Gotta give
besok seru banget.
Really impressed me.
Besok ada V1 lawan Liquid sama Sentinel Fanatic, Expert lawan Vikings.
Looking well poised here. Again, an emergency sub in the roster, and I don't think you can
extend besok.
Extend besok.
Pakai maskernya.
Why not? Why not? But I have to say, version 1 overcoming the odds of having that stand-in, having to make those quick changes and looking good. But on the other side as well, the opponents, the Crazy Raccoons, have just looked.
VCT channel points aku 1,5 kak.
Smart, big work, big clutch at the end. They're going to the fist bump rather than the handshake. We like that quick thinking coming out. But overall, I'm thoroughly impressed with both sides. V1 got pushed further than I think most of us expected, and the Crazy Raccoons look like a dangerous team to come up against. I would not want to face them in any part of that lower bracket potential run.
Aku juga mau betting ntar.
No, and I think the important thing to note here is that the fact that version 1 still closed out this series, and they were tested. Right? And actually, with all the variables we've already discussed 100 times now, I mean, we've certainly had the time to do so, but the fact that they still close out that series like that after being pushed so hard is a real testament to what version 1 are bringing to Masters 2.
Dari mana?
NUTURN dari Korea. Korea udah biasa main LAN. STRIX tapi dari Brazil jago banget.
Background on either, especially in the FPS world, coming out and looking very solid. We've now Munchkin has transcended being, you know, the regional hero to now providing it on a global stage. So great work from them, but credit to version 1 for closing out as they did. There was certainly some moments where a team who maybe didn't have that consistency and good in-game leadership, that good focus, could have maybe crumbled there. They could have lost out on that comeback. The momentum could have taken it. But I think we've spoken enough for today. We're going to dip out now. We're going to leave it to the break and then the analyst desk. And you might get to hear another set of casters to come in the final game. So we'll leave you to that treat. It's been a pleasure, and I can't wait to hear what Des has to say about this.
NUTURN itu Korean Jet bukan.
Besok seru banget.
NUTURN itu Solo, Perry, Allow, Suges, Laika, Jamin. Solo itu yang main Jet juga sih, kalau nggak salah Solo yang main Jet ya. Jamin coachnya.
Jet.
Iya, Solo kalau nggak salah Jetnya ada di NUTURN. Lihat VCT Brazil gila banget. Sumpah gue juga sempet nonton itu VCT Brazil, sempet nonton dikit. Jago-jago banget, buset. Makanya beberapa orang yang ditanyain tuh region mana yang paling sangar tuh Brazil. Mereka bilang.
Tapi kan online.
Oh, Allo Jet ya, kan Solo ya. Lupa gue. Iya sih, tapi online ya. Tahu deh.
Kita lihat pembuktiannya hari ini.
Lanjut live masih ada satu game lagi. Pas udah habis game ini juga subuh kayak tidur.
Apakah gigi seri kalau didiemin lama-lama bisa adu penalti? Sebelum banget bacanya.
Nextnya itu STRIX Esports lawan NUTURN. Ganti title-nya dulu dah.
NCS ya?
Apa?
Ini lagu NCS ya?
Nggak tahu.
Kalau dia
Welcome
nulis
back to
judulnya sih
Masters 2
harusnya
from
bisa.
Reykjavík, Iceland, and we just
Kalau
saw
yang
a
nulis judulnya
very,
harusnya
very close
nggak
match.
NCS dong.
It almost could have been a comeback there
Iya,
between version 1
harusnya
and
nggak
Crazy
NCS.
Raccoon.
Cuma ntar kan aku
Thank you
bisa
so much for
dispute
joining
gitu.
us here, but it was going to be
Aku dapat
version
izin
1
buat
that
ini kan.
walks away with the victory, and they'll be moving on in the bracket. Crazy Raccoon will be taking a trip to the lower bracket. And I think I would have to agree with what Pansy and Hypox said. Any team in that lower bracket is going to have to watch out because Crazy Raccoon, they're going to go crazy on you because it just fits. You know, it just fits. But first, though, let's take a look at our map highlights presented by Prime Gaming because we got a few really good ones there. And Lothar, you know what, man? I mean, look, Icebox brought us a couple different things to talk about. One of the things in particular, compositions. Compositions are key in Valorant, and it's very clear that version 1, they have to mix some different engines into their pool. They want to try and compete at this high level.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because you can say the same about both teams, right? They played Icebox, both teams would say very hard to plant on B because of that. We have seen V1 just play basically, right? If they want to have mid control, if they want to have kitchen control, they had to go just there and get it. But, you know, it was a 2-0. V1 won, but if someone is just tuning in right now to the stream, I have to say, the 2-0 doesn't really do justice to what we have seen on stream. Crazy Raccoons played
by the way, udah 2 game tapi ada map 3 ya.
I was expecting a blowout win on Icebox for V1 because of the compositions, but somehow Crazy Raccoons brought it back, and I feel like Munchkin, the MVP, the silent MVP of the team right now.
Yeah, Munchkin, well, I don't know how silent he could possibly be considering he's blowing everyone up. But it certainly has been the Munchkin show as far as Crazy Raccoon is concerned. But, you know, on the other side of this, Veli, I think for version 1, right, there are a lot of lessons to learn out of this. This is not just a, you know, tournament or a competition in their first time on LAN. They're also playing with a stand-in. So this is also just going to be a whole new experience for this team. And I think it's safe to say that they rose to the occasion.
They did. And you know what? The biggest difference was their stand-in. It's going to be Jammies. Now, when you had Whippy on the team, he did a fantastic job, but there was only one Viper in the lobby, and it wasn't on the side of Crazy Raccoons like Lothar was talking about with the comp lineup, right?
Yeah.
We all saw it. The thing was, Crazy Raccoons, they didn't even know how to counter it. There was a push on A, I believe, where it was not only a Viper's Pit, but also a toxic screen that was used at a minute. And whether Crazy Raccoons could have rotated or not, they were forced to fight the fight. And the fact that Jammies was able to just put that dominance there as Viper.
Kalau tidur sebegini biasanya bangunnya jam berapa? Jam tidur berapa lama? Kemarin gua tidur jam berapa lah kemarin aku tidur?
As a newer player, but on version 1 so far,
pagi banget ya, aku main Valo dulu ya.
Liquid, man. I can't wait for that one.
Jam 7-an, gua bangun.
It's going to be a very exciting, very spicy matchup. We're going to get 2 NA-EU battles take place in the next round. But Achilles, we have to talk about our Verizon high-speed moment. There are a lot of quick and awesome moments that is, you know, fitting of Verizon. But this one in particular, this one was a banger.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Penny. This entire match was the Penny
match
show.
Yang hype besok, Blay. Lah ini semuanya match yang hype, Blay. Lu aja berarti yang belum tahu, Blay. Ini kan semua udah dari regional masing-masing, Blay. Udah jago-jago banget, udah nggak mungkin gak jago. Mereka udah ngalahin banyak banget tim jago di regional mereka.
I mean, just went in, just an explosive performance from him. You know, from Ascent into Icebox overall, just kind of the bread and butter player there. For version 1,
udah jago certified, bukan jago yang laki-laki yang
ini udah abang-abangan banget ini. Cuma kita bener-bener nggak tahu aja, maksudnya nggak tahu mereka mainnya kayak gimana. Soalnya kayak paling kita nontonin Sea nggak sih? Paling sama NE.
Yeah, that's right. Well, over in Iceland, we got my main man Dash. He's got our Verizon post-match interview. Let's go ahead and take a look at who he's got.
STRIX Gaming versus NUTURN.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I'm standing by with Effie, the first of the North American squads to come through at Valorant Masters 2 and do it with a victory. Jokingly, the longest 2-map series we've ever seen, but you guys did fight through that pause a necessary element of it. How good does it feel to finally be playing on stage for Valorant, man, and to pick up a win?
Ada hoodie.
I mean, the stage is
2021.
good. The PCs are like
Habis.
awesome. There's like the feeling of Valorant
keren
is
banget.
also
Saya
pretty
nggak
nice.
punya
There was
hoodie
some
kayak
nerf
gitu.
at the beginning,
Mau
but
anjir.
Merlin
it was to be
2021
expected.
Mansen.
Honestly, it just feels great to pick up
Aduh,
like
pengen
North
banget gua
America's
asli.
first win. I think in every interview I had before, I kind of said, nah, no pressure, but like thinking about it, losing to like a smaller region would have been a little embarrassing. So we're pretty happy with the result.
Came through, 2-0 was the victory, but I have to imagine there were some nerves there, like you said, in game one, particularly with how close it got there on Ascent. So I want you to walk me through it, and in particular, the 20-second call in the final round to swap to A side for the plant in the victory. Who made that?
I mean, it's Vanity. Like Vanity is like he's a very good IGL. He's got a lot of experience, so like he knows what to do in these situations. He reads them pretty well. And then he got like a huge kill on catwalk, which helped us a lot. So yeah, it was all Anthony for that round. Ascent was pretty close, yeah.
Got that one, then you moved to Icebox, and I should note to the viewers at home that the pickup on Ascent was Crazy Raccoon's map choice. So more comfortable map, I assume, since it was your choice for Icebox. And yet that one still started to slip away on the back half. So, what do you attribute that to?
Honestly, I think it wasn't as close as the scoreline showed. I want to be honest, I think like we have this tendency of like letting loose a little bit when we know we're
jam segini nih, jam 5.
There was no
game
doubt,
terakhir pokoknya besok.
We knew it wasn't going OT, like we knew it was going to win. So I think the scoreline
game pertama itu jam 10. Habis itu game kedua jam 4 lah, jam 4 jam 5 besok Sentinel Fanatic.
Like a 1v2 or something, I knew we were going to win at this point. So
the scoreline lied to us.
I think the scoreline lied a little bit.
Fair enough. Hey, that's really cool to hear that kind of perspective of what the players feeling versus.
Kalau mau ngeliat bracketnya lu tanda suruh bracket dah.
What's going on, man?
Tanda suruh bracket tadi udah ada yang nyetingin tuh moderator gua.
The fact that people called you guys the surprise of NA making it here to Masters 2, but little did anyone know there was going to be another surprise in store, that you'd be playing here with a sub. Yeah. So when we talk about Jammies and joining the squad, what do you believe he does in terms of changing the dynamic of how you guys work as a team?
I don't think it changes that much. I think his playstyle is very similar to Whippy. I think the one thing we have to work on is that Whippy is like a very experienced CS player, so he takes more initiative, and like in rounds he'll like say, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna open the round like this, you guys follow me and stuff like that, which is a bit less natural with Jamal, because he doesn't have that much experience. But I think throughout our practice week, we actually put a lot of emphasis on it. He did server time with me, and like he talked about initiative with our IGL, and I think he's really stepped it up. Like he's actually taking a lot of initiative in game, and like he's asking for stuff and like being proactive. So I think there's adaptation, but overall I think he's doing a fantastic job. He had a great first map.
One more question before I let you go. That's, of course, the fact that if you guys do go the distance, you got a lot of games ahead of you. I'm just kind of curious for yourself, as we have all of these regional teams coming together, which are your picks for the ones that are going to give you the most trouble along the way?
I was going to say Liquid and Sentinels, of course.
Okay.
But after watching Fnatic play this morning, they're pretty scary.
They actually were very scary.
I was going to think they might have some nerves because they're like newer and everything, but I don't know what to say his name, was actually popping off and like taking a lot of duels. So I think they're a scary team right now. So I'd say definitely Fnatic and Liquid Sentinels are the
Derkenya Blay, derkenya di notice sama Evis. Tangar banget jetnya, buset.
To see how good they really are. But again, Evis, I want to congratulate you. 2-0 victory to start off the tournament. Thank you so much for taking the time.
No problem.
All right, from here, we're throwing to one more commercial break, and then we close out the day. We got NUTURN Gaming coming up against Sharks.
Blay, kapan turnya sama tim barunya? Gue kagak jadi ngetim, Cong. -1 soalnya kemarin. Orangnya cabut. Senat?
Ya.
Nih ngapain kamu?
Udah lihat story.
Ada apa?
Ada makanan. Aku pengen makan itu doang. Temen aku.
Apaan?
Makan di Mbak Jikrak Setia Budi.
Ada apaan itu di situ?
Ada banyak makanan, sayur asem, ayam, si libat. Kayak enak banget gitu deh. Bosan kan makan di tempatnya bagus gitu, yang estetik, lebar dan nggak estetik sih, dan aja gitu. Terus
Woi, lapar, ngantuk, lemah, lesu. Ngantuk Blay, mayan Blay.
kendor Blay. Mansen kendor Blay.
Masih turun nih Blay, gila lu ya. Pagi Blay. Blay, nih lu pada udah pada pengen tidur lu ya, udah kagak ada yang ngechat ya. Lu capek banget deh pada lu ya. Gimana gua Blay ya? Gua capek banget Blay. Gua lapar banget lagi asli. Baru kerasa gitu sekarang lapar.
Kemarin udah nazar ke gua, katanya gak akan melewatkan satu match pun.
Siapa? Kapan gua kemarin bilang nazar?
Iya, kamu bilang kamu gak akan melewatkan satu match pun.
Wow.
penting banget.
Bunuh. Goblok banget.
저희가 1차 마스터즈는 준우승을 했거든요.
itu teman aku pada les Korea ya.
2배 이상 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요. 저희
Itu juga tuh gara-gara teman-teman aku pada posting les Korea gitu kan.
열받아 있진 않아요.
Terus aku jadi
경기 지면 침대에 가서 그냥 안
juga
나오고
mengisi
많이
waktu
분해하는
gitu kan. Jadilah tuh les bahasa Spanyol.
너무 큰 대회다 보니까 일단 저희가 초반에는 많이 어려웠고 팀도 합도 잘 안 맞고 했는데 계속 경기를 치르면서 저희가 부족한 게 뭔지 알게 됐고 이제 서로 간의 시너지 합이 맞춰지면서 첫 번째로 상대를 파악하는 능력과 이제
Ini landnya Korea ya?
플레이어들의 개인기가 좀 많이 필요할 것 같아요.
Udah ada kameranya gitu-gitu anjir, berarti udah bagus banget landnya.
Iya, landnya Korea bagus banget.
저희도 최대한 좋은 모습 보여드리려고 노력하고 지금도 많이 연습을 하고 있고.
And we're back as we continue to ride the wave of the upper bracket. Our next and final match of the day will be a rather good one. It's going to be Brazil's YNG Sharks taking on Korea's NUTURN. Now, let's go ahead and break down the Sharks first and Lothar. For those who don't know about this Brazilian squad,
giveaway. Biasa orang bangun kalau dikerakin giveaway.
Cinderella story when it comes to Valorant.
Kita
This is a team that came out of
Gue stylein ini kan usir ungi ya.
Portuguese organization, but
mampus nggak sih orang kalau begini?
This is a similar story to what we have seen with Fish 123 in
Mampus nggak sih?
Agak paling channel di report itu.
Just free agents banner. Right, but they stick to one lineup. They went through the first challenger stage. They didn't go like super, like let's say hypersonic. They got to top 8. They made a one lineup change to the 5, and then they got signed in the next stage. So I'm looking forward to this team because those teams, I know they work hard because they know where they got it just because of their hard work.
Yeah, and dulu
gue pas live PUBG udah kagak ada yang ngechat aja, yang nonton mesti rame nih ya, gue pasangin gituan, Blay. Buset, yang ngechat langsung rame banget rame.
Rainbow Six Invitational, which is incredible. 2 Brazilian teams in the final
Makanya
there. We know
dong,
that Brazil has had a lot of presence in Counter-Strike as well. So they're really looking to not just continue that dominance of a region in attack FPS, but also they are looking to push the pace here as well. How do you feel about them as far as like their pros and their cons, would you say?
Gue biasa melakukan itu tuh tanpa gue tanya, Blay.
When it comes to their stats, you see that they are very good in attack, which is not
something.
Would you say that about Brazilian teams? Probably wouldn't say that about Brazilian teams because they are very good in attack. But the stats don't exactly show that because the last maps that they played against was
against konsep aku tuh, kalau kamu nggak percaya, nggak bakal kejadian sama kamu. Kalau konsep aku ya, cuma tetap ya udah jangan dicoba aja gitu. Lebih baik mencegah daripada mengobati, ya kan? Buat anak jangan coba-coba.
am worried about sharks, and this is the map. They never played split in the past
one
time, right? So they instant banned. And then the icebox is 1 in 5, bind is 1 in 3, and when you look at NUTURN, they actually dominate on bind, split, and ascent.
Gimana kamu NUTURN apa sharks?
And how do they want to counter that? I'm actually not sure, but they had a lot of time to prepare for this first LAN event.
You know what, Golden Boy? I don't even think it even matters, like, at the end of the day, because this is gonna be the first time here at the VCT Masters. We're gonna see a true clash of polar opposites of play styles. We know the Sharks are mad aggressive. They're coming from Brazil, right?
Yeah.
You take a look at NUTURN as well. They're passive. This is a team that isn't afraid to put just one person on the site all the way to the back. So even though the Sharks, they have pretty much a bad record when it comes to attack, like Lothar was saying. I expect them to utilize that Sky and Sova combo that we see on Bind. Utilize that information, even if they didn't use it much often.
Ntar ditawarin sama dia kalau udah mau
mulai. To change it up, because if they can catch Sharks, if they can catch NUTURN on their back foot, they can just steamroll through a site and just worry about their post plans.
Yeah, I cannot preface this enough, folks.
Dulu tuh di Jogja ada di bundaran teknik gitu kan, kalau muterin itu berapa kali sambil nyanyi.
It's not North America or Europe. No, like this is truly two different, unique regions, and I know that Achilles has been chomping at the bit to talk about NUTURN, the team from Korea. And Achilles, this is your turf. So what kind of style are they going to be bringing to this competition?
Cuma nggak pernah aku lakukan, soalnya ya agak serem juga kan kalau dilakukan terus beneran ngeliat. Aku pulang dari kampus kan jam 11 malam, di 10 malam naik motor sendirian ya. Kelihatan kan? Agak banting setir juga saya.
Gugur bunga bundaran UGM no.
Itu gugur bunga.
Good at it.
Oh kan lu itu tim lomba gitu kan, jadi researchnya kan bermalam, pulang naik motor sendiri. Oh,
Blay, lu ada yang tahu ini nggak, Blay?
Nggak pulang gua.
Video penampakan di YouTube yang serem apa, Blay? Yang beneran serem tapi ya.
They're good at it. The only one that comes up a bit short is going to be Icebox, where I think they're 1-2 so far.
Banyak Blay, cuma gue males banget cerita. Soalnya jam segini mager gue. Soalnya di rumah gue sendiri sih anjing pengalaman horor mager ya.
That was the map that nobody
went to.
Ada yang manggil lagi ya.
Gue izin kok. They're so very comfortable there. They bested Vision Strikers on that map. They're great at Ascent. They're great, especially at Bind. I don't know what Sharks is going to have to do in the map draft to try to get any kind of advantageous position. I think no matter where they try to put NUTURN is going to have
they're going to be prepared for whatever is thrown at them. You can see right there in the stats, 83.3 win percentage on Bind, 24 games played, 22 on Ascent. I mean, these guys have dominated, but to that point though, Icebox certainly going to be a bit of a question mark, not just for Sharks, but for any team that they run into moving forward here. And Vel, look, there's one player in particular on NUTURN that everyone is very excited to see. You wanted to talk about him in great detail. What is it about Solo that has everyone talking about this Korean squad?
Well, Solo is basically the perfect team player. If you take a look at maps like Bind and look at what he does, okay? He's gonna don Breach often. And the thing is, Solo isn't just an individual player. Unlike what we saw earlier on in this event where players were just, peeking by themselves. This time around, if you're going against NUTURN, expect to have Solo right behind his teammates, offering flashes, fault lines, even his rifle for any type of refrag or trade. He is always going to be dependable. And the thing is, Solo is known to take over games in that way. So by having a support player that's able to dominate from the back lines, that frees up so much players for their freedom to just frag out and have their way in the front lines.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's Solo. I think I had an accident. So much of my smoke.
Yang beneran ini loh, enggak, yang beneran serem. Video terseram yang pernah lu tonton.
It was a great opportunity for us to do the Viper's Pit right here. You know what I mean? But I do the Viper's Pit in the bathroom every day, baby. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so
come on, GB. It's a classy stream.
I'm sorry, there had to be
Yang
one.
paling serem apa, Blay?
Okay, so now for those of you who are at home, be sure to follow us on Twitter and Instagram if you dare for more great jokes like that. For the latest news, highlights, memes, and most importantly, the chance to participate in our polls. We want to hear from you because you guys have predicted that NUTURN will win with 63%. Interesting. So let's go down the line. Let's start here. NUTURN, the fans have spoken. Veli, who do you think is walking away with this series win?
Udah mulai predict.
I don't think NUTURN has faced a team as aggressive. I mean, Enquiries might just call me stupid for that, but as aggressive as these Brazilians, I'm going all the way for YNG Sharks. I believe in my boys, so I'm rocking with them. It's going to be 3 maps.
Okay, all right. Enquiries, I think I know who you're picking.
NUTURN 2-0.
Kalau Krakun map 3 mati di gua. Lu masih nge-catch on.
Lu sih gila, Son. NUTURN love. Lothar, your thoughts?
I would say also NUTURN. It's going to be 2-1, a close match, but I'm emotionally connected to NUTURN because they have 2 players over 30. They are not as old as me, but they're pretty close, 30 and 33.
Boomers unite! All right, well, that's going to do it for us here, guys. We're going to send it over to Iceland. We're going to send it to your casters. We got Doug and Riv on the call. It's time to throw down. NUTURN versus Sharks.
Mana nih?
Thanks, Golden Boy. I am Doug, and alongside my dear friend Rivington Bruce Bislin III. Riv, baby, we've been waiting for this all day. We've been giddy. We can't stop grinning, and the moment has finally arrived.
I'm so excited to see this matchup because coming in, pound for pound, I'm not a Scrimbucks guy. I'll tell you that right now. No fluff, no nothing here. Pound for pound, NUTURN matches up better against Sharks going in. But what do we look at for Sharks here? They're a team that came through defeating Gamelanders, defeating Furia, and almost being able to find that and routing Vikings on the way here. And they have players that are experienced here, Doug. They have Prozen and Leitch, who have both been Crossfire world champions. They've had that kind of stage experience. You have Gobshees, who's also been in a position where he's been going to world championships, but he's never been able to travel there. So Doug, this is the first one he's able to make it to. Sharks has so much to prove here, and I think they're ready. We're going to see our players.
Players. Anjay.
Anticipation, like you can feel the excitement even not being in the venue as the players start to walk out onto the stage. Again, a highly anticipated matchup, a clash of regions. We don't know really what to expect from NUTURN here. We don't know what to expect from Sharks. So this is, I know this is, as I was looking at the bracket early on, this is the one that I had starred because
Anjay, ini yang di depan
that's
antar coach apa antar ideal nih?
And again, we've talked about the competing metas and styles and how they're going to clash. But the nice thing about today is that there's no real need to postulate about this stuff anymore, right? It's game day. Right? Now they're starting to get on the stage. And we're just a few away from getting this bad boy started and hopping into select. As you can see, they popped up on the screen. Sure, we're going to get the first veto. NUTURN will follow shortly after. And just like that,
Icebox di ban baru pertama nih.
Is off the board. We'll see what
NUTURN enjoys that. They'll take it.
Yeah, and now that's split, so we're gonna get some order of 5 even and set. Riv, early thoughts on the 2 bans?
Seeing NUTURN ban split means they're forcing it towards the next 3. One of NUTURN's favorite maps is Haven. But you do not see that. They have only 3 Haven plays, I think, since January, maybe less, I think is our stat.
Sorry, Valorant disable their rewards. Don't worry, you're still earning VCT channel.
Tuh kan, Shark pilih Bind.
Bind is going to be a good one as well, as we see that. In this best of 3, which we can presume from here, Ascent will be the last one that joins the fold. I want to talk a bit more, Riv, about starting off defensively.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that there haven't been a ton of reps for NUTURN. They haven't played it since April 3rd.
Right. I said January. That was a lot of hyperbole.
But the point you're making is correct, right? Like, it gets so late into the series, Haven finds itself in map 3 oftentimes, so they never play it. But I think there's something interesting to look at from Sharks on the other side as well, and that's more composition-centric when it comes to Haven.
It's wild. They've literally played the same composition on Haven since January 26th. Tried and true, loving it, and it includes a Cypher and 2 duelists. So will they go back to it? Because NUTURN's composition, when we did see it, also included a Cypher. Things have changed. They haven't shown it that much. So what will we see for Haven? I love that it's going to be a toss-up. NUTURN puts
yang dijudiin kagak ada rugi, kagak ada untungnya.
We've heard a lot of teams, Doug, saying it's interesting that there's been so much slow play over here. But what have we seen over the last few games? Plants takes at 30 seconds left in the round. Things are changing. The fast is slowing down, and teams are exploring how to play the meta here at Iceland, and I am loving every bit of it. We're almost about to get in a game, Doug. What else we got?
Well, I think something else to look at here too is when we talk about an international event, right? There's often metas that change really like during tournaments at times, and I think when you look at Sharks, 64, 63%
tangan jauh banget dia juga ya.
I'm surprised that it's not more, to be honest with you. But I think the thing for Sharks here is you're coming into this series, you're coming up against NUTURN. People may not be leaning your way. If there was ever a time for you to show something different, especially on a map like Haven, where literally every bit of film you have is the same composition. If there was a time to throw something spicy in there, this is it.
And it's going against NUTURN gaming here, right? You have Allow, you have Lakia, who are considered some of the best players out there, and have some of the highest headshot percentages.
NUTURN 1190,
who is 33%. Funnily enough, the other team who has the highest headshot percentages, you would figure, is Team Liquid with 3. But that's what Sharks is going up against. So they're going to need
semangat streamingannya sampai matahari terbit. Thank you, Son. Semangat ngecasternya, Son, besok, Son. Jangan lupa dipakai salon pasnya di pantat ya, Son.
Jangan lupa minum
Red Bull.
Minum nggak bro?
Lu harus mandi pakai Red Bull, Son. Besok kayaknya ada map 3 semua sih.
This is the chance we see Gabshi's now open up.
Yeah, aku juga all in NUTURN.
We haven't talked too much about him. We'll see him setting up a lot of the sentinel play, a lot of the sky play, and everything else around the map for the team, and being a big
all in nih
on that side of Sharks.
Yeah.
This time, as you see,
lihat tuh Korea main bridge sama Jet.
Prime Gaming Agent select on
Shark main KG, tapi aku harus berpihak pada
I mean, Perry on the Astra for NUTURN. That's something that we haven't seen in a little while. Actually, they haven't run that very much at all, right?
Ini kayaknya pada ngedukung.
So we're already starting to see some changes, and then Riv, we're seeing some changes out of Sharks too. Look at Gabshi's. He's on Sage.
That is not at all what we have seen from him in a long time. Like we said, 19 times in a row, Sharks play the same composition.
Dia kan dukung Shark gitu, dan biasa kan ada logo tim-timnya gitu kan ya, kayak Sentinel kan ada gitu. Ini dukung Shark tapi emojinya ikan koi. Karena nggak ada emoji hiu.
And interestingly, oftentimes we see teams rotate away from that and go towards Seaman.
Lo lihat,
It seems like Sharks want to hunker
itu
down and try to take
apaan,
this
Nut?
fight.
Doug, setting the tempo. NUTURN is saying, we don't even want you to think about your strat. We've already taken out Frosten. That's a lot of the control
di push aja semua,
now you
cuy.
need to fight the rest of them as they come in, and Sharks is doing their damnedest to hold this position. With the spike on the other side, that's about to be seen by Perry on the rotation.
Ini siapa yang attacker, siapa yang defender, bangsat?
Like, it took so long, and yes, take a look at Light. He's gotten all the way into the back of sea, but Perry has rotated around like 2 ships in the night. They've passed right by each other. Now they're on opposite sides.
Sampai ke push ke Tibes gitu.
Oh my god, the cat and mouse game right now. Nice job by Dinaru. That was a definite and necessary pick. 2v1 on him, focused down back alley. A attacker spawn side. And okay, Sharks is slowing it down. They're regrouping exactly what they need to do. A little bit of util used to grab this back, and we're going to have a bit of a reset in the round here.
Iya ya, Haven gini lagi warnanya.
So Sharks, they have hightailed it over towards C where Solo is waiting, but with 4 health, what do you have in you? Not much at all.
In the sight.
Allows the last one standing.
Gagal agresif ya.
Keep him at bay, at least for the time being, as the spike goes down.
What a play by Sharks to weather the storm so far. NUTURN getting themselves into murky waters back there. Didn't have all the angles. Sharks was still able to work around the map. And Pincer, after the fact, is I think NUTURN felt like they had too much control over everything. They didn't have the secondary was to kind of stay and pressure, and Sharks started to react. Great adaptation there to the first round to take pistol.
Very good adaptation. I think one other thing that we didn't draw attention to on the side of Sharks is Fra often plays the Cypher. This time has brought a Killjoy into the fold, so you can tell Sharks have definitely put preparation time in specifically for this map, as they're showing us something different for the first time since late January, and it paid off on the
pistol.
See what they do? Again, orb control by Lakia will focus that. There's going to be one of my big ones coming in overall for the tournament. Our orb's going to be largely played around. So far, we see that is a yes here from NUTURN versus Sharks, as Prozine and Gabshis tries to walk up that A side, and looks like
match terakhir hari ini.
Spike is down in the beginning. They're saying, all right, we turtle for now, and we actually see what NUTURN wants to do each round. Will they push like that again? So this isn't Sharks being scared. This is them doing the turtle, figuring out what NUTURN is thrown at them. And this round, it's kind of just an info.
Solo bukan yang kamu bilang pakai jet ya?
Bukan. Halo.
Let's be honest. I don't know that I mind if it's necessarily
jago jetnya.
Scared, because you don't know
absolutely
to at this point. Right?
Absolutely.
Like, NUTURN have this habit of when they lose pistol, they buy full sheriffs and they buy full armor. They could also be waiting with sheriff. Like, there's just so much that can be waiting for them on the other side that they're not prepared for. So I totally understand them cautiously kind of like navigating this situation. They felt things out, towards A. Now they're going to rotate to C. Another ult orb in the pockets of Dinaru. And they have
He's also got the spike. He just picked it up on the way up, so he'll plant for another one.
That is a terrifying death ball. Woo. But I just don't know that they have enough firepower to really make anything happen out of it. And then the gun advantage that Sharks have is just on full display here, as NUTURN are just down to 2 members left.
NUTURN menang lu ya, go all in nih.
Strong play so far by Sharks, not leaving anything to chance. Strong fundamentals, playing together, trading off each other, not running solo to just give a roundup. There they are, the 1-2 back and forth.
Cuma satu match ini.
For the pie in the face to Perry. The 3K
per match.
there.
Per match.
Per map. She's playing here. Doug, 6-0-1. The known Jet player coming out of Brazil, now crushing it on the Sage. And we said he was one to watch. That was a Prime Gaming flawless as well. We'll see it again.
Yeah, you can kind of understand why they're so highly touted. And when I say they, I really mean specifically Gabshis here. You mentioned it. It doesn't really matter what agent he's on. He just seems to find himself at the right place at the right time. That led to, as we mentioned, a flawless moment. But now NUTURN find themselves with full rifles. The Sharks, they've got some rifles. Well, really just one in the hands of Dinaru.
Do not see too much full garage play on the start. Usually a fake, then a pull out to grab all the util that you can. We'll see how many they actually commit here. Garage is usually an afterthought as the map has been spread, util has been grabbed. You have one person go through garage as the final take is going down. Here you see them use it as kind of a back and forth to see what they can get out and who might be in that area. good intel so far from Sharks as they back up here. This is the bonus, so they want to kind of get as much out of NUTURN that they can, so they're not just finding Vandals and one Phantom down there on Perry around the corner as they're holding, as you see, Solo on a hard angle.
Cautious waiting. Solo should get some info there. And with time continuing to tick away, you have to understand there's a whole lot headed his way. Alao's going to get away from a precarious situation really by the skin of his teeth. You see the wall has gone up across B to deny any sort of information coming that way. And they might, they are going to rotate back to it. They have enough time. They've blocked off a large bit of info that would be coming in from C-Link. So they're going to be able to get the spike down. And this is going to be a chaos fight through utility. You see, he hasn't even been able to get the spike down, and the clock continues to tick away. He's gonna have to get on it soon. There's the spike. Lights is able to finally plant it. Numbers advantage still in favor of NUTURN, however slight. They're still there. Perry spotting where Denaro is able to land the shots to clean him up. Another one falls on the side of Sharks as the round drops down into the hands of Frost. He's gonna get tagged up. Locky on the defuse, and I just don't know that he can do much there between the utility that's coming from every possible way. It's just too much to handle. NUTURN are on the board.
Yep. I love the mind games coming out of Sharks. On that one, you see them going around to A. They fake a bit. Gabshees was able to create so much pressure there. Lucky is like, do I stay? Do we just play retake? And just like Achilleo said, that's something that's fine for NUTURN to think about is playing retake. Because they're so strong, they use their util really well on the way in, and they come in from every angle. Also, holding B is really, really hard, especially after you've done so much around the map. So it was really in favor of NUTURN there. They picked up a round that should have been theirs. Also, the bonus, like we said before, so let's see what happens. Now we got rifles on rifles.
Rifles on rifles, and I think, Riv, we're going to learn a lot, really, from both of these teams here. This is where we see more standard defaults. This is where we start to see plays that may be dialed up. You see Lakia has the Hunter's Fury as Solo invests a bit of utility down A long. Nothing doing quite yet. And much like a couple of rounds ago, Riv, it is Sharks just kind of feeling things out, right? What are they going to get? What are they going to see from NUTURN?
And you'll see, if you look into C, you see how they're playing that.
NU udah biasa ini udah biasa turnilan.
Be in the front, draw attention, Perry will peek. They kind of give you the 1-2 punch. NUTURN loves that situation. They trap each other so well. And you can see them not moving because they want that to be executed once they get in.
Karena qualifier yang di Korea kemarin mereka udah lan.
So around the map now, Allow just controlling as we get Sharks into position for another move. You just have info being grabbed by Fra right now, seeing what he can figure out.
KFC nggak kompetitor kan Nanat ya?
Held here over at A.
Yeah, this looks like this is going to be an A hit again with time in mind. There may not be much of an option to go anywhere else, and as we see, they've started to dash onto site. Remember, Lakia has that Hunter's Fury, has to stay alive though, using a couple of shock darts to delay the plan at least for the time being. And there's the Hunter's Fury as well, but may have been a bit early. Yeah, Denaro's just be able to dance things around, but with 13 seconds left, now they're going to have to force the spike down in a less than ideal situation. Denaro manages to get it down just in time. Now it's going to be an absolute bloodbath for the side of 4 on 4. Pros and dances around the cloudburst as that evaporates. There come the kills, and there goes the round win for Sharks. A 2-round lead early on.
Investment kita on
Fantastically
risk.
played on the way in. They take the site. They just start slowly smoking things off. And like you said, Lakia's ult kind of just comes out right away. They're able to dance around it. And I think at that point, you gain confidence as Sharks. You can take a little bit more forward of a position. You see the paranoia being used beautifully towards the end of that. And everybody peeking from whatever angle. Having Light right under Hell, and Hell able to just paranoia that entire area, it was huge for that retake. So Sharks finding a way through the retake of NUTURN here as they do shut down the first gun round. And now we're on to some Sheriff buys for NUTURN as we head into round 5.
Korea menang mental turnilan, Brazil menang mental kartel, cuy.
Likely gonna want to give the round.
Emang udah biasa keras lah hidupnya.
And NUTURN are kind of gross with the Sheriffs there. That's something that you cannot count them out in at all. We'll see if they're able to light up the kill feed here. Allow does have that Blade Storm as well, but Perry is already dropped, and Solo's in a world of potential in a world of hurt here too.
Sharks just
lu pada milih siapa, Blay? NUTURN apa Shark?
I mean, maybe Denaru saw a shoulder there for a moment, but everything they're doing is slowly moving
Bet
around.
di mana? Itu bukan bet ini cuy, bukan bet pakai duit, bet
needs to really get the
bet
edge of the
Valorant
site.
ini
This is
di
going to be that
Twitch-nya.
round where Sharks will farm out the
Nih,
eco buys
beginian
of
VCT
Allow and the rest of the squad.
channel
There's one as they drop a few. This will be
itu
huge.
gunanya apa?
So Solo doing work here. He could really do some damage.
Gunanya apa juga nggak tahu kita nanti ya.
Iya, dapat bagaimana juga gak tahu.
Ini dapetnya apa juga nggak tahu.
Elsewhere on the map, but I mean, Sharks have full control of the site here. They even
Blay izin cabut dulu, Blay tidur. Oke, Blay tidur,
While
Blay.
the first 2 kills were fun and they were flashy, yes, he's been able to upgrade.
Yep.
This is difficult. This is a big ask for Solo.
And Doug, look at how this is playing out for Sharks right now. This round, something they can capitalize. Prozine with the 4K coming up with his raise.
Abang-abangan
Look how
PB
many
nih ya.
ultimates they have now. As some are mounting on the side of NUTURN as well, Sharks can now start to capitalize and just domino those ults, one after the other. Maybe not everyone this round, a few this round, secure when
Pistol
it is
bridge dari mana? Itu next skin yang bakal keluar. Mereka udah bisa pakai duluan.
NUTURN is a team that will play very much around their opponent's economy, running a hard strat right when it's going to reset them, and they know.
Ya karena kan mereka beda ini, beda
right
klien.
now, they're getting a taste of their own medicine.
Ya udah dikasih coba duluan aja. Ya mereka udah
Tapi
mewakili
enggak.
regionalnya.
Tapi nggak jadi milik mereka.
Ini kayak ID yang kalau aku itu loh, Nat.
And mid control.
Yang dikasih ya.
Iya.
On a narrow miss.
Yang kliennya beda.
Oh, Lucky's in a great spot. Lucky good for one.
Waduh.
Surely his position could give it away, but it might not matter. He gets a second one as well as allows looking to add insult to injury. The res is going to come up on
Kenapa cepet banget nembaknya, kagak dicek padahal. Bisa entar-entaran.
Still has the showstopper in his back pocket, and Sharks they get.
Spoiler dong. Lah kan di collection udah ada, Blay. Di collection udah ada itu.
Here comes a good flash, an excellent flash. Frozen had nowhere to go with that
Gila, itu
showstopper,
Solo.
and that negates an
Flashnya
incredibly
clutch banget.
powerful and important ultimate.
They call that the peekaboo. Oh my word. He just dodged out, missed it, couldn't find him. Now they know there is a bit of commitment towards lower. Killjoy can always be a solo player because you're watching the flank, so they have to remember that. But what a start to this round. Sharks come out firing.
Gue nggak tahu. Gue nggak terlalu ngikutin Brazil. Gue cuma nonton highlight-highlightnya. Sangar-sangar banget Brazil.
They want to all go through garage here, and they have the rotation through A as well. But no one's going to meet up for a while, Doug. What is going to happen here?
20 seconds left, and Sharks really seem no closer to getting onto the site than they did at the beginning. As Allow just narrowly misses a shot. 13 seconds left. It seems like the only safe passage they have is onto B and early Rolling Thunder as Solo looks to destroy the lockdown and take care of Fra as well. The spike looks like it's going to go down just in the nick of time. Allow with the op. Holding a tight corner.
Here.
Seeing if you can find anyone to shoot.
Kamu udah makan kan?
Here for this site. Denaru still has
Tadi beef
103, but I mean from that spot on the site, what can you really do? Excellent. Set up by Gashies as he's able to get 2 more, 4 on the round, looking for the ace. Parry drops pros and gets the last.
Kenapa kamu takut aku tiba-tiba pingsan?
What great shots.
Aku takut kamu kelaparan aja. Aku kan nggak mau kamu kelaparan.
By millimeters, walking in and out of the eye line of NUTURN. Around the map, into garage, getting
makan
a little more
semua
info back out of garage,
makanan.
and back to the initial play of the round, Doug. Back to B. Back to where it all started. What a round coming in here, and from both teams as well, we're seeing NUTURN claw back these rounds every bit, but Gashies on the Sage. Holy moly, this guy is turning it up for Sharks right now. Round 7, 5-1, Doug.
Another Sheriff round, Denaru using that Hunter's Fury early on, and Prozin's going to take that opportunity to dash onto the site. Grenade good for one, the ult's good for another. This Prozin's looking for more. They've gotten onto the site. They've gotten on there really free. Lucky was able to take one, a consolation prize. But that's all it was as Leish looks to get the spike down.
Spike planted.
Woo! This is the, that's the Sharks we saw in the VODs right there.
Yeah.
Just light the fuse, a firecracker right off the rip. They take that one. Was a round they should have been taking with the eco on the side of NUTURN, but they are really making it tough for NUTURN here. It's either got to be orb focus or a few more frags so they can start cycling their ultimates. 12, 2, and 5 for Gavshis there as they start off with this one, opening the site up and instantly executing. This is the kind of combination utility I love to see, Doug.
Yeah, Yeah, this has been a very impressive start for Sharks, and I think one of the things we have to keep in mind here is when we think about attacking teams on Haven, they're often given the advantage, as it looks like we're in a pause. This is actually perfect. Thank you, production, for letting me explain this point. You often think about attacking teams having the advantage because of their ability to effectively manipulate defensive rotations, right? You've got 3 sites, you can make some noise, kind of pull them around, and then you hit once you've really kind of like a puppet on strings, right? You can control the way they're going to go. But I think the thing that's really impressed me out of Sharks so far, Riv, is that that's not how they're winning. NUTURN have not been like pulled around by eye candy and by trickeration. They're on the site and Sharks are just mowing them over. So it's a very different style. And the concerning thing is that it's working, and it's working really well right now.
Yeah, I came in pound for pound. NUTURN stacks up better player for player. I think Light over Perry was one of the ones that was not the 2-team controllers, but they are making me eat crow on that statement, Doug. Holy moly, Sharks is everybody's confident in their shots. Communication is up, something I didn't see in their VODs. They are communicating so well aggressively and defensively. One of the things I noticed was that they would push up. They love to play aggressive, so their raise and their jet would show somewhere. And then it seems like none of their other defensive rotations would move. You know, they would stay, and then the site would get taken. Here, everybody's moving together. It's like watching a baseball diamond get manipulated by a play, and they're all in sync. And it's hard for NUTURN to stop. NUTURN definitely has the plays to make it happen. Again, we're watching Allow, Suggest, Lakia to all pop off. We do have the Cosmic Divide as well as the Hunter's Fury here. And with the money flow right now, they're at the 3-round loss. It's $2,900 that NUTURN is receiving. So you're going to see on that $3,400 for Allow this round. If he loses that AK and a few others, some $1,000 credits for the team, but this is going to be tough buys on Econ.
Oh, Riv, he had stuck it. Lystra's all the way up in heaven. You can tell as soon as that goes off, they want to go away, but he gets punished as soon as he finishes the ultimate. Allow's fully online, folks, as he's already gotten 3 on the round. Sharks just down to scraps as they're attempting to goes absolutely sideways.
I think Allow realized
udah kayak Winter Soldier kan dibaca-bacain.
Pengamuk dia, Blay. A few $200 stacks to throw in there. Solo gets taken down by Gabshis as he is always good for 1 or 2. And how many more will it be this round?
Slowly, quietly, tried cutting noise, tried giving off the idea that they may be rotating away, but no, he was still there. And now the spike is on no man's land. Dinaru in a nearly impossible situation, and while it was exciting at first, Lakia got one, but the round still goes. So NUTURN, off the backs of Allow, seem to get something going, but it really has been Sharks the entire way.
Absolutely, that was a needed round, and we kind of saw what it took to shut down Sharks in the moment after this. They, like we said, they weathered that pistol round. Then they came up with a few of their own rounds. The one we just saw previously was them tiptoeing around the absolute defense and eye lines.
Gila, itu resnya masuk.
Finding different ways each time, but NUTURN's going to turn it up every so often. That's one of those rounds.
Pakai flashnya bridge doang, cuy, dikasih sendirian jetnya.
They have to chip away at what Sharks has built here to really get back.
Itu bridge sama jetnya si NU sih kayak mandi bareng, berak bareng, chemistry dapet banget, buset.
Fortunately for NUTURN, nobody was there. Surely they would have died.
Yep.
But for NUTURN here, they still have these 3 ultimates in tow. I mean, Sharks, they want to make real damn sure that there's nobody back in that corner.
They have res here. That's going to be difficult taking C. Always is if you're trying to get an open site like that under res if it's not a pick previously. Spike's still down, or I'm sorry, picked up by Light, but all the way back towards spawn here. And you can see that defensive play by NUTURN. Give a bit of space, feel more comfortable with the ults you have. No reason for Lakia to be just firefighting in garage. Hunter's Fury is there to take down the spike as it hits. To see if they can focus where that goes. It's going to be a NUTURN call.
Besok nobar lagi kan?
Brazil, that region.
Besok nobar, tapi gue nggak live main dulu ya. Gue mau nonton Skill Terra dulu mana Nat. Besok. Jadi live-nya cuma live nobar.
Lakia using the Hunter's Fury.
Ben sekali, pacarku berotak.
Aku butuh waktu bersamamu, kekasih.
Bangga sekali.
Unfortunately for him, as E and Allow find themselves in a 2v5, no real access to the site. There's a wall that's denying any sort of entry from garage. And Riv, it was another impressive take by Sharks. The one thing the one pattern that we are seeing emerge is that's a couple of times now that Sharks early on have hit a site, they've invested a lot of utility, they're making their presence known, and then they rotate out just a little bit to come right back to the exact same spot. And both times we've seen that, it's worked.
Akankah gue salah ngebet?
You know, Prozine doing what he can on the raise, but it's not a duelist we are seeing step up. It's Gpro with the rest of the team as well. I mean, team effort, obviously, but you got to keep calling them out at the top of the scoreboard. We see Prozine right there behind him, being the duelist that he can. Gpro has been such a flank, info grabber, silent lurker. For a Sage to not be with the team, he's honestly playing that like Arena off in the distance without a blind, you know? And he can control a bit of the flow. We saw him put a few things up just to distract previously, and it distracted Lakia and B, and then they finally ended there at the wall. So the way he's playing Sage is incredible.
Oh, it was there. It was a beautiful setup. You heard the flash. You heard the blade storm. They dash across. Now the res is on there. And while the res does channel through, they know where it was. Solo's not able to convert onto any of that. And through the chaos, that was the first couple of seconds of that round, NUTURN find themselves in a 3v5.
Slowly moving it back. And it's a little bit of a push here from Lakia. He could be in danger. This is going to be a drone coming around. He'll get seen out. He hears it, and now he knows he might be in a pretty sticky situation, so he looks to rotate out, gets clipped. Lights comes up with the frag there. And now it's going to be the movement towards A. Again and again, Doug, we see dwindled numbers of NUTURN trying to hold or retake a site here as Sharks is just able to open it up. But Perry says, maybe not this time.
Oh. Nice one, Perry.
Already good for 3, but only 4 bullets. And it's gonna run dry. Had a chance at 4, got cleaned up. Suggest Gpro in a 1v1. Gpro has been electric up until this point. Has the spike, has 30 seconds left. Can certainly flip the map, and it looks like it's exactly
30 seconds left.
He's gonna do.
See you later, Gator. It's gonna be a wall right side. This could be a blast pack right up on top of the B, and then he shoots down onto him. Sees him for a second. Okay, so he just goes for the firefight.
Oh,
and that's a tough one to take against Gpro. Suggest coming up short on that, and Gpro just continues to show he's here to send a message with Sharks in their first game at Iceland.
I mean, 16-3, dude's feeling himself. And I think the other concerning thing here, Riv, is that NUTURN showed something different, right? They dialed up aggression. They tried to flash and dash with the blade storm. They threw something at Sharks that they have not seen before, and Sharks handled it effortlessly.
Ini Sage kayak gua dah, mainnya dah. Jago banget.
See where they go this round.
Gimana?
Again to just kind of read what utility they may find. NUTURN wants to push the pressure. They'd like to do that on some saves, but they're also partially buying through here. Let's see if they continue to push. They know where a few are, and they can kind of figure out Sharks is playing this round slow. It's how far they can get up to see where Sharks would be going. Nice pressure from Allow so far. And this is actually how Sharks has been able to start picking apart NUTURN. Because now, if NUTURN doesn't like what they found out, they start to back up, then they're not in position, and it seems to be when Sharks is pulling the trigger. They just have this timing down. So another 30 seconds. Let Sharks continue to do this. You figure out a few things, and we'll see their movement.
First bit of info that's been gathered is Allow gets tagged up, has to dash back. Meanwhile, I do like this from Solo, taking the middle of the map away, an aggressive denial of space.
Yep.
Out of the team from Korea, and he might be in a great spot to pull this up again. Riv, look at that. He's going to show up right behind them. If he goes undetected, he's going to flip this thing on its head. He's been spotted. Solo, good for 1. Backs away. Yes, the kill gets traded out of Prozine. There comes the paranoia. The dash out from Prozine as well, as he's able to connect it onto Suggest, looking for more. As they get onto the site again, NUTURN can't stop anything. They can't stop a nosebleed right now, as Sharks just continue to run over all of NUTURN.
Another 30-second strat from Sharks. just walking the other team around. You don't get your first confident shot, your first angle, what your strat on defense would be. And Sharks is doing a great job at reading that and getting their way into the site. These rounds as well, they make sure they don't lose too much here. You got to give credit to NUTURN for taking down a few members. But with the way the rounds are going, that is just money bags on the side of Sharks right now. So you're even going to need more than a few rounds, more than a few ults to tear through what they're able to buy round after round.
Tim Korea kedinginan deh
really needed in that round, still 16-3. So the rest of the team coming up, you can see they're all.
Tapi Korea kan juga dingin ya.
And we'll see just again how they execute straight to the back, forced out, and it's on their terms. It really is.
I know I mentioned this a bit ago, but again, I have to touch on the fact that the most impressive thing about the Sharks and their performance here for me is that
Sage sama
are showing them
Rajenya,
right? Like they're showing them
sangar bet aimnya buset
how they want to play things out. It's not this just like run your head against the wall and Sharks are just able to, right? Like they figured it out. They know the solution. NUTURN have shown them different things. You think about that aggressive peak down C long. You think about Solo getting behind them, right? Like there was a perfect pinch there. They were all sitting there and they had a chance to play around that, but Sharks just the resiliency that they've shown, their ability to handle anything that NUTURN throws their way has been really impressive, Riv.
Looking at the VODs I did of Sharks and how they played to how they play now, it makes regional sense. It's night and day, but they play to their opponents. So if Vikings is going to play retaking and aggressive, that means Sharks had to push forward and go for a little bit more. I think that's why we saw more of that. Now they play to NUTURN, who wants to play a little structured, ready to get into a site, and they're saying, okay, we'll wait too. We'll see if we can draw your util. And it's a complete paradigm shift from what we saw from them in Brazil. So I think a lot of people are stunned right now at what Sharks is bringing out. NUTURN still trying to find a way to adapt to it. Haven being one of NUTURN's favorite maps. This is even more of a pleasure to see from Sharks as well, coming in here to represent. And you gotta say, you can't forget, NUTURN takes down Vision Strikers to get here. And there's a lot of regions that have teams that were unexpected to come. So there's that pressure there. You know, people are expecting you to be able to represent. So hopefully NUTURN can shake that. And we've heard pros say, no matter who you are, where you are, it's been a long time, any land, first game jitters are there. And maybe we'll see those kind of shake off. But Sharks came out hungry, blood in the water, and they shook it off quick.
Tumben kamu belum ngantuk?
Yeah, they seem to be doing just fine. And look, man, like the Scrimbucks were not in their favor, right? Like that bank account was real close to zero because nobody believed, right? Like you talk about Brazil as a region, you think, okay, Vikings, they're legit, they're the real deal, they're scary, and then Sharks were almost considered like an also ran. You know what I mean? But they've really impressed.
You know what I mean?
And here's the thing, even with the composition changes that they're bringing into this, which again is really a testament to the work that they've put in preparing for this tournament. They're still really good on Haven, right? Like a 17-2 record, 89% win rate. They know the map. They know the map really well. So you add that. You kind of stir that in, right, into the pot. Stir that in with the composition.
A little spice and everything nice.
Yeah, you sprinkle a little of that bad boy in there, and this is where you find yourself in a very impressive start from Sharks.
Dan ini lu official stream, ya gue izin.
I gotta say, there's the strat calling that's been going out right now from Fra, the captain of the team. He's been able to play amazingly. You usually see him and Leich not really having too much of a frag impact. You're like, whoa, what are they doing? But their survival rate is very high. They're info grabbers. They're helping the team a lot by relaying, and it's so big for them to actually be alive throughout the round because of what they provide to the team. And we're seeing Sharks utilize that and hardly lose members round to round with the way that they're guarding each other, with the way that they're trading kills. So I don't know what NUTURN does next. Turning up the heat doesn't seem to work. Sharks are turtling when they see that. They have switched up the sites a few times in which way things would be playing and the stars and whatnot. Like we said, we usually saw Perry go for Omen in these situations. Astro would be
pengen lihat game-game seru aja. Gue nggak mendukung tim satu pun.
Orbs very hard. So here it's been a bit of an orb game that fell off a bit. and we'll see if teams get back into it here as attack pause seems to be almost coming to an end. NUTURN's pause as well, I believe, as they're chatting it up. They're looking to see how they can right the ship here as Sharks keep taking chunks out of the boat.
If you are just joining us, ladies and gents, welcome. Thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Hi, hello.
You've missed
Gila, padahal yang ngebet NUTURN ya 2.400.000 Valorant VCT channel point Nat yang ngebet NUTURN 2,4 juta poin total.
I believe it's 9-2 right now, and the one like saving grace, in my opinion, the one window in which I can see this turning out
total vote 1.500
is that NUTURN are
return
very
rasionya
good on the
segini.
attacking half as well, so they can certainly test their mettle on that side. But I think the game that you're playing at that point, if you know that that's your win condition, is how much damage can you mitigate in this point. And if that's the game that they're playing, Riv, up until this point, they've lost.
Doug, you reminded me of the stat that it kind of surprised me that when we went and looked at these maps for Sharks, their defense was actually a higher percentage. And you're like, wait a minute, but they're aggressive. So it's unfolding quite nicely for them if they can do better on defense on these maps than their attack time after time.
1.200
So Dark goes out.
Whoa! Lakia!
I think I just saw that go over my house.
Kebain itu. Riko nih, astagfirullahaladzim, Lakia.
They have that cosmic divide and then some entry as well. While Sharks are certainly no slouches in that department. We see this fight for A control continue. Now Solo's in a great spot here. And Perry's on the other side as well. Depending on what utility they dial up, there may be something going on here. Here comes the Rolling Thunder Gap.
My word.
Brosen does it again! He takes care of Lakia and Perry. That's going to give him access onto A. Riv, everything that NUTURN are dialing up, Shark handle it, and they throw it right back in their faces.
Usually Solo's breach, or however they work it, is Suggest or Solo, who's ever playing it, is the one to start the play, to make it work. The fact that we see Sharks shutting that down is huge. Those are curated plays. They're ready to make it. Sharks is just reading it. Walks through, can't hear it with all the commotion. Prozine gets another one. 3K on the round. Pull! Shot out of the air.
Allow in a 1v4 against Sharks. It's West Side Story all over again as you hear the ult. Gets cleared out. Allow looking for a little bit more. The dude's a sitting duck here, Riv. I mean, they've got him trapped down. They know exactly where he is. Powerful weapon in tow.
Final round, gotta jump it, gotta make something happen.
Baru kok bisa. Karena mereka beda klien. Dan ya udah diizinin aja kan sisa 2 hari lagi.
As we swap the sides.
Mereka
and remember we were
tim
talking
dunia,
about the compositions these teams used to play, how much they used to play it, when they used to play it last, and we were saying that Sharks play the same composition since January, and they only lost twice with that composition. But they switch it up here. They go from double duelist to single duelist, high utility, and they seem to be able to just walk around everything that Sharks or that NUTURN has here. When they're confronted with NUTURN, they outshoot NUTURN. I don't know how to stop that package, Doug.
It doesn't seem like they do either. Again, you take a look at the timeline, that really tells the whole story. And in fact, that's probably not fully representative of just how impressive of a master.
Let's go.
But now we mentioned, if NUTURN were to do it, this is it. But you've got to start strong here. The hole that you've dug yourself is far too deep to really allow for much error at all. The margin is very thin.
All right, I'm expecting a playoff Lakia's dart here when it will come back up. The team here to just absorb info. Nice job by Sharks already to gain so much ground. Just being here allows the rest of the team to make some small decisions. And as they look to trade each other, pop out, that's going to be the real and deal. Perry and Solo come up with 2.
Yang dipakai bukan klien Valorant yang kayak kita mainin tiap hari, Blay.
Oh my word, Frosten.
You can see Perry there with the spike, wanted to go C, was actually on the way, and then Frog gives Solo the business, left, right, good night, and then they're now Perry rotates away, and it looks like they're going to want to hit A. They do have a star, both stars
Nyampe
actually
KRAKEN bukan
denying
tadi.
info early on, but with 40 seconds left, Donaru, oh my gosh, Donaru gets destroyed out of Lao, dashes onto the site, manages to get the kill. She's looking for something, not gonna make.
By the way, kalau kalian mau lihat regionalnya nih ya, nih di atas nama timnya nih, BR, Brazil, Shark, NU, KR,
This is an
Korea.
important start for NUTURN for them to get back in this map.
That was very, very big. It helped them out a lot that they were able to take it across the map and know that that was some big
lemes banget lu tidur
that
ya.
they would have bring in, I'm sorry, Sharks would have brought back to A to make sure they brought that back in.
pakai ini dong. Pakai suara Nadia dong.
Nade displacement.
Gimana nggak
Really
bisa
well played in the start
semuanya.
here.
Hah?
2v2 trade and then to get themselves
Nggak
back
bisa.
in the game. NUTURN started off strong.
Nadia.
Capek tahu pakai suara Nadia tuh memerlukan banyak energi.
Second round buyers after loss, but they changed their ways.
Iya.
Yo, big push though. Holy moly.
Apa kasih aku skrip dulu dong.
Aku tanya aja kamu jawab.
Thing is,
Iya,
if Fra can delay
Nadia,
enough,
kamu ngantuk.
get something going there. They are going to have access onto the site. Alau's going to dash in first again. You see them clear out that back corner of the site. Things to be anchored. The jig's up. They know that the flank is coming around. Laki has got to be one of the important lines of defense. He is good for one somehow. Survives through all of that. And then Perry gets the last one pushing in as well. The spike goes down. Alau cleans up Fra.
Selamat tinggal 1.200 poinku.
Kagak itu masih menang nih tuh.
Iya, cuma
satu. NUTURN finds that. Let's see how the team
masih jauh 4, tapi keramat sih
making those hard plays, fakes.
11 yang keramat, Bos.
Steal everyone's util before you make a hit. 16.
Bangke gue retweet sudah bet NUTURN 5.000 anjir. Gua 1.100.
Feeling it right now.
1.200.
And that is why we mainly see this score line.
Parah
See
banget
here, if NUTURN can turn
Mansen.
it around, they're the ones attacking.
Jadi gua nggak tahu.
We are about to head into round 15.
Still believe, cuy. Still believe.
You see them riding a little bit of a bonus. Alau has the Spectre, but rifles the rest of the way, and it's pretty early aggression towards A.
Good damage. Great damage on that. Look at the health bars. Oh my word! Did you just call this or what? You think it's a choose your own adventure? It looks like Sharks is just reading the same book page for page here. Gabcheese picks another one up, and now they're going to have to fight over A a little bit more, Doug.
Wah, halo sih.
Looking for another Gabcheese. I believe this is the second 4K of the map for him. Fra, I might play spoiler again. I think he was the one who took the ace from him the last time. But Laki is they know where he is. Gabcheese, they're trying to serve it up to him. They're trying to give it to him. But Laki somehow gets away with nothing but 27 health. He doesn't have the spike. He's just running for any sort of solace he could find. This round is going to go in favor of Sharks. For Laki, a consolation prize, get one step closer to
pintar dia ngambil kalau ini dia mati dia punya
I think
ulti.
this is an important round for Sharks because you can start to feel some of that shift, right? Like NUTURN get a couple of rounds on the board, you're starting to feel them click, and that's a big response from Sharks.
A little bit of hunting to end this
Gila
one
ini
out.
Sagi
Why
jago banget
not?
nembaknya, buset.
The money's in their favor, and they're feeling good, especially on this first map. You're able to get on the opponent's pick, make sure they feel the pressure, make sure you send a message to start off your best of 3, and possibly send your opponent down there to the lower bracket if you can get the second one. Here, Gabcheese pushing out a little bit.
Menurut ini Shark bisa jadi lawan kuat gak buat Sentinel? Semuanya lawan kuat Blay buat Sentinel. Sentinel belum teruji lan, jadi nggak bisa gimana-gimana. Buset itu Sage 25 anjing. Kill 20 mati baru 5, buset. Orang yang mana sih nih? Komuknya gue ngeliat komuknya gimana?
And you see like how Gabcheese got so close to that ace, it was just filth. It was pure filth.
Wow.
Dasarnya wow.
All right, so flip of the rounds there. That means it's only $1,900 going to the side of NUTURN. Look how much this messes up their buy. When you don't get the full buy, but know you need to pressure, this is the kind of situation Sharks is creating with that quick buy again to flip-flop the money.
Sensilis gitu loh, hai.
Sharks knows it. Sharks knows they can play safe here. They know
Tapi
they're against the buy, and they
udah
don't have to go
lumayan
wide.
nurunin sensi kan sekarang jadi 6-15. dari yang sebelumnya 075, 069, sekarang 0615, 061. Soalnya mouse gue yang sekarang sama mousepad gue yang sekarang ya udah 0,615 serasa 0,75 anjir.
Licin ya.
Banget. Licin enteng. Wah. Nah dong Sharks tim region mana ya? Brazil. Nih kalau kalian melihat regionalnya di atas nama ini nih. SHK atasnya BR, NU atasnya KR.
I think this is going to be the fault line through and the flash as well coming in. Are they going to try to hit it?
So much time has passed, so patient as they try to get onto the site, and so far it seems like patience is a virtue. Allow manages to get on there, manages to get the spike down, and gets away with his life. So now we're going to see this insane fight, and take a look at Perry. Perry has to win this gunfight to give them the room to breathe, to control Garage. That's often such a highly exploited area of the map to deny things, but Rave, they may have gotten too far off the site. There's nobody watching things right now. Rosen looking, try to get the diffuser, try to wallbang through there and deny things, and so far, it seems to be working. I don't know the Sharks are going to be able to get in at this point. Denaru in a good spot.
Itu tembusan dari Asur buat plan ini. Gaming banget bangsat.
Team up, there's a second. But a great round from NUTURN.
Honestly, they had to pull that card out. Face to face, they have not been able to do much against Sharks. If you can get under their skin and make it work without them seeing you, do it every time, even if it puts you in that moment. Because with the retake, we see NUTURN what they're able to produce. You can play retake on a planted spike as well. So there, they get out, play retake on it if they even need to, but more so hunt the rest of NUTURN or Sharks down at that point. So great job.
Wah gila sih.
Doing his best. Oh my word.
Senator barang asal itu bisa ditembus. Gue baru tahu deh.
And Prozen looking to stuff it. Blast packs aggressive. The flash was there. Prozen good for one.
Ini Sage Marajenya yang main, cuk.
Denaru using one of his own as Lakio manages to get a kill. We don't know if Denaru's going to find the same success, but what he did do was clear out a bit of space. Light's the only one without an upgraded weapon here. Fra going aggressive. Fra good for it. Lakia drops the spike, but Perry right there at the exact right time to help things out. The res is going to come through as well as Suggest is trying to stop any more aggression coming in from Sharks, but Light gets dropped.
Suggest was super low. That was a very big trade to take Lights down. And we saw it was Sharks picking up a few of those weapons, able to make themselves a bit stronger here on the defensive round. Now they push through to grab a few more, make sure none of those are Spectres. The plant goes down, but Perry is the lurker. Like I said, the quiet info gatherer with the high success of life chance. And there he goes, lives once again. Nice shot by Suggest. This could leave it up to Perry. And here's come Gopshis, 1v1.
Kalau ini menang nih Sage MVP sih asli.
Kind of has to play this patiently. So going to rotate over. Gopshis with the tap. The gravity well is going to come out just narrowly. Missing as you see all of that utility used to buy time for Perry to show up. Gopshis in the 1v1 looking to answer the call, and he does just that as he's going to get the defuse and get Sharks to map point.
The wide peek from Perry. He thought he may not have the angle, or he might be around the platform there. 12-5, game point for match 1. And another round that comes down to the wire, frag after frag. You see the scoreboard here, who's been able to put up, who's been able to help out. And you see the clutch coming in.
It was beautiful across the board. Again, you see that aggression early on, and the thing is, like, the 1v1 that Gopshis finds himself in is so self-created to find himself here in this I mean, gorgeous clutch moment powered by Red Bull that just, I mean, really puts the icing on the cake. You understand why we've been talking about him so much. It's because he's been able to do stuff like that. NUTURN calling in another tack as they feel the pressure at this point. Facing, I mean, staring down the barrel of going down 0-1.
Absolutely. And for the money to go back and forth like this at these rounds and have Sharks capitalize on one. NUTURN capitalize on one. You get $1,900 when you
spraynya
lose
itu loh,
that
iya
first
anjir.
round. 3,000 for
Kayak
the
dia
win.
tuh bisa,
It'll go up
dia tuh
500
nggak
each
maksa
time.
nge-spray
But
tuh nggak
they're
maksa.
trading off,
Kayak
giving each
dia
other
tahu nih spray udah
$1,900
bakal
for
hancur
that
banget,
round,
dilepas
plus
baru
200 for
di spray
whatever
lagi sama
kills.
dia.
What I'm trying to say here
Itu
is
tuh cara pakai
what
vandal yang
Sharks
paling
has
enak,
built
paling
up,
efektif kalau menurut
that
gua.
doesn't really affect them. They've just gotten to the point where a few of their buys are off. You'll see them on Econ here, and that's where NUTURN has been able to chip back a
serem
little
banget
bit,
anjing.
but it's hurting them even more as it goes back and forth. So Sharks is doing a good job at not letting a flow happen.
Yang
for
mana
NUTURN at
mukanya
all.
Sage?
And
Gua
it
nggak ngeliat.
Mukanya santuy ya.
There's a lot of things going on there with the way Sharks is trying to stop
Kehidupan Brazil
NUTURN,
berat,
whether
bos.
it's util, whether
Jadi
it's
beginian
Econ,
doang kayak
or they're
biasa
just
buat
going for
mereka
the
ya.
throat because they know it
Tiap
isn't a
mukanya
go round.
santuy banget.
They're sending a
Oke,
message.
biasa
NUTURN
aja
doesn't really
kok
have an
gitu.
answer.
Yang mana sih yang pakai Zaki mukanya? Si Gapx.
Go ahead, bro.
Yang kacamataan yang
he just
Gapx.
played the shot. He played music on his areas.
Gue nggak fokus banget tadi, gue nggak ngeliat bagian-bagian sini, gue ngeliatin game mulu.
From kicking off the round, and for NUTURN, it looks pretty standard, right? Like there's nothing flashy that's dialed up. You don't see anything aggressive early on. It looks like it's going to be pretty defaulty, and they have plenty of ultimates to work with here. Gabshi's going to get tagged up by the Gravity Well early on. Bladestorm online for Allow.
See, they slowly move in. Again, we have not seen too much pressure towards Garage. We saw that said that at the middle of the map. It's usually just a util grab in and out. Looks like they may try to work it here as Allow goes in. Dropped by Prozine to start. And the 1-for-1 for both teams.
Oh, both stoppers net kills as Prozine gets the second, not able to get, looking for the third, not able to get the fourth as the clip runs dry, but Perry looking to keep the map alive for NUTURN in a 1v2, has some utility, doesn't have the spike, but understands where the push is coming in from. Perry's not able to do it. Denaro and the rest of Sharks strike blood first as they take a 1-0 lead.
Habisin subuhan sen ya.
What a dominating game from YNG Sharks. It looked like some of those plays were just on download.
Ini nih dia nih ya.
Where they went
Kecamatannya.
A and nade. Gabshi's comes up with the quadra, almost the ace, but Lakia runs away.
Ini Fra.
Other rounds when they were running the attack,
yang
they
kecil ya.
ran the entire map. This is Sharks, run the entire
Ini.
map. Go back to
kiri,
Garage.
kiri.
And then with 10 seconds left, go back to the initial B strat that exploded at the beginning of the round. The mind games Sharks are playing here. They're playing with their food. They're swimming around it in the water. We'll see if NUTURN can break off.
Hilang 1.200 Mansen.
In our second map.
Abis bangkrut kita, naruh takut sisa 250 anjing.
You know, we talked about map stats coming into this. We talked about the composition changes, but
Memang tidak boleh betting, guys.
Yeah, the battle stage was obviously a huge deal. But I think the biggest thing to take away from all of that was Sharks just played with swagger, man. Like they played bold, they knew
Kalah mental nih.
this, and they really
Padahal tadi udah ngerush banget ya awal.
Look,
iya.
I don't know
first roundnya, pistol roundnya.
who walked into this map, into this series,
karena gue kalah bet,
that was gonna
biasanya kalau gue buka kartu gue jadi bagus nih. Buka satu kartu, guys.
So
he did.
Maybe Lothar, but no, I did not expect this. And the Valorant
Yang
did not
lainnya.
show this. We are watching.
Orang jelas tuh lagi bau.
Working out. That's kind of why I was like.
Kan bau di sana, mungkin di sini wangi.
Enggak bau juga.
T-Max berkilau
of these teams building themselves, swapping rosters, becoming huge caliber players in their region, and now they get to send a message. And honestly, that was postmark send from Sharks. They sent that quick.
Ya ilah, gue lupa nih kagak ada card tricknya ya. Udah paling belakang, jelek dapetnya Milotic.
On bind, which is going to be map 2 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ntar gue nunggu paketan yang satu lagi. Baru gue buka semua.
Besok aku ada meeting jam berapa ya?
Nah, orang ini ada labelnya yang Foreign Family Collective. Udah copyright banget ini.
Ngapain?
Mau ngecek meeting jam berapa ntar?
Kan.
Main.
Google Calendar, anjay. Sibuk banget kok.
Secretlab.co Valorant Esports ada nih. Valorant Master Edition. Bisa dibeli.
Ngapain?
Official.
Apaan?
Bangku.
Iya.
Kayaknya ya.
Valorant.co.
Valorant secretlab.co/Valorant. Aduh, keyboard gue lagi di kasur lagi, bentar ya dah.
.co .sg kali.
Lah, tulisannya .co tadi.
Nggak ada.
secretlab.co/Valorant.
Iya, nggak ada.
Abis makan tapi.
The page you requested doesn't exist.
Ya, bentar. Masih live. Iya, mau ditinggal dulu buat sholat. Di bawah ini nih.
Secretlab Valorant share. Nggak bisa dibuka dari sini.
Nih, di sini ada kan nih. Ntar nongol lagi paling nih iklan Secret Lab-nya.
So compete for circuit points throughout the year at each of the 3 Masters event. The biggest event competitive Valorant. As one of the founding partners of the Valorant Champions Tour, our chairs will be on stage at every Masters tournament and Valorant Champions.
Nih, secretlab.co/Valorant Esports.
Vamos Brasil! They walk away with the Game 1 win. The Sharks have looked very strong versus NUTURN, and we'll see how NUTURN tries to change things up here. But Lothar, I did want to talk about how Sharks have managed to take advantage of the opportunities that they create themselves because of their utility.
Yeah, well, from the utility
Valorant
Esports to make a U-turn, you know, like on C.
You did it.
Currently not for sale.
He did it. Hey, yeah, I know. I'm a dad. I'm allowed to make those jokes, okay?
Karena turnirnya belum kelar ya.
It's something that I didn't see
Register interest.
from a Brazilian
taruh
team.
email gue.
Everyone was talking up, oh, Brazilian teams, that's just so aggressive. They're like dancing, like with the guns, you know, they're always blazing. But here, Sharks actually impressed me with the fundamentals. It's just great Valorant. A slow on the backside, a Painters on the one side, then there's the Hunter Sphere on the right side, satcheling in on the side, taking a crossfire. Like everything had intent. Sharks had the playbook really open, studied it, and just executed it perfectly. And that wasn't just one round. Every single round was played like that. It was aggressive, but it wasn't just
kan tiap hadiah dari aku mau kamu gadai. Kamu mau bangku yang Secret Lab Valorant biar bangku aku bisa kamu gadai kan, biar ada alasannya.
Yeah, they're giving us
enggak kan nggak ada alasannya.
Prozine is the one that is the MVP
Senior
of this
address.
particular game.
Come on, let's fight.
A lot of those attacks was off of the battle sage that we saw from Gabshi. That was just he was just flying at him, man. And dude, no flashes, no slow. It doesn't care. He's just going at him.
They work together, man. And you know what? So Lothar was talking about the aggression, and let's be honest, their default on attack was pretty slow. They wanted to scope out the entirety of the map, right? They did really good with map control, but the thing is, the aggression came during the executes. And when you have Raze flying in the sight like she's, you know, the brown version of Jet, you know, the capabilities are endless.
Tapi lu bisa interest lah. Kalau yang banyak Kalau banyak yang kayak notify interest kayak bakal dijual.
One of NUTURN's biggest assets was actually solo on the lurk often. Going in for the flank is breach. We all saw what Solo was able to do to slow down the pushes. But when you don't have any type of sentinels
Webcam kamu nutupin lotar.
Kamu mau ngeliat lotar apa ngeliat aku?
Jenggotnya lotar ketutupan dikit sama facecam kamu.
Terus kamu mau ngeliat lotar?
Suruh lotar geseran maksud aku.
And Lothar, though, despite the great play from
Habis hadiah dari aku kayaknya nggak bakal digadai.
They busted out some pretty cheeky strats, which goes to show us that this team clearly.
Paling lu bakal dikirim satu dari Secret Lab free. Alhamdulillah, amin ya Allah. Semoga amin.
Enggak, gue nggak mau mengaminkan.
Kenapa? Bakal gue pajang anjing.
Ntar kursi dari gue lu gadai.
No way you're gonna just go back and forth with the spike. You're always definitely the breach also. That is making sure that the Sova doesn't.
Kalau ada email gue tolak anjing. Gue setting auto bounce buat email dari Secret Lab.
I'm sure that a lot of teams might actually pick this up.
Enggak kok, diterima Secret Lab buat Nanat.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of
Mansen udah ada bangkunya itu Secret Lab. Ih, Mansen mau pakai Secret Lab banget ya.
Gue cinta banget sama Secret Lab parah.
Iya. Karena Mansen cinta banget sama Secret Lab, Mansen cinta banget sama Nanat, berarti Secret Lab untuk Nanat. Iya benar gak? Silogismenya gitu kan?
Iya. Gue di belakang ada kasurnya, gue tidur pakai Secret Lab asli. Apaan itu kasur? Secret Lab lah, gila lu. 2021 tidur di kasur di Secret Lab lah, bos.
Just didn't really wake fully up today.
Yeah.
So this is a really rocky start from them. Their set plays are not there. They do not look like a coordinated unit, which is what we're so used to seeing from them. I mean, this is the team that took down Vision Strikers.
Coba mana yang masih SMA, silogisme, Mansen cinta Secret Lab, Mansen cinta Nanat. Jadi silogismenya Secret Lab cinta Nanat, gitu kan?
Not a super strong history in tag shooters to come into
kayak sekolah yang tidur mulu banget.
I expect that the pressure is certainly on for them. So I'm hoping that map number 2 coming up, it's going to be Bind. It's one of their best maps. They've got an incredible win rate there. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to turn this around and maybe give Lothar his 2-1. So I do have to apologize and admit I was completely wrong with my 2-0 prediction. So just phenomenal play so far from Brazil. Mostly what I'm invested in at this point is hoping that they play at a similar level so we get a super competitive series rather than
lu jadi musuh besar Hotman Paris, gue yakin banget asli.
Katanya ada Hotman Paris, Nanat suruh jadi Nanat Spanyol.
Iya, kan Hotman Paris kan Paris lah ya, Nanat jadi Nanat Spanyol. Kanadya dia Spanyol. Set, dari dia yang salah nih Blaya dibolak-balik. Set. Dari kayak ngeflick 180 derajat, 720 derajat muternya.
Enggak, itu tuh lu salahnya, cuma belum terekspos.
Jadi dia, Blay. Jadi dia yang benar. Buset.
Tapi make sense kan?
Sukses banget sih, sumpah. Lu kalau jadi pengacara sukses banget. Gue yakin asli. Gue taruhan surat rumah dah buat lu sukses.
Jadi pengacara. It doesn't seem like they come. Their utils held on site takes. Okay, like literally everything they're doing times 10 right now. And obviously I have good points for them. I'm just like going over a few of those that you're like, oh, these might be a problem. Right. Not a problem whatsoever. They are their success. And how they are playing
minum obat kayaknya.
I think coming into this one, we get a little more Dwarbala, and NUTURN's gonna have to really step up here, Doug, because if those one taps keep coming through from Brazil, it's gonna be tough.
Opa kedinginan.
I think it was Achilles who mentioned
this. Kagak, Opa udah biasa dingin-dingin, cuy.
Silver linings to this for NUTURN is that they're leaning into a map now that is
pretty favorable
to really pile onto that a bit more. It's not great for Sharks, right? Like it's a 9-9 record going into Bind. It's spotty at best. They've had some success on it. The one kind of thing we're mentioning here is
Submission close. Oh, ini yang Haven.
Their last 5 matches have had a specific composition, but they've lost 3 of those 5. So
gua pilih NUTURN nih.
You see them try to innovate, you see them try to change, and it is
Nih abis ditampar-tamparin sama coachnya nih, pasti mainnya langsung engas nih.
Regarding Sharks at the beginning. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and hop into Agent Select presented by Prime Gaming. What do we see? We got Gabshees on Viper.
Aku pilih yang mana ada Killjoy ya.
The rest of this looks pretty standard.
Ini apa? Mapnya?
NUTURN bringing in pretty much the standard composition that they bring in. It does have the jet, it does have the raise. This is where NUTURN likes to flex towards the double duelist.
Siapa ya?
And on the other side, we have the Viper expected there. The Sky
prediction
no Sage. Their Brim for
ini
Lights
mapnya Shark.
on this one. That is a change for their
Mapnya Shark, tapi NUTURN ngepick attacking dulu.
Look at Gabshees. Just doing what he can to play everything under the sun for his team to see if he can still put up numbers. NUTURN looking to send a message here in game 2, and Gob says this one's for you.
Gob starting off hot. Allows already been destroyed. The investment of utility to get into U-Haul suggests good for one. As NUTURN, they're still trying to like brute force their way into this thing. And Riv, you got to keep an eye on the minimap. Look at Fra rotating through market. This is something we see on Bind a lot. If teams turtle too long, if they're not decisive with their moves, there's a possibility that they get blown to shreds. And that's exactly what happens to Perry as he drops.
That was an absurd, we'll talk about this in a second. What a win from Sharks. That was an absurd wild read on one of NUTURN's most plays on short A of Bind. The fault line comes through, they head towards U-Haul, and where was Gabshees' Viper Bite? Right where the dashing about would be. There it is, they move out, boom, Viper Bite, because the flash comes through, he's not even looking. Like, that's a read on doing your homework. Sharks is in there right now.
Certainly not the start you wanted to see if you're a fan of NUTURN, but
still
plenty of game to be played out for NUTURN. We mentioned this on the first map. This time they are going to be leaning into the full Sheriff, full armor strategy. Man, like,
gua NUTURN cek ya.
With the Sheriff, so you certainly can't count them out as they test things out, feel things out towards me.
Yeah. A little bit of Sheriff love. We see NUTURN doing this. They have some great laser shots when
udah kita betting di sini.
Very patient and deep play here from the side of Sharks. And it's going to actually still just be that frenzy for Denaru. Looks like they have a place to possibly get an operator and
belum subuh dia udah mulai aja map 2 ya.
Or drop for someone. Always interesting to see econ purchases like that in the way teams play.
Bikin betting sendiri
right now,
bisa tahu pakai buat itu di live chat.
Extend this out, get it.
Pura-pura. Pura-pura. Ceritanya punya poin. Ceritanya.
Udah gila nih cewek asli.
Play. Kapan lagi lu punya poin imajiner? Lu bisa ngebet 1.000 poin.
And the one good thing from here is that Solo is alone with the spike. There's a whole lot of noise happening on A, so he should be able to waltz into B for absolutely nothing. The best way this pans out for them is if NUTURN is able to continue to cause problems on A. If Perry can get another kill, there's a chance at something, but he's going to hightail it out just in the nick of time. The spike's going to go down, and it looks like Sharks are going to show up to the party just a bit late, but what can they do with it? Solo with the Sheriff playing that tight angle. Perry spotted one as well. They've gotten onto the site, but how do they deal with the defense? Is good for one, not good for a second as well. A 1v1. Leitch looking to come up through, and no, Perry gets the 4K to win the round, to tie us up early, and to destroy economy.
The entirety of that round was just breath stealing. I gasped 4 or 5 times. Like the way Suggest died.
Tiba-tiba prediction result.
Like
ini yang tadi baru pada dibayar semuanya.
From hookah dies to someone. You're like, wait, what?
Aduh, gua.
As we get a replay here.
Gua subuh dulu persetan lah.
Just seeing that, but the recuperation of what NUTURN was able to do, find their way back in. They did a good job at sorting themselves out. But yeah, that was a very touch and go for both sides almost. 1-1 though as we go into round 3.
1-1, and now we see Sharks back on this weird, like, pistol buy. They still have a Frenzy and a Sheriff, but it's just a bit disjointed. And then on the side of NUTURN, you've got Solo, the only one or excuse me, Perry's going to have it as well, but 3 rifles across the board, so they're certainly going to be able to approach this from a position of strength, and very much like the previous round, Rave just quiet early on. There's some investment of utility in order to control pivotal parts of the map, but they haven't fully committed onto anything yet.
Perry able to drop that shower. That was an orb grab. That was a late orb grab. Perry just held, waited on it. He's gonna meet now. The Naru, Gapshies comes through. Solo doing work as Perry comes up with one as well. And this has just been an all-over round for NUTURN. Knowing, I think, Doug, that they need to start sending a message here and can't say eco rounds or safe play rounds. We need to get in Shark's face and understand how they're playing, how they're moving. Rounds.
Flawless round brought to you by Prime Gaming. A beautiful one at that, and you even see like you see how they're trying to play around and exploit different areas. You mentioned the late orb grab. That's exactly what we saw. NUTURN really just kind of picked this thing apart the way they wanted, and there was so much that was going their way. Like they had hookah control, they had long control as well. NUTURN played that very, very well.
So again, cross map. A lot of times now you'll just see the raise solo on hookah for a little bit, hang around, make sure there's no push. But this is seeming to be somewhat of a fast strat towards A, and probably based on the reaction of Sharks at this point. Because whoever was coming over from Mark just slowed down quite a bit.
Right there.
Smokes and Molly behind, ready to stop the spike from being planted. And look how they sit for Sharks. A lot of the utility can push everything off in front of that default truck and tri-box plant. So they just sit back and wait, nice and safe. Ooh.
Nice NUTURN look to work their way onto A, and once again, Fra is on a flank, and he's gonna get the timing right. He's gonna get the timing right. Looking for the second lineup up and knock him down. Yeah, he drops, but the damage has been done. What can NUTURN do to salvage this situation? They fully abort on the rotate. They're going back towards A, and the thing is, Sharks have their defenses split. It's just Light by himself. So far, so good. Has the ult in his back pocket as well. Has a good chance at something. Allow, looking to get the spike down, does just that. Light holds on to it for the time being.
He's holding. Looks like it's going to be a U-Haul hit as Sova comes in. Donato is going to try to hit it. U-Haul, they push him out, but the smokes are covering everything they want. The bolt almost targeting Allow, but he's able to hide. Scary spot for him. 30 HP on Light, and it's a bit of damage onto Allow.
Yeah, Perry's in a great spot. You've got to get Showers control. It's so difficult to get the site back if you don't have that area, and Perry's showing that in full display here. Donaru somehow manages to get away and manages to survive as long as he has the tap. Not going to matter. Perry's good for 3. NUTURN is as well.
Siap terbantai. Comfortable at playing the area they have to work with. Yeah, getting the spike down. There's quite a few places to plant, and I don't think they had an eye on it. But I almost expected the Brimstone ulti there, as the retake was really thwarted by the dark covers that came in.
Pada pakai 4 banding 3 ya anjir.
Excellent control of Showers.
Banyak yang di Vibrant juga. Sakit lah matanya.
To get that site back if you don't have Showers control. So if you can anchor that down, you can cause serious fits. We see Sharks continuing to fight for this B long control. You've seen the dart, you've seen the flash.
Dia pakai 2 initiator.
As they prioritize this area.
Shark.
And NUTURN seem to have no problem pushing into it. Either it's B or it's A short. Allows lighting up the kill feed. Light's just narrowly missing with the Marshall. And he's not going to get a chance to light anything up here either.
A few quick rounds here, and you have to, we say that NUTURN likes Haven. NUTURN also loves Bind. They love the way that they can work on this. Suggesto, he feels super comfortable with his position of nading, retakes, and what's going to happen with that displacement. And you see Allow, super comfortable in solo working. He had 40 HP and kept moving forward. It wasn't a second thought for him. So they're really feeling it now. A Prime Gaming flawless round there. And we'll see it one more time. So he takes quite a bit of damage here and still says, you know what? That's fine. A Sheriff shot takes him down, by the way, at that point, but he doesn't care.
They seem to have put the first map behind them, and they come out of the gate swinging.
It's a great thing to see, Doug. It's a good point.
Lead. Now, a bit of a heavier look towards A. There's the same flash that we're going to see out of Fra, down B long towards Fountain, not going to tag anyone up, so they get that info to understand towards A. Lucky's using Undershoe to clear things out. They're also going to dash right behind it as Allow tries to get onto the side. Brainstorm and Toe, the flash was there too, but again, Showers proves to be the problem. Light gets CC'd up to high heaven as he tries to stay alive, and so far is able to do so.
Kayak drama kita lagi naik, jangan sampai di industri gaming kita turun gitu kan. Jerman maluin Korea, nasionalismenya bangkit guys.
Even if you have Donaru seeing them. Good shock darts from this position. If he bounces them, they're guaranteed to land right on the spike. So great damage. There's one. Finds it. Every Sovo player will know it and feel that one. And now it's going to be Donaru entering the site alone, and he makes it count.
No, Solo had the Rolling Thunder, but we can talk more about that later. Parry in a 1v2 with 6 health. Good for one.
Oh man, 6 HP.
You've got to bang through that if you want to stop this thing. Parry forced to swing out. Fra plays him like a hand of cards, reads him like a book, and gets the defuse.
Gets that spam through, plays him on a bit of the distance to the angle. We all know it's a way to take down your opponent. Fra does it beautifully with a bit more spam to boot. And 4-2. As now it's the 7th round. We're seeing a little bit of grit here from Sharks once again.
I'm back.
Pushing up and getting some good space.
Apa yang kulewatkan, Nana? Ada yang seru nggak tadi?
Itu tadi si itu.
Iya itu. Siapa?
NUTURN 2 poin, terus Sofanya nge-kill pakai shock dart. Sofanya abang-abangan banget dah.
Sofanya siapa? Share ke mana tuh?
Sofanya siapa? Sofanya defense. Buset. Kena burung, kena ulti bridge. Udah pasrah dan
Donaru gets taken down at the back. Sova almost wants to be an elbow hiding all the time. So no darts to come in there, figure out what's going on. And now NUTURN get to spread out, fortify the site, and get a good garrison going here for this post plant.
But Riv, no, they don't have. Oh my gosh, they didn't have control, but it didn't matter. They lined
Mas, ini turnya mulai jam berapa lagi, Mas?
And NUTURN hold fast. A 3K
Iya tahu bener ini habis digampar-gamparin ya.
Kan udah gue bilang.
It seemed very off pace. People were still positioning.
K-pop kita lagi laku, drama kita lagi laku. Masa kamu gaming yang tuh gitu. Gila langsung patriotisme, nasionalismenya langsung melonjak gue.
And we see Lakia do that. You talk about a Lao, it's considered that Jess is quietly one of the best on the team. So still more to see here as NUTURN tries to bring that fire back in. Sharks do what they can to shut down NUTURN.
Lah kok kagak keding?
Early kill.
Nggak ada tuh darah yang berkurang.
With the sheriff just wasn't able to really provide much impact at all. This has been a pretty standard, pretty defaulty man, and Sharks just can't punch back. They can't fight back. Lakia just continues to light things up.
Last player standing.
Yang gue lihat apaan, dia nembak apaan?
Patience. Cap sheets.
That's
make me think I lost internet.
Menang ini NU abis di boosting black.
He's a statue. But that's the patience. That's what you got to deal with. You're not second guessing the decision you're making. You're able to take the shot.
We speak Blackpink.
Timing is not your friend, though. That's all that is to it. 6-2 here as we get round 8 out of the way.
Fighting,
Oppa! What comes of these next ones? I think we got a little bit more coming from both teams. Some ultimates that are still up here as you get through rounds 5, 6, 7, 8.
Cewek gue telat minum obat begini, Black.
To make a difference.
A third.
Tapi sih masuk akal kan.
And it was really off the backs of Lakia. We mentioned him earlier. We see this.
NU jadi serem gini. Emang serem dia, Blay, asli. Orang menang lawan Vision Strike.
We saw some of that aggression come through from Sharks, and they really just kind of walked into his crosshairs. But now we're gonna have both teams.
Is this gonna be the first start map, guys?
Online as well. B-Rush, including the Viper Spit that's already.
Kok ini ke Fontaine?
Oh, they turn tail real quick. They're like, all right, they have the right utility. We have to back out. What I saw coming from NUTURN the drone fault line into sight, but Sova actually
lewat itu yang selendang-selendang ya.
Iya. So I don't think they maybe have seen Lakia there. Great info grab here as well, coming from the other side. As we had Perry checking showers, but that gets gassed out, so nobody's getting clean in there today.
Oh, it's an interesting read that they invest that towards showers. We haven't seen that area of the map exploited very often. In fact, you often see Perry playing in short, not really controlling showers very much at all. But that is where they decide to drop in. Scenaro's using the Hunter's Fury, has tagged up. Ooh, dealt a little, but nothing meaningful as they turn their attention towards B. You see the smokes come out. This time there is elbow control. Fra has to stay alive here for his teammates to arrive. Keep in mind the orbital strikes in tow as well, and there it is. Rains fire down from the skies as Perry gets cooked to a crisp as Alau gets one as well. Now Lakia with the Hunter's Fury has red Gapsheets. He knows he's there, tries to land the shots, but no. Gapsheets wins one. Looking for a second, gets dropped. Alau good for 3. NUTURN at 7. Fast
udah nyalain AC.
Coming out of NUTURN there. Luckily for them,
Salah
the
betting 2 kali.
Dinaru was over towards A. So they all their smokes counted.
Bangku secret lab pula kan, buset. Lagi secret lab yang Valorant ya Nanata.
Sky in the back of the site, but nothing that's really going to stop you too much, and you can see him kind of running free as they get in here, throwing down a few ultimates, and there was Dinaru coming in hot.
Time out lagi, guys.
It's just been a great read, Riv, from NUTURN the entire time, and they
what a map flip, Doug. Oh my word. Yep.
And
lagi di
telepon
ini
a lot of
kartel.
these defaulty looks from Sharks where they want to control long, as we mentioned. We even saw the Viper's Pit invested to control showers, but those are areas that it seems like NUTURN has been almost like comfortable giving up. They haven't really felt much of the pressure that comes from Sharks controlling that.
Right. And you can, I mean, the way, like we said, they play kind of retakey. If Sharks have something, they kind of find a way to either take the other thing or get the util out. So taking B is good. That initial execution that they would like. Still discussing things on their side.
Agentnya pakai yang kipas.
You know, I think a lot of people
emang lu pakai kipas Hello Kitty.
Game 1, you mentioned they did not. I think that's amazing to see in the caliber of play and the teams we have here in Iceland, because you cannot think about and dwell on things like that if a map goes so far one way. Here we see the exact same thing happening for NUTURN, and they got to be feeling good. And Perry, and nothing really on deck.
Kanadya digaji Livia
on the side of Sharks here.
Haters.
Pause. You can see that.
Suka aja lu sama gua. Belajar gua aja suka.
And now it's going
Terus lu harus suka sama gua. Enggak, gua peduli kata lu.
So that's why they got a bit of a buy, but they're not getting too much money yet without those wins.
Tanya Mansen cuma peduli hal yang buset masuk buka cu.
Itu udah banyak dipakai di kompe yang tadi gue gak pernah lihat.
Tinggal dibalikin aja kan. Dari situ ke huka, dari huka ke situ.
Tadi kan gak keluar huka, tadi kan dari huka ke bilong.
Nah ini kan dari bilong ke huka.
Itu dari market.
But so far it hasn't netted into anything yet. What it's bought is time, but that's it.
They did throw a ping down at U-Haul, considering that might be a potential play or where they think somebody is. Sova's now known to be over at the A site. And Lakia seems like he'll fire his out here. And they got Ray's knowledge now. This will all happen right towards kind of either 1 minute, 30 seconds, or around there. Everybody's, if the spike's not planted, everybody's going to get this util back that just used like a dart or something back around 15 seconds. So we may have a very, very intense hit here once those come back. We see a bit of it, Doug, and it looks like it's going to be the split on A right to U-Haul as they pinged before.
Yeah, but Riv, how intense can it be? All they have is Sheriffs, and Prozen has already dropped. Alau has full control of U-Haul. And they're just falling like flies. They did not have the firepower. They did not have the guns to fight back. Fra picked one up as a like a gift. But
Brazil di benua apa ya?
Lakia good for 3. And if you're Sharks here, it's a positive sign that you've seen some of these adaptations, right? That you're seeing them try to adjust on the fly. You've got a couple of, you should have rifles now. So
guys, Brazil di benua apa guys?
Riven 8-4. I might take that. 8-4's okay.
Yang gue tahu pokoknya Brazil di bumi ya.
It absolutely can be. You give a little cushion for a pistol round loss or your win, which starts to build things up. And if you win that pistol round, you're almost at 8-8 right away off of
Lu Bekasi di mana? Ditolak bego sama bumi Bekasi.
So you're right. It could be there. You always have to look at these last few rounds. We have Fraz ults.
Sebelum ada bumi udah ada Bekasi. Gila.
Able to get through these rounds with ults up and almost gets one with the showstopper.
Oh, but they pinch at the right
Asal
time.
mula alam semesta ya Bekasi.
Make their way in through showers as well. They have full control of that area of the map.
Lu kira teori Big Bang tuh tercetus di mana? Di Bekasi, Blay.
As he drops Lakia, now they have an anchor. Now they have a chance of doing this thing. This is a winnable round for Sharks, but they're gonna have to land a couple of big kills. There's one that's good for him as Solo drops the 3v3 here as they try to slowly creep their way onto the site. Pros and Spot's been exposed. There is no Hunter Siri to deny things for now.
Pendua akankah nasibnya seperti kru?
No, but he gets gone down by Suggestus. Suggestus good for 2. Fraud drops as well. NUTURN taking another one. They made the adaptation.
Wah gila ini NU sih tembusan-tembusannya udah hafalan banget kayak nih.
Yeah, it was getting even scarier if there were smokes and things to
Padahal mapnya pilihan Shark ya.
Knew they could collapse around it, even if it had to be a spam through the default try there. We see Frozen doing work, the captain of the team, able to get in here for Sharks and make things happen. Honestly, like I said, that feels good for the rest of the team. These attacks that they've had coming in from NUTURN, though, they're little adaptations of what they've did before, right? Sharks shut down the first strat. We saw that strat twice now in different iterations. One with the drone first, there with the showstopper. NUTURN love short aim. They absolutely love it.
I mean, now we
antek-antek Bekasi Empire. Jadi nih.
We've just seen this
dia bikin
from Sharks to control some of the extremities of the map, and it just hasn't netted anything.
A little find from Solo on the left as they look. Trailblazer is slowly going
Kan
out.
kalau memperjuangkan hak
I like that coming out of
perempuan namanya feminis ya.
And here's a roach to suggest
Kalau
with the
memperjuangkan hak Bekasi berarti Bekasinis.
They're just going for info. I think they're going for
Apa
movement info
Bekasis?
what suggests is moving for right now. He has no real commitment, but I don't think they know what they're going to find on the other side here.
Bekasis.
Here comes the fake. Here comes the fake.
Hunter Series online as Denaro has to show some fancy footwork to stay alive from Lakia, and Suggest just stays quiet, like you said.
Wah,
He's gonna get away.
Perasaan bakal mengubah segalanya nih.
We want pros and drops as Denaro does as well. That's gonna open the door for them to get through with real ease.
But it's a TP.
It's insane, Riv, because they've taken two. They take 2 sites. Right, they took A, they waltzed their way onto A, and they do so onto B. They just have full authority on the map. Oh, Gabs. All right, Gabshees. No, Gabshees drops. It's another round win for NUTURN. A very impressive half. 10-2.
Orang menit
They did
berapa?
everything right here.
0-4-2, 4-1, 40.
That honestly, the rotation around I thought was going to be the thing that brought Camel's back, but it was not. Gab coming around, understanding where the play could have gone based on, hey, that's kind of the last alert you think about after all the chaos. You're like, has it been planted in all this? Oh my, you know, they could be rotating. They could already be over there with how we rotated. So really great thinking in the middle of the round.
Kayak kalau gue bisa sambil tiduran di kasur sih seru banget sih.
More control over the map.
Dominant half
Create
out of
lab,
NUTURN, and now
ngapain
they're going to
tidur di
post things up
kasur?
defensively, see what they have. We saw for Sharks, they're really freaking good, at
Lupa
least on
dia
Haven
mau
attack.
adlibs.
And we'll see if they can find some similar success.
That's right.
On Bind, you see the Viper utility has been used pretty heavily already. You have that wall up that's going to be denying things coming in from U-Haul. Blind there in
Ya
conjunction
udah
with the
nyenasib
Dark.
pakai
Beautiful
kru
gift
dah.
away.
Hilang
Push him
1
back.
juta
But much like we
miliar
saw in the
aku.
previous half, it's NUTURN now who's on the flank. They're flank.
Kamu nge-betting nggak tadi?
Sharks fight to get on A. They've done so. And the map has flipped.
Ih, betting di live
Use
chat.
our U-Haul strat. All right, let's fight. Here we go, getting into the
Jadi
round.
aku
Great
nge-bet
push.
Shark
I
1
love this
juta
from
miliar.
Sharks. They've pushed up. They're trying to gain more space. U-Haul control
Bahaya
a
banget
little bit,
tuh.
even a little bit more towards that vent. Drop back and forth, dog. We're getting to get the fights in as Frostin' in 3. Stand tall in U-Haul.
Oh my gosh, they hold fast just fine. It's just Perry alone, and Perry was up in heaven the whole time, and now they know exactly where he is. That's a brutal spot to be. Fra gets to 3 as do Sharks as well. And
13-5
Just turned U-Haul into a bunker there. They were all firing out, little window on the side. Great job by the captain. 11 and 10 on the top of the board here as we are on to bind our second map of this best of 3 series. And Fratu 3 just taking them down left and right. Gabshis comes up with one there as they keep it going. And they're just teamwork, confident with each other. They know if they move as the death ball, nothing's going to stop them, especially coming in through the pistol. And they showed confidence there. Let's see what they have for secondary.
Ini Shark menang bisa comeback nggak?
And a bit of utility around the board for NUTURN to see what they can get out of this eco.
NU-nya comeback. Jadi 2-1 menang apa gimana?
Shark-nya.
Oh ini. Bisa-bisa aja.
Once again, we find Solo on the flank. It's not going to be nearly as much as was
Kan lu lihat
previously.
dari tadi si ini mainnya sangar bet sangar.
Not allowed them to lose U-Haul control yet. He's still able to anchor that down. Gabshis is on a mission. He's got to get control here. Good for one. Gabshis alone. A prime gaming flawless round, and the spike goes down to add a little insult to injury.
Really great little bits of utility there, following up on the shock bolts. Everything looked really, really clean there for the Prime Gaming Flawless. They make their way in. The way the sonar bolt is ticking away and allowing multiple kills here as they come in. That's 2 that it was able to achieve. Just really well played. And you need those rounds where you can kind of guarantee yourself a 4-sheer execution. You don't feel like anything's going to miss.
Dapat 2 kill perkara recon, cuy.
Just have ways to keep your stride.
All right, so Sharks on a bonus here have an opportunity to really get something going financially if they can win this
Omen hijabnya berkibar-kibar tuh.
The flash is all, but the paranoia is there. Allows going hunting. He spots 2. Isn't able to land anything. Oh my gosh, Frozen was there as well. But Perry swings on him, gives him the business, and gets away.
That was that. So this basically is a strat that they've been looking at. Trying to figure out who's pushing showers, who's doing what. NUTURN loves to be able to do that, and they'll say, yeah, you're going to flash, you're going to dart. We'll run in front of that with a quick paranoia. We see a lot of teams do it. It's nothing new. It's just a nice, easy flash dash play you can get to. Allow able to pick that one up as they clean up another round. 11-4 here, and NUTURN having their own statement game.
They are indeed economy not busted for Sharks. That was something, or excuse me, for NUTURN, they desperately needed it, and they look good doing it, right? Like, that was the first time that we really saw Allow, or excuse me, it was Solo on the flank, getting through market from B to really apply pressure into short that had, like, impact, right?
Jetnya dimanjain banget, ulaunya asli. Kalau nggak jalan sama Bricks, jalan sama Omen anjir. Flash ngedash, flash ngedash, flash ngedash.
You can't ignore that anymore, especially after the round that just took place. You see Sharks already making that adjustment. They're using the Roomba to clear out Hookah. They're making their presence known here, so Solo cannot hit that again.
A lot of util. Guiding light, Trailblazer. Spike is down towards cave right now, and they're saying, hey, will they throw anything out? Look at this defense from NUTURN. You have Solo set up in the site. If Lau calls anything, Lakia calls anything. You get a fault line across those 2, they can peek or escape. A great setup that NUTURN loves to use on B. They rotate out after figuring nothing's going to be happening on this round. Now, over to A. Let's see what they can set up as they get the toxic wall here. How they use it.
It's Allow who's going to be on the flank, and the thing is, Sharks have not made their way onto the site yet, Riv. I mean, they're not even close, right? They don't have full showers control. They don't have full short control. They're just kind of hunkered down with 40 seconds left. Allow via process of elimination, understanding that they haven't made their way in. There are only so many places they could be in. Allow has spotted them. He knows exactly where they are. The Viper's wall denying info. Oh, Gabshis, baby. Gabshis reads it. Gabshis punishes Allow. But Perry on the tree. Perry on the tree. Phantom Gang in full display as he gets 3.
Udah 13-4. I call it, bro.
Map point. Get out of here, man.
Perry habis ditelepon sama Blackpink. Blind.
The cards down. Quick full house for NUTURN there. Perry bringing it up to 19 and 7.
Kalau dia pakai vandal nggak mungkin dapat ketiga.
On the bottom last time, but he was still providing a lot of information, helping things happen in the site. This time he's fragging. You can't really pay attention to the scoreboard too much. It just looks good when you're on top. Because you're doing things like this, Doug. Literally shutting things down from a single position. Usually 1 or 2 is good there, but to be able to come up with more
match kemarin menang siapa aja? Fanatic menang sama
a bit of a Spectre buy on the side of Sharks. Things are getting tight here as it's game point for NUTURN and possibly a map 3.
Yeah.
Here we go. Rolling Thunder comes out.
Siapa yang kemarin? Siapa sih? Ada lagi?
Kok caster lupa juga nih.
See, they had that written up, right? Exactly how they wanted. They pushed in through utility at the exact same time, but nothing's doing. And this is the first round in a little while where we haven't seen NUTURN either invest.
Diam.
Version 1.
But it certainly doesn't carry the same punch. There's not nearly as much threat on A for Sharks have to push their way through. They've gotten on the site. It's partial.
Kok kita bisa lupa nih tangan tuh kali ya?
Parry again. Suggestive one as well. But here they go. They're on the site. They've managed to get full control there. They're going to get the spike.
I mean, great perseverance by Sharks on that one. A lot of the util failed. They had to rely on quick shooting, teamwork to get into the site, and that's one of the things we saw from them on Haven. It was not a problem. 3 ults now ready for the side of Sharks as they prime another one. And it's going to be Fraz ult on Sky, Denaru with Hunter's Fury, and Prozine Showstopper. None should be necessary here, which means that should be a few rounds connected together with the use of those ults if Shark can find the right utility and positioning of their opponents next round. Here, he's topping off one by finding one of his 3 opponents, but it's going to be tough, a family photo as he looks over to the site from the rest of the members, and Frozen finds that one with a quick Vandal shot. 12-5, Sharks keep themselves
23 jam lagi baru main Sentinel.
And alive.
Besok, ntar subuh. Sekarang subuh nih ya. Besok subuh. Oke 23 jam lagi dah, Blay.
Warna terang banget.
Parah, sakit banget tuh mata begitu.
Tapi pada main terang ya banyak yang terang tapi.
Apaan main yang terang banyak yang terang, lo ngomong apa?
Ini dari tadi banyak yang main terang.
Lihat nih. Pakai strategi gua nggak tuh?
Apa?
Oh mainnya TP terus ada yang masuk. Buset nih.
Trying to stay alive, may have to ult in order to get to safety. No, not able to get away. Allow still on the anchor. Allow looking for more. There's a second Hunter Fury and the Showstopper coming out from Suggest as they try to fight for the site. The spike is still not made it on there. Suggest is good for one. Gonna get caught with his pants down. Oh, Denaru! Suggest not like this. Denaru drops. Light. Alone, looking to keep the map alive, and no, turns around, hello, good night, a solo cleans him up, and baby, we're going to map 3.
Nah, Guskarnya habis ya sekian ya.
Siapa tadi yang menang betting?
Aku.
Bukan, kamu nggak price bet. Yang menang nih. Selamat Rice mendapatkan 1000 poin. Terus Vetra M, Yazid Nizar Sofian.
So looking at what they're doing now, they seem to have shaken off the nerves. The execution there, the teamwork and camaraderie behind each other, the combos of utility were a little more what we saw from Sharks,
kehilangan betting.
And we just got both
You
teams sending a message to each other, and now they have to step up for game 3.
CRKA.
Losers bracket.
5 juta poin hilang.
That was strong from areas of strength from both teams.
Alpha hilang 1 kuadriliun.
Look at Bandar,
Look at the other side and go, well, it was spotty for Sharks. How do you expect that to go? And even with that,
TIT 100 poin sama. Menguntungkan bukan?
Bro, like
next dong.
There's no presence of that at all, and the thing is, they
map 3-nya apa sih map 3-nya?
playing around what NUTURN was doing. They even tried denying some of that painful aggression, that painful flank that they were pushing through B-Long, but it just wasn't
tadi kan
working.
karena nggak ada betting di ini.
I think I was extremely happy to see
Kita
Sharks
betting
pull that first
manual.
round strat to counter what NUTURN was
Tapi
doing.
kalau nggak
And
ada
I think
lagi
one of the points
kita
we haven't been
betting
able to
manual.
bring up for NUTURN yet is their constant
Siapkan poin
adaptability. They'll set
imajiner
up in a
kalian
very
guys.
similar formation, and change a few things
Kasih
regarding how their
obatnya.
opponents reacted.
Kagak
We saw
boleh
the fault line
Whiskas-nya
A
habis
short play
ini.
a few times. Once it was just the drone, it
Diambil
was a flash.
Maxi.
A few times it was the fault line, and then they comboed it with the showstopper and shower
Sama
exit. So
Pluto.
just adding little
Yang
things
dimakan
once they know
Pluto
how
ya.
their opponents are playing
Sama deh
it
itu
makes
berdua makan mulu.
NUTURN very scary. And maybe we
Tapi
see
kan
that
Maxi
again come into our
malu-malu
third map, but it's anybody's
makannya.
game now. Sharks or NUTURN, dog.
Oh,
I'm ready.
Pluto kan
The
semua
map is good
diseruduk.
for both teams. That means you're going to have to stick around to watch the conclusion to this electric best of 3. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to cut to a break. When we return, Ascent. Stay tuned.
Maxi genit Blay sama Mansen.
Asli Maxi genit banget. Kucing gue yang cewek genit banget sama gue, Blay.
Ntar gue seruduk kalau main ke rumah Mansen.
Nana cemburu sama kucing gue, Blay.
Gue
Gila kalau.
cemburu nih. Tadi di Vicol gue teriakin Maxi. Maxi, kamu harus menjadi wanita bermartabat gitu. Resa belum open beta. Oh, Maxi dibilang laki.
Siapa?
Itu. Kolak Yusuf. Tahu seberapa cantiknya Maxi.
Asli Maxi cakep banget, Blay. Buset. Itu kalau di kaum manusia Maxi udah jadi artis anjing.
Berapa cantik dan elegannya Maxi.
Parah, gue udah gak ngerti lagi sih, kucing cakep banget. Mana dia ya? Bicara ya. Tumben dia kagak yang depan kamar gue jam segini.
Udah gue teriakin tadi, takut lah. Karena itunya Blay, snack yang itu myotu apa sih? Ini gue TO-TO-in lu ya pada Gilang Rabani, Ferdi Akbar, Rice, hilang tangnya. Enggak gitu dong sayang. Ini manja banget baik kayak nyong depan kamar Mansen gitu kan, yang kayak tiduran gitu minta dielus terus tadi digendong, terus tadi yang kayak anteng gitu digendongan Mansen terus minta dielus gitu. Nggak tahu lah Mansen udah punya pacar yang sangat dia sayangi.
Tuh di atas ada kekek.
Lihat tuh Blay, digendongnya posisinya begitu tuh.
Maxi, tuh di atas ada kekek. Tuh di atas. Kekek tuh cicak Blay. Mau kemana?
The Sharks, they became guppies in game 2 and NUTURN took
susah banget Maxi dipegang sekarang.
the beginning, and I have to say,
Iyalah,
I'm engaging in some very
udah
lively
dia mau kalau dicicak anjing.
Udah aku ceramahin. Dia sekarang menjadi wanita bermartabat.
Maxi sekarang udah bukan kucing lagi, Blay.
But Veli, it seems
udah
like
jadi singa.
This control, this presence by NUTURN started basically from the beginning on Bind.
It did. It definitely did. But there's something I definitely want to talk to, and I would like to talk about the level of respect that NUTURN is definitely given YNG Sharks. I was watching VOD the other day, and I believe it was NUTURN versus
XXB
Kia, right?
peringatan
And the one
pertama.
interesting thing that they did in Achilles, I'm going to ask you this.
Sekali lagi
The first round,
hilang.
basically classics. You put a frenzy in Alau's
5
hand, right?
menit.
Because he's Jet. Then the 2
Tambah
rounds
lagi
after that, they just
tahun.
picked up Sheriffs because of just confidence.
Falah
And then
Yusuf.
Rifles round 4. We're not seeing that at all. What
Peringatan
could be the reason of that? Could
pertama.
it be unfamiliarity with the meta, or
Seger nih gue bacain gini deh.
I think it might be less unfamiliar with
Aziz
the meta,
Nur
and more
Iman,
so on the
peringatan
teams that they're playing
pertama.
against, and also being
Siapa
down the map. I think
hilang
that this is
5
NUTURN
menit?
showing a lot of respect. You're
Let's
absolutely right.
go,
You know, a lot of times when
Mai.
NUTURN comes out, if they win a pistol round, they'll stick with the Sheriff.
Max
They'll just
ini
carry
udah
on
Max lagi
with
galau
that
nih, mau
gun
disterilin
throughout
apa
because they say, okay, you
dikawinin?
know what, we can outfrag these guys. We'll just
Bahkan
keep
beli
these in our hands,
Pluto
and then we'll
bukan
just
mau
rack up this
dikawinin.
enormous economy that we can use in case we drop
Lah,
around
kan
down the
Pluto masih kecil banget.
line. But we're not seeing them do that. We
Ya
did see them do
karena
a
pengen
force,
punya
which was a
munchkin
very
aja kan.
bold move, not something that NUTURN typically goes
Wah,
for. They
aku kira
do
mau
usually go for maybe the
dikawinin,
Sheriff and a
makanya
half armor,
itu.
but never really
Hanya
picking up
beli 2.
SMGs and armor and whatnot in the second round after losing the pistols. That was really surprising to see, but it paid off
Ya aku
dividends. They got on an
senang.
amazing streak after that.
Well, as we go ahead and take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match
Ya,
highlights,
kena
this is going to be,
bantal.
everyone, a very Achilles-heavy analysis segment because the boy's been waiting for his time, and it seems like NUTURN, well, their time was now. They shined. They pulled a little John Cena here, Achilles.
Di remove gak tuh?
No, I mean they really did. This was
Yang
I'd say even
pertama,
more, maybe more of like an RKO.
peringatan
They came in
kedua
from high,
hilang
you
5
know,
menit.
after that first map, you
3
didn't know
hilang
that they were going to be
setahun.
able to turn it around like this, and they came out swinging. They dropped that first round, they get the
4
force,
hilang
and they
dari
just started
rumah. Gue
harrowing
cari
the
lu,
Sharks
Blay.
from Lim or Finn from Finn, I guess you should say. And it was unrelenting.
Tanya sama
You know, they were
siapa
barely able to
kemarin?
pick up any additional rounds after
Bagus
that.
Putra.
And this is just NUTURN getting back into their stride, finding
Gue cari, Blay.
their pace, finding
Sampai
their
sekolah-sekolah
cohesion,
gue cari.
and playing as a unit with
Ketemu anjing
severely
banget
lacking
nggak ngerti lagi gue.
Sampai orangnya DM gue minta maaf. Anjing kata Mansen kesian.
And this is, it's kind of hard to say exactly how it's gonna look because there's so many changes. We're gonna see solo on Killjoy, most likely, you know, because there was a break where the teams were working on the compositions and the map strategies and so on. But I'm gonna assume solo is gonna switch to the Killjoy on this map. Then on the Sharks side, there was actually a map where we have seen Gabishis on Yoru. And maybe, who knows, we're gonna see this as well. There's a lot of room for Sharks to actually take. Yeah, I think everyone is ready for that, especially Sean Garrett, right? So that would be amazing to watch. But Sharks has a very, let's say, on the tag on this map, they have this. Every single
Ini si
lane is
Feli
covered by them. They
Akilios
play
sama
very heavy
Lothar
default
kagak
on
ngantuk
a side on the tag, but at the
nih.
same time they have heavy presence on A short and mid,
Ya,
which is something
mereka
that
ngomong
we
baru berapa
don't
lama
see
sih?
from NUTURN on defense. They
Lah
typically
selama
push
lu
from
ngomong
garage
lah.
and from
juga ya.
B main and from A lobby.
Udah
So this is
Tapi kan
ngawal.
di sono
huge clash
dia
of
baru bangun
styles
anjing gue udah dari
right
tadi
on
banget.
ascent, and watching tapes is gonna
Oh,
be
iya,
important.
Yeah, well, guys, we are going to have so much more to talk about, but it's now time to jump into Game 3. Let's send it over to Doug and Riv, who have the call. Gentlemen, take it away.
Ooh, baby, it's game 3. It is time. The clashes of styles have been so
Akhirnya
good, and they
kita
all
punya
come down
map
to ascent.
3,
It's good on
guys.
good for both
Akhirnya
teams.
guys.
Rev, like, I don't think anybody expected this
Akhirnya
to get to
gua
map
live.
3, right? But Sharks have
Live
impressed,
in Nobar.
NUTURN have impressed, and now we're going to see
Menikmati
both
map
of them
3,
on maps
Blay.
they're comfortable on. There's no
Padahal lu
telling
lagi berharap
NUTURN
2
brought
map
us
aja.
right to their last game. They really brought it all onto the table. They did
Kebaca,
not
Bang.
want to go out like that in a 2-0. We got to see Sharks as well. They were a little beached on that
Kebaca,
one.
Bang.
They weren't able to get themselves moving around. Not enough
Kalau
fluidity.
udah
in what they were
ngantuk
doing.
Bang,
But no,
buset.
honestly,
Buset.
we've seen both teams adapt. We've seen both teams show us new
Untung
things.
ada secret
And
lab ya.
it's
Jadi
not
game
like their
3 juga
defenses
nonton masih
were,
nyaman banget ya.
available, right? Their defense has adapted a little bit. Sharks was still able to attack.
Masuk
NUTURN's defense,
terus, Bang.
same thing happened on bind. Now we're on ascent. We're on a
Cinta
map
banget
where
yang
most of
secret
the
lab,
executions
secret lab.
happen right in your face. It's very fast. You can get up to B garage. You can get right up to A long. NUTURN loves to hold A long for themselves for the priority of the round if we see Astra being the pick over there. So seeing what happens with that and how we will
Open
get
betting lagi
Sharks
nggak,
playing
Blay?
around it, I did not see Sharks using too much mid-ground on ascent.
Ketik
which I think is
1 untuk
very
open
important.
betting.
So if they start doing that again, I mean, they're just turning over
Ketik
every leaf
2
on this.
untuk
So I
open
don't know what to expect
betting.
from both of these teams, and I love that.
Nah, kalau ini yang cowok nih, Blay. Yang cowok Maxi lagi dibantai mulu sama dia, dibully.
While they have played this map a considerable amount, they have recently changed their approach as far as competition goes. As I mentioned that, of course, we're popping over to Agent Select, presented by our friends over at Prime Gaming, and there it is, yes indeed, parry on the Astra. That's a recent adjustment out of them.
Dia nggak dipakai.
Kamu bisa turun. Kamu berani lompat. Ya sini.
What we see their Astra on a hold suggest will play cat. He'll focus a bit of that defense, and this is where I get the note that Parry and Suggest just have this like absurd life expectancy because they're always grabbing info. They're doing things. You're gonna see Solo kind of creeping around, doing his own thing out of B on defense, and I'm excited to see what Sharks bring here because if you are an aggressive team, Ascent is a great map to be aggressive on.
1-2, mantap. Kalian mau open bet? Kita open bet. Ntar Blay, belum dibuka Blay. Aksi jelek banget, hilang. Enggak kan, beda kategori dong. Kalau buat macan, Maxi cakep gitu.
What more could you possibly ask for if you're a fan of Korean?
Udah mulai, Blay. 0-1, NU menang.
Two of the teammates don't even have assists on them. And Lakia and Solo, I believe, over there. So what a round coming out firing. Expect Sharks to be a little
betting
on their heels for the next few rounds. And
betting
we'll
guys,
see what comes of this. NUTURN. Literally out of the gate, off the rip. Just one headshot.
Sorry, Blay.
Spectre buy from Solo there, as he's probably going to do a little bit of solo work himself. No pun intended, but you'll see him and Lakia work the site here, picking up 2-3 cases. They just do not let that site go down.
You see the shock dart off the cue of the sound from picking up the orb, pushes him off, and now they can take some of that space back. That ult orb should still be up for grabs. So some early exchange of utility. You see You see the priority that both teams are willing to put.
Betting aku betting NU.
And the denying of that ultimate.
800
di live chat dong.
Leaning that way. Solo's in a great spot. That ult orb will eventually go in the pocket. No shock darts anymore. And here we go, Solo. Trigger discipline, good for one. Looking for more, and if it wasn't the Spectre, it was the freaking Nano Swarm. As he gets 3, gets 4, a second. Back-to-back, flawless round, brought to you by Prime Gaming. NUTURN, they're scary right now.
Tadi Fnatic seru nggak sang match ya? Enggak cuy, Fnatic menang 2-0 di bandai-bandai.
There's a bunch of games to go, but you're gonna have to remember how much economy for NUTURN was spent on these rounds.
5:40 kita tutup betting.
Full armor there, so the upgrades are going to come in off of what we just saw was only Solos buy. So that was a huge bonus. Econ is riding high, and now Sharks is going to chip away a little bit more. Still the same game.
Dipakai koin BTC.
Ew, allow sits on that. He wanted the shot. He chose to do that, but nobody did. So great job by Sharks to start off with a bit in their favor.
Ini ada yang 10.000, mimpi kecil banget.
10.000 dari XXB yang baik dan dermawan. Pesan ampun Nanat yang gak kalah cakep dari Maxi.
Ampun Nanat yang gak kalah cakep dari Mansen. Dari Maxi XXB yang baik dan dermawan.
The utility, the spike is not in the hands of anyone. As Sharks look to exploit the middle of the map. They've gotten this far. No alarm bot or any other utility kind of keeping them at bay.
Dan merasa tertekan gitu.
I mean, it's gonna take a little bit. As you see, Dinar is still working his way around, but
Shark
they're gonna dial up a hit on to be here. They've got Lakia in the back of the site. They also have Solo sitting here.
Look at how they're encroaching as well into spawn.
Gak ada yang mau
the mid dog.
Bet dogi.
What I wanted to see, quick TP back out. Frosting coming in with the Odin on the backside of the site. They have to take it now. It's all about getting the Sova out of Boathouse. Lakia and Solo hold it
Ini pasti menang telak NU,
Like I
yakin
said,
gua.
it's gonna be real tough to take the site from those two.
And Riv, like there you feel the gun advantage that they had, right? Like the way they handled their money in the second round allows them to bring that level of firepower into that fight. And you even saw, I know you mentioned this a couple times. That shot was just disgusting. You mentioned this a couple times. You and I saw it. It's right here. So Killjoy has this dope setup where the turret is sitting on the back corner, and she can play off of that trigger of the turret. So she swings around that. She lines him up and knocks him down. NUTURN are clicking on all cylinders here. Financially, they're in great shape. Salau still has an op, and it looks like he's going to get a chance at something. No fancy shot through the flash this time around, but enough to make him think about it.
I love this coming from Sharks. All out, rolling through. Prosy goes down. Mike's going to find himself falling as well as Solo. Finding shots left and right. He says, me first. Allow says, not just yet another. Flawless brought to you by Prime Gaming. What?
Wah, itu kill kedua sih hoki banget sih asli. Dia lagi mau narik recoil doang gitu.
Their save rounds didn't even mean it.
Flawless lagi
cuy. Pushing through, right? They're just saying, all right, if we can take it, we're going to take it.
Mau dikenain mentalnya.
We saw these being very methodical rounds. And I said Ascent is fast because you're right up in people's
faces. Ya, Ace dicolong.
4 round, Blay. Shark baru dapat 1 kill dari 5 playernya.
Round coming back in as things start to change and a little bit more.
Buset.
Prime Gaming getting plenty of love this map. And Riv, when was the last time we got 5 rounds, or we hit the 5th round of a map, and a team only has 1 kill? 1. Right? There's just been 1 kill out of Sharks this entire time. That's insane.
That is absurd to think about because one, you're not finding every alt point you want as we see the run it back come through, Doug, and they're looking like they want A.
Yeah, and they've left it, right? Like, A's free, it's open, they're comfortable playing for the retake here. I was curious to see if Sharks were going to work their way in through trying to control the back of that site. But no, they haven't managed to get their way in, and you can see Solo's kind of like waiting for it. They expect that to be what they want to exploit. Light gets the spike down as Denaru drops a bit of utility to try to push them back. Allow has taken some damage, but that's it so far. This is going to be a spicy retake. The flash comes through. Suggest already takes care of one. Gap she's going to drop as well. There's a lot. As it creates some space, and they have to respect it, right? They don't really have anything to get in there and deny that, so they give that space up. Now NUTURN find their way onto the site. Frost in a great spot. There are 2 still playing back and long. They both drop. Frost left alone. Frost goes for 1 and Frost drops.
Baru dapat 2 kill, cuy, 5 round dari 5 orang Shark itu.
Just util stuff right now is Sharks try to get in. Everything they throw is either utility, is info denied,
baru Fra dong 2 kill
with a ping they don't want to actually fight against. You know, they're like, oh well,
shit,
that means that's Killjoy and a Sky and something else that's just going to crush us down in combo of utility.
Yeah.
So we got a tactical timeout coming out for Sharks now. Things are getting a little out of hand here as Sharks. I'm sorry, NUTURN has seemed to shake off all the cobwebs and have found their groove that is now extending from map 2 into map 3.
They can just do no wrong, Riv. Like, that's now another rifle. Yeah, it just seems that way, right? That's another rifle round. The Sharks have been able to dial things up. They even had the run it back where they were trying to exploit tree, and they got some space. They got the spike down, but then there was no counter for the retake. Right? There was nothing that they could do to stop them from fighting back for that site. And even with Fra on the great flank, right, knowing that his 2 teammates were back in wine, they were in long, they were just kind of stuck back there. Fra was on the great flank to kind of blow that up, knowing that's where the attention was going to be. But even in that, they just get mowed down in wine before Fra even gets a chance to show up. So then he shows up and everyone's looking at him. There's no way for him to have an impact on the play. It's just been, it's been beautiful.
Abis di-pickle sama Blackpink langsung engas Blay mainnya Blay.
I mean, they're looking good. They gotta be feeling good. You got a Blade Storm here versus Frost ult. This is actually a really big round coming in for Sharks. There's not a lot of utility. There's no raise on the other side. It's a solo Hunter's Fury that's going to be taking down your ult that is going to get that lockdown out of there. So they have a chance to get it up, and this is around to start turning around at least. Look at the bankroll on the side of NUTURN. A few rounds tarnished, and they're still okay to buy. This is tough. Spectres as well coming in on 3 members. 4. 5? 5. So I can't tell if it's a Phantom at this point. Yeah, Spectres, there they are. And we're going to see what they can do with these ones coming in here.
My goodness, the aggression, Riv. You often see a one-way drop there with the gravity well, but they just gravity well and they push their way in. Suggest is able to get one. Yeah, the kill gets traded out, but you're seeing the pace at which NUTURN want to play, and they're not letting up.
And the focus for the Phantom is Gabshis. He takes it. That's where it can provide the most return on investment of taking one down for one. And they'll see how they work this now. I expect the round to go a little bit later. That's going to be good that they see Killjoy knowing lockdown is there. There may be more priority around it.
Racunin macam Korean lah. Nangat juga kagak doyan, Blay. Korea.
Lockya hasn't moved. He is ready to rip anybody that comes into B. So you can see how comfortable NUTURN feels even having somebody down here against.
Lockya is going to get a chance at something because he's reading it. But it's all about how much they bite into this because the spike is still on A. Right? That's still where they... Well...
That's a call out.
That's still where they wanted to go. They're certainly going to reconsider things. Yeah, that spike's going to drop as well. They know everything that's going on right now. Denaru's going to show up along with Leitch. They don't have the spike. They don't have health. At least Denaru doesn't. Leitch has a chance at something special here in a 1v3. Nothing but a Spectre. Nothing. 6-0 for NUTURN.
There was quite a bit of util there for Sharks to get on the entry if Leitch wanted to throw in a smoke or a paranoia. A lot of dry peaks coming in there. 4 kills to Sharks right now as NUTURN has found their groove.
Dia dibikin nggak bisa maju sama sekali loh.
Third map, I should say. Second
mau ke B susah, kayak short susah.
Coming out of the pause, we
masuk dari MN susah.
Do something. They were able to pick up the Phantom, and that was the Phantom going down. So they did smoke over towards Cat. There just wasn't one that we saw go up towards Heaven here. So it was just a choice in their play. And again, NUTURN seemed to be around the play instead of all in it like Sharks wanted.
All right, slightly different look here. Right, they're heavy stacking towards B. We haven't seen
Ini kayaknya tadi rencananya tuh map 1 juga mau diginiin dah. Cuma terus dia kecolongan.
Gagal yang di Haven ya.
Iya.
Buset, iya bang. Iya bang, make Odin bang, begitu bang nembaknya bang.
This is just a no situation. Like you want to be able to gain ground. And Locky has been doing this from time to time, sorts it out when he needs to, and does it this round to come up with 2. Right? It kind of feels like he said NUTURN can do no wrong at this point as they just
sisa 4 itu darahnya Killjoy musuh ya Allah.
HP, they had that with Gabshis, that's 34, and Light is full fight right now. They're waiting to get Frostin out of this situation. If he could waltz out, he'll be all right. But what do they do from here? A frag would be great. Dropping allows up would be huge, but those are really just chips off the block right now.
Mati tuh tadi perasaan.
I think the one benefit to them is that NUTURN haven't taken space, right? Like
dia mau membunuh perasaan aja.
Real estate away from Sharks, so there's a little bit of room for them to breathe, right? There's no process of elimination, right? If they've taken long here, if they've taken A lobby, if they've taken the middle of the map, you know that the rotation's coming back. But it looks like they're just going to try to save this out and save some of the rifles. And folks, let that be a sign to you of how dire straits Sharks find themselves in. That this is where they are at this point. That they're trying to save 3 rifles, down 07.
Nah, 5 kill, 7 round. 2-2-1.
NUTURN have won more rounds than Sharks have kills.
Komentatornya juga pasti ngomongin killnya, Blay. So, trade-nya juga nggak jalan.
As we watch this again and say, okay, that needs to be run it backs. That needs to be a bit more aggression. The confidence opening shot that you would get from a Phoenix, from a Jet, from a Raze being the first one in. And it doesn't seem like you're getting that. It's a little shaky for Prozine and his one that does have that.
Mau masuk ke site nggak bisa.
And Light were both Crossfire world champions. They've been in this situation. They know how to
bukan Mansen
We're gonna have to see if they can do that to make this a 7-5 or an 8-4 because things
mau
are dire here. For the way it's going.
Mau trade kill nggak bisa. Wah ini sih pedih, Blay.
You're right, Riv. For as brutal if things as
Mansen kayak seri tanya tuh.
For Sharks, I think
Blay 071 nomor telepon mana, Blay?
Siege is coming out from Suggest. You can tell they want to go there. There's the lockdown.
Gila, gue sih dendam banget orang
clear
nih.
things out from Lakia. Yep, there goes the lockdown. And they're going to use a showstopper as well. Perry's in a great spot. Perry doesn't get spotted. My gosh, he's going to mow them down. He's already gotten two. They never knew he was there. And if it wasn't Perry, it was Suggest. NUTURN refused to give up an inch. They don't allow anything in through that
flawless
door.
lagi.
Another flawless round. Courtesy of our friends over at Prime Gaming, an 8-0 statement from NUTURN.
The planning behind that to then have it thwarted so quickly.
Baru 5 kill total, Blay. Total dari 5 orang. Baru ada 5 kill. Gila loh.
But he did get 2 frags through the wall just last round.
Nggak work sama sekali, Cuk.
So now he has the Hunter's Fury after a few more frags. Pulls up a big impact ult that round. And you can see it's off of frags. Look at the amount of kill rounds there is to defusals or spikes. Or just timeouts rather. It's very, very wild for NUTURN here. Their aim is on, and we talked about how high their headshot percentage is with Suggest, Allow, and Lakia being some of the highest in Korea.
Asli nggak ngotak nih game asli.
And the thing is,
jago banget ini Anu.
Starts like that certainly don't help things at all, right? Like,
ini kayak Shark di map pertama, Blay. PD-nya.
Right now, that right off the bat, you've got Allow doing stuff like that, right? And it's not just at the beginning of the map when you're trying to feel things out. When you try to take a little bit of control, you get a second. Allow almost gets a third there. On to Fra, but Fra manages to stay alive. They don't have the spike. They don't seem to have any intentions of playing around that at all. As Allow has gotten to 3. I mean, that op is singing right now.
Oh, a 4. Oh, he wants the frenzy last. He actually goes for the plant storm. Frenzy out. As he takes down some Perry, grabs that one.
Belum ada ace.
Over the shoulder of Allow.
Ya, udah ngeluarin ulti. Musuh jauh dari itu diambil sama Perry. Dah, dikeplak udah itu.
Another Prime Gaming flawless for us.
Nih, gue yakin banget nih kelar game ini nih. Disamperin sama Allow. Dikeplak Perry. Es gua tuh anjing.
Ada masalah apa sama gua?
Iya ini.
Berantem aja sih.
8?
Wait, no, they didn't answer you that quick, did they? Holy shnikes.
Oh, 8 in total in the series. Either way, right? Like.
Oh, okay.
NUTURN have been on another level.
5
this game. 5. Thank you.
And Sharks way back in is slowly there each round. And it seems like NUTURN has already thought about it, right? You have these Sova ult now for Denaru. Can make it. Light can really start to distract if he goes boathouse. If they have a little bit of util grab before they execute. Here again, playing with mid ever so slightly, just to see what kind of utility can be pulled out. And they'd have to go versus the intel over at B or the backup retake kind of aggressiveness over at A. And like we said, you'll always
jomblo juga kali dia ya. Apa dia jomblo akut ya?
The Trailblazer. Nice set of
strat here. Lu nggak baca nama gua.
I love the combo. This is what we need to see from Sharks.
Yeah, it was an excellent setup with the Paranoia and the Dart as well, and the Hunter's Fury on top from Denaru. Perry's gonna get mowed down as Fraff blasts across the screen, gets dropped. But the Shock Dart's delaying things. The spike now, it's gonna go down. What can Lakia do? Can they keep this perfect game alive? A 2v4? No, she drops. It's just solo.
Yang kedua kena tuh. Yang kedua kena max damage anjir 80.
A difficult spot. Now position's been given away as well.
Pecah kelar sih.
Riv, there were doubts, right? Like there were doubts on whether or not it would happen.
Yeah.
But it looks like Sharks are gonna get on the board.
They need to. And I question what... I got to go back and look at it. Obviously, we just saw NUTURN, Hunter's Fury, ult back and really take down a nice strat that Sharks put together. But what was stopping Sharks from doing this before? It's such an aggressive strat. Yeah. It's nicely played. I think it has a great return because everybody is relatively safe throughout it. Because you're either going through blinds or perfect vision with the Sova Dart. So that one just felt like Sharks were all confident in who was watching what corners. The communication was there, and it shows immediately in a play when you see a team do that.
Yeah,
Like, look at that.
The setup was just great, right? And it really came off the backs of the paranoia to displace Allow, and then the fight for that area of the map from Denaro's Hunter's Fury. You're right. They saw something, and it really could have just been Allow, right? Because you think about how many times they tried working their way through there, and Allow was taking their faces off.
I mean, hey, it's up. Do we rush it? Yes. You're right. You're right.
All right, what do Sharks have here? What else can they dial up? You hear the run it back has been used from Prozin. He's going to flash. He's going to get some space. But you've got to keep an eye on Solo. Is that Solo? Yeah, Solo's in a great spot again, right? Like, he's still undetected. A great crossfire. Like, just Solo gets two. The spike goes down as well. As NUTURN look to continue to put Sharks down. But it drops into a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. Allow has a Phantom. Light looking to get the spike down. Allow quietly working his way around as the spike gets planted.
Dia ganti senjata tadi.
To check the 50, a couple bullets to the back of the head. Pop, pop, good night. Sharks get a second.
Sharks are starting to find the groove. The third would be huge. And you see, it's everybody here from Sharks came online at the end, and it looks like it. The teamwork is there. And maybe late,
masih ada cahaya sih kalau dapat 3. Kalau ini 10-2, ada cahaya cuma tipis sih.
And it looks like Sharks is giving that last hit right here for the first half. See if they can make it 3, Doug. They do have the weapons and all the util they would need. Let's see if we can get another combo util strat out of Sharks.
Just don't have any ultimates. Allow tanking. Oh no, move out of the way, my man. Trying to get me killed. Suggest with the flash, though, again, going aggressively through the middle of the map. It's like a Cobra, right? They're just tightening them around them, trying to suffocate them out. You feel pressure coming in from so many different areas. They've got them on the run, and they're chasing them down.
5 orang kontrol mid.
Solo, he gets taken out by Lights right away as the Seekers try to pinch in where Sharks is. NUTURN want to make this round count, but Sharks are saying, no way. We've already thought of that. One goes down now from Allow, and it's going to be off the op.
Very good for 1 as well. Locky already good for 2. My goodness, a statement made. NUTURN, they just dominated that half from top to bottom, and I want to apologize. I realize it's a Python, not a Cobra, that does the suffocating thing. Cobras are a bit more direct with how they go about things, but either way,
okay, there you go.
The point's the same, right? Like, NUTURN, they dial up pressure at the exact right time. Sharks have no
Kalau comeback sih, wah kalau comeback gue udah nggak ngerti lagi sih kalau bisa comeback dengan permainan NU yang menjatuhkan mental teramat sangat ini. Dari 8 round tadi, Blay, Shark cuma dikasih 5 kill. Kalau dia bisa comeback ini, Blay, gue udah nggak ngerti lagi sih.
So it is only 2 rounds. Pistol round becomes even more pivotal now for Sharks here.
Ditodong kayaknya anjing. Makarta.
Against NUTURN.
Silver lining
here
for
masalah
Sharks
hidup
fans
dan
at home.
mati.
Iya, cuy.
Up with stats, if you're a numbers guy like I am, they do have a better win rate defensively than they do on the attack. So there's a sliver in there, right? Like there's a thread of hope that you could hang on, but you hear the torque has already been taken from NUTURN and B. They rotate back.
Okay, dari V1 dari mana?
Going over towards A, the middle of the map. They're totally blind to what's
Minum
happening
gua
there.
kenapa habis mulu ya?
I love the little combination they have with the turret on the side of Sharks, along with Prozin in mid. Nice little crossfire there that allows Fra to work in B. And then Fra stays there. He's got mid, he's got B, and you can get Denaru to rotate. I love the fluidity of the way Sharks is playing this first round. You always have to stay mobile, and we see now Denaru has leaned towards A.
Light with a great paranoia, but the flash is there to counter things out. Allow bouncing around the Gen. No, not able to land the shots. As Gabshe's is the one who cleans him up. Looking for a second, gets a third as well. Ooh, he's been a thorn in their flesh. A 4th kill. As Perry is left alone. He's got the spike and is hightailing it back to B.
He's out of there. A little Doorbala from Gabshe's there. He comes up.
Pasti kayak di force nih ya.
The run now. He's on the other side of the map. He will have a star for himself, but that's about it. He's gonna have to be praying to the stars for this one. 3v1, and he sets it out. Which one will it be?
The smoke to buy time. Hot hand's not gonna land. Enquiries playing this pretty well. Good for one. Not able to get the second. Gabshies gets the ace. I believe that's the first one of the series. And well, they needed that one. They needed that one desperately. Riv Sharks get to 3.
Yeah. That's a very, very big one. Now they have a few to keep in their pocket. Is this the time the NUTURN pulls out just all the sheriffs again, though?
Dia punya Phoenix bisa ngambil orb nih di
in just a second.
Di A kalau dia mau main agresif.
The scoreboard, it's what you love to see. Vandals are here, no blast packs for Gabshies, so you will see a bit of lack on util, but they should be good to buy up here and feel pretty good about what's coming next. But that was a Vandal, right?
Kalau share comeback gua kayak yang 1 menit, lu videoin ya, kirim ke gua.
As we get out of the replay here, but they may want to hold hard distant angles.
Yeah. Bunyi S-nya nurun gitu.
Reaping the benefits of his ace in the previous round, looking to pile it on a bit more here. Doesn't tag anything, doesn't land.
Kan di force sama dia.
And it doesn't really land any shots, gets pushed back.
Full Spectre.
Turn their attention to A. And man, they're going Riv.
Firing in. That dart didn't really see too much. Not damage onto Light either, but they know where he is. In the middle of the site, he's going to take that fight. And it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Actually trying to hold things down from up top. Has the showstopper here. In a 4v3, they still have the numbers advantage, and the more utility you draw out, things like that, right? Like, that's a win if you're NUTURN, because you know B is entirely open. Lakia has gotten onto the back of spawn, so this ultimate from Gabshies, excuse me, does nothing. Right? That's gone. There's no value there. Lakia understands where the pressure's coming in from. They should be able to get the spike down. The thing is, Lakia only has a sheriff. That makes things very difficult.
But not enough time to put it down. He wants to try to catch a 1v1 situation before they peek. That's one. He looks for the second. The Naru with the 3K, and it's all starting to come together a little bit for Sharks. These first 2 rounds were necessary.
Kalau comeback buka yang 1 menit.
To start taking these gun rounds.
Ada ini masih ada cahaya, Blay. Buset.
To play on, to be strong on, and we'll see
if masih live nih, Blay.
Defense up against NUTURN here.
And financially, got Sharks.
Ini game terakhir nih, game terakhir. Match terakhir.
Sharks across the border in a really good spot because again, Gabshies had that Vandal, he didn't die.
Naga terakhir.
He's sitting on a pretty that's huge. He's going to be able to bring an additional amount of firepower, allocate funds, do whatever you have to in order to keep things spicy. But even that,
naga-nagahan Indosiar.
Sharks, it's only Light who has a frenzy. Is a bit extra elsewhere.
Naga, anjir, gue bilang bukan naga.
This is the NUTURN that we know. Light armor sheriffs across the board.
Yep, there it is.
Let's see what they can do.
So just holding for now. They do decide to shoot it. Okay.
Nah, Shuduk enak nih, Bayo. Gue masih kenyang banget tadi gue makan KFC.
It's like always breaking stage wall when it goes down. It's, you know, so you always have to have an eye on it now to make sure.
Gila kali lu ya.
So that's
what benar-benar Wiscasnya abis, Blay.
Onto is using an Odin in that situation, knowing somebody could be there. That is something that NUTURN favors, is getting that little frag. 1, 2, 3. Make sure it's more utility position on the map.
Sarden del Monte.
Yang trying to get over to drop the shock dart off of the audio cue.
Sarden del Monte kaleng anjir, nggak ada yang plastik.
Yang warnanya beda ya.
Kaleng ceper.
Kaleng ceper.
This is a really hard site to get into, and Denaru's going to rotate his way back, but there is a good bit of Killjoy utility to work their way through. They know where Fry is. The Nanoswarm, that's key.
Gila, tadi yang ngebet
from the fold, you've got a lot of room to work with. The lockdown's going to be used as well. Oh no, the flash. Brosen's not able to land anything. Goes in for double. Got the ult, but that's all he got.
Still a great play, very heady there by Prozine to go in and take that down. He gets another one with the Spectre. He's holding just outside. Here comes the guiding light. Gabshies not going to be able to see that. He's going wild right now. He lives in the light. And this is going to be Prozine once more, as Light was actually on the other side of that going down. A 3K for him, a 3K for Denaru last round, the 4Ks, and the aces for Gabshies. Like, this is exactly what they need. They needed to turn it on.
Ini bisa comeback sih.
Going hard. And that play, I think actually NUTURN gave themselves up a bit early because of a star they placed towards the back of Denaru.
Siap-siap yang kayak 1 menit, mending peregangan dulu.
Time was waited, they replaced it almost in the same spot, and by that time Sharks was there. Great identification of what was going on in the round.
Good call. Good call indeed.
Prozin guys, buset, anak PB. Dikasih main Spectre, buset. Lurus. Kok nggak ada recoilnya?
Iya.
Tinggal dibawa jalan, dibawa lari-lari kayak main PB.
Again, in that same little crossfire with the Killjoy turret that you mentioned earlier. There it is. That's the cue. The curveball comes out. Not able to land the kill. As Allow gets away.
Damage.
But that's the setup.
We'll see. So Cerise smoke over onto Cat, allowing a little movement here. So Gabshis can get himself into position. NUTURN is really feeling out the map right now. Trying to figure out who's where, allow a little bit of movement from Sharks. We actually saw this from Sharks on Haven on the first time. When Sharks was attacking, they would hit something, allow NUTURN to mill about the map. You knew NUTURN was never holding original angles by the time Sharks would be hitting with how much time they were wasting. And that's what kind of NUTURN's doing here. Wait it out. You see Sharks are committing to a site to say, hey, let's at least lean these ways. And then you have a definitive hit. You can power in numbers this site. It looks like they're going to use 3v2 over towards B as it pans out.
Oh, that's such a good hot handset delays. Really, any entry you saw that they had no way. Allow Lakia couldn't get through that, and then the curveball through the smoke.
Lihat no lari-lari dah kayak main PB.
Repositions himself on the site. 12 seconds left. They have to get on the site.
Abang-abangan PB emang di Projin.
So good. Lakia and Perry get a couple apiece. Perry should be able to get the spike down. And now the remaining members of Sharks have arrived. A great dart to expose where Perry is. Gravity well. He's just a sitting duck. Gabshis is as well.
Wah.
NUTURN takes the round back.
Cahaya meredup, guys.
And that's what will be expected there. The round goes long.
Still believe,
power in numbers,
still
death ball through the
believe.
situation. And whether or not you're guaranteed to have better numbers than the other team, you're guaranteed to basically only have the people and utility you're seeing immediately. So you can instantly take the fight and know and assess what's going on there.
Cahaya mulai meredup, bang.
As it was only 2 members of Sharks in V.
Kalau tuh Projin dapat lagi tuh ya.
Very, very good setup. And now we find NUTURN back in a comfortable spot, right? And I say that they've had a comfortable lead for a little while, but Sharks have been able to slowly claw their way back into the things, and it's been primarily off the back of Gabshis and things like that. Dinar using the Hunter's Fury, just narrow.
Oh, that was real close. Where did they go? Just hanging out for the time being. Okay, so Drone sees him. That'll pause things for a little bit more. Oh, no, Hunter's Fury. That'll activate things, knowing maybe where the other Sova would be with that drone coming out. And it's going to be a slight play towards A.
No, it's a fake.
Gabshis.
It's a fake. It's all a fake, right? They invested the Hunter's Fury. They invested the Seekers. But Solo.
Projin.
Prozin was in a great spot, holding down the middle of the map, spots the lurk, and gets the spike. Prozin is sitting on gold. Right now, the problem is he is the most wanted man in the server. Right now, they know where he is, and he's getting pushed in from all directions. He does eventually drop. They should be able to pick up the spike, and it's going to be a foot race to get to B.
2v2 as we come in, pretty tattered and hurt. Leitch is only 30 HP, so 155 stands for the side of Sharks. If you're added up, and a little bit healthier on the side of NUTURN. Utility is there in the Trailblazer, so they can get themselves in, but it's just one smoke and a shock bolt for the side of Sharks. Looks like they're going to try to work together here instead of the 1v1 smart play, as they'll be able to find one person in the site, and this is going to be big. If Lakia comes back in time, there it is!
Lakia was key.
Udah mulai dipadamkan, guys. Cahayanya sama PLN.
Blown to shreds. And you said it, Riv, like you spoke that thing into existence. As soon as the timing passed by, as soon as they knew where Suggest was and they focused in on him, Lakia shows up, hits him with the haymaker to get NUTURN to map point, to series point, and to threaten to push Sharks down to the loser's bracket.
Honestly, Sharks have shown quite a bit, and whoever is there, if they go down, it's not there yet. That's going to be very, very dangerous games to play against. Sharks will be very aggressive and fighting hard. 12-5 here. They're focused on this right now. These rounds could be the ones that matter for them. A quick last pack out. Gabshis saves all the rest of his util from going down there as Solo was just on his heels. We do have a Bulldog and a Stinger with a Spectre on the side of Sharks, so they're trying to pull out what they can. And Prozine wants to be aggressive with the ult. He doesn't find one there. Great job coming out of Fra.
And really great job coming out of NUTURN. You see, there was no way that he walks out into the middle of the site without almost everyone on the team seeing him.
Yeah.
Right, Gabshees has already dropped. Excellent counter to the running back, but Prozine's still in a good spot. Well,
Buset, iya bang, iya bang.
Closer and closer to finishing off Sharks.
Abang yang punya Valorant dah.
With relative ease, Fra's the last remaining member on the site. He's got to go big here. Well,
no hits. Fra goes down.
Gokil.
Lights doing what he can.
You should run.
And he should run. But he wants to run at. He will deny that call. Ooh, there it is. Suggest and allow are the ones to see it happen. Another flawless for you, Doug. Brought to you by Prime Gaming.
Nggak ada otak ya numennya.
Is the map win for NUTURN Gaming.
Setelah ditelepon sama BlackPink, cuk.
On a flawless round.
On a flawless.
Of all things, right? Just like
Bener-bener
you can't
GG.
make that stuff up. And I think for NUTURN, the first map was spotty, right? Like it was scary. Sharks
Di Asen sih gila
they
sih.
were playing with swagger. They were kind of pulling them around the map. They were fighting into what NUTURN was throwing at them, and they handled it just fine. But after the first map,
Blay karena chatnya kebanyakan, jadi yang open bed hilang historisnya.
Pokoknya kalian semua mendapatkan 1 miliar poin ya.
Karena ini game yang sangat baik, semua mendapatkan 1 miliar koin BTC dan ETH. Dah, silakan ditukar sendiri di mimpi masing-masing.
Honestly, seeing Raze is interesting as well
GG
because it seems like
bang.
dodge and get away from what she wants to provide for you, but the
NU berarti NU ketemu siapa?
When it comes down to it, at the end of the day,
NU ketemu.
My take on it is that
belum tahu, tergantung yang menang antara Liquid sama version 1.
They understood how their opponents were playing. They knew who liked to play in what situation, how they might play that situation, and that allows you to extend into, is this 1v1 okay to take? Have they been good at 1v1s? And you start to compile that information about your opponent, and you can almost read just about everything they do once you see that one person. Oh, they've been doing this around. So really, really mentally thought out from NUTURN. I think they figured out who their opponents were in Sharks after that game 1, and they brought it to a 2-1.
They did indeed. It was,
nih guys,
but they are going to advance.
besok
Shark
itu
some semblances, right? Like some
15 jam lagi Vikings lawan Extend. Ini kita harus nonton nih, Viking lawan Extend. Representatif kita nih guys, Extend. Representatif saya. Abis Viking lawan Extend, Liquid lawan V1. 18 jam dari sekarang. Dan game terakhirnya Sentinel lawan Fnatic. Ini seru sih. Ini juga seru sih. Liquid V1, Viking Extend juga seru.
Seru banget guys.
Besok sih nggak ada otak sih.
Brace yourself. Mending kalian tidur hari ini, cuti
ya,
kerja.
Gue saranin ya, lu tidur, lu bangun-bangun.
Lu tidur
nonton
lagi.
Gue lagi. Kita bakal mabar lagi nanti, oke?
Kan dia tidur sekarang nih, bangun sore kan, tidur lagi. Jangan bangun.
Gokil.
Bangunnya malam jam 9, jam 10 Mansen lagi.
Gokil, Blay. Sudah, Blay, kita sudahi. Kita sudahi pernobaran kita yang cukup.
Terima kasih.
Yang cukup seru lah ya hari ini. Gokil sih, game-gamenya gokil. Nanti gue bakal live lagi dari game Extend, tapi gue nggak bakal live main. Jadi gue bakal live nanti berarti jam 9-an malam. Dari 9.45 lah atau 9.30 gue udah live nanti. Bersama caster Kanadya di Gaje. Gue bakal nge-casting lagi, oke?
Kita bakal open bet lagi, Blay.
Kita bakal open bet manual lagi ya.
Iya.
Oke.
Penutup dong. Saya Mansen.
Oke, saya Mansen. Saya anaknya Valorant banget. Saya Nanat. Enggak, saya Mansen.
Undur diri gitu.
Saya Mansen.
Salam olahraga. Gitu,
saya Mansen nih. Udah buruan nih. Saya Mansen.
Saya Nanat.
Kami undur diri dulu.
Salam
olahraga. Dadah guys. Thank you.
Guys.